Yian awoke from his slumber to find himself surrounded by formless chaos. A faint confusion stirred in his heart as he wondered, since I am still alive, then what is this place? He raised his hands intending to stretch lazily when a tender female voice suddenly drifted in from outside, exclaiming, "Ah!" A man's anxious voice followed at once, drawing nearer as he asked, "What is it? What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" The man's voice, coming from afar, sounded genuinely flustered. "The woman," answered the child, "kicked me." He soothed her hurriedly. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll use my newly invented dragon subduing bun technique to massage you." He chuckled foolishly. The woman scoffed, "Dragon subduing? You're barely qualified to catch cats. You rascal, that tickles." Hearing their conversation, Yian sensed that something was off. He carefully examined his surroundings once more and was utterly stunned. The truth dawned upon him. He had become a fetus, an unborn child, yet to see the light of day. Since heaven had refused to let him die, surely he ought to accomplish something. Yet as an unborn fetus, what could he possibly do? A throbbing headache rose unbidden. With nothing else he could do, he decided to cultivate. Having been granted a new life, he swore to select and train in the finest cultivation art, and he had to choose with utmost care. He sifted through the superior cultivation methods in his past life's memories, rejecting them one by one, until 3 characters suddenly surfaced in his mind. Changxingju. In his previous life, he had been burdened by it, hunted relentlessly because of it, and ultimately died exhausted and grievously wounded. In this life, he would let this very art redeem those bitter memories. Changxingju was a Taoist secret canon passed down by Guangqingzi, foremost among the 12 golden immortals of antiquity, the very master of the Yellow Emperor in ancient times, that grand immortal who, during the great investiture calamity, would casually heft the heaven-overturning seal to smash his foes. He silently recited the formula. Heaven, dark earth, yellow waters, flooding 9 skies. Jade palaces and crystal towers, 3 layers of plain white robes. Arrive as fate decrees, a single fleeting dream. Respond to subtle stirrings and grasp the wondrous path of longevity. The art demanded that the cultivator possess not even a trace of inner strength, and required cultivation through innate spiritual energy, guided by the intention of non-intent. In his past life, when he had studied the secret canon of Changxingju, he had laughed bitterly, saying that this was truly a method for immortals, suited best to a practitioner who had not yet been born. Yet how could an unborn fetus possibly cultivate an immortal art? Shaking his head, he had been forced to abandon it with deep reluctance. Now, however, he had truly become a fetus. Could this be heaven's will woven in the dark? The greatest difficulty of Changxingju lay in the initial step of drawing innate qi into the body. In the present world, the air was turbid and unsuitable for cultivation. Yet now, with each breath the fetus took, he was absorbing pure innate qi. This was simply the most perfect cultivation ground imaginable. So long as the first stage of guiding qi succeeded, his cultivation road thereafter would be unimpeded, a great avenue stretching to the heavens. Over the course of several months, Yian completed the first stage of Changxingju, drawing innate qi into his body and tempering himself until this initial refinement was done. Changxingju was divided into 5 layers. Drawing qi into the body and tempering oneself was only the laying of the foundation. What followed was the true beginning of cultivation. 10 months of gestation passed, and the time for birth finally arrived. With a series of lusty cries, Yian came into this unknown world called Douluo Continent. "Look at how adorable this little one is. Those big eyes are so amusing. Have you chosen a name for your son?" came the voice of the midwife. "For his generation, the character should be Z. I only hope my son may live safely all his life. Let's call him Yang Zian." This was the voice of his father, Yang Youfu. "How rustic." His mother, He Loloa, complained. Yang Youfu, holding his son, shot his wife a glance and laughed indignantly. "Rustic? How is it rustic? If you're so capable, then you pick one. I want him to have a hall full of descendants and possess righteous, awe-inspiring qi. Let's call him Yang Zizhen." He Luoluo spoke with a mischievous smile, and even gave her husband a provocative look, as if to say, "Well, I'm better than you, aren't I?" Yang Youfu rubbed the back of his head, his brows arching slightly, as he let out a wicked little chuckle. "Just you wait. In a while I'll reassert a husband's authority. If I don't make you beg for mercy again and again, I'm not fit to be this child's father." "You scoundrel, what sort of nonsense are you spouting in front of the child?" she scolded. "He's just a little brat, what could he possibly understand?" he retorted. Yian, who ought now to be called Yang Zizhen, watched his parents' blissful banter and mutual teasing, unable to stop himself from mentally rolling his eyes. Inwardly he muttered, "I understand every word. So what are you going to do about it?" Seeing them exchange flirtatious glances, he almost wanted to remind the two of them, "There is someone watching here, you know." He opened his mouth to speak, but as he was merely a newborn, what emerged were only wailing cries. "Give him to me quickly, you men are so unreliable." His mother grumbled, taking Yang Zizhen into her arms. She cooed softly, "Be good baby, don't cry, don't cry. Alas, as a mere infant he did not even possess the right to express his own attitude. Time hurried by and Yang Zizhen reached 6 years of age. The time to awaken his martial soul had arrived. In these 6 years Yang Zizhen had completed the first layer of the Taoist secret canon Changxing Ju, yet no matter what he tried, he could not break through into the second layer. After mastering the first layer, the effects of Changxing Ju began to reveal themselves. His recovery ability was astonishing. Yang Zizhen had conducted experiments. For the same injury, other children his age needed 3 to 5 days to recover, whereas he needed only a single night's sleep to be completely healed. To avoid arousing suspicion, he did not dare go out to play for several days afterward. With nothing else to do, he wielded a small wooden stick as if it were a sword, quietly practicing basic sword forms, preparing to once again become a sword immortal in the future. He also understood that his parents were no ordinary people. They were deacons of the Martial Soul Hall's Xinghua Empire Branch Hall. His father was a level 78 Soul Saint, his mother a level 76 Soul Saint. Here they held considerable status. He was unmistakably the child of officials. In his past life he had most despised the sons of officials and the heirs of the wealthy. Never had he imagined that in this life he would become what he had once loathed. It was truly helpless, like a Dragon's Lair youth who had himself turned into a dragon. Their current location was Nuaka City of the Xinghua Empire, near the Star Do Great Forest, and bordering Noting City of the Tiando Empire. Each year's Martial Soul Awakening was a major event for the Martial Soul Hall. They not only awakened the martial souls of their own members, but also those of children of appropriate age from surrounding regions, and even more remote villages, including the poorest households. One could say that the schedule was tight and the tasks heavy. Nearly all available personnel had been dispatched. This year there were many children undergoing Martial Soul Awakening within the Martial Soul Hall, nearly 50 to 60 of them. They were all offspring of Hall members, the reserve force upon which the Hall's future strength depended, direct descendants branded with the Martial Soul Hall's emblem from birth. The small companions around Yang Zizhen looked at him with more fear than camaraderie, for he was the leader among them. Every child in the compound had tasted defeat beneath his fists. He was indisputably their boss. Today the Hall Master personally presided over the awakening. Standing upon a high platform and gazing at the children below, he nodded in satisfaction, lightly cleared his throat, and announced, "All right, children, today's Martial Soul Awakening begins now. Who will come first?" The children glanced at one another, and in the end, all their eyes settled on Yang Zizhen. Several of his little comrades politely urged, "Boss, you go first. The first spot can belong to no one but you, boss." They finally chorused, bending at the waist and sweeping their arms aside in unison. "Boss, please." 50 to 60 children performing the same movement at once made for a spectacular scene. The Hall Master was momentarily stunned, then could only smile wryly. "I didn't expect you to have such prestige, boy. Zizhen, you go first." Yang Zizhen rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Sigh, being too outstanding is a kind of trouble as well." He stepped onto the high platform and stood at the center of the Martial Soul Awakening array. A cool current flowed through his entire body, traversing his meridians in a single circuit. The barrier that had kept Changxing Ju stagnant for more than a year suddenly shattered. The art officially stepped into its second layer. He forcefully suppressed the urge to throw back his head and roar to the heavens. Extending his left hand, a miniature version of Yang Zizhen appeared suspended in midair. The crowd below stared at this tiny figure and erupted into discussion. "What is that? The boss truly lives up to his name. Even his martial soul is so unique. Yes, that's really incredible." These children had secretly watched several Martial Soul Awakenings before and had seen all manner of strange and varied martial souls, yet never this kind. Their curiosity was intense. Yang Zizhen himself stared blankly at his martial soul, then turned to ask the Hall Master, "Grandpa, Li, what kind of martial soul is this?" The Hall Master smiled bitterly and slowly shook his head, sighing as he replied, "This is a rare martial soul. Your own body as the martial soul." An uproar surged among the crowd below as they began whispering to one another. Those who understood quietly explained to those who did not, and the way they looked at Yang Zizhen grew increasingly strange. "Since it is a rare martial soul, it must be extraordinary. I truly am a genius. I even awakened a rare martial soul." "Huh," Yang Zizhen said with undisguised pride. He was very pleased with himself. This was after all a rare martial soul. The Hall Master's mouth twitched at his words. Unable to avoid dampening the spirits of this child he had watched grow up, he said, "Zizhen, your martial soul is indeed rare, but it is a rare waste martial soul." "Oh," Yang Zizhen cried out, stunned on the spot. Only after a long moment did he manage to say, "How is that possible?" One troublemaker below chose that moment to shout, "How is it not possible? Aside from blue silvergrass, even a simple scythe is probably stronger than yours." Laughter burst forth from the crowd. "Boss, huh? How humiliating. I've decided. From now on I'm severing ties with him once and for all." Saya genius turned into trash, how pitiful. At last someone has spoken up on my behalf. For those words alone, I must repay you well someday, young Zizhen thought to himself. Yet before he could see clearly who had pitted him, that same voice rang out again, just thinking about it makes me happy. This is too exciting. The tone was brimming with glee. Young Zizhen stood there utterly speechless, murmuring to himself, how deep a grudge must that child bear. The hall master was helpless, as well unsure how to comfort this junior. He merely said softly, withdraw your martial soul, and let us see what level your soul power is. Using his will, Zizhen dispersed the martial soul, then pressed his left hand upon the crystal sphere. He felt a suction force as Changxing Ju began to circulate of its own accord. The crystal sphere flared with brilliant light. The hall master exclaimed in astonishment, innate, full soul power. The crowd below gasped as well, but their surprise soon turned to further ridicule. What good is innate full soul power? A waste martial soul remains a waste martial soul. Exactly, heaven must be blind to grant innate full soul power to a waste martial soul. That's right, heaven has no eyes, the world is unjust. The hall master did not wish for this child to sink into despair, so he spoke in a low voice to comfort him. Child, everything in this world has its exceptions. Perhaps it is my own understanding that is lacking. This body-type martial soul may not be entirely worthless. We simply have yet to find a suitable path of cultivation for it. Go back for now. Your parents should be able to find a way. Yang Zizhen nodded and stepped down from the platform, walking toward the exit. Seeing the companions who had just been deferential now show such faces, he was deeply affected. When he looked their way, they defiantly glared back, lifting their chins as if to say, what can you do to us? Suddenly a commotion arose. A small boy who was often bullied lifted his right hand, and the image of a mighty vigorous Vajra bear, an exceptional beast martial soul, surfaced above it. The hall was soon filled with exclamations, wow, so powerful. I knew he had it in him. I've always been on good. Outside, Yang Zizhen walked on without listening to the children's chatter. In his heart, he silently murmured, a human hearts. I hope that child will not be overwhelmed by these honeyed words. He continued forward, carrying with him the conviction that the seemingly unreasonable arrangements at the beginning of his journey were but appetizers for a far grander drama to come, and that every seemingly simple setup concealed the seeds of future battles for the continent and clashes between immortals. The martial soul hall was bustling today, and his parents had also gone out busy with their own affairs. He slipped quietly back into his room and closed the door behind him. In his previous life, a certain sage had once warned him that only those who could endure loneliness were worthy of basking in splendor. In the arrogance of his youth, he had dismissed those words. Now reborn as a man once more, he could only hope it was not yet too late to heed them. He extended the right hand he had been clenching all this time. Suspended in midair before him was a milky white longsword radiating a gentle light that filled the heart with warmth. Changxing's sword. An unusual name surfaced in his mind. This sword had been named by himself, and it was most likely connected to the Taoist secret art. He cultivated the Changxing Ju, the art of longevity. His second martial soul was an assault-type spirit, the Changxing sword. In his previous life, he had chased fame and prominence, his peerless brilliance leaving him with few rivals at a young age, only to meet a wretched and tragic end. The nail that sticks out is hammered down, and the snake that raises its head is the first to be cut. Throughout history, beauty has often met a cruel fate, and heroes have seldom been allowed to grow old. He understood these truths now, so he needed to conceal his edge and disguise himself, behaving and speaking in a way befitting his apparent age. With the awakening of his martial soul in this life, he had seen through the ugly faces hidden behind the smiles of his childhood companions. He knew that lying low and developing quietly was the only hard truth. Before he possessed sufficient strength, his second martial soul absolutely could not be revealed to anyone. After a moment of emotion, he withdrew his second martial soul. In his memories, he knew many sword arts, but the one he revered most was none other than the Yuan-gong sword formula. It was said that during the spring and autumn period, there was a white ape in the mountains adept at swordplay, and that it took on two disciples. One was the Yu maiden, a Qing whose art suited women and was called the Yu maiden sword. The other was an unnamed swordsman whose art suited men and came to be known as the Yuan-gong sword. The Yuan-gong sword formula could be regarded as half the grand compendium of all sword arts under heaven. It contained only the mental method of striking with no fixed forms. When cultivated to its highest realm, a strike that appeared utterly plain and unremarkable could in fact cover 9 vital acupoints on an opponent's body. So long as one of those points was pierced, the foe would be either dead or grievously wounded. It surpassed even the principle of winning with no set moves by a realm higher. By the time the sky was darkening, his parents finally returned, dragging their exhausted bodies home. No sooner had they stepped through the door than his father called out, "Son, what martial soul did you awaken? Hurry and tell your father." He sighed and replied, "It's not worth mentioning. Trash among trash, a body martial soul." Yang Zizhen's voice was full of dejection. Hearing him speak that way, his mother grew anxious at once. She hurried to sit beside Yang Zizhen, grasped his hand, and said, "Son, quickly let me take a look." He extended his left hand, and under the guidance of his will, a miniature version of Yang Zizhen slowly rose up. The tiny milky white figure was shrouded in a gentle radiance, emitting a faint, delicate fragrance. His father Yang Yofu looked at this martial soul and said, "This martial soul is excellent. How is it waste? This is a rare, truly all-around spirit." "What do you mean by that? Quickly explain it to me." Yang Zizhen scooted closer to his father, asking with great scratching the back of his head. His father grinned as he explained, "What we call a martial soul is essentially a special means that grants us extraordinary methods. At its core, it is a path of cultivation that constantly develops one's potential. When one encounters a bottleneck, one must refine spirit rings to break through the cage, allowing one's potential to extend farther." At this point, his father's expression grew solemn as he continued his analysis. "The person who understands your condition best is always yourself. With so many martial souls in the world, which one could possibly understand you better than your own body? When you feel you need greater defense, you can choose tortoise-type soul beasts. When you have a strong desire to fly, you can choose birds as your spirit rings, gaining soul skills that grant you wings and the freedom of the sky. When you feel you need more flexibility, you can hunt serpent-type or vine-type soul beasts. When you sense your strength must be increased, your body's soul skills will naturally lean toward violent, destructive strikes. And so on and so forth. Whatever you need is what you can obtain. It isn't like other martial souls whose effects are extremely singular." "You're right. Why didn't I think of that?" Yang Zizhen realized that his father's words made perfect sense, and his heart naturally filled with joy. His mother secretly extended her thumb toward his father, silently praising him as truly remarkable. His father glanced at Yang Zizhen and asked, "Son, do you have any other questions? Say them all at once." Yang Zizhen began to boast in front of his parents, "Your son was born with full soul power. Level 10. His parents were delighted as well. His mother said joyfully, "Son, you are our pride." His father, however, let his expression darken slightly as he said, "Then you must rest well. Tomorrow I will take you to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt a soul beast." "Aren't we supposed to go to the spirit hunting forest? Why are we going to the Star Do Great Forest?" Yang Zizhen was puzzled. "Your old man is, after all, a level 79 soul saint. In the Star Do Great Forest, finding you a better soul beast is hardly a problem," his father replied. His father stretched his hand outward, then pulled it back in a scooping gesture as he added, "It will be as easy as reaching out and seizing it." Yang Zizhen thought it over and found it reasonable, then suddenly grew excited as he confirmed, "Father, did you just say level 79? His father nodded. His mother, smiling broadly, said, "Yes, just look at how happy that makes him." The next morning at dawn, Yang Zizhen set out with his parents on his first journey to hunt soul beasts. On the road, his mother placed a bracelet on his left wrist before explaining, "This is a storage bracelet. Inside is a space of roughly 4 meters across. To use it, you simply combine your soul power with your intent to communicate with it. It's very simple." Yang Zizhen tried merging his intent with his soul power and observed that within the inner space there was nothing but a single sheathless sharp blade. He experimented with taking the blade out and putting it back in. After a few repetitions, he was able to store and retrieve items quickly, and he exclaimed excitedly, "This is a must-have for traveling the Jianghu in the future. I can store so much food in here. Eat, eat, eat. At such a young age, all you think about is eating." His mother scolded with her mouth, but her face was full of affection. "People are iron and food is steel. Skip a meal, and your stomach will howl. Of course I have to think about eating. Not only eating, but eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well," Yang Zizhen replied as a matter of course. "When away from home, one must not wrong oneself." His father burst out laughing. "You brat really has a whole set of theories, but if you truly live that way, then we can rest." In his parents' eyes, when away from home, eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well must always come first. The Star Do Great Forest harbored many powerful soul beasts, but there were also numerous weaker ones on its outskirts. With 2 soul saints standing there, their mere presence was a guarantee of safety. "Son, think carefully about what attribute of soul beast you need most. Use your own heart to feel it." His father began guiding him. Closing his eyes, Yang Zizhen felt carefully while thinking to himself that with his second martial soul, the Chongqing sword, and the many sword techniques he possessed, he was not lacking in offensive methods. As for movement techniques, he knew plenty of top-tier lightness arts and various footwork methods, so he was not lacking there either. The Chongqing Ju granted him a terrifying capacity for recovery, so that too was not an immediate need. In truth, defense was his greatest shortcoming. Thinking this through, he arrived at a decision. For some reason, he suddenly sensed a wave of joy emanating from his first martial soul. He then answered aloud, "I feel that what I need most is toughness, strength, and defense, with defense being what I look forward to the most." "Oh, I see. Then we'll just take our time and look," his father said with a nod. On the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest, the soul beasts range in age from under 10 years to several hundred years. For a first spirit ring, soul beasts between 300 and 400 years are the most suitable. Too few years would be a waste of the martial soul's potential, while too many years would surpass your current strength, and you'd just go boom and die on the spot, his mother explained, teaching young Zizhen what age range of soul beasts suited him now. For ordinary people, soul beasts are very hard to hunt. For us, however, it is easy, so long as we find the soul beast we want, his father added with some pride. He spoke in an especially self-satisfied tone. Soul beasts are difficult to find, but the best arrangement heaven can offer is to go with the flow. Why don't we just take the first soul beast we encounter that's between 300 and 400 years old, no matter what it is, and make it my first spirit ring? Yang Zizhen suggested, sharing his view. His father and mother were in fact uncertain what would be most appropriate, and after thinking it over they felt this approach. Even so, his father added, my son's words are reasonable. Back when your mother and I went with the flow, we ended up with you. Shut up. Walk in front. Turning around, they saw his mother's face dark as iron, her teeth clenched, her expression exceedingly unamused. After walking for half a day, not only had they not encountered any soul beasts, but even a small animal was nowhere to be found. Suddenly the father stopped and raised his right hand. Wait, the situation seems dire. The mother furrowed her brows, looking at the father in confusion. Without asking, for he had already voiced his suspicions since an hour ago, we haven't seen any animals. There's only one explanation for this, which is that there is a powerful soul beast nearby hiding in the creek. This is the outermost area. How could such a giant exist here? It doesn't make sense. The mother raised her doubts, which mirrored Yang Zizhen's concerns. After a moment of contemplation, the father speculated the world of soul beasts is not peaceful either. It is likely that the defeated side of a conflict has no refuge and is forced to come out to seek shelter. No matter how severely it is injured, as long as its aura remains, other soul beasts will not dare approach. Hearing this, the mother felt a surge of joy and solemnly confirmed with her husband, you mean it is gravely injured and close to death? It should be so. The father suddenly turned around and asked, what are you planning to do? Its soul power is at the 10th level. If you act recklessly, it will explode and perish. You fool. How can we miss such an opportunity right in front of us? The mother scolded her husband a few times in annoyance before stating her bold idea. We cannot absorb it forcibly, but we can use our means to compel a dying soul beast to offer its sacrifice. Both the father and Yang Zizhen widened their eyes and shocked their mouths agape, sharing the same expression of dismay. The three of them looked around, unsure of which direction to proceed. Suddenly a feeling of being watched crept into their hearts. The two stood back to back, shielding Yang Zizhen in the middle, and began to be on guard. The mother scanned the surroundings, but found no target. With a cold laugh, she said, I know you have awakened your intelligence and heard our conversation. You should be quite clear about your situation, whether to die in such a cowardly manner or to choose to sacrifice for a glimmer of hope. My son's first soul ring is of this nature. His future accomplishments are boundless. Perhaps you can even be reborn at that time. Think carefully. Both the father and mother simultaneously released their auras, and the 7 soul rings around them began to move slowly, causing the nearby branches to bow under the pressure. The father quietly comforted Yang Zizhen, you should slowly release your martial soul. Some martial souls have a fatal allure to soul beasts. Extending his left hand, he communicated with his soul power, and a mini version of his martial soul floated in the air. A faint fragrance wafted with the breeze, and a milky white light flickered, illuminating an area of several meters around him. The trees and flowers swayed, as if bowing to their king. Suddenly a giant rock cracked open, and the ground around it began to collapse. A spring of clear water flowed from the earth, followed by 2 streams, then 3. Countless streams gushed forth, and the water level rose at a visible pace, quickly forming a large pond of several hundred meters in diameter. The 3 were astonished by this sudden change, marveling at the wonders of creation, while growing more curious about the nature of this existence that could alter the geographical environment on such a large scale, completely forgetting their perilous situation. Yang Zizhen, having lived 2 lives, opened his mouth wide and sighed, what a godlike technique. Indeed a god. A hoarse voice echoed from the deep pond. The father and mother simultaneously changed their expressions drastically and exclaimed, it speaks. A 10,000-year soul beast. Soul beast. Who do you think you're looking down upon? I am the crystallization of wisdom and unparalleled existence. What a pity for the talents of heaven. This voice suddenly became very arrogant, conveying a sense of being the largest in the universe. Before the voice faded, the pond underwent another change. The water level slowly rose again, and a colossal creature gradually surfaced. As this giant emerged, the water level began to recede. The creature's upper body was exposed while its lower half remained submerged in the water. Its entire body resembled a small mountain. I didn't expect it to be a giant tortoise. What a massive tortoise, was Yang Zizhen's first thought. The father, however, retracted his aura, humbly clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. May I ask how to address you, senior? The mother lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. I deeply apologize for my earlier offense, senior. Please do not hold it against me. Young Zizhen could clearly sense through his martial soul that this giant creature appeared incredibly powerful, yet its entire body was shrouded in a lifeless aura devoid of the vitality it should possess. Unable to contain himself, he spoke up. You are about to die. Within 3 days, you will surely perish. The father's face changed drastically upon hearing this, quickly scolding, child, how can you speak like that? The mother also apologized. Please do not blame him, senior. He is just a child and does not understand. The giant tortoise's eyes revealed a complexity that only humans should possess. After a long while it asked, you can sense my condition. How did you do that? I sensed it through my martial soul. I can feel the death aura entangling you, suppressed only by a thread of life. The moment that life cannot suppress the death aura within you is when you will meet your demise. Yang Zizhen raised his martial soul in his hand, and the giant tortoise leaned its head over to examine it. The giant tortoise pressed its head to the ground and began to speak with some difficulty. I am about to die. I am one of the few wise beings in this world. Half a month ago, a calamity of heaven lasting 200,000 years suddenly descended, and I nearly lost my life while overcoming it. Afterward, I was besieged by a few opponents. I barely managed to escape. 2 days ago, sensing a glimmer of life, I waited for your arrival here. 2 days ago. Wasn't that when I awakened my martial soul? Yang Zizhen couldn't help but speak up, secretly pondering, if I can encounter a rebirth, it's only natural for this creature to sense it too. Fate. Since it is fate that cannot be defied, let it be. The old tortoise gazed up at the sky and muttered to itself, then lowered its head to scrutinize Yang Zizhen, shaking its head and sighing. Your aptitude is commendable, but there are some aspects that I must modify. Little one, step back a bit. Remember, my name is Qian Yixinghua. The old tortoise shook its body, stomped its 4 feet hard, splashing countless droplets of water, and its entire form soared into the air, spinning continuously. Its mountain-like body shrank rapidly as it spun, and when it became the size of a palm, the tortoise shell and flesh separated. The shell shimmered and appeared in Yang Zizhen's hand. As the shell detached, the body fell, while quickly restoring to its original form, landing with a loud crash into the water, creating ripples that soon calmed. As the tortoise shell flew into Yang Zizhen's hand, a mini version of the tortoise emerged, transforming into an orange-golden light ring that quickly enveloped the martial soul ring on his left arm. A stream of mysterious energy appeared in Yang Zizhen's dantian, extending through his limbs and bones, then returning along the same path, continuously cleansing his body. After an unknown period, Yang Zizhen opened his eyes, keenly perceiving that his nose and ears had become more sensitive. He felt an inexhaustible strength throughout his body. Stretching lazily, he heard the sound of his clothes ripping, and looking down, he found that his clothes were already torn and that he had grown significantly, nearly a foot taller. Running to the edge of the pond, he looked at his reflection, noticing a tremendous change. He no longer resembled a 6-year-old child, but rather appeared more like a child of 11 or 12. Here I would like to thank all the book friends for promptly pointing out many inappropriate details, which I have amended at the first opportunity. If you find any inconsistencies, please share your valuable opinions. There is no best, only better. His parents emerged from behind a large tree, laughing heartily at Yang Zizhen's appearance. His mother took out several sets of clothes, laid them on the ground, pointed at them, and then turned to leave with his father. Yang Zizhen looked at the clothes on the ground, arranged from small to large, realizing that he had anticipated such an awkward situation. Even the largest set of clothes looked a bit small on him. He picked up a turtle shell from the ground and studied it for a long time without understanding it. His parents came over and asked, little one, let us see what this 200,000-year soul ring looks like. Yang Zizhen was quite curious himself, so he released his innate martial soul. An orange-golden soul ring appeared at his feet, slowly rising and emanating a mysterious aura. His innate martial soul no longer radiated the milky white light or the faint fragrance. It appeared plain and unremarkable. This is a manifestation of innate restraint, his father exclaimed in astonishment. His mother also praised, saying, presenting auspiciousness and avoiding calamity, the path of survival is revealed in modesty and simplicity. At the same time, Yang Zizhen understood the soul abilities brought by his 200,000-year soul beast. The first soul ring, the first passive skill of the 200,000-year ferocious beast, the Qianji turtle, grants an invincible golden body that provides a 90 automatic immunity against physical and magical attacks. The second passive skill, auspiciousness and calamity avoidance, provides warnings and tips regarding future fortunes and misfortunes with improved effects when holding the divine turtle shell. Upon hearing Yang Zizhen's introduction, his mother opened her eyes wide and asked, is that all? Moreover, when my soul power reaches level 14, that old turtle who is gravely injured will fall into a deep slumber, and we don't know when it will awaken. And then, his mother, feeling unsatisfied, believed there should be more impressive skills. Yang Zizhen nodded and shook his head. With a helpless gesture, he spread his hands, saying, "That's it, there's nothing more." "What about the soul bone?" His mother pressed on, then added, "A 100,000-year-soul beast has a soul bone. This is a 200,000-year-soul beast." "Is this it?" Yang Zizhen replied, while holding the turtle shell. His father stepped in to comfort everyone, saying, "Even if there were a soul bone with our strength, it would be a disaster." With the wisdom of this 200,000-year-soul beast, it likely anticipated this, and leaving this turtle shell might be the best choice. His name was Yang Yofu. It was unclear whether he was truly fortunate or not. Little did he know that his words would come true, and it was because of this elusive soul bone that he lost his life. "Oh." His mother gasped, still in disbelief, saying, "This is a 200,000-year-soul beast. Shouldn't there be a world-shattering, soul-shaking ultimate move?" She turned to her husband, repeating, 200,000-year-soul beast, 200,000 years. Indeed, the 200,000-year-soul beast lives up to its reputation. Good, very good. It's simply too domineering in its attributes. His father didn't directly answer his mother's question, but walked over to Yang Zizhen, patting his shoulder as he continued. "The first passive soul skill, Invincible Golden Body, means if I strike you with 1,000 pounds of force, you only need to withstand 100. After removing your botus innate defensive capabilities, the actual force that lands on you would feel like a tickle. It's quite monstrous, and you won't have to expose your secrets to anyone. I won't mention the second soul skill. You'll experience it for yourself." Yang Zizhen nodded, indicating he understood. Suddenly, a dangerous thought flashed through his mind. He lowered his head and saw a fist striking his chest, looking puzzled at his father and asking, "What are you doing? What do you feel from this punch?" His father looked at him with eager eyes and asked, "Oh, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't itch, I feel nothing at all. I used 500 pounds of force for this punch," his father said coolly before turning around and laughing heartily as he walked away. His mother came over, pulling him along joyfully, saying, "Let's go home." As she spoke, she even hummed a little countryside tune. Everyone has a dream of being able to fly and walk on walls, and achieving this is not difficult. Each sect has its unique skills, and in the Taoist secret text, there is a lightness skill called stepping on duckweed to cross water. The Buddhist sect has the method of crossing rivers with a reed, and the Taoist sect has stepping on duckweed to cross. Every year after the awakening of martial souls, the Martial Soul Hall holds a grand competition to select the most outstanding and promising soul masters under the age of 10, sending them to the headquarters of the Martial Soul Hall for unified training. After much consideration, Yang Zizhen's parents decided to let Yang Zizhen participate in this selection. As long as he reached the Martial Soul Hall, he would have excellent cultivation resources. If he were noticed by some influential figure, it would be a leap to success. Yang Zizhen's appearance had changed significantly. He was unrecognizable to those who were not familiar with him. A 6-year-old child suddenly looked like an 11 or 12-year-old, which was somewhat disconcerting. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yang Zizhen reversed his name and changed it to Zheng Jiang. This year's 65 contestants were participating, drawn randomly to compete in pairs with a total of 6 platforms for simultaneous matches. Contestants numbered 1 to 32, who drew number 33, would automatically advance to the next round. Yang Zizhen drew number 18 and stood on platform 5, watching the battle between 2 boys above, finding it quite interesting. One had a plant martial soul, the green silk vine, with the martial skill of green vine entanglement. The other had a weapon martial soul, the long knife, with the soul skill of power cleave. The battle process was monotonous and involved attribute suppression. The green vine would wrap around the opponent, only to be easily resolved by the power cleave. As this repeated, whoever had deeper soul power would win. Honestly, there was no technical depth to it. Yang Zizhen felt as if he could defeat 10 opponents single-handedly. Turning to look at other platforms, perhaps due to only one soul skill, the situations were not much different. These young contestants possessed enhanced physical qualities due to their soul power. As long as they knew a few basic moves, they should easily win. With no interest left in watching, Yang Zizhen could only wait for the referee to call his number. The referee announced on the platform, "Please call up the little soul master who drew number 18 to compete." Yang Zizhen stepped onto the platform, looking at the long-haired girl opposite him. Habitually, he clasped his fists and greeted her, saying, "I am Zheng Jiang, may I ask your name?" The girl blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Yang Zizhen had to repeat, "My name is Zheng Jiang, I hope you will go easy on me." After saying this, he stood straight and waited for her response. Although he could easily win, to avoid drawing too much attention, he decided to act a bit more ordinary, contemplating whether he should fight back and forthright, hoping to win by luck to advance to the next round. The girl finally reacted. She did not give her name, but directly said, "If you are scared, you can admit defeat." With that, she released her aura, and a yellow soul ring appeared at her feet, slowly moving upward. "Watch my wind blade." As she spoke, blades of wind transformed from spiritual wind, slashed towards Yang Zizhen, who turned and braced himself. The wind blade struck him without causing much pain, but it was a pity for his new clothes, which were shredded to pieces by the wind blades. Yang Zizhen, looking quite angry, shouted at the girl, "You owe me for my clothes." Then, pretending to struggle against the wind blades, he slowly moved closer to her. When he was only a foot away, he planned to let her experience the taste of his big fists, only to find that she unexpectedly stopped attacking and admitted defeat. "I admit defeat," the girl added. "Behind you, weirdo, learn properly." "How am I a weirdo? How am I not learning well? At such a young age, how do you have so many bad habits?" Zheng Jiang continuously questioned the girl below the platform, feeling wronged. He hadn't done anything, but was scolded, which felt unpleasant for anyone. Just then he suddenly felt a chill. Looking down, he found that he was only wearing 2 sleeves, and the front, where the wind blades did not cut, was intact. All other areas were shredded and floating away with the wind. Now he was left with, "I'm the weirdo. You're the girl weirdo taking advantage of me." So even as a referee, I feel a bit embarrassed to say this. Fortunately, it's just a child, otherwise this would be quite humiliating. Seeing his awkward appearance, the referee took off his long robe and draped it over him, then kindly said, "Child, your defense is truly strong. There's no need for you to continue competing. He'll directly grant you a place to study at the headquarters of the Martial Soul Hall." "What was your name again?" "My name is Zheng Jiang." Yang Zizhen replied obediently. "All right, you can go home and change your clothes." As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I always remembered that 100,000-year-soul beast must possess a soul bone. Due to certain reasons, this setting was changed to that the essence of this 200,000-year-old turtle was incorporated into the turtle shell before its sacrifice. This was the old turtle's selfish desire. It did not wish to be revived one day, but wanted to become a spirit of the turtle shell to evade the tribulation. When Yang Zizhen returned home, his parents saw his condition and wanted to laugh, but held back, playfully scolding, "Who did this to you? Well, go and get even with them for you." "It was a little girl, who I don't know her name." After telling his parents about the competition, they showed little reaction, seemingly confident in his ability to secure a spot. He prepared to take a good bath and change his clothes. Fortunately, he had used a fake name today, but even so, he became a laughingstock, a truly humiliating experience. While soaking in the bath, he thought to himself, "My best skill is swordsmanship, but using a sword now seems inappropriate. I need to find a fist manual or leg technique to handle unexpected situations." The eternal life art he cultivated was a Taoist secret text, and his swordsmanship and lightness skill were closely linked. In terms of fist techniques, none was more influential than Wu Dang's Taiji fist. The Taiji fist was created by the Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng, who was inspired by observing a battle between a turtle and a snake, and then went into seclusion for years. It emphasizes overcoming motion with stillness and striking second. Since his body had been modified by the soul power of that giant turtle, his physical defense was no different from carrying a turtle shell, making this technique the most suitable for him. The number of spots for children to study at the Spirit Hall was not fixed each year. As long as you performed outstandingly or made the big shots, see potential in you, you could go. The principle was quality over quantity. This year there were only 3 spots. One was the champion of this year's arena competition, a seemingly Another was a boy who had just awakened the beast spirit, the Vajra bear. He used to be bullied, but now seemed much more confident, though he didn't recognize Yang Zizhen. Because the journey was long, a Vice Hall master and his father Yang Yofu escorted them. On the way, Yang Yofu explained the rules and precautions to the 3 children. Upon arriving at the Spirit Hall headquarters, there would be another potential selection. Many 90th level titled Douluo would be present. Being chosen as their disciple would be a great honor. The main city of the Spirit Hall, named Spirit City, was built around a hill. It was located at the border of the 2 empires which had no jurisdiction over it. There were the Pope's Hall, the Douluo Hall, and the Elder Hall. The Pope's Hall was the most magnificent building in Spirit City and even the entire Douluo Continent. The Douluo Hall was a place for the heroic spirits of deceased titled Douluo. It was because of the existence of the Pope's Hall and the Douluo Hall that it became a sacred place in the hearts of all soul masters. As for the Elder Hall, it was actually a small part of the Pope's Hall, the core of power and the place for making major. After nearly half a month of travel, they finally arrived at Spirit City. They first stayed at a hotel under the Spirit Hall, while the Vice Hall Master and his father went to the Pope's Hall to report. The 3 of them waited at the hotel. 3 days later, all the new students coming to the Spirit Hall this year had finally arrived. They then went together to the Elder Hall to meet the titled Douluo. Over 30 children, all under 10 years old, entered the Pope's Hall and stood in the Elder Hall, cautiously looking around. The titled Douluo also observed the crowd. An unnamed titled Douluo spoke. "Those who came through the arena competition stand on the left. Those who came through recommendation stand on the right." Yang Zizhen obediently stood on the right, which had noticeably more people than the left. The titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall spoke again. "Guards, take these children on the left down and arrange everything for them." Soon a silver-armored guard came in and led the children out. "You? Yes, you. Are you sure you're only 10? The titled Douluo pointed at Yang Ziheo and asked. Yang Ziheo looked around awkwardly and stepped forward, saying cautiously, Respected sir, I am indeed not 10. I am only 6 years old. His words startled everyone. 6 years old? How could that be? They all expressed their disbelief. At this point a young titled Douluo spoke. Release your spirit and spirit rings so we can all see. What has made a 6-year-old child so mature? Yang Zihao stepped forward again. Instead of releasing his spirit fully, he slowly manifested his orange gold spirit ring, which moved up and down his body, emanating a mysterious aura. This is definitely not a 100-year spirit ring, but I've never seen such a color. What's going on? The titled Douluo discussed among themselves, but no one could explain it. Suddenly, an extremely handsome middle-aged man said authoritatively, "He'll take this child. You can have the—" "Yes, your holiness the Pope." All the titled Douluo stood up and bowed to the man, then offered their congratulations. "Congratulations, your holiness, on gaining such a fine disciple. All right, you may continue. He'll take this young one now." Saying this, he waved his hand, lifting Yang Zihao, and with a gentle leap, they vanished from sight. Looking around the room, Yang Zihao found it hard to believe that such a simple room existed here. Unlike the lavish decorations outside, this room contained only a simple single bed. This is where I usually go into seclusion. It's normal for it to be simple. The middle-aged Pope sat on the single bed looking at him casually. Yang Zizhen showed a surprised expression, pretending to be clueless. "First let me introduce myself. I am Qianji, known to all as His Holiness the Pope." After introducing himself, Qianji changed his tone. "Now tell me about yourself." "My name is Yang Zizhen, I'm 6 years old, my spirit is my body, and I was born with full spirit power. I used the fake name Zhongjiang when I registered. Both my father and mother are executives of the Spirit Hall Soul Sages under level 80. Yang Zizhen said everything he could in one breath, appearing very honest. Qianji murmured, "Yang Zizhen Zhongjiang, interesting, very interesting." He then stood up and circled around him before stating his main purpose. "Now tell me about your first spirit ring." Yang Zizhen organized his thoughts and said, "Because my awakened spirit was my body, I was ridiculed by everyone around me. My parents took me to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt a spirit beast. A giant turtle as big as a small hill suddenly emerged from the ground. It was severely injured and near death. It claimed to be the world's greatest wise one, and said it had just survived a 2,000-year heavenly tribulation. After a great battle with other spirit beasts, it was dying and had escaped. It then sacrificed itself to become my first spirit ring. Before dying, it also took off its shell and gave it to me." Saying this, he took out the turtle shell and handed it to him. Qianji examined it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he asked, "Did he say anything else before the sacrifice?" He said his turtle shell was a treasure, and that I should learn divination and fortune-telling to predict fortune." Yang Zizhen thought for a moment before speaking cautiously. "From now on, I am your master. You have a senior sister named Bibi Dong who is currently training outside and hasn't returned." Hearing this, Yang Zizhen was overjoyed inside. He knelt down and kowtowed 9 times, saying, "One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. You know your etiquette well. From now on you will be called Zhongjiang." Qianji chuckled and called out, "Someone take him down and get him settled." "By Bidong, what an unusual name. My master's name Qianji is also quite rare. The meaning doesn't seem very auspicious though." Yang Zizhen was pondering this while looking at his dwelling, when an image surfaced in his mind, a sickly man lying in bed, his beautiful wife approaching with a bowl of medicine, whispering, "Darling, it's time to take your medicine." At the thought, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. His dwelling was simple, consisting of 2 connected rooms. The inner room held a single bed, a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe. The outer room had a bronze mirror hanging on the wall and a prayer mat on the floor, nothing else. From all this, it was clear that the spirit hall was extremely wealthy. They would have gilded even the corridors if they could, but Pope Qianji was a man who preferred simplicity. Perhaps it was a deliberate illusion to project an image of authority and grandeur. His father Yang Youfu walked in, beaming with joy, casually glanced around the room, then sat on a chair and asked, "What do you think of the Pope?" "Simple, frugal, gentle, and very charismatic. In short, a truly wonderful person." Yang Zizhen blinked, searching for the right words of praise. Since he was his master, he had to speak well of him no matter. His father nodded, looking at him with a hint of amusement, thinking, "This little rascal certainly knows how to lay it on." Setting his worries aside, he began to instruct, "I've explained your situation to the Pope. He will guide you based on your unique defensive abilities. Study hard, and one day you'll become a titled Douluo. Don't worry. My first spirit ring is from a 2,000-year-old spirit beast. I'm definitely destined to become a great titled Douluo." Yang Zizhen straightened up, puffing out his chest to reassure his father. His father stood up, placed a pouch of money on the desk, and patted his shoulder. "Take this money to buy clothes and treats. Don't go around boasting about the 2,000-year-old spirit beast. They'll come to see you once I break through to become a spirit Douluo at level 80. It's a deal. They sealed the pact with a high five, never imagining that this parting would be their final. Standing outside the Pope's palace, Yang Zihao watched his father's figure grow smaller until it vanished, only then reluctantly turning back. When he returned to his room, the first thing he saw was his master Qianji sitting cross-legged on the prayer mat in the outer room, asking gently with closed eyes, "Has your father left?" Yang Zizhen bowed deeply and replied, "Yes, my father has left." His master casually tossed an exquisitely crafted mask behind him, which landed perfectly in Yang Zizhen's hands. Examining it closely, Yang Zizhen saw a mysterious aura shrouding its beautiful exterior. The craftsmanship was so fine that from a distance it looked like a real face. Only upon closer inspection did one notice a difference. Surprised, he asked, "Master, what is this?" 30 years ago, a very evil spirit master appeared, calling himself the Thousand-Faced Douluo. He committed heinous acts, yet no one ever knew his true appearance, allowing him to roam free. His master Qianji began to narrate the story in a low, somber tone, but abruptly paused. Yang Zizhen played along perfectly, opening his eyes wide with curiosity. Does this mask have a direct connection to that villain, the Thousand-Faced Douluo? 20 years ago in the Stardow Forest, we saw a spirit master harassing another's wife and daughter. We intervened to stop him. After a great battle with many experts, we finally slew that scoundrel. We obtained this mask then, and the villain's true face was revealed. He turned out to be a high-ranking member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Fewer than 10 people know of this, yourself included. Listening to his master narrate the past, a story that should have been thrilling was told so flatly, as if it were a trivial matter. Yang Zihao could only continue with his question, "Master, what happened to the mother and daughter who were harassed?" Though he asked this aloud, his inner thoughts were, dragons are inherently lustful. It's easy for such problems to arise when one loses control. Master Qianji opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Alas, the mother, unable to bear the humiliation, took her own life beside her husband's corpse. The little girl, still babbling, is your senior sister by Bidong. I never knew my senior sister had such a tragic background. How pitiful. Yang Zizhen pouted, also putting on a sorrowful expression. This is called Qianji transformation. It's a magical artifact crafted by an unknown master artisan. Wearing it allows you to change your appearance at will, and also defends against mental attacks. With it you have no weaknesses in defense. Focus on cultivating offensive techniques, and your future will be boundless. His master Qianji had directly mapped out his future path, and it was indeed the most logical plan. Remembering that courtesy costs nothing, Yang Zihao sincerely bowed to Qianji. "Thank you for your guidance, master. What level is your spirit power now? I need to know to make a long-term plan for you." "To answer you, master, I am currently at level 15. I just broke through last night." Yang Zizhen answered respectfully, without any intention of hiding anything. Qianji stood up, looked at Yang Zizhen, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Why do you keep bowing all the time? Oh, isn't this how it should be?" Yang Zizhen looked surprised and confused. In his past life, he had lived in a land of etiquette, where even meals had many rules. No one dared to eat before the elders picked up their chopsticks. When toasting, one's cup had to be slightly lower than the elders to show respect, and one couldn't speak loudly. He felt he was already being quite casual now. Enough. Just be yourself. Qianji had never seen such a polite child, and shook his head. "From now on, come see me on the 1st, 11th, and 21st of each month. He'll address any cultivation issues you have then." Master Qianji waved his hand and turned to leave. Alone in the room, he began to practice his boxing, the Wudong Tai Chi. The sword is an extension of the fist is the foundation of the sword. They are one and the same, complementing each other. He set a small goal for himself: practice the boxing 100 times a day and practice the leg technique, Xian, E7 ultimate legs 100 times as well. The so-called 7 ultimate legs didn't just mean 7 moves, but 7 different techniques for using the legs. Fists are like 2 doors, but it's the legs that do the striking. A boxer who can't fight is certainly not a good sword immortal. His clothes were drenched in sweat. He had been at the Spirit Hall headquarters for nearly 2 years. In less than 2 years, his spirit power had finally made a great breakthrough to level 20. He was only 8 years old this year. He tidied up his belongings. Tomorrow was the day to meet his master, and he planned to share this good news with him, and then prepare to hunt for a spirit beast. The old turtle was still in its deep slumber, showing no signs of waking. Master Qianji had not yet returned. Yang Zizhen, dressed neatly, stood waiting outside the door. After more than an hour, his master finally arrived, looking somewhat unwell. "You're here?" "Yes, master. I have some good news to report to you." Yang Zizhen replied in a low voice, glancing at his master from the corner of his eye. "Oh, what could a little guy like you possibly have that would make me happy? Let's hear it." Qianji was quite intrigued. "Well, master, I've broken through to level 20. I can advance as soon as I find a suitable spirit beast." "That is indeed good news. You're only 8 this year, aren't you? Even more impressive than I was." "Ha ha ha. It was clear that Qianji's mood had improved considerably. Tomorrow I will personally take you to hunt for your spirit beast. They'll go make the preparations. The Star Do forest stretched across the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Its outermost reaches were home to 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, while deeper in lay the territories of 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts. Occasionally 10th sandier soul beasts would appear there. Last time encountering that giant tortoise at the outermost edge was luckier than stepping in dog droppings. Walking through the rarely trodden primeval forest, Zizhen and his master, Qianji, advanced at a leisurely pace. Walking ahead, he turned to ask, "Master, what kind of soul beast do you think would be the best fit for my second soul ring? For you right now, an offensive type would be best. With the enhancement of a 200,000-year soul beast as your first ring, the effect of your second ring will be formidable no matter what beast it comes from." "What kind of soul beast were you planning to hunt for your first ring?" Qianji asked his disciple casually, walking a step behind. "I hadn't thought about the type. I just planned to hunt the first soul beast of suitable age that I encountered, leaving it all to fate. And then I hit the jackpot." At a fork in the path, Zizhen took the tortoise shell in hand, tossed it high into the air, and watched it fall. He happily picked it up and turned to Qianji, saying, "Master, the shell points this way. Then let's follow the shell's direction." Qianji's brow twitched. This was far too reckless, using a tossed shell to decide their path and picking the first soul beast of suitable age for a ring. If all soul masters were like this, what an absurd sight it would be. He sighed helplessly and said to his disciple, "Well, do as you say. Our target will be the first soul beast between 600 and 700 years old." Zizhen, walking ahead, suddenly halted and turned to look at Qianji with suspicion. "Master, isn't this a bit too reckless?" Qianji replied with an air of seriousness, "You must trust the guidance of the shell. Your luck is sure to hold." He couldn't help but let out a low chuckle after saying it. "I'll find then." With a sigh, he turned and continued forward. At another fork, he closed his eyes and casually tossed the shell forward. To his surprise, it flew up and got caught on a tree branch. Unsure of what to do, he was about to ask his master for help when a squirrel darted up the branch and with a gentle flick dislodged the shell. As it fell midair, a rabbit darted out and accidentally bumped into it, sending the shell veering off to land on another path. He stared in amazement at the rabbit that had dashed out and now lay unconscious in the grass. "Huh, what a silly rabbit." He ran over, picked it up by its ears and shouted, "Master, master, we've got rabbit meat for dinner." Taking the rabbit in hand, Qianji was not particularly interested in the plump creature. Gazing at the shell not far away, he murmured to himself, "So that's how it works." Placing the shell on his head, Zizhen hopped along joyfully. When they reached another crossroad, he tossed the shell high again. As it came down, it inexplicably hit a large rock and bounced off onto another path. At yet another intersection, he tossed the shell high. It had just landed when a gust of wind blew, toppling a dead tree nearby, which struck the edge of the shell, sending it flipping onto yet another path. They had no choice but to change direction and continue. Qianji, walking behind, grew solemn. The first time could be coincidence, the second might be explained, but this third, fourth, and now fifth time. These were too many coincidences to be mere chance. Could there truly be some divine will at play? As they walked, a pool of water blocked their path. After looking around carefully, Zizhen stared at the pool in bewilderment and exclaimed, This pool. I've seen it before. The giant tortoise's body sank into this very water." Qianji scrutinized the area and asked, "Are you sure? We were on the other side last time. Could there be something valuable here?" Zizhen couldn't be mistaken. He widened his eyes and looked around suspiciously. "Since the shell has guided you here again, there must be a reason. Perhaps your second soul ring is destined to be found here." As he spoke, his eyes scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring aura erupted from him, whipping up fierce winds. Fallen leaves were swept toward the pool, followed by pebbles and twigs, all pelting the water's surface with a rapid patter. "Now that's what I call a true master." Zizhen watched with his mouth agape. This was what he aspired to be, where even a falling leaf could be a weapon. This world was becoming more mysterious by the minute. After the commotion, there was a brief calm. Soon ripples spread across the water and bubbles began to churn and rise. The water level slowly ascended, hinting that some great creature was about to emerge. The bubbles stopped and the water level gradually returned to its original mark. When all was still, no great beast appeared. Just as the two were perplexed, the water's surface began to stir again. Bubbles bubbled up vigorously, but this time the water level didn't rise, it began to fall. On the shore, the two widened their eyes, afraid to blink, terrified of missing something crucial. The bubbling grew faster and faster. The water level slowly returned to its original position and then began to rise. When it reached a certain height, it suddenly dropped by about a foot, followed by a series of croaking sounds. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Resting on a branch protruding from the water was a snow-white giant toad about 3 feet in size. "That's it. Yang Zizhen looked at the toad in disbelief and couldn't help but glance back at his master. But Qianji looked as if he were facing a formidable enemy, his eyes fixed intently on the giant toad, without uttering a word. He turned back to look at the giant white toad. It hardly seemed capable of causing such a commotion earlier. He couldn't help but remark, aside from being a bit big and having nice snow-white skin, it doesn't seem all that impressive. When Yang Zizhen said, nice snow-white skin, the giant toad appeared quite pleased. But when he said, doesn't seem all that impressive, it let out 2 sharp croaks. Then a layer of cold mist began to emanate from the giant white toad, radiating outward. Within moments the pool, spanning 500 to 600 meters, began to freeze over the ice, growing thicker, even coating the rocks on the shore with a layer of white frost. Yang Zizhen picked up a large stone and hurled it at the ice. It hit with a thud and rolled aside, leaving only a small white mark. He took the tortoiseshell from his head and stammered, "Thighs is a divine technique. A divine technique, isn't it?" The giant white toad croaked a few more times, its eyes rolling as if to say yes. Yes. Has this giant toad become a spirit? Yang Zizhen muttered to himself. It was then that his master Qianji spoke up from behind. This is the ice mystic snow toad. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ice mystic snow toad. What is that thing? Yang Zizhen was very curious, as he had never even heard of such. The so-called ice mystic snow toad is actually formed from a spiritual entity. The earlier commotion must have been caused when it materialized. Qianji introduced, his tone quite serious, appearing reluctant to act just yet. The so-called ice mystic snow toad is actually formed from a spiritual entity. The earlier commotion must have been caused when it materialized. Qianji introduced, his tone quite serious. You're just going to give up such a great opportunity? Qianji asked, baffled at his disciple's mindset. Opportunity? What opportunity? This creature looks like it's about to evolve. If I force it, won't it just explode? Yang Zizhen said while gesturing with his hand, indicating a sudden disappearance. Good disciple, it's not about you refining it, rather it is seeking your acceptance. Seeking me? How is that possible? Yang Zizhen looked at his master, and then at the big white toad, bewildered. The so-called spiritual entity is actually an accumulation of certain elemental spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. What you see now is merely a form of spiritual entity, without flesh and blood. Elemental spiritual energy can transform into all things. When it gains intelligence, the first thing it sees will determine its future form. This creature undoubtedly saw a toad first, having transformed from ice elemental spiritual energy. Qianji further explained. Looking at the big white toad in the distance, he said with a smile, a spiritual entity cannot last long, it must find a suitable host within an hour. Your second soul ring is currently one of the best options. Quickly release your innate martial soul. His tone became somewhat urgent by the end. Yang Zizhen replied with an "oh," extending his left hand as a mini version of a human appeared in his palm. It looked plain and ordinary, without any hint of specialness, until a mysterious aura suddenly enveloped it, releasing an enticing fragrance that wafted in the wind, illuminating the surrounding area with a soft milky white glow, creating a feeling of indescribable comfort accompanied by a refreshing and gentle aura. The fragrance floated towards the big white toad. Once the toad caught a whiff, its eyes brightened, fixating on Yang Zizhen, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable under its intense gaze. That look was akin to a starving wolf that hadn't eaten for days suddenly spotting a delicious piece of meat, drooling, and filled with emotions like possession, greed, and excitement. Suddenly, it leaped into the air, exploding into an ice-white ring that enveloped Yang Zizhen, not just targeting his martial soul, but wrapping around him and his martial soul entirely. The ice-white ring tightened, binding him completely, then swiftly entered his body, traveling from his body to his head. A tender voice echoed in his mind, "Ha ha, I've struck it rich, struck it rich." Feeling a wave of headache, Yang Zizhen collapsed to the ground, and Qianji looked at him with a complex expression, saying, "Whether you can endure this all depends on fate." Saying this, he sat down beside him to guard. Yang Zizhen fell into a dream where he saw a white toad filled with coldness, speaking with a quivering voice, suddenly able to articulate human words, "You are mine, you are mine." As it spoke, it opened its mouth wide and lunged at Yang Zizhen, who quickly adopted a boxing stance and turned to evade the attack, then crossed his feet into another Tai Chi stance. The big toad, seeing its lunge miss, extended its tongue towards Yang Zizhen, moving with such speed that he couldn't dodge, having to take the hit as the tongue pierced through his body. Just as it was about to retract, he endured the pain and grabbed the tongue tightly with both hands, preventing it from pulling back. The tongue, like a rope, dragged Yang Zizhen towards the toad, leaving a deep, sliding mark on the ground. Drawing ever closer as he saw the distance shrink to mere inches, he steeled his heart and bit down on the section of the tongue that lay before him. The toad yelped in pain, leaping up and coming towards Yang Zizhen. His hands reached into the toad's mouth, pulling vigorously, and managed to bite off a large piece of the tongue, which fell to the ground, transforming into a cold vapor that dissipated in the air. As that section of the tongue vanished, a layer of frost emerged on Yang Zizhen's body, further lowering the already cool temperature. The big white toad realized that continuing like this was not a solution. Its eyes widened, and a beam of cold light shot towards Yang Zizhen's face. The residual light swept across his eyes, filling him with icy chill until he could see nothing. Darkness enveloped him, and his hands instinctively released their grip, covering his eyes, as he crouched down, crying out, "My eyes, my eyes." "All my eyes." The toad's once bright and shimmering eyes now appeared hollow, devoid of luster. It closed its mouth, gurgling a few times, then slowly grew larger, its tongue flickering, and it rolled Yang Zizhen into its belly. At first he couldn't see, but as he slowly adjusted, he suddenly felt a tightness in his body as he was pulled into a hole, inwardly cursing, "Oh no, I've been swallowed." Then he swung his fists and kicked, unleashing a barrage of attacks, causing the toad to roll on the ground in pain. But Yang Zizhen, within, also felt increasingly weak, struggling for breath. At this moment, an ancient voice suddenly resounded. "Which bastard is disturbing my sleep?" Hearing this voice, the toad cried out in terror, while rolling, "You, it's you. Aren't you supposed to be dead already?" "Haha, I wondered who it was. Turns out to be you, little ghost. Just as I expected, you will absorb my flesh, and then cause chaos." The ancient voice spoke with a tone of, "I knew it." "What? This was all part of your scheme?" The big toad's voice grew increasingly panicked, its empty eyes leaking drops of white liquid. "Since you chose him, I must do something. Just help us out." The ancient voice echoed, and just then a turtle foot descended from the sky, stamping the toad to the ground, bursting its belly like a balloon pricked by a needle with a loud bang. At the same time, the big toad's scream of "no" abruptly ceased. Yang Zizhen, gasping for breath, lay on the ground, his hands fumbling around, before finally collapsing and losing consciousness. The shattered big toad transformed into streams of spiritual light, drifting in all directions, with more heading towards Yang Zizhen's eyes and left hand. The ancient voice that had previously sounded imposing suddenly became weak, sighing softly to itself, "Alas, what a loss. At least nothing major went wrong. Sigh, this time the loss is significant." Looking at his disciple now wrapped in a thick layer of frost, not far away, Qianji frowned tightly. Suddenly a series of cracking sounds came from within the ice, and as cracks appeared on the surface, the ice shattered with a crash, revealing Yang Zizhen lying on the ground. The frost had disappeared from his body, and his innate martial soul still floated on his left hand, now devoid of that milky white glow and strange fragrance, returning to its ordinary and unremarkable appearance. If one had to say there was a change, it was that a white halo had appeared on the martial soul. The warm sunlight bathed him, and the frost on the water pool had long since melted. Yang Zi slowly opened his eyes to see his master watching him from a distance. The green mountains and clear waters remained unchanged. He touched his face with his hand, then lowered it again, and pinched his thigh hard, feeling a slight pain. Unable to contain himself, he jumped up, exclaiming, "I can see. My eyes are not blind. This isn't a dream." "Oh." Qianji, observing him, could only guess what he had experienced. Seeing Yang Zi's excitement, he chose not to interrupt, and patiently waited for him to express his emotions. Yang Zi let out several more shouts of excitement. Once he calmed down, he first checked his soul abilities. Communicating with his martial soul using his soul power, and while a chill emanated from his body, revealing an orange golden soul ring and a white soul ring. He also realized what he had gained. The first martial soul's mutated main body had its first soul ring, an ancient 2-year-old ferocious beast, the Qianji divine turtle, granting him the first soul skill. The first passive skill, the mutated Invincible Golden Body, rendered him nearly immune to 95 of both physical and magical attacks. The second passive skill, Auspicious Avoidance, provided warnings about good and bad luck for a certain period. Holding the divine turtle shell enhanced its effectiveness. The second soul ring, a 6-year-old initial ice mystic snow toad, granted him the second soul skill, Ice and Snow World, creating an icy domain around him that could reduce enemy action ability by 25. His second martial soul, the Frostblade, first mutated from the original martial soul, upgrading all-around defense from 90 to 95. Then the Ice and Snow World skill activated, and finally the second martial soul transformed from the Eternal Life Blade into the Frost Blade. Aside from the second martial soul, Yang Zi recounted everything to his master Qianji. The master merely looked at him with a peculiar expression, nodding and shaking his head. "Master, is there something wrong with me?" Yang Zi asked, puzzled as he looked at himself, feeling slightly taller. Yet his clothes still fit perfectly. There shouldn't be any major issue. "I wanted you to have an offensive skill, but now you've ended up with a supportive Ice and Snow World. Your defense is also incredibly strong, or perhaps this is what suits you best." Qianji chuckled, looking at him with concern and asking, You woke up shouting about your eyes. What exactly happened? Yangzi, upon hearing his master's inquiry, obediently recounted the events of his dream, bewildered about what had transpired. Qianji pondered for a moment, then lifted his head, speaking with a hint of certainty. From what you've said, that fellow must have tried to seize your body, only to be killed by that old turtle. Afterwards, the source of power naturally merged with you, causing your martial soul to mutate. As for your eyes, they must have mutated as well. They are likely still in the merging phase, and will gradually reveal their true nature later. Master, what is the origin of that old turtle? It's terrifying to think it could outsmart such a powerful being. Yangzi couldn't help but shiver at the thought, curious to hear his master's explanation. To his surprise, Qianji replied, I don't know, but you needn't fear. It now shares in your glory. With such a cunning companion, you will only ever be the one to outsmart others. Though the words are a bit unpalatable, they seem to make sense. Can you imagine a 10-year-old boy stroking his chin and delivering such profound words? Thus Qianji laughed, a strange smile breaking across his normally serious face. Grinning, he said, if you were to become the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall in the future, it would surely be an amusing affair. What would the three major sects have to say then? No, I'm still young, and you're still quite young too. Yangzi hurriedly stepped back, eager to clarify. No, I'm serious. Your luck is extraordinary, and with a 10,000-year-old prodigy behind you, you will surely bring glory to the Martial Soul Hall. I look forward to your growth. After saying this, he walked over and ruffled Yangzi's hair, adding, you can now be considered invincible in defense. In the future, one person can suppress a group of strong opponents. I truly anticipate that. However, all of this is in the future, while our primary concern now is to head back. With that, he turned and walked ahead. Yangzi lingered for a moment, then hurriedly ran to catch up, moving ahead of Qianji. He placed the turtle shell on his head and threw it into the sky at a fork in the road. As he threw it, Qianji watched in exasperation as his disciple played happily ahead, helplessly allowing him to indulge. Most importantly, the route they traveled was correct without a single detour. As they were about to exit the Star-Do Great Forest, Yangzi tossed the shell again at a minor fork. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, slightly altering the shell's trajectory, and it landed on another path. Yangzi froze, unsure of what to do, as taking the other route would lead them directly out, while following the turtle shell would take them deeper into the Star-Do Great Forest. He slowly turned to look at his master, innocently standing there. Following the turtle shell, I truly want to see what other surprises await us. Qianji's expression was one of eager anticipation. He genuinely wanted to see what would unfold. Yangzi ran over, placing the turtle shell back on his head, and walked down the indicated path. As they proceeded, the sky darkened. Qianji called out to his disciple ahead, stop, let's find a place to spend the night. Oh. With that, he tossed the turtle shell into a dense thicket, then ran to retrieve it, shouting, Master. Qianji, shaking his head, thought, it's just about finding a place to sleep, there's no need to make a fuss over it. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard his disciple's voice. Hurrying a few steps forward to take a look, he discovered a long-abandoned winding path leading deeper into the forest amidst the dense foliage. Let's go, we should check it out. Following the winding path for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they reached the end, where several large trees stood. Behind the trees was a cliff, and at its base was a dark cave entrance partially obscured by weeds. Qianji pushed aside the weeds, revealing a stone staircase leading down. The entrance was taller than a person, and he held a torch leading the way. Yangzi cautiously followed behind. The stone staircase extended about 10 meters, and the cave was not deep, blocked by a stone door. In front of the door was a flat area of about 10 meters in circumference, while behind it lay an unknown world. Qianji smiled and said to his disciple, let's spend the night here. We can discuss matters tomorrow. He then took out a package of cooked meat and a jug of wine, handing them over, saying, what man can resist wine? Yangzi took a sip from the wine, gasping and sticking out his tongue, exclaiming, spicy. So spicy. Only the spiciest wine and the most delicious meat belong to men. Qianji laughed, enticing his disciple. They say dragon meat is heavenly and donkey meat is earthly. Which one do you think is more delicious? Yangzi curiously asked his master, as this world had descendants of dragons. To his surprise, Qianji smiled and shook his head. Neither. The most delicious meat in this world is dog meat. Dog meat is the most delicious. Indeed, dog meat is also known as fragrant meat. Ha! In the morning, mist rose from the valley, enveloping the entire Star-Do Great Forest in a milky white fog. Outside the cave, dewdrops sparkled on the grass as Yangzi savored the fragrant aroma of fresh grass, flowers, and moist earth. The sun arrived on schedule, warmly casting its rays upon the earth. With arms outstretched, he reveled in the sunlight, lost in this dreamlike world. The dew soaked his shoes as Yangzi placed them next to the fire pit, sitting there and watching Qianji roast 2 mountain chickens. Observing the details that were hard to notice at night, he concluded that someone had lived here for a while. The stone door was heavy, over 2 meters tall and more than a meter wide. After staring at it for a long time without knowing how to open it, he casually asked Master, could there be a giant snake waiting for us behind the stone door? I'm terrified of that creature. Haha, if it's a snake, he'll make you snake soup. If it's a dragon, we'll catch it and keep it as our mount. Qianji laughed heartily while continuing to roast. Right. We'll keep the dragon in a cage, and anyone who wants to take a look will have to pay an entrance fee. Then we can just sit back and count the money. Yang Zi was earnestly brainstorming his future schemes for wealth. Entrance fee. That seems feasible. The imagination of the child was always wild. Qianji was momentarily taken aback, realizing this could indeed be a quick way to make money a business with enormous profits. Putting on his shoes, he wiped his greasy hands on a piece of rag and knocked on the stone door, pushing it with all his might, but to no avail. Master, how do we open this? I can't push it. Disciple, step back and watch your master. Seeing the little one scurry up behind him with wide eyes full of excitement mixed with curiosity, Qianji thought to himself, very well, let me show you the charm of the offensive soul skill, otherwise it would be like living life as a turtle. With that thought, he resolved to put on a good show in front of his disciple. His body emanated streams of golden light, and a 6-winged angelic figure floated behind him. 9 rings of light, yellow, purple, black, slowly moved from his feet to his head, and the terrifying aura made Yang Zi feel breathless. In the cave, dry leaves began to fly around without wind, and Qianji let out a loud shout. Behold my first soul skill, angelic light blade. He released 15 small golden swords around himself, then converged them into a large golden sword poised to strike, but suddenly stopped, as if recalling something. The golden sword slowly split back into 15 small swords, one of which flashed with golden light, and embedded itself into the thick stone door, causing it to instantly crack with fissures upon the insertion of the small golden sword. Qianji waved his right hand, and the small sword flew back into the formation, the stone door, creaking as it collapsed into fragments, kicking up a cloud of dust. After retracting his display, Qianji explained to his disciple why he had suddenly paused. If I hadn't stopped in time, this cave would have collapsed by now. Great power can also be a burden. Master is truly impressive. With you guarding me, who would dare to call me a useless martial soul? Yang Zi subtly flattered him. Hee. The two, one big and one small, each lost in their own thoughts, let out different laughs that blended together into a unique scene. Crossing through the stone door, the first thing that caught their eye was a spacious hall filled with a stone table, stone stools, stone pots, stone bowls, and a stone stove. The firewood had long since decayed, and there was a stone chamber whose contents remained a mystery. Entering the first stone chamber, the first thing they saw was a person sitting against the wall on a stone couch. As a gust of fresh wind blew by, he transformed into a pile of bones that fell to the ground. Looking up and scanning the surroundings, they suddenly noticed inscriptions remaining on the stone wall. I was born into a wealthy family with exceptional talent from a young age, believed to be the hope for my family's resurgence. By the age of 25, I became a soul Douluo, and my family thrived because of my rise. On my 26th birthday, I obtained a fragment of a heavenly book which recorded how to develop soul-guided devices. This was a discovery that could change the landscape of the continent, and it was from that moment that everything began. I was poisoned, and everyone wanted my life for the heavenly book fragment. I was severely injured and fled for 3 years across the sea, drifting with the waves until I arrived at this strange continent. Just the first part left the master and disciples' stunned mouths agape in disbelief. According to what was said above, this person actually came from another continent. Yang Zi was somewhat fine, as he also came from another place, but Qianji was different, muttering to himself, a new continent. There's actually a new continent overseas, but it's so hard to find in the vast ocean. Master, there's more over here. Yang Zi pointed to another wall. This continent's overall strength is much greater than that of my original world. Severely injured, I could only hide here and slowly recuperate, focusing on researching the development of soul-guided devices, finally achieving a major breakthrough. Unfortunately, my injuries were too severe and I was nearing death. I could only leave my research results to a fated person. Kneel before me, lay my bones to rest. Only then can you receive the inheritance and dominate the world. How ridiculous that I, a dignified 95th level super Douluo, should kneel before a dead person. Qianji's expression darkened as he struck the stone wall with his palm, causing the inscriptions to slowly dissolve. He turned to his disciple and admonished, what are you giggling about, you little brat? You can't do that to my master. But I'm still young. Isn't it just a few kowtows? With a grin, Yang Zi rushed to the stone couch and knocked his head 3 times with a loud thud. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds erupted from the stone couch, which began to shift apart. A large stone slowly rose, revealing a large wooden box on top. Gently opening the wooden box, they found a smaller iron box inside covered with a piece of animal hide. Upon unfolding the hide, there were more inscriptions. The inheritance is within the iron box, but before opening it, you must first bury my bones. I've already chosen a burial site. There is a pull ring beneath the inscribed stone wall on the left, and beneath that is my burial site. Qianji tossed the animal hide aside and was about to study the iron box when suddenly a wave of great fear surged in his heart. He quickly called out to stop. Master, the items are right in front of us. Let's bury them before we study. Isn't it just a piece of inheritance? Why make it so complicated? Qianji pouted, walking over to find the pull ring and pulling it up. A stone slab lifted, revealing another hidden chamber, which contained a large coffin. Wrapping the mysterious deceased's bones in the animal hide, the two descended the steps into the hidden chamber. Qianji pushed open the coffin lid, revealing yet another iron box. The two of them brought the large iron box out, placing the bones into the coffin and closing it. Is this person insane? Such a simple matter made so complicated. Only you kid would obediently do as told. If it were your senior sister Bai Dong, she would have taken the inheritance and left without all this hassle. As Qianji said this, he forcefully opened the large box, staring in disbelief with his mouth agape. How is this possible? He looked up at his little disciple and sighed. Good deeds indeed bring good rewards. The iron box was opened, and the first thing that caught the eye was a piece of beast skin inscribed with mysterious characters. Congratulations on obtaining the true inheritance. The iron box contains a lethal magic device meticulously crafted over many years. It is a one-time consumable. Once opened, it will trigger a mechanism capable of killing even a titled Douluo on the spot. Qianji's expression changed, shaking his head as he said, "This person is already dead, yet still thinking of how to harm others. If we hadn't discovered this place, wouldn't we have already met our demise?" As he spoke, a chill ran down his back. Then he chuckled, saying, "Fortunately, this guy is dead. With such scheming abilities to exploit human greed, I can only imagine how chaotic this world would become. With such a way of doing things, he would have been a great demon, even in life. Master, I think we should first see what treasures are inside. You should take a look for yourself. This belongs to your inheritance. It wouldn't be appropriate for me, as your master, to peek." Qianji shook his head and turned to leave. Zizhen hurriedly spoke, "Master, don't go. I'm scared. Everyone says you're honest, but you turned out to be quite the sly one." Zizhen forcefully lifted the beast's skin, discovering two wooden boxes inside. He could only look at his master with a pitiful gaze. Qianji had no choice but to take out the two boxes. He gently opened the first one, revealing a scroll made of beast skin which unfolded on the ground to display densely packed sketches accompanied by written descriptions. Then he opened the other wooden box, which quietly contained two items. One was an exquisitely crafted belt, while the other was a rather ordinary bracelet. Holding the two items and comparing them with the drawings on the beast skin, the belt turned out to be an ordinary storage belt, but its internal space was impressively large, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, much larger than the storage magic device Qianji currently used. The bracelet was also a beast spirit magic device, but instead of storing items, it contained the souls of soul beasts after their demise. Everyone knows that to refine a soul ring, one must deliver the final blow themselves. If not refined within an hour, it will gradually dissipate. The emergence of this beast spirit magic device challenges existing understanding. As long as the beast spirit is stored in such a special magic device, it can exist indefinitely. Moreover, with the storage and transformation provided by the beast spirit magic device, soul masters can refine beyond 2 levels, eliminating the stringent requirement of having to kill the beast themselves. Master, is this really possible? Zizhen asked incredulously. Qianji picked up the beast spirit magic device, probing it with his soul power, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be possible? Master, are you alright? Initially in a daze, he muttered, how could this be possible? Then he burst out laughing. The rise of our spirit hall is destined to be unchangeable. After exhaling a long breath, he said to Zizhen, since what is written here is true, it states that one contains a 10th sandy-year beast spirit, and the other a 20,000-year beast spirit. If it is truly as he said, and allows for cross-level refining, the ages are perfect for your 3rd and 4th soul rings. Oh, what a coincidence! Zizhen couldn't believe that such coincidences existed in the world. With the beast spirit magic device secured in his embrace, Qianji said excitedly, this beast spirit magic device will be kept by me first. With it, our spirit hall can cultivate experts who can crush all factions. In 20 years, we will dominate this continent. But what about the drawings? Zizhen asked in confusion, wondering why they wouldn't use such a power. The widespread adoption of this device will undoubtedly lead to a significant decrease in soul beasts, making it even harder for ordinary soul masters who truly need to hunt soul beasts to refine soul rings. With this powerful device, challenges will only increase. It may lead soul masters to neglect their training and instead focus their energy on this magic device. In the long run, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, and it is better not to attempt it lightly. Yang Zizhen looked at his master, surprised that he could think so profoundly in such a short time. He then looked at his disciple and chuckled. You should keep it. In the future, when you have a say in the spirit hall, this will be the best tool to win people's hearts. However, rarity adds to value, so be sure to manage its use carefully. Hearing his master say this, Yang Zizhen pouted and said seriously, Master, you're still young, and there are still senior sisters above you. Please don't say that all the time. Your senior sister Bai Dong. She is a mere first-level woman, and her understanding of issues cannot be as profound and far-sighted as ours. Qianji did not dwell on this topic, turning around and stepping out of the secret chamber. After gathering his things, Yang Zizhen hurried to catch up, grabbing the fake secret manual iron box outside. Qianji asked with an annoyed expression, What do you need that for? Master, don't you think this thing is the ultimate technique for playing dumb while eating the tiger? In case of danger one day, we can present it as a treasure. Who knows, it might bring unexpected surprises. Yang Zizhen stowed everything away, glancing around as if he were a thief before quietly sharing his thoughts. You small but cunning. Be careful. As long as I'm here, who would dare to harm you? Isn't it better to be cautious? Watching his masters departing back, Yang Zizhen couldn't help but question himself. Outside the cave, Qianji stood there, a six-winged, angelic figure floating behind him. 9 rings of light, yellow, purple, and black, floated above and below. 15 small golden swords appeared around his body, quickly converging into a large golden sword that struck down towards the low cliff. After a loud crash, the cave shattered, and the low cliff collapsed, completely erasing any trace of their previous presence. Watching all of this, he reflected that in his past life, he had been an absolute powerhouse, yet he certainly did not possess such means, murmuring to himself, This is the method of an immortal. This is truly the method of an immortal. Offense is the best defense, so wearing a turtle shell all day is of no use. Qianji looked at him as he donned the lucky turtle shell, hinting at his point. On the small path holding the turtle shell, he said to his master, Master, perhaps this is the opportunity that brought us here yesterday. If I throw this, our chances of returning are greatly increased. After saying that, he tossed it high into the sky, and it landed on the small path leading deeper into the Stardow forest. Yang Zizhen was dumbfounded and turned to ask softly, Master, should we do it again? With sincerity, the spirit responds, If you throw it a second time, it won't work, and it might never work again. Qianji was curious about where this turtle shell would take them, and also wanted to scare his little disciple a bit. Yang Zizhen ran out to pick up the turtle shell, placing it on his head, like a turtle hat, hopping happily ahead, while humming a little tune. The great King Turtle sent me to patrol the mountains, patrolling the southern mountain and the northern mountain. I have a turtle shell on my head, and there's no need to patrol the western mountain now. With the tortoise shell overhead, they walked on until they reached a small hill just before noon, where a depression suddenly appeared ahead. At the center of this depression lay a swamp, and from a distance they could see animals lingering. If it weren't for this tortoise shell guiding us, we might never have discovered this swamp. I've never heard anyone mention such a treasure in the outskirts of the starry forest. Qianji sighed as he gazed at the swamp. Master, I feel it's quite ordinary. How is it considered a treasure? Yang Zizhen still didn't quite understand. In this swamp alone, I've already spotted no fewer than 10 soul beasts that are around 1,000 years old, and many more that are just a few hundred years old. Qianji found it hard to believe everything before his eyes was real. Could this tortoise shell really be the reason I know there are soul beasts here? It doesn't quite add up. Yang Zizhen felt it was a bit illogical. This tortoise shell is indeed somewhat mysterious. Since it brought you here, there must be a reason. Qianji spoke while observing his surroundings. After a while, he furrowed his brows and shouted, Open the heavenly eye. Yang Zizhen saw the 6-winged angel's phantom appear behind his master once more. The powerful aura frightened the surrounding small animals away, while some trembled and lay there unable to move. The 6-winged angel was completely different from the previous encounters. Its forehead miraculously split open, revealing an eye that slowly opened. A beam of golden light shot forth from the single eye on its forehead, illuminating the area and revealing the swamp's secrets. Finally, the gaze fixed on the center of the swamp, where a large crocodile over 10 meters long lay. Inside its belly was a strange long box which contained a peculiar magical weapon whose exact form was hard to discern. Holy sword of the angel, he extended his right hand, forming a sword-holding gesture. Not far from his palm, a vortex appeared, and a golden light sword slowly emerged from its center. Qianji pointed at the sword, and it danced gently according to his finger's movement as he commanded go. The golden sword darted toward the large crocodile like lightning, and before the crocodile could react, it was met with a chilling strike. Come back. The sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, sensing its master's thoughts. It carefully lifted the massive crocodile from the swamp and brought it to Qianji's feet. Suddenly the sword light flared, and the crocodile couldn't withstand the force, exploding open, revealing a black box from its belly. As he closed his divine sense and opened the box, he discovered it contained an umbrella. Master Qianji opened the umbrella and exclaimed, "Oh, the Qianji umbrella! The Qianji umbrella!" Yang Zizhen was equally surprised. This magical device was detailed on that animal skin, stating that each rib of the umbrella contained a small sword totaling 18. It could only be used with soul power and intent to direct the flight paths of the small swords. In fact, it was a simplified version of Master Qianji's first soul skill, Angel's Lightblade. The only difference was that the 18 small swords couldn't merge into one. After testing it, according to Qianji, it had the power equivalent to the 6th layer of his first soul skill, perfectly compensating for his lack of offensive means, and he casually handed it to Yang Zizhen. The master looked down on it, but Yang Zizhen felt delighted. This was the 6th layer attack of the Super Douluo soul skill. Even if his soul power made the Qianji umbrella's effectiveness considerably weaker, it was undoubtedly a formidable weapon capable of challenging higher ranks. Even his father's 79th level soul sage would struggle against such power. After putting the tortoise shell away, he happily played with the Qianji umbrella, and Qianji, puzzled, asked, "Why did you put away the tortoise shell? This isn't like your style these past few days." "Alas, there's no helping it. Given the tortoise shell's nature, if I don't put it away, I'm afraid we won't get out of this forest next year." Yang Zizhen shook his head, sighing, expressing his helplessness. Having such good luck comes with its troubles. It's better to save some for later. As he spoke, he put away the Qianji umbrella, striding ahead like a little adult, humming a tune. "The great tortoise sent me to patrol the mountains, and I, the young master, shall not listen." Walking eastward, he sang about how the tortoise couldn't go home. "Oh, the great tortoise has such incredible luck, saving some for when I marry a wife. The girl I marry is truly beautiful, surpassing the little fairies in the sky." Hearing the tortoise's mountain patrol song, aside from the similar tune, everything else was nonsensical rambling, growing more and more implausible. He followed behind, shaking his head, helplessly sighing, and thinking youth is good, but at such a young age what is there to learn? What wife? I'm still single myself. Disciple, today I will take you to taste the most delicious meat in the world. I guarantee you will savor it long after. Qianji tempted Yang Zizhen. Yang Zizhen couldn't say how much he wanted to eat, only expressing doubt before agreeing. "Oh master, isn't it just dog meat? Is it really that exaggerated? I'll also have a big feast with meat and drink." No, there are 3 major taboos when eating fragrant meat. The first is that you cannot drink alcohol. The second is that you absolutely must not drink mung bean soup. And the third is that after eating fragrant meat you cannot drink tea. Qianji informed his disciple about the precautions to properly demonstrate his knowledge. "Master, after hearing you, I'm already drooling. Where can I buy it? We can't be like those dog thieves, can we?" He pointed ahead. "Do you see that small town? The entire street inside sells fragrant meat. They've turned the way of eating fragrant meat into a specialty." Qianji introduced the place to his disciple. Upon entering the small town, they indeed found fragrant meat vendors everywhere, and many diners were clearly drawn by reputation. They casually entered a shop, and the owner obviously recognized Qianji and greeted him respectfully. "Sir, you're here. How would you like it prepared this time?" "Let's have braised fragrant meat. This is my disciple, and I'm bringing him to try something fresh. Put in more chili and garlic, and let's have a platter of vegetables along with 2 cups of fresh goat milk." They were indeed quite familiar with what to serve. The dishes arrived quickly, and Yang Zizhen picked up some with his chopsticks, tasting it. He found the flavor quite good, though there was still some difference compared to what he had eaten in his past life. Still, he nodded repeatedly in praise, saying, "Indeed, whether it's the dragon meat from the heavens or the donkey meat from the ground, nothing can compare to this bite of fragrant meat." The so-called vegetable platter consisted of common vegetables like tomatoes and cucumbers. The grand hotels in Wuhan City would give it a nice name like Great Harvest, and Yang Zizhen had suffered a great loss with that before. He remembered once when dining he saw a beautiful and formidable name and ordered it. One was Snow-Capped Fire Mountain, another Ants Climb a Tree, and a soup called Mighty Dragon Crosses the River. When it arrived, he was almost infuriated. One was sweetened tomatoes, another was sesame oil lettuce, and there was a pot of scallion ginger soup. He could understand the first and second dishes, but he couldn't comprehend the third one. He called the waiter over and asked, "Mighty Dragon crosses the river, where's the dragon?" The waiter pointed at the scallion and replied, "This is the dragon. It floats there as the mighty dragon crosses the river. Is there a problem?" Yang Zizhen shook his head, feeling speechless. "No problem, it's very reasonable." He left with a mix of snot and tears. Not having eaten enough was not the main issue. The most important thing was that he had spent 2 months' worth of pocket money. After hearing about his experience, Qianji laughed heartily and advised him, "When you go back, build a good relationship with the chef. In the future, if you want to eat something by the ingredients, let the chef show his skills, and you can enjoy it while having a drink. Practicing boxing 100 times, the Buddhist movements become natural. Striking 1,000 times, the essence reveals itself. But what about striking 10,000 or 100,000 times? Wiping the sweat from his forehead and using a wet towel to cleanse his body, he felt significantly refreshed. A knock on the door sounded, and a maid entered bowing slightly. "Young master, the Grand Pope requests your presence." "Understood, please wait a moment." As he spoke, he put on his outer robe and adjusted his appearance, arms spread wide. "How do I look? Is there anything inappropriate?" The maid circled around him, making a few adjustments here and there, then respectfully said, "All done, you look very fitting. Lead the way." Ever since returning from the Starry Forest, he had inexplicably gained the title of Young Master, and was assigned an older sister to attend to his daily needs, allowing him to focus solely on his cultivation. Following the maid into a grand hall, his master Qianji sat at the head of the table, while a woman stood with her head bowed, lost in thought. The maid stood there, bending slightly, and quietly reporting, "Greetings to the Grand Pope, young master has arrived." Upon hearing the term young master, the woman standing there suddenly raised her head, gazing at young Zizhen, with an expression of disbelief, a fleeting glint of coldness passing through her eyes, before she lowered her head again. Although that unfriendly coldness vanished quickly, it was still noticed by young Zizhen. Qianji waved his hand, and the maid slowly stepped back, not turning until she reached the door, before quickly leaving. "Master, I greet you. May I ask why you summoned your disciple today?" "Actually, it's nothing major. This is your senior sister by Bidong." Qianji pointed at the woman to introduce her, then turned to her saying, "This is my new disciple Zhang Jiang, your junior brother. Please get acquainted." For reasons unknown, Qianji continued to refer to him by a false name, and even created an entirely new identity for him. Zhang Jiang, an orphan, had his parents killed by disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and grew up eating from the homes of others. "Senior sister, greetings. I've long heard Master speak highly of you, and today I finally meet you in person." Yang Zizhen greeted senior sister by Bidong with a warm smile. Bai Bidong lifted her head to scrutinize him, and after a long pause she forced a smile, and said, "I've met junior brother. To be favored by Master as a disciple, you must be an extraordinary individual." "Senior sister, your words are so kind that I almost believe them myself. To be honest, I am neither extraordinary, nor do I possess a remarkable martial soul. Perhaps my ancestors have shown signs of good fortune." Yang Zizhen spoke frankly with a smile, but there was a hint of something else in Bai Bidong's ears. The two observed each other. In Yang Zizhen's eyes and thoughts, Bai Bidong was a beautiful woman dressed in white, with an alluring figure that incited the imagination, exuding an innate nobility that evoked respect and admiration. "It's a pity she's a bit short, otherwise she'd be perfect." Bai Bidong was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, but unfortunately she was slightly older and shorter than Yang Zizhen's preference. That old tortoise had accelerated his growth. He was only 8 years old, but appeared like a 13 or 14-year-old, and was nearly 1.5 meters tall, almost matching Bai Bidong's height. "Where are you from, junior brother? I've never seen you before." Bai Bidong blinked her large eyes and looked over. Yang Zizhen, mimicking adults, coughed lightly ahem. "In response to senior sister, I am 8 years old. I awakened my martial soul 2 years ago, so it's normal you haven't seen me." 8 years old? Are you joking with me? You're only 8. Bai Bidong's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to look at Qianji. Qianji suppressed a laugh and nodded, confirming that he was indeed only 8 years old. "My heavens." Bai Bidong stepped forward, circling around him several times, pinching his face, pounding her chest a few times, then comparing their height difference with her hands, smacking her forehead, as she exclaimed, "Is there no justice in this world?" On the other hand, she thought, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she can be. A woman of Bai Bidong's caliber is nothing short of a man-eating demon. On the other hand, she thought, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she can be. A woman of Bai Bidong's caliber is nothing short of a man-eating demon. Yet another thought crossed her mind. These two appear quite harmonious. If I were to have a child, they could support each other and keep each other in check. Great things could be accomplished. Ever since hearing about such a wonderful senior sister like you, I have eagerly awaited our meeting. Therefore, Master has prepared a magical artifact as a gift for our introduction, allowing me to present it to you." He then took out a defensive magical artifact, the Thousand-Faced Umbrella, and handed it over. The Thousand-Faced Umbrella was one of the few items stored in the old man's belt in the cave. When used, it could provide comprehensive defense with numerous umbrella surfaces, making it a very practical defensive magical artifact. This weapon held little value for him. It would be a waste to toss it aside. After securing Master Qianji's permission, he brought it out, gifting it in Master's name to avoid revealing wealth. Bai Bidong's expression clearly showed surprise. She hadn't expected this young junior brother to act so unpredictably and to be so generous. Glancing at Master Qianji, she ultimately accepted it. Qianji began to recite the pre-prepared falsehood. This magical artifact is extraordinary. A few years ago I participated in an auction and spent 500 gold soul coins to acquire it. I had intended it for you from the start. At this point he sighed, deeply looking at both of them. Alas, it wasn't long before I had a junior brother. I didn't have anything suitable as a gift for our meeting, so I presented the 1,000-faced umbrella, but I never expected it would ultimately end up back in your hands. It seems to be fate. Saying this, he sighed again and pretended to shake his head in helplessness. Is that so? Bai Bidong initially gaped in surprise, then her face broke into a joyful expression as she said, "Thank you, master. Thank you, junior brother." While saying this, she thought to herself, why didn't I receive such a wonderful gift when I joined? If he can easily give me this gift, there must be even better treasures. Master is indeed biased. Could he perhaps be Master's illegitimate child? It must be so. Yang Zizhen happened to catch the glint of disbelief, suspicion, and inner turmoil in her eyes, secretly muttering, "Indeed, women's hearts are like a needle at the bottom of the sea. One cannot judge by appearances. In my last life I was schemed against by a woman, so I must be careful this time. However, Master is truly skilled at telling falsehoods. I almost believed him myself, so I must remain Qianji pondered silently. This young disciple really knows how to handle situations. Yet Bai Bidong seems somewhat opaque. Could something have happened after their last outing? It seems that plans need to be set in motion. The three of them each harbored their own intentions, presenting a facade of harmony, while their hearts plotted in secret. Donger, as the senior sister, shouldn't you also express something? Qianji reminded his eldest disciple. Right, I was just so delighted to discover I have a junior brother that I became overwhelmed and forgot. Bai Dong rummaged through her storage magic device for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable gift, feeling quite embarrassed as she looked at Yang Zizhen and said, Junior brother, what you gave me is too precious. I don't know what to return." It's all right. Just remember it. You can give me something in return later." Yang Zizhen chuckled, not expecting anything in return for what he had given. "Donger, what did you encounter on your journey? Tell your master so that your junior brother can gain some experience," he asked gently with a warm smile, while subtly tightening his grip with one hand. Yang Zizhen, who had inadvertently noticed this small action, understood clearly that it was a precursor to Master's outburst. He had witnessed such scenes before. One moment, they would be talking amiably, and the next their inner fury would be boiling. Sister must have done something to upset Master, or he wouldn't be asking. At first, a letter would arrive in Master's hands every 7 days detailing Bai Dong's actions. Later it became every 5 days, and then every 3 days, each time with a progressively darker expression. Naturally, the disciples of the Pope of the Spirit Hall were accompanied by powerful guardians for protection during their training in the outside world. Upon hearing Master Qianji's question, Bai Dong, with a smile on her face, gazed at the ceiling and began to reminisce, slowly recounting her experiences. "In essence, I left the Spirit Hall and traveled to many places, meeting many people. On that day I encountered him. He was so bright, handsome, and knowledgeable. We got to know each other, and fell in love. Master, I fell in love with someone on this journey." Bai Dong's face was filled with happiness as she looked at Qianji, eagerly hoping for his blessing. "My little Donger has finally grown up and found someone she likes. That's wonderful. As long as he treats you sincerely, it is indeed something to celebrate." Qianji forced a smile which appeared strained and false in Yang Zizhen's eyes. "Master, you are truly the best. I knew you would be." Bai Dong happily acted cute towards Qianji. Indeed, women in love seem to lose all sense. This was Yang Zizhen's most genuine thought at the moment, and he softly reminded, "Sister, may I interject a moment?" Her sudden interruption caught Bai Dong off guard, and she didn't understand what this little junior brother meant. She glanced at him and nodded, indicating he could continue. "Sister, you are a disciple of the Pope, a saintess of the Spirit Hall. Suddenly falling for someone of unknown origins might not be appropriate, right?" Yang Zizhen knew he had to play the role of the villain, otherwise why would Master ask him in front of everyone? He thought it was a thankless task to take on, but once he did, Master could then take on the role of the good person, and they could settle it with a fair approach. Bai Dong was enraged by his words and shouted, "What did you say? Say it again. Who is of unknown origin? You only talk about how good he is, but what is his surname, what is his name, and where does he come from?" Since he had to play the villain, she couldn't show weakness. "Listen well, his name is Yu Shao Gang, the son of the Lord of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. He is not some nameless person." Bai Dong looked fierce, like a small tiger, proudly stating his background. Yang Zizhen's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe his ears. What a coincidence. He glanced at Master Qianji, who indeed wore a dark expression. Master then raised his head and glared at Bai Dong, saying loudly, "I do not approve of your marriage." As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Master and found him wearing a look of relief, their eyes meeting for a moment before he closed them again. Bai Dong looked at him, her eyes blazing with anger, not understanding, and pointing at Yang Zizhen, she paced back and forth loudly questioning. What did you say? Say it again. Seeing the woman before him seeming like she would devour him, he couldn't help but shrink back a bit, sensing the pressure was off. He swallowed hard, raised his head, puffed his chest, and with great difficulty, he said emphatically, I said I do not approve of your marriage. I do not approve. Do you understand? He gritted his teeth, pointing at him, and seething, you. Then turned to seek help from Qianji, saying, Master, say something. What were you two just talking about? I didn't hear. Qianji opened his eyes, pretending to be confused, looking around, as if he hadn't woken up, and didn't know. At this moment, she still didn't realize that this little junior brother was actually Master's spokesperson. To get through Master, she first had to deal with this little junior brother. After figuring out the key point, she circled around Yang Zizhen twice, but he stood his ground, matching her pace. Give me a reason, give me a perfect explanation. She thought to herself, isn't it obvious? The revenge for my father's murder, and the humiliation of my mother. There is no better reason than this. As she pondered how to express her thoughts so that he would believe her, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze on her. A quick glance revealed Master Qianji, warning her with a dreadful look, and a voice echoed in her mind. If you dare to speak of it, you will regret it. Can't say it. Then I can't simply say I like you. She stared blankly at Bai Dong, mouth agape, her eyes darting around. Feeling his confusion and dilemma, that voice rang out again. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is extremely powerful. We do not wish to engage them in battle right now. Speak. Why aren't you saying anything? Bai Dong, seeing him silent for so long, was quite irritated and pressed him as if she had him cornered and he would not find a suitable retort. In the midst of his dilemma, Yang Zizhen burst into laughter. My disapproval is my disapproval. Oh, do I need a reason? He stood there defiantly confronting her. You are simply unreasonable. Furious, she didn't know what words to use to describe him, her arms poised, as if she were about to strike. Wait, you want an answer, right? I'll get you one. Seeing that the other party was about to hit him, he quickly sought for a reason, and his mind finally formulated a plan. You kid, your eyes are darting around. I can tell you're up to no good. Someone, quick. 2 guards appeared at the door, bowing in greeting. What orders do you have, young master? Go to the archives and bring me my background information so that the Saintess can have a look. Yang Zizhen said, pointing at Bai Dong, his tone very urgent. Understood, young master. After the 2 guards' footsteps faded away, he finally let out a long breath, simultaneously gesturing with his hands and mouth. Sister, my dear sister, let's discuss this properly. Once you see my background, you will understand. I can't wait. As she spoke, she began to punch and kick, of course, without using her soul power, just ordinary blows. A detailed dossier finally reached Bai Dong's hands, its pages densely covered with tiny script. It chronicled the pitiful tale of his life, a wretched childhood, all stemming from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Had it not been for their unreasonableness and tyranny, he would not have become what he was, which was why she remained so resolutely opposed. Junior brother, this senior sister truly sympathizes with your plight, but this has nothing to do with my Shao gang. Bai Dong looked at Yang Zizhen with a face full of pity, then, as if puzzled, voiced a thought that perhaps should not have been said so soon. Seeing her like this, Yang Zizhen decided to abandon reason altogether. He shook his body and slapped his chest with exaggerated disgust. My Shao gang. How nauseatingly sweet. It's sickening. Sickening, is it? Nauseating, are we? I think you're just asking for a beating. With that, she began rolling up her sleeves, clearly ready for a fight. Ouch. As long as we're not using spirit power, who's afraid of a brawl? He too began cracking his knuckles and assuming a fighting stance. The two circled each other, feet shuffling on the ground. Yang Zizhen waved a hand in provocation. I was going easy on you earlier. Come on. You little brat. They'll beat you to a pulp. Bai Dong lunged at him. Using a Tai Chi deflection, Yang Zizhen guided her past him. As she stumbled, he hooked her leg with his foot, sending her tumbling face first to the ground. Looking at the fallen Bai Dong, he crooked his finger and sneered. Is that all? Come on, get up. I was just caught off guard. You little brat, just you wait. She scrambled to her feet, and this time they faced off seriously. Seizing an opening, she threw a punch. Seeing the punch aimed at his abdomen, Yang Zizhen sucked in his stomach, grabbed her arm with both hands, and leaped backward, yanking her along. He then swung her body, kicked the back of her calf, and sent her sprawling to the ground, unable to get up. Come on then. If you used spirit skills, I'd have no chance, but in a pure brawl, I've never lost. Yang Zizhen continued his smug provocation. Oh. Lying on the ground, Bai Dong shook her head and screamed in frustration. That's enough. Have you no respect for my presence? Finally, the voice of their master, Qianji, rang out. He walked over to Bai Dong, extended a hand, and pulled her to her feet. He looked at her for a long moment before speaking. Your junior brother's physical body is unmatched. Trying to outfight him is asking for humiliation. You may leave now. Let your master reason with him. Oh, fine. She shot Yang Zizhen, a venomous glare gritted her teeth and stomped out of the hall. Only after Bibi Dong had left did Qianji nod in approval and praise him. Not bad, not bad. You have good judgment. Haha, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, master. He smoothly slipped in a flattering remark. Given the enmity of a murdered father and a disgraced mother, they absolutely cannot be together. But we cannot speak of it openly. This task will be yours to manage. He'll assign you a team of soul Douluo all above level 80 to assist you. After giving his instructions, Qianji patted his shoulder and left. Yang Zizhen stood there alone, dazed. It took him a while to snap out of it. It seemed he was fully committed to playing the villain all the way to the end. Young master, we have arrived. Suddenly 5 men and 2 women entered the hall and stood at attention. Judging by their demeanor, these must be the team of soul Douluo his master had mentioned. Further deliberation was pointless. He looked up and studied the 7. They were utterly unremarkable in appearance, so plain they would be perfect for an undercover mission. Nothing about their faces stood out. He slapped his own head and braced himself, saying, "All right, introduce yourselves." The 7 exchanged glances. Then the eldest spoke. "We are all orphans and have never had names. From this day forward we will obey the young master's orders. We humbly request that the young master bestow names upon us." Yang Zizhen was taken aback. He even had to name them. Fine, starting from the left, we'll use the 5 elements. You shall be Jin, Imu, Air Shui, San Hui, Si, Tu, Wu, Feng, Lu, and Bing Qi. Yang Zizhen couldn't think of anything better and simply went through the motions. "Thank you, young master, for the names." To his surprise, the 7 all knelt on one knee in a show of respect. Get up, get up. What is this for?" He quickly helped them to their feet and gave further orders. "When you return, embroider your designated element, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, onto your clothes. Also elect a captain and a vice-captain among yourselves. That is all for today." He waved his hand, dismissing them. "We will move into the residence across from yours, young master. Just call out if you need us." Only then did the 7 slowly withdraw. Once they were gone, Yang Zizhen sat on the floor, his mind a blank slate. He still had to complete the task his master had set, but he had absolutely no idea where to start. He got up and shadowboxed in the great hall, but his stomach began to growl. He kicked the wall in frustration, then rubbed his belly and grumbled, "My stomach is the biggest deal in the world. They'll fill it first and worry later." As he walked out, he noticed the guard had been changed. He looked at the new guard with suspicion. The guard seemed to understand his unspoken question and said, "Greetings, young master. It's past noon now. If you delay any longer, the cook will be going home." Yang Zizhen yelped and sprinted towards the kitchen. When he got there, he saw they were indeed already cleaning up. Several kitchen helpers spotted him and greeted, "Young master." Then they went back to their tasks. Chef Wang was sharpening a knife. Yang Zizhen crept up behind him and lightly tapped his shoulder. Without pausing his work, Chef Wang turned his head and, seeing it was him, chuckled. "Oh, the young master is here. A rare guest indeed. Got anything left over? I'm hungry." They had become quite familiar over a few shared drinks. Chef Wang stood up, cleaned the freshly sharpened knife, and put it away. He then opened a cabinet and took out several covered bowls, revealing a few leftover dishes beneath them. Yang Zizhen casually picked up a bowl with some leftover vegetables, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and snatched a steamed bun from the fire. He squatted down and began eating, asking between bites, "Chef Wang, I have a friend whose sister has fallen for a scumbag, but she can't openly say anything about it. What should she do? Is the young master planning to give someone advice?" Chef Wang suddenly, pointing a finger at the chef, Yang Zizhen swallowed his mouth full of bun and retorted with righteous indignation, "Chef Wang, think bigger. Broaden your horizons. This isn't giving advice. This is providing guidance." He took another huge bite of the bun before continuing, "When I talk to others about it, I call it providing guidance. When I come to you for ideas, I call it seeking wisdom. That's the difference in perspective. Perspective is everything." He chewed on the bun, then placed a bottle of fine wine on the floor, gesturing towards it before focusing on his meal. This is too kind." Despite his words of reluctance, his hands were anything but. He popped the seal and took several hearty gulps, then shook his head and praised, "Good wine, good wine." He sat down across from Yang Zizhen, shook his big head, and lowered his voice, "Since the girl can't act, then go for the man." Yang Zizhen nodded while eating, then produced another jar of wine and placed it on the floor. "Young master, you are far too generous. There was no need for that, no need at all." Even as he said this, his hand had already claimed the jar and held it close to his chest. He stood up, put the wine away, and waddled over to whisper in Yang Zizhen's ear, "There are 3 strategies: the best, the mediocre, and the worst. All you need to do is..." His voice trailed off into a whisper. A smile spread across Yang Zizhen's face. He placed 2 more jars of good wine on the floor, shoved the last of the food into his mouth, then dropped his chopsticks and bowl and dashed off, his mouth still full. After taking advice from Chef Wang, he had some ideas in mind, but how to execute them required careful consideration and adaptability. His mind raced as he arrived outside the door of Bai Bai Dong, gently knocking on the door. Knock knock. Who is it? Yang Zizhen was rubbing his face with his hands to make his smile appear more natural, clearing his throat before softly speaking. Senior sister, it's your adorable little junior brother. Can we have a good talk? After waiting outside for a long time with no response, he scratched his head and gently knocked again. Knock knock knock. Still no response. It was clear she didn't want to see him. If you don't speak, you'll take it as your silent agreement. Him coming in. He softened his voice, but there was still no sound from inside. He suddenly began to wail loudly. Senior sister, you mustn't think of ending it all. Then he raised his hands and knocked forcefully on the door, turning his head to shout down the corridor. Come quickly, someone. Senior sister Bai Bai Dong is thinking of ending it all. With a creak, the door opened to reveal Bai Bai Dong's angry face. His hand that was knocking suddenly slapped the air, and he turned his head, awkwardly smiling. Senior sister, are you feeling unwell? What are you howling about? Come in. Bai Bai Dong's tone was quite furious, her voice inevitably rising a bit as she noticed heads peeking out from both sides of the corridor, and she scolded them. What are you staring at? Go do what you need to do. After saying that, she reached out and pulled Yang Zizhen, who was still outside, into the room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Now tell me, what do you want to discuss? Bai Bai Dong stood with her hands on her hips, looking fierce. He glanced around and asked, can I have a glass of... With a clench of her teeth, she raised her hand as if to hit him, her eyes wide with anger. Yang Zizhen bent his legs, lowering his head slightly, and chuckled. Senior sister, you look really beautiful when you're angry. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she forcefully lowered her hand and placed a cup of lukewarm boiled water on the table, grumpily muttering, You want choke on it. Seeing this made Yang Zizhen's heart race, fearing she would break the cup. He gently sat on the round stool, carefully picked up the cup, and slowly took a sip, savoring the warmth as it slid down his throat, resembling a refined young lady yet to be married. Bai Bai Dong observed his demeanor, her earlier fury dissipating considerably as she sat down and stared at him, not rushing to speak. The two of them faced off like this, and suddenly Yang Zizhen tilted his head back and gulped down the water, softly saying, Senior sister, this is our first meeting today, and I feel like there has been a misunderstanding. Bai Bai Dong held an empty cup in her hand, her sharp gaze softening as she stared at the cup, murmuring, maybe. Suddenly her attitude changed dramatically. If you have something to say, say it. She extended her hand, showing 2 fingers earnestly. All right. 2 things. He stood up, slowly circling the round table, stopping by her left shoulder, and asked solemnly, Are you the saintess of the spirit hall of high status marrying into the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? Or is you Xiaojing coming to our spirit hall as a son-in-law? Don't you care about the gratitude from the spirit hall and their expectations of you at all? After finishing, he began to slowly circle the round table again, quietly observing Bai Bai Dong, feeling disappointed at seeing no sign of emotional fluctuation from her. He then slammed his hands on the table, and her gaze finally lifted, her lips moving as if to say something, but falling silent. Both stared into each other's eyes, and Yang Zizhen tried to make his expression as angry as possible, while maintaining an extremely calm tone, asking again, The hatred for killing my father and insulting my mother, the greatest hatred in the world, I will eventually avenge it. When the time comes, I alone with a sword will surely flatten the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. How will you position yourself then, senior sister? Should I let your child go, or must I kill them? How should we relate to each other, and how will you relate to your master? How will you face everyone in the spirit hall who has watched you grow up? With a strong clap on the round table, he said, Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, he turned and opened the door, finally saying, The conversation ends here. How you choose is up to you. After closing the door, he glanced around and spotted a familiar figure at the corner of the corridor. He quickly ran a few steps, turned the corner, and called out, Master. Patting his shoulder, Qianji turned around with his back to Yang Zizhen and complimented, Not bad, you did better than I imagined, keep it up. Carefully following behind his master, he whispered, Master, we've said everything that needs to be said. Shouldn't we be tough on both fronts? Qianji stopped, turned to look at his disciple, squinting his eyes. What do you mean by tough on both fronts? Share your thoughts with me. He smirked like a little fox, then softly said, It's hard to bring 2 people together, but it's much easier to ruin their relationship. As long as one person changes their heart, it's over. After saying this, he grinned mischievously and quickly straightened up, suppressing his laughter, standing obediently. Everything we do is for her good. Qianji gazed at the blue sky and white clouds, murmuring to himself, glancing at Yang Zizhen walking away, making his decision. Do what you want to, go boldly. Looking at the departing figure, he suddenly sensed his master's mysteriousness. Since he was eavesdropping, he realized that among the 7 people he had, there must be an informant from his master, or perhaps all 7 were spies. Initially, he thought about nurturing them carefully, but he understood that only those he promoted himself could be Looking at the gardeners not far away, he quietly thought, "It seems it's time to find a few partners to play with." Returning to his residence to drink some water to soothe his dry throat, he sat on the stool, his fingers tapping incessantly on the table, his brow furrowed with countless thoughts. He stood up and walked outside, knocking on the door opposite him. The door opened, revealing an ordinary face, which quickly brightened with a smile. "What can I do for you, young master?" "I need detailed information on you, Xiaojang. The more detailed and quicker the better." Yang Zizhen quickly stated his request, finishing with, "It better be detailed enough to include how many times he uses the bathroom in a day." With a shocked exclamation, the person quickly replied, "Yes, young master." After saying this, he closed the door and hurried away. "After all, they're not my trusted subordinates, so it's not easy to work with them." Yang Zizhen thought to himself while watching the retreating figure. He needed to prepare his own trusted aides last night. The information on Yu Xiaojang was quickly delivered. After a rough glance at the thick booklet, Yang Zizhen shook his head, finding that it contained mostly worthless information. He knocked on the door opposite again, shouting, "We leave early tomorrow morning." Then he returned to his bed. The dawn light had just lifted the veil of night, releasing strands of brilliant morning rays, while people remained lost in their dreams. 7 soul masters departed from the spirit city alongside Yang Zizhen. 8 swift horses and 8 individuals sped away, kicking up clouds of dust. They halted at a crossroads, and Yang Zizhen took out a turtle shell and tossed it into the sky. It landed on a small road, and he rushed over to pick it up, placing it on his head before mounting and heading down that path. "Young master, wait a moment," Husi shouted loudly from atop his horse. "Whoa." He reined in his horse, turning to look at the 7, who stood still, a frown of displeasure creasing his brow as he asked, "What is it? Speak up." Inside, he felt a flicker of joy, at least confirming that these individuals did not share the same intentions as him. Genie appeared quite respectful, saying, "Young master, according to the intel, we should be heading this way." "Intel? What intel?" "Since you have other matters to attend to, you need not concern yourselves with me. I am merely out for a stroll." Coldly asserting his authority, Yang Zizhen flicked his whip and continued down the small road. The 7 exchanged glances, and finally Jean, spoke, "Seventh sister, keep an eye on things. Make sure nothing unexpected happens." Bing Qi, with a blank expression, replied, "All right. Giddy up, giddy up," as she urged her horse to chase after him. Feng Lu scoffed lightly, calling him young master really makes him think highly of himself. Jean snapped, "Be quiet. Is that something you can say?" With that, he charged ahead on the main road, the other 5 hurriedly following. Hearing the sound of hooves behind him, he noticed Bing Qi was closely pursuing. Yang Zizhen showed no intention of slowing down to speak with her until he encountered another fork in the road. He dismounted, holding the turtle shell in his hand, and tossed it into the air. Bing Qi remained silent, quietly watching Yang Zizhen following him wherever he went. Thus, guided by the turtle shell, they arrived at an unnamed small town before nightfall. Following the turtle shell's guidance, they reached a dilapidated courtyard, immediately recognizable as having been abandoned for quite some time now, a land without an owner. He casually tied his horse in the broken courtyard, tidied up a somewhat intact house, and took out some food to nibble on slowly. Bing Qi remained like a shadow, silent and unhelpful, quietly observing. After an unknown period, a young man in black entered the courtyard. His worried gaze, paired with a youthful and handsome face, created a unique charm. Yang Zizhen couldn't help but quietly exclaim, "Indeed, a killer of young maidens. In this world, there should be no innocent girl who can resist that faint smile of his." Such a sense of worry can only come from someone who has endured much hardship. This is a person with a story. His voice was quiet, so soft that only he and Bing Qi could hear. It was unclear if he was speaking to himself or to Bing Qi, who sat silently nearby. The newcomer glanced at the 2 horses in the courtyard, furrowing his brow as he greeted, "Could the friends in the house stay here for a night?" Yang Zizhen laughed heartily, replying cheerfully, "We are all travelers of the world. Why must we have met before? It's nice to have someone to talk to." As he spoke, he lit a candle, illuminating the entire room. The person outside did not expect there to be a woman and hesitated somewhat. Yang Zizhen waved his hand dismissively, a hint of disdain in his tone, as he said, "As fellow wanderers of the Jianghu, you seem to be overthinking it." He clasped his hands together, introducing himself, "I am Zheng Jiang from the Spirit Hall. May I ask how to address you?" The newcomer smiled upon hearing this introduction, saying, "I am the nameless Yu Xiaojang. It is a pleasure to meet you, brother Zheng." At this moment, Bing Qi, who had been with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide in surprise and asked, "Are you the Yu Xiaojang from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect?" Yu Xiaojang was also taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, Yang Zizhen interrupted, "Since you are someone the saintess of our Spirit Hall has been thinking about, we are naturally curious." Hearing this, Yu Xiaojang felt a surge of joy and did not conceal his journey, saying, "I am here to meet the senior Qianji at the Spirit City, hoping he can fulfill our wishes." "Ha ha, Yu Xiaojang, you're already dreaming of spring and autumn as night falls. Yang Zizhen sarcastically remarked without holding back. Yu Xiaojiang enraged stood up and pointed at Yang Zizhen, asking sternly, "You, what are you to my donger? Our matters do not require a little brat like you to speak out." Yang Zizhen also stood up, looking at Yu Xiaojiang and shaking his head casually, saying, "I have been waiting for you here for quite some time. Since you are asking me this, let us speak plainly today." Turning to Bing Qi, he instructed, "Go outside and keep watch. I need to have a heart-to-heart with this hero Yu Xiaojiang." "Yes, young master." Bing Qi exited the courtyard, casually shutting the door behind her. "I am the newly appointed young master of the Spirit Hall, and also the disciple of the Pope Qianji. I came out this time specifically to find you." Yang Zizhen took a few steps forward, looking at Yu Xiaojiang and asking, "As a mutated martial soul, you can only reach level 29 at most, unless something unexpected happens. Do you think you are worthy of my senior sister Bai Bai Dong?" Yu Xiaojiang glared at Yang Zizhen's disdainful expression with a look of contempt and pointed at him with his pinky. That expression and gesture made him wish to give him a good beating. His fists clenched tightly, the flames of rage burning wildly within him. He let out a loud scream and threw a punch toward Yang Zizhen's chest. Yang Zizhen did not evade or dodge. Instead, he smiled, feeling that a single punch was insufficient for scratching him, and mockingly said, "Is this all?" He grabbed Yu Xiaojiang's arm and shook his head, saying, "With your level of uselessness, even without a martial soul, I could take on 100 of you. If I were to use my martial soul, I could easily take on 1,000. Yang Zizhen circled around him, continuing to strike him with harsh words. "What a disgrace to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Who gave you the courage to have thoughts about our saintess? Bai Bai Dong is very naive, but she is not foolish. Your sweet words may deceive her for a moment, but not for a lifetime. No, I swear my feelings for Donger are genuine, and Donger feels the same for me. We truly love each other." Yu Xiaojiang shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Yang Zizhen chuckled a few times, squatting down to pick up a wooden stick, drawing circles on the ground, and gently said, "I merely came to give you a heads up. If others were here, they would not be so easy to talk to. Don't force me to present your head to her, crying that you feel unworthy of her, leading to your own demise. Such crude falsehoods, how many in the world can believe them?" Yu Xiaojiang's language had already softened. Yang Zizhen raised his head slightly to glance at him, and shook his head, asking, "Does it matter?" Looking at the stunned Yu Xiaojiang, he smiled wickedly, and gently asked, "Does it matter? Even if I openly say I killed him, so what?" Yu Xiaojiang was filled with anger, unwillingness, and a hint of fear. He tossed the stick aside, wiped the circles from the ground with his foot, and walked to Yu Xiaojiang, patting his tightly clenched right hand, then asked, "If the person is dead, does the so-called reason still matter?" Reaching the door, he kicked the already broken wooden door, not looking back, as he shouted loudly, "Even if I bring your head back today, she remains her, I remain me, and we remain the supportive brother and sister we have always been. Do you agree? Hit me a few times, curse at me, can she really kill me?" He suddenly turned to look at Yu Xiaojiang again, coldly warning, "If you dare to appear in the Spirit City, I will kill you. The saintess nurtured by the Spirit Hall cannot be made a bride for others. This is a matter of the Spirit Hall's dignity. Indeed, this is a matter of dignity for our Spirit Hall, and there is no room for negotiation." Bing Qi suddenly chimed in darkly. "Young master, where are we headed to?" Yang Zizhen, mounted on horseback, glanced coldly at Bing Qi, who walked beside the horse, and sneered with biting sarcasm, "The matter is concluded. Naturally, we return. Will you follow me back, or go off to find your little friends as you please?" Without waiting for her reply, he vanished into the darkness. Bing Qi's face darkened. Clenching her teeth, she reluctantly followed. She realized, too late, that her group had gravely underestimated this seemingly frivolous young master, and that their future upon returning remained perilously uncertain. Upon the ramparts of Wuhuan City, Yang Zizhen stood behind Qianji and reported softly, "Master, I have conveyed all that needed saying. Unless unforeseen, Yu Xiaojiang will dare not set foot in the Wuhuan temple again." "Oh, how exactly did you speak to him?" Qianji gazed idly at the drifting white clouds above, his curiosity piqued. "With the aid of the turtle shell, I intercepted Yu Xiaojiang along his inevitable path. First I expounded reason upon him, then I struck him down, next I humiliated him thoroughly, finally I issued a dire warning. Should he ever dare enter Wuhuan City, I would kill him, for the Wuhuan Temple's holy maiden must never be wedded to another sect. And if he comes anyway?" Qianji pressed. Yang Zizhen feigned bewilderment, staring blankly at his master, as though such defiance were utterly inconceivable. Qianji turned to regard his disciple, a faint sigh escaping him. "You are still young. You do not yet grasp the power of love. When passion clouds one's judgment, even the unthinkable becomes possible. Master Yu Xiaojiang does not strike me as one who would wager his life for love." Yang Zizhen paused thoughtfully before replying, then surreptitiously glanced at his master's expression, still unsettled, and hastily added, "To erase a person. It is simplicity itself. 1,000 methods exist, 800 at the very least." Qianji turned fully toward his disciple, placed a hand upon his shoulder, and shook his head, not quite satisfied. He murmured almost to himself, if he dies within Wuhan City, what difference remains between that and revealing the truth directly to your senior sister Bai Dong? Master, I understand now. I shall immediately seek brotherhood with him, ensuring he never even considers entering Wuhan City. As he spoke, young Zizhen produced the Qianji transformation mask and broke into a sly, knowing grin. This can wait. Rest well first, then act. Little brother, of the 8 who slipped out secretly, where are the others? Bai Dong appeared silently nearby, her voice laced with quiet mockery. Yang Zizhen blinked innocently at her, his expression crumpling into wounded helplessness. Lips gently bitten, hands clasped tightly before him, fingers twisting restlessly, as if tears were moments from spilling forth. After all, you remain but a child, unable even to bear this slight humiliation. Bai Dong sighed, circling him slowly before shaking her head in gentle disappointment. She turned away with disdainful finality. Yang Zizhen lifted his gaze and, playing the part perfectly, cried out in childish petulance, "What? If I kill him?" Bai Dong whirled back, her gaze glacial, her voice unyielding. Each word carved like ice. Dare you slay him, and I shall slay you. Yang Zizhen shrank back, trembling, theatrically stamped his foot, and fled down the rampart in flustered haste. Only once far away did he let out a loud, exaggerated wah, a few performative sobs, before wiping his eyes dry and whispering inwardly, "Leaving is better. Acting is exhausting." The next day, Yang Zizhen strode boldly through Wuhan City, entered a tavern, ordered a lavish feast, and while slipping away to the privy, donned the Qianji transformation mask, shed his pristine white outer robe into the latrine, and revealed a plain indigo tunic beneath. Thus disguised, he slipped unnoticed from the city gates, feeling for the first time in ages as though the sky itself stretched boundless and free. Lately caught between Master Qianji and senior sister Bai Dong, he had been torn, neither here nor there, utterly spent. A fleeting notion arose, to conceal himself beside Yu Shaojiang, wielding the Frostblade's sword as his spirit soul, but he swiftly dismissed it. He could not be certain whether his master had assigned watchers. A discovery would plunge him into endless peril. In a secluded spot, he changed attire once more, transforming into a pampered young master of wealth, and hired a carriage. Seated within its dim interior, he tossed the turtle shell repeatedly, traveling by day and lodging by night, until at last he arrived before yet another city gate. His breath caught as he read the characters inscribed upon its towering wall. Nuwaka City, the place where he had spent his childhood. Handing 2 golden soul coins to the driver, he stepped onto the familiar streets alone. He recognized every corner, inhaled every scent, glimpsed every passing figure, heard every cadence of speech. Yet the one face he longed most to see remained absent. Pushing open his family's door, his fingers brushed thick dust upon the tabletop. Untouched for months, perhaps years. A chill of dread coiled through his gut. He stood frozen, staring at the room's unchanged arrangement, suddenly seized by icy numbness. He withdrew the turtle shell, cast it gently onto the floor, and followed the direction it pointed. Memories of childhood flickered, his parents' habits, their quiet joys, leading him instinctively to a loose floor tile tucked deep in the kitchen's corner. Beneath it lay a letter. He opened it slowly. "My son, when you find this letter, we are already gone. Your father is dead. The man who slew him is named Tang Hao. Do not seek vengeance. I only wish you to live, truly live. Your father and I grew up side by side. Childhood sweethearts, hearts, unguarded vows exchanged beneath heaven and earth. On our wedding night, we swore to depart this world together, on the same day, in the same month, in the same year. Yet I broke that vow, for I could not leave you. I wished to leave you something, so this letter came to be. I both longed for you to find it, so you might know your enemies, and yet prayed you never would, for then you would not live burdened by hatred. Your father feared the dark. Will the candles burn brightly where he now resides? He could not cook. Will he starve where he walks? He loved wine. Will he find warmth for it there? He lived cautiously all his days. Will he be safe from harm in that realm? No, I will not go to him. Instead, I shall light his candles. I shall warm his wine. I shall prepare his meals. So long as I draw breath, he may always pour his sorrows into my ears. Mother loves you, my son, but even love has its limits. I cannot stay with you forever. Learn to care for yourself. When you grow, do not choose a wife famed for beauty alone, for such women are cherished treasures of others untrained in tending to you. Choose instead a woman who lights candles for you, warms wine for you, cooks for you, whose heart is beautiful. Tang Hao is a peerless genius. His grandfather, father, and siblings surpass even your father and me beyond measure. They command a formidable force. You must never seek revenge. Hatred only deepens suffering. Learn to release it, and trust neither your master Qianji too readily. You may rely solely upon yourself. My poor beloved child, farewell. Mother loves you. Yet your father could not live without me. I chose one over the other. This selfishness. I beg your forgiveness. Should your master remain silent about us, pretend ignorance, for I suspect his shadow lies deep within this affair. I depart now, your loving mother. Tears soaked his robes. He folded the letter with reverent care and stowed it safely away, then rose to leave. But a sudden piercing unease gripped his chest. He retrieved the letter, restored it precisely where he found it, and the dread dissolved instantly. Slumping weakly against the wall, Yang Zizhen felt the heavens collapse upon him. Where now should he turn? He choked back his sobs, letting only a hollow, broken laugh escape, soft and sorrowful. From this moment forward, he stood utterly alone in the world. His parents had died under mysterious, unexplained circumstances. His master harbored hidden designs. His so-called senior sister loathed him bitterly. In this vast, indifferent world, who remained worthy of trust? It was not until the deep of night that Yang Zizhen quietly slipped out, walking alone on the desolate street. He felt somewhat lost inside, suddenly sensing someone watching him from the shadows. He looked up to see a dark figure flicker and vanish in the distance. His first thought was that he was being watched. He wanted to escape, but couldn't, so he forced himself to say, "Come out. Who sent you?" The surroundings were silent, and still with no response. Yang Zizhen shouted towards the direction where the shadow had concealed itself, "If you don't come out, I'm leaving." Seeing there was still no reaction, Yang Zizhen used the light body technique to leap into the air. The dark figure realized it could no longer hide, and took off running. The figure didn't run fast, in Yang Zizhen's eyes not resembling a master from the martial soul hall. He set aside his doubts and followed at a leisurely pace. They ran from the city to the outskirts, and then deep into the mountains. The shadow, panting heavily and realizing no one was chasing after him, finally sat down on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Suddenly a teasing voice sounded from above, "Why aren't you running?" The figure in black was startled and scrambled to his feet, stammering as he looked at Yang Zizhen in the trees. "W, what do you want? Speak. Why were you spying on me?" Yang Zizhen looked down at him with a condescending gaze. The black-clad man's eyes darted around as he brushed the dust off his clothes, awkwardly chuckling a few times before coming up with a half-hearted excuse. "I was curious. It's just you and me here at this late hour. Who else would I look at?" This excuse was quite flimsy, yet it seemed to make some sense. Yang Zizhen stroked his chin and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Flanders. I just left home ready to roam the world and become a righteous hero, a great chivalry." The young man in black raised his right hand, puffed out his chest, and appeared quite spirited, as if he truly believed he was destined to become a widely celebrated hero. Yang Zizhen shook his head disdainfully and said, "You, a hero? You don't seem qualified." Flanders wanted to say something clever, but thinking of Yang Zizhen's mysterious and formidable presence, he caught himself. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his right fist against his chest to muster courage, saying, "That's my dream. I will fight for it." With a few chuckles, Yang Zizhen gracefully landed in front of Flanders, examining him closely before shaking his head and offering a critique. "Forget about being a hero. Don't let your big eyes and honest face fool you. You have a cunning heart. It would be such a waste of your looks if you didn't become a great villain." "Hey, no need for personal attacks," Flanders protested, clearly upset. Sighing deeply, he gazed at the faint moonlight behind the clouds and lamented, "Heroes often have short lives, while love often brings sorrow. Very few chivalrous figures live long." Turning to Flanders, he asked, "Do you have any food? I'm hungry." "Oh, yes," Flanders exclaimed, rummaging through his belongings. He finally pulled out 2 chicken legs and a bun, quickly made a fire to heat them up, and handed a bowl of clear water to Yang Zizhen. Seeing his diligent demeanor, Yang Zizhen wondered what scheme he was up to. Yang Zizhen tossed a gold soul coin to Flanders, took the bun and chicken leg, and while eating remarked, "What are you staring at? Do you think I'm the kind of person who eats for free?" He held the gold soul coin in his hand, bit it, blew on it, and listened to it by his ear. Immediately his expression changed, and he took out a pack of pickled vegetables, placing it in front of Yang Zizhen with a chuckle before wandering off to daydream. Seeing him like this, Yang Zizhen couldn't help but mutter, "Money can open eyes." Noticing that Flanders pretended not to hear, Yang Zizhen sneered and tossed 10 gold soul coins his way. "Just stick with me for the next few days, and as long as you serve me, well, you won't be shortchanged. This will be your food expense for 5 days." Flanders took the gold soul coins, biting each one as he ran over, nodding eagerly. "I don't even know your esteemed surname, young master. Whatever you need, just say the word." Taking out 2 more gold soul coins, Yang Zizhen shook his head and said, "There's no need for previous acquaintance. Just call me young Master Yang. Tomorrow you will get me a good carriage. We will travel together and you can decide the route and scenic spots, and I'll cover all expenses along the way." "All right." Flanders was secretly delighted, thinking how fortunate he was to encounter such a good opportunity so soon after leaving home. It was clear that Yang Zizhen was a naive rich kid. Yang Zizhen glanced at Flanders with a smile, leaped onto a tree branch, and said, "I'm tired after a long day. Let's sleep." Flanders widened his eyes, utterly shocked by this scene. He couldn't believe a person could be so light and agile, fearing that this mysterious wealthy young man might fall and hurt himself. Sitting in the carriage, Yang Zizhen silently practiced the eternal life technique, traveling towards the Tiando Empire under the guidance of Flanders, the young man blinded by money. After about 10 days, a young man in black suddenly collapsed by the roadside. Flanders rescued him and brought him into the carriage, and upon seeing him, Yang Zizhen shook his head and sighed. It's truly fate. The young man they saved was none other than Yu Xiaojiang, who appeared severely injured. Yang Zizhen checked his breathing, which was steady, and checked his pulse, which was even and strong. It seemed that whoever attacked him had been very careful. Though he looked serious, it was just superficial injuries. Shaking his head, he thought, this guy isn't doing too well. It must be members of the Martial Soul Hall, or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect who did this. Flanders poured some water down his throat, and soon Yu Xiaojiang woke up coughing and asking, "Where am I?" 18 layers of hell waiting to drink Mangpa soup and be reincarnated. Yang Zizhen teased lightly. Yu Xiaojiang surveyed his surroundings and sighed in relief. Thank goodness I'm not dead. Who did this to you, little brother? They seem to have quite a grudge against you. Flanders asked after helping him sit up. Who else could it be? It must be the Martial Soul Hall. Yu Xiaojiang felt quite helpless and angry. Do you have anywhere to go, little brother? We can give you a ride. Flanders first acted like a good person and then turned to Yang Zizhen with a cheeky smile. Young Master Yang, since we are just wandering around anyway, this won't delay your sightseeing, will it? Yang Zizhen closed his eyes, pretending not to hear anything, and promptly began to snore. To an outsider, his performance seemed incredibly fake. But he thought to himself, you can go wherever you like, as long as I can keep an eye on Yu Xiaojiang, that's all that matters. He said, brother, I actually have nowhere to go either. Why don't we travel together to relax? That sounds good. Yu Xiaojiang, realizing he had nowhere to go, directly expressed his thoughts. But 3 people in the carriage at night might be a bit cramped. Flanders glanced at Yang Zizhen while saying this, as if he were speaking directly to the wealthy young man. Yang Zizhen pulled out a handful of gold soul coins and extended his hand, and Flanders hurriedly caught them with both hands. What kind of rickety carriage is this? As soon as we reach the next place, get the best one. I have plenty of money, so don't worry about spending. Yang Zizhen reprimanded him with his eyes closed, but when he felt the carriage not moving, he began to complain. Why aren't we hurrying to the next city? Give me the best carriage. If it's not the best, I won't pay. Although the Black Kingdom is affiliated with the Tiando Empire, the Empire has little actual control over this place. Suatu City, as the capital of Black Kingdom, is a provincial-level city that is very prosperous. Looking at the few gold soul coins, Yang Zi frowned. In order to continue maintaining the facade of being a wealthy second generation, he needed to earn a significant amount of money in a short time. With his eyes darting around, he shouted to Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang, who were enjoying free food and drinks outside, to the Grand Soul Arena. I want to stretch my limbs. Getting off the carriage, he handed 50 gold soul coins to Flanders and instructed, I will personally take the stage later, bet on me to win. He then walked into the Grand Soul Arena. After entering the Soul Arena, he registered for an iron badge, signed up to participate in the competition, and gave himself the code name Iron Fist, waiting in the waiting room for his turn. Finally, the announcement came next. To enter the stage are contestants with code names Iron Fist and Flying Bird. Following this were brief introductions of the two and some words to hype the atmosphere, ensuring there would be no lull during the betting period. Wearing the mask provided by the Soul Arena, Yang Zi, dressed in white, stepped onto the fighting stage. The broadcast introduced him. Simply walking onto the stage now is contestant Iron Fist, a level 25 Great Soul Master, looking like a rich young master in his flowing white attire. A wave of murmurs arose around him, with someone whispering, how can this be Iron Fist? His footsteps are light. I thought he was Flying Bird. This name is too casual, it's purely misleading. This doesn't seem reliable at all. Then a woman in green, also light on her feet and exuding pride, appeared. Though masked, there was a clear hint of disdain in her eyes as she looked at Yang Zi. The broadcast introduced Flying Bird simply, this beautiful lady is Flying Bird, currently with 12 points, a level 29 Great Soul Master, and those familiar with her know she is a very powerful Soul Master. After that, the two engaged in a few minutes of warm-up to familiarize themselves with the environment. All esteemed guests have already chosen their favored contestant and placed their bets. EY now declare the match to begin. As soon as the referee's words fell, the woman unleashed her martial soul, a winged leopard, with 2 yellow soul rings moving up and down her body. She shouted in excitement, and the illusory figure of the winged leopard merged with her. Yang Zi felt some anticipation in his heart, quietly watching her without taking any action or intending to unleash his martial soul. Above, some scornful laughter rang out. Haha, still calling himself Iron Fist. Has he been scared, silly? Turns out he's a fake Iron Fist, He even forgot to release his martial soul. Damn Iron Fist, you made me lose money. It's all good, I can enjoy myself tonight, ha ha. Hearing various voices around him, Yang Zi paid them no mind, simply standing still and watching what Flying Bird could do. Seeing him motionless, Flying Bird reminded him, aren't you going to unleash your martial soul? Don't blame me if you lose later. With your skills, I don't need to unleash my martial soul. After Yang Zi casually said this, the audience erupted in chaos. Arrogant and unaware of danger. Could he really be a master? Flying Bird's expression changed. You asked for this. Second soul skill, Leopard Strike. Flying Bird transformed into a winged leopard and swiftly appeared in front of him, launching a fierce attack. Yang Zi nimbly dodged while Flying Bird as a winged leopard quickly followed up with continuous strikes. As Yang Zi skillfully evaded, he also quickly retaliated with his fists. Flying Bird's movements were indeed fast, but for some reason they appeared much slower in his eyes. His eyes turned completely white, emanating a chilling aura. To Yang Zi, Flying Bird's movements seemed even slower. Seizing a weakness, he blocked with one fist and kicked Flying Bird down to the ground, walking over to ask, how old are you this year? Flying Bird blinked confused, and Yang Zi spoke, I see you have some talent. If you're under 15, we can chat after the match. I'm only interested in geniuses. After saying this, a chill radiated from him, causing the temperature on the fighting stage to drop several degrees, yet his aura remained unchanged. My family is weak, and I still have an elderly uncle. I'm 14 this year. Flying Bird, feeling the pressure, simply stated her situation. Let's talk outside, Yang Zi quietly said to her. Flying Bird responded straightforwardly, I concede. Wow, it's happening, it's happening. Cheater, where's Iron Fist? Who really is Flying Bird? Yang Zi shouted at the loudest person in the audience, what's wrong with me being Iron Fist today? Come down and see if I can't beat you. This situation was rare, and the stage fell silent. Seeing Yang Zi, Flander shouted excitedly, Young Master Yang, it's happening, it's happening. The previous match was 3-1. I placed all my gold coins on it. Including the principal and interest. Here are your 200 gold soul coins. Honestly, how much pressure did you feel? You must have embezzled quite a bit these days. This counts as legal laundering. Yang Zi glanced at his appearance and roughly understood the situation, but did not accept the gold soul coins. At this moment, a weak voice rang out, excuse me, young master, what do you want to say? Yang Zi, Flander, and Yu Xiaojing turned to look at the voice and saw a frail little girl walking toward them. The girl was not very beautiful, but definitely not ugly. Describing her as quite attractive would be appropriate. Her thinness was likely due to malnutrition. Yang Zi looked at her and directly asked, what is that elder to you? He is my only family member. He cannot cultivate martial souls and is already 60 this year. Flying Bird answered cautiously, as she could sense Yang Zi's strength, someone she could not offend. Understood. Casually replying, she turned back to Flander and instructed again, bet on me to win this time. Yu Xiaojing kindly reminded young Master Yang, everyone can only enter the arena once a day. Yang Zi ignored this and told Flying Bird, if you trust me, bet on me to win. He then walked straight past the registration desk, saying, arrange another team match for me. Sure, what is the name of your team? Who are the members? Yang Zi replied, the team name is still Iron Fist, and I am the only member. I'm sorry, but a team requires 2 people. You alone do not comply with the rules. Yang Zi shouted, rules are meant to be broken. Is it not possible for me to take on 2 opponents? After saying this, he chuckled and asked Flander, wouldn't it be cool if I could take on 2 opponents? Oh, the 3 behind him clearly did not expect him to say this. I'm sorry, I need to ask for approval. Approval for what? Just say my teammate is temporarily injured. I've already shown them mercy by not taking on 7. Before Yang Zi could continue, someone interrupted him. This young friend wants to take on 2 opponents. There are plenty of chances. Since there are no suitable teammates, just find anyone. An elder's voice reached his ears, but he could not see anyone. He beckoned to Flying Bird, saying, let's form a team together. We shall call it the Invincible Team. Once again stepping onto the arena, the announcer introduced the 2 participants. First to appear is the Invincible Duo, formed by the Soul Masters Jingang and Fania, a new combination that arose from an unexpected encounter. Both participants are expected to perform admirably in today's competition, and the Invincible Duo is likely to showcase a remarkable display. Now let's welcome the opponents of the Invincible Duo, the Ice and Fire combination. As the announcement concludes, a man and a woman step in, the man in black with red hair, and the woman in white with white hair, whose resemblance suggests they might be siblings. As the Ice and Fire combination enters, a wave of cheers erupts, clearly indicating their popularity. The announcer's voice rings out again, everyone knows that the Ice and Fire combination consists of a pair of twins with a flawless synergy. They have currently amassed 98 points, and if they win one more match, they will earn the Copper Violet badge. Will the Ice and Fire combination continue their winning streak, or will the Invincible Duo rise to the occasion? Let's wait and see. Yang Zizhen observes the opposing duo and tells Fij behind him, when it starts, you go down directly. Taking on 2 is not just talk. Oh, I know about the Ice and Fire combination. They have maintained an undefeated record since forming quite a formidable duo. Fania cautiously shares her knowledge, concerned he might underestimate them. Yang Zizhen grinned and said that's because those siblings haven't encountered me. What's 2 against 1? I could take on 10. At that moment the referee's voice announced the match begins. As the words fell, Fania hesitated, but Yang Zizhen kicked her off the stage, leaving the crowd in shock. Such a situation had never happened before. The sibling duo across the arena was momentarily stunned. The white-haired girl sneered, "Brother, is that fool opposite us just giving us points?" The red-haired boy nodded, "It seems so." After speaking, both exclaimed, "Ice and fire duel heaven." It turns out that these siblings possess a set of combination skills that exponentially increase their power, aiming for a quick victory. With their backs to each other, 2 yellow soul rings floated rhythmically above and below them, conjuring a flame cat and a mysterious ice tiger behind them. Together, they merged into a white tiger with wings roaring toward the heavens. "You two are not bad. You've earned the right to make me use my martial spirit," Yang Zizhen declared, crossing his fists as a chilling aura radiated outward with a white and orange golden soul ring floating around him. Everyone in the soul fighting arena burst into laughter. 10-year soul rings, haha, that's hilarious. 10-year soul rings. The 10-year white soul ring is truly invincible, haha. Ignoring the laughter, he shouted, "Ice and snow world." With Yang Zizhen at the center, layers of frost spread outward, and a terrifying chill enveloped the entire arena, lowering the temperature by several degrees. The white tiger with flaming wings charged at him, and Yang Zizhen lifted his fist, rushing toward the tiger. Neither party retreated upon impact. The flaming wings wrapped around Yang Zizhen, who let out a loud yell, pulling back his fists to meet the tiger's head with his chest, his fists, and the tiger's claws engaging with one another, neither yielding an inch. "I said invincible, and I am invincible." Yang Zizhen stood there mocking the siblings, then grasped the flaming wings with one hand, while throwing punches with the other. After a few hits, the white tiger began to show signs of fear. He laughed heartily, leaped off the ground, and landed on the tiger's back, saying, "Too bad it's just a fake. Otherwise I would have captured you as my mount." With that, he leaped in front of the siblings, raising his fists to strike before they could react. The two fell to the ground, staring at Yang Zizhen in disbelief, shouting, "Impossible! This can't be happening. There's nothing impossible. Perhaps you look like geniuses to others, but to me you are nothing. Choose surrender or take a beating." With that, he raised his fists, chuckling mischievously, and addressed the onlookers, "The more heartbroken you are, the happier I am, ha." He then raised his fists and shouted, "Those who bet on my victory, you truly have good judgment. Do you think I'm handsome or not?" The few who won shouted, "Handsome, you are the most handsome." Those who lost angrily yelled, "Go die, you made me lose money." "What are you saying? I can't hear you." Yang Zizhen placed his hand behind his ear and shouted loudly, "You're the most handsome. Go die." 2 completely different voices echoed, and Yang Zizhen laughed heartily as he walked off the stage. "Young Master Yang, we struck it rich, we struck it rich. 10 times a full 10 times. Flender, beaming with excitement, handed Yang Zizhen an entire bag of gold soul coins, saying, "This is a total of 2,200 gold coins, including principal and interest. Let's go to Fania's house." Yang Zizhen instructed with a smile, then turned to Fania, asking, "Did you place a bet?" "Ah, yes, I did." Fania replied and hurried off to collect her winnings. "Hey, you Xiaojing, did you place a bet?" Yang Zizhen asked curiously. "He didn't, but I did." Flender, quite pleased, glanced at Yang Zizhen and said, "I not only bet my entire fortune, but also borrowed 100 gold soul coins from you, Xiaojing. From today I can consider myself rich. Young Master Yang, I promise I won't be greedy with your money anymore." He laughed wickedly and happily. Fania returned quickly, grinning as she revealed, "I bet my first gold soul coin, and this time I bet my last gold coin. Let's go to your house as guests. You need to make us something delicious." Yang Zizhen joked and turned away, exiting the grand door and jumping into his luxurious carriage. Fania's house is located on the outskirts of a small town. Upon arriving at the door, although it occupies a large area, it is unfortunately in a state of disrepair due to neglect over time, fitting the description of a dilapidated estate. Upon entering, an old man was chopping wood in the front yard. Seeing guests arrive, he quickly put down his work. Yang Zizhen, witnessing this, directly asked Fania, "I'll buy this estate for 2,000 gold soul coins." "Oh." Fania appeared somewhat puzzled. Yang Zizhen ignored her thoughts and handed 2,000 gold soul coins to Fania, stating to Flender, "This estate will belong to me from now on. You will manage it, and this old man will continue to take care of the estate." He also took out 20 gold coins and handed them to Fania. "This is the prepaid wages for the old man. Give it to him." Flender seemed to understand something, nudging Fania as he said, "This is young Master Yang helping in disguise. Hurry up and thank him." "You don't have to thank me. I have my own agenda. I need someone to work. If you agree, I will teach you a set of boxing techniques that will guarantee a substantial increase in your strength." As he said this, he walked over to a stone bench and scolded Flender, "You money lover, what are we having for lunch?" "I have prepared good food and drinks." As he spoke, he took out the prepared food and placed it on the stone table, chuckling as he clearly had mischievous plans. We'll leave tomorrow. So soon. Having won so much money, if we don't leave, we'll be stuck here forever. There are two major empires, and it's not just one grand soul-fighting arena. Yang Zizhen reminded him in a somewhat annoyed tone. Right, young master is indeed young master. Fei Niao's real name is Shu Chun. Her ancestors were once prominent, but unfortunately due to a lack of ambition, the family gradually declined. By her generation, only an elderly uncle remained, making it seem less prosperous than an ordinary family. That night she was taught a set of leopard fist techniques to use with her martial spirit, promising unexpected results. Flandra hurried over saying, young master, can you teach me a few moves too? I can teach you, but what benefit do I get? You're such a money grubber. Yang Zizhen remained unfazed by Flandra's change of address. For a money-obsessed person, nothing aside from money could win his heart. They'll cover all expenses from now on, how about that? He patted his chest, trying to appear generous. Yang Zizhen rolled his eyes at him and chuckled. Are you really that kind-hearted? If I were to spend your money, I wouldn't feel at ease. He pointed a finger looking at him and whispered, you just need to help me with one thing. Young master, please give your orders. He gestured for Flandra to come closer, whispering in a voice as faint as a mosquito. You need to do this, and not just follow these instructions. Is that all? Flandra looked puzzled, but soon he joyfully made a guarantee. Since you think so highly of me, I will definitely get it done. Just execute this task well, and I will gift you this estate for your retirement. Thus Yang Zizhen handed over the estate he had just purchased for 2,000 gold soul coins, never imagining that his actions today would lead to slight regrets more than 20 years later. Because this place would become the original Shrek Academy, where a certain Tang San, the son of his enemy, and one of his most formidable opponents in the Douluo world, would emerge. Flandra's eyes glimmered with excitement, like a starving lone wolf after days without food. He clenched his fists and made a gesture to encourage himself. Biting his lip, he gazed at the sky. I promise not to disappoint you, young master. Then I'll teach you a few moves based on your martial spirit characteristics. Let's start with the eagle claw technique. He began explaining the key points and methods of execution. Yang Zizhen lay in the carriage feigning sleep, while Fei Niao chose to stay by his side as a diligent assistant, as becoming stronger was her most pressing need. Young master, in no more than 3 days I can reach level 30. Fei Niao quietly shared her situation, feeling a clear change in her body since learning the leopard fist. She had a strong intuition that she could level up to 30 within 3 days. Let's head to the Stardew Forest to hunt soul beasts. Yang Zizhen shouted to Flandra. Flandra peeked in at Yang Zizhen, and then at Fei Niao as if understanding something, but still reminded. Young master, isn't hunting 1,000-year soul beasts a bit too much? Should we find some stronger fighters? I, your young master, am the greatest expert. As long as we don't encounter 10,000-year soul beasts, I guarantee your safety. Yang Zizhen said this with his eyes closed calmly, as if it were only natural. He wasn't being arrogant, he simply had absolute confidence. He opened his eyes looking incredulous and said, to become a strong person, one must first have the heart of a strong person, which means facing challenges and overcoming the weak. If you can't do this, you can only be considered a skilled individual, not a true strong one. The two fell into contemplation, coughing lightly, and throwing a glance at Flandra, they quickly exited the carriage to chat with Yu Xiaogang. They left the carriage at the inn and headed towards the Stardew Forest. They began their search in the outer area, relying solely on luck this time, with Yang Zizhen walking at the back of the group. A commotion of battle sounds came from afar. The group hurried over and hid behind a large boulder to observe. A girl in white was fighting against an 800-year soul beast. Both were at their limits, and whoever had the stronger will would emerge victorious. The girl in white had a fierce glint in her eyes, gritting her teeth as she leaped up to deliver a fatal blow to the soul beast, then knelt down to painfully rise one silver boot, pressing on the soul beast's head as she gasped for breath. Did you see that? She has the heart of a strong person. Yang Zizhen exclaimed softly in admiration. Who? The girl alert turned her head towards the direction of the boulder. Flandra and Yu Xiaogang were captivated by the girl's grace and stepped forward first. We're good people, young lady, you should hurry and absorb the soul ring. Flandra quickly transformed from his usual rogue demeanor into a righteous young man. Yang Zizhen stepped out and exclaimed, haha, what a feast. Let's hurry up and roast the meat. You carry on with what you're doing, and we'll feast on your soul beast meat. Just let us protect you for free. Then he kicked Flandra, saying, hurry up. Today I'll bring out the best wine to celebrate roasting the beast meat. As he spoke, he spread a blanket on the grass, and as if performing a magic trick, took out various seasonings, murmuring to himself, my mother said that when out in the world one must learn to take care of oneself. Soon various cups and bowls were neatly arranged. Fei Niao blinked in confusion, asking, young master, are we here to have fun or to hunt soul beasts? Of course I came out to have fun. Hunting soul beasts for you is just a side task. He pointed to the 800-year soul beast on the ground and commented, this soul beast is too low in age, it's not worthy of you. Young master, you're quite amusing, but what about the 10-year white soul ring? Fei Niao pouted, somewhat skeptical of his claims. Her remark piqued Flandra's curiosity, as well, who asked with a puzzled expression, young master, your soul ring is indeed white, but why is its power so great? This question aroused the curiosity of everyone present. Yang Zizhen, with a look as if they had never seen the world, coldly laughed. Who said a white soul ring is only 10 years? Tell me, how many years is an orange gold soul ring? Right? Young master, what's the situation with your orange gold soul ring? Fei Niao's eyes widened as she leaned closer to him, her curiosity bubbling over. The reason I can take on 2 opponents at once, or even claim to take on 10, is because my soul rings give me that confidence. He stood up, proudly gazing at the group with his head held high, looking towards the sky at a 45-degree angle, shaking his head and swaying as he continued. My second white soul ring comes from a 60,000-year soul beast, while my first orange gold soul ring is from a 200,000-year soul beast, which is why I can confidently say I can take on 10. Impossible! They all exclaimed in unison. There are many things you haven't seen. Oh, just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. He glanced at everyone, lightly leaping onto a few leaves swaying in the wind. Except for Flandra, the other 3 stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Yang Zizhen looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his white clothing fluttering in the wind. He took out his 1000 machine flash, opened it gently, and asked the group with a smug tone, don't I give off the feeling of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm? Flandra started to flatter him, saying, young master, you're not just resembling one, you truly are a celestial being. The 2 women rolled their eyes, shameless. It was unclear who they were referring to. A group of people continued traversing the starred Do Great Forest. Originally 4, they had now become 5, with the delicate girl who possessed the heart of a strong warrior, named Lu Erlong. Flinder felt a stir in his heart, his gaze filled with light, as he busily ran back and forth, a stark contrast to Yu Xiaojing's demeanor. The 2 of them were in extreme contrast, to put it bluntly. One was akin to a sycophant, while Yu Xiaojing remained taciturn and pretentious. Yang Zizhen shook his head at the 3 walking ahead, saying, barking dogs typically do not have good outcomes. Young master, what does that mean? Fei Niao quietly asked. Yang Zizhen pretended to be fierce, raising his hands like claws and barking at her. Woof. 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 He then pointed at Yu Xiaojing, saying with that effort, you might as well ask that paper-talking fellow what kind of soul beast would be suitable for the 3rd soul ring. Oh, he said while jogging a few steps, brother Xiaojing, what kind of soul beast should I hunt for my 3rd soul? Yu Xiaojing finally had a chance to express himself. Coughing lightly, he replied, your martial soul is the wind leopard. Based on my research and analysis, the best match would be a felid, as this would better highlight the agility and swift attack characteristics of the wind leopard. This is the most ideal state. Young master, he said that felids are more suitable. Fei Niao came over to Yang Zizhen's side to report softly. I have good hearing, I can hear everything. What he said is all nonsense, practically the same as saying nothing. Yang Zizhen replied irritably, initially thinking that this fellow praised by Bibi Dong, who was unmatched in the heavens and on earth, would provide some constructive insight. He didn't expect him to spout a load of nonsense, and cursed that Yu Xiaojing, a useless person, is indeed useless. Even what they say is rubbish. He glanced at the white bird beside him, saying, later, I will teach you a few moves. After practicing hard for 3 to 5 years, you might achieve grace, like a swallow. Of course, achieving my level of not touching the ground is still somewhat difficult. Fei Niao then carefully looked at his feet, realizing that indeed with each step he lightly touched the tips of the grass, maintaining a distance of more than a finger's width from the ground. She blinked her eyes, rubbed them, and looked again, confirming she wasn't seeing things. I haven't mastered my skills yet, so I can't reach the level of leaving no trace in the snow. Are you interested? Yang Zizhen, like a bad uncle tricking a child, asked, who wouldn't be envious of such a skill among martial artists. Learn, I must learn. Fei Niao's answer reflected her true feelings mixed with anger. Actually, the pairing of soul beasts and soul rings cannot be forced. The most suitable for you right now is a soul beast that is about 1600 years old. Therefore, our hunting target is a soul beast around that age. Yang Zizhen casually stated the target. Flinder, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojing, and Fei Niao all stopped in their tracks, asking in unison, what? A 1600-year-old soul beast. We won't even be able to escape. Yang Zizhen ignored the 4 and calmly told them, you just watch, I can handle it alone. Saying this, he relied on his instincts and walked ahead. After walking for about another hour, they encountered a lightning leopard around 1100 years in age, quietly observing the 5 ready to attack at any moment. Yang Zizhen unleashed his aura with the orange golden soul ring and white tiger soul ring moving around him. A layer of frost spread outwards from him for about 50 meters, causing the surrounding vegetation to be cloaked in white. His icy gaze directed at the lightning leopard as he said, "Either run away or become a ghost under my knife." As he spoke, he prepared to strike with his fists. The lightning leopard glanced at the group and finally focused on the two soul rings trembling its four legs and quickly turning to flee. Animals are extremely alert to danger, particularly the pressure from two soul rings that terrified it, prompting. The lightning leopard is actually quite suitable for you, but it's just too young and won't help you much in the future. Yang Zizhen explained to Fei Niao, retracting his aura, looking at the incredulous expressions of the others as he spoke. "Let's go." The four began to doubt his background. His actions clearly indicated that he was an extremely arrogant young master, but more importantly, he possessed such strength, leading to speculation that this so-called Yang Zizhen might even be a pseudonym. As the sun began to set, they finally encountered a bronze bull with a cultivation level of around 1700 years staring at the group with its large eyes. The bronze bull is a very troublesome soul beast known for its great strength and high defense, and is quite rare within the entire Douluo Great Forest. "This one will do. You all keep your distance," Yang Zizhen said as he approached it unarmed. As the bull charged, it unleashed a powerful kick towards Yang Zizhen, its head lowered with its horns resembling two short blades aimed directly at him. Yang Zizhen opened his arms and grasped the bull's horns, flipping himself onto its back and punching down towards its head. The bronze bull, high in intelligence, leaned against a large tree as it felt him on its back. Yang Zizhen agilely dodged the punches while continuously pounding the bull's head. With its front legs off the ground and its hind legs raised, it rolled on the ground, galloping back and forth. Regardless of how it struggled, the bull couldn't do anything to Yang Zizhen, who seized every opportunity to strike its head until it exhausted its last bit of strength, frothing at the mouth and collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily. Fei Niao approached the bronze bull with a sharp blade in hand. The bull, realizing it was doomed today, felt a sense of helplessness akin to being toyed with by a fly as a tear slowly rolled down its face. Holding the blade, Fei Niao looked at the tear sliding down and wondered if she was reminded of her past. No matter how she tried, she couldn't bring herself to stab down. She turned to Yang Zizhen, unable to bear it, and called out, "Young master." Yang Zizhen, sitting on the bull's back, coldly replied, "Non-human, their heart must be different. You do not yet have the qualifications to show mercy." He then struck down with two punches, shattering the bull's horns, tossing them to Flinder, while ordering later, "Find a skilled craftsman to make me 2 suitable items. I want the whole hide of the bull that might sell for a good price." Upon hearing the mention of money, Flinder's eyes immediately lit up with greed as he urged Fei Niao, "A single strike is actually quite simple." He then called out to the other two, "You Xiaojiang and Erlong, hurry and gather firewood. Tonight we feast." Fei Niao gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and plunged the blade down, ending the bull's suffering. After taking a deep breath, she sat cross-legged and began to refine and absorb the beast's soul. Only after confirming the bronze bull was completely dead did she jump down, lay out a blanket, and lie down, muttering to herself, "I'm exhausted. I really want to sleep for a while." Aside from the dinner, she packed the remaining beef and edible parts, including bones and the bull's tail, into her storage belt, preparing to enjoy them slowly later. A lavish feast of the whole bull unfolded in the Douluo Great Forest. Yang Zizhen quietly said to Flinder, "Next, how about we take a tour of the Douluo Empire? I've heard that the wealthy there are very generous. Young master, are you looking to find some good recruits?" Flinder glanced at Fei Niao with an understanding look. The two pointed at each other, bursting into laughter together. "What do you all think Fei Niao's third soul skill will be?" Lu Erlong asked. "Based on my years of research and data analysis, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a defensive type soul skill, very likely something like copper skin, iron bone." Lu Erlong looked at Yu Xiaojiang with admiration. Flinder appeared contemplative, while Yang Zizhen rolled his eyes, seemingly looking down on such a conclusion. The carriage remained the same, as always, with the same 5 people inside. Yang Zizhen sat in the carriage, swaying uncomfortably. Fei Niao held a copy of the 9 Mysteries Heart Sutra, engrossed in her reading. Whenever she encountered something she did not understand, she would seek guidance from Yang Zizhen, who patiently explained. After all, the Taoist heart method emphasizes using softness to overcome rigidity, making it quite suitable for women to cultivate from a young age. He took out the Mizong step that he had just transcribed the previous night and tossed it to Fei Niao, saying, "Focus on cultivating heart methods, and you can ponder this body technique when you have free time. Based on Qi supplemented by technique. Using Qi to control technique is the true path." He glanced at Fei Niao, who was visibly confused, and offered no further explanation, simply saying, "Just do as I say. It will greatly benefit your soul power cultivation, and after 7 or 8 years of hard training you will understand. Young brother, teach me a few moves too." Lu Erlong voiced his thoughts. "The method is not lightly shared. We are not fated." Yang Zizhen shut his eyes and ignored everyone. Lu Erlong, having hit a brick wall, looked displeased, anger flickering in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he stepped outside, after which Flander was summoned back. Flander had overheard some words, and curiously asked in a low voice, "Young master, what does it mean to have fate? What does it mean to have no fate? Seeing you pleasing to the eye means fate. Seeing you displeasing means no fate." Yang Zizhen casually replied with his eyes still closed, then extended a hand. "Come, this young master is in a good mood today. Let me read your fortune." "Oh." Flander was taken aback, not understanding. He extended his palm, saying, "Come closer. Give me your left hand." "Oh." He placed his left hand into Yang Zizhen's. Yang Zizhen's eyes still shut began to pinch Flander's fingers, moving down to his shoulders, then pinching his earlobes, touching his forehead, nose, and chin before withdrawing his hand and saying, "What a pity. Oh, you have potential, but unfortunately your timing is a bit late. Your bone structure is set and your achievements will not be significant. It's best to focus on being a cunning merchant." Yang Zizhen had kept his eyes closed the whole time. After a moment, he extended his hand again, moving his finger. Flander understood and handed his hand back, and after a moment of feeling around, he spoke, "Say a word for me to hear." "Heart." He squeezed Flander's palm. "Lu Erlong is not your match. Seek a better partner. You will encounter unexpected gains in Xinglua City." "Oh, young master, what kind of reasoning is this? Can you tell all that just from squeezing and feeling? You were born into a poor family. Your father passed away early, and your mother also left not long after. You have experienced a heartbreak. A wealthy family wanted you to become their son-in-law, but upon secretly observing you found them too ugly and left without a word. You harbor deep resentment and are driven by greed. Your so-called dream of being a hero is merely an excuse to accumulate wealth." Yang Zizhen had said so much in one breath that it left Flander astonished, unable to speak, pointing with his finger. "You. Aye. Young master, I have great abilities. You should go about your business." Yang Zizhen proudly boasted, secretly amused. "You can't intimidate me. I will definitely not reveal the truth." The reason Yang Zizhen knew all this so clearly was quite simple. Flander had a habit of talking in his sleep. One rainy night, during a casual conversation, he unintentionally revealed the gist of his story based on his usual lifestyle habits. While it sounded mysterious, it was quite straightforward when explained. Closing his eyes and feeling bones merely added an air of mystery. It was one of the most commonly used tricks by young practitioners in the martial world, not worth mentioning. As for the matter with Lu Erlong, it was even simpler. Have you ever heard of a simp winning the heart of a goddess? It seemed mysterious and lengthy, yet it all stemmed from psychological effects with no real substance whatsoever. The carriage suddenly stopped and Flander quickly darted outside, shouting, "Young master, it's a matter of rivers and Yang Zizhen stepped out of the carriage and upon seeing the situation couldn't help but smile bitterly and blink. He saw a 12 or 13-year-old boy wounded and standing before the carriage with a sword touching the ground, while three masked figures in black loomed behind him, giving off a decidedly villainous impression. The masked figures appeared somewhat apprehensive when looking at the carriage. The boy's eyes were filled with hope as he looked at it. Yang Zizhen swiftly approached the boy, circling around his slender frame, starting from his hands and exploring down to his feet, then nodded in satisfaction and asked, "How old are you this year? What is your martial soul?" The boy hadn't replied yet when the masked man spoke directly. "Friend, are you planning to interfere?" He extended his hand towards the boy, and Yang Zizhen gently said, "I just need to borrow your sword." The boy didn't think much and handed over the sword to him. Gripping the long sword, he pointed it towards the sky, a surge of heroic spirit rising from within. The long-lost familiar feeling enveloped him, and he declared with authority, with a sword in hand, "The world is mine." With that, he swiftly appeared before the masked man in black, thrusting the sword and hitting 5 key points on the man's body before he could even react. The masked man felt a sharp pain and wanted to speak, but no words came out. Yang Zizhen turned around to face the right-hand masked man, his sword strikes unchanging, as he stepped, piercing 5 vital points on him as well. It was only then that the central masked man finally staggered and collapsed. The farthest left masked man, sensing the danger, turned to flee, but with a cold smile, he was pierced through the heart in a matter of breaths. As Yang Zizhen slowly withdrew the long sword, he shook his head, lamenting, "Such grace, yet you wield a broken sword. Oh, alas, it truly befits your status." He returned the sword to the boy and asked with a light smile, "Now that there are no disturbances, let's discuss your situation." Flander hurried over to inspect the bodies, checking their identities and backgrounds. The others remained in stunned silence, unable to believe that the matter had ended so abruptly, feeling it was all. Hearing Yang Zizhen's question, the boy finally spoke up, "My name is Zhang Jichao. I am 13 years old, and my martial soul is the star-chasing sword. My first soul skill is shadow kill. My second soul skill is forceful strike. My parents were killed by masked men because our family chose the wrong side and was purged. Would you take me as your disciple? I wish to learn the techniques you just displayed." Yang Zizhen asked the boy with a grin, "Can I become as powerful as you just were?" The boy was filled with it. If you study diligently, it would take at least 15 or 16 years. Generally, even a title Douluo wouldn't be your match after 30 years. Yang Zizhen thought for a moment before answering him, as such things should not be said lightly. The boy suddenly knelt down with a thud, shouting, "Master, get up, let's get in the carriage and change your clothes." Yang Zizhen returned to the carriage, first glancing at Flander, who was still with the three masked men, unsure of what to do, and called out irritably, "Aren't you going to spare some wealth for the original owner? Otherwise you won't be able to reincarnate. Be careful they come back for you at night. I'm not afraid of living people. Why should I fear a few dead ones?" Although he said this, he quickly ran back, nimbly jumping onto the carriage, saying, "Giddy up, congratulations, young master, on acquiring a disciple. Your name can no longer be used from now on. You shall be called Liuxing Meteor. You will reclaim your original name when you have the power for revenge." Xinglua City, the capital of the Xinglua Empire, serves as the political, cultural, economic, and entertainment center of the entire empire, making it the most prosperous place in the Douluo Continent without exception. The Xinglua Grand Soul Arena is also one of the 7 most famous soul arenas, with betting amounts that far exceed those of other arenas. After obtaining the Iron Badge and completing all the necessary formalities, Flander cast a subtle smile at Yang Zizhen, who rolled his eyes back at him. He quietly instructed Fania in Bird's ear, "Remember to place a large bet. It doesn't matter how much we win here." As the announcer's voice rang out, it finally called out, "Please welcome the Soul Master D. Jianxian to the stage." Yang Zizhen, feigning a limp, slowly walked out, while inserting a short sword he had just purchased at his waist. "What does this mean, master?" Lu Xing asked Fania in confusion. Fania shook his head equally. Flander stole a glance at Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Eryong, then thoughtfully said, "This is the young master's first appearance. Dressing like this will increase the odds, and we'll win more." Everyone nodded and began rummaging through their wallets. Although he wore flowing white robes, such conduct was even more offensive to the eye, worse than flowers growing in cow dung. Some couldn't help but shout, "Where did this ruffian come from? A dead cripple insulted the title D. Jianxian. Disgusting. Beat him, I'll take the blame for it. It's too disgusting. I think he's pretty good." The first half of the sentence was soft, but then it turned into an excited scream, "But beating him would be even better. Hit him. A bunch of shameless people, what did I do to provoke you?" Yang Zizhen on the stage was equally unyielding, bending forward and raising his hand to shout at the crowd. The introduction that should have announced his opponent went silent, as if everyone was enjoying the spectacle. The audience and VIPs, seeing him like this, thought to themselves, "Wow, how many years has it been since such a situation occurred? What's wrong with cursing you? You think you can still step into the ring and fight me?" They all began to curse. Yang Zizhen saw the chaotic curses blend together and couldn't discern the specific insults. He thought arguing is fine. I've never feared anyone in 2 lifetimes. I've just been suppressed without room to express myself. It's perfect to practice on you all." He shouted, "Stop." And when the noise subsided slightly, he pointed at a woman dressed like a fairy and said, You. I'm talking about you with your seductive look. Does your husband know he's wearing a green hat?" This woman was somewhat of a celebrity, though not for good reasons. Everyone couldn't help but laugh upon hearing. Seeing everyone around laugh at her, her face flushed red as she pointed below, saying, "You wait, I'll rip your mouth apart." She beckoned with her hand, come on. And with that finger she gestured, "With your looks, you're not even worthy to clean my house's toilet. You dead cripple." Yang Zizhen made a face, ignoring her, and limped a few steps in another direction, pointing at everyone provocatively, "You all, one by one, as long as you haven't broken through level 30, whether it's unknown or group fights, I'll beat you all to death. That dead cripple is pretty arrogant. If you have the ability, come up and bite me." Someone shouted from the VIP seats. "Yes, I see you. Later I'll make you kneel and sing conquer. Do you believe it?" Yang Zizhen pointed at a young master. Then he turned around and shouted at a young girl, Yes, you. I clearly heard you just now. Are you excited to see me get beaten up? If you provoke me, I'll make you help me bathe and change. Do you believe it?" At that moment, an older woman next to the girl shouted, "How dare you? Do you know how noble our young lady is?" Yang Zizhen limped towards them and shouted back at the woman, "How dare you? Do you even know who I am to insult me? Tell me who your master is. I want to see for myself. Since they won't teach you, perhaps I'll take it upon myself to discipline you." The woman felt somewhat anxious and genuinely feared that this cripple might have a powerful backing. Yang Zizhen sneered and disdainfully said, "To discipline me, you're not afraid of stretching your mouth too wide. By tonight someone will come to discuss this disciplinary issue with your master." At his words, everyone felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that there truly was a powerful figure behind him? At that moment the announcement rang out again, not announcing his opponent, but giving a brief introduction of him. Codename D. Jianxian, a mysterious background, a level 26, soul master, registered age of 8 years old. He came all the way from the Soto Grand Soul Arena and just arrived in Xinglua City yesterday. Everyone burst into laughter. 8 years old. He's 8 years old. What a shameless person. When one loses their shame, they become invincible. As the chatter quieted, Yang Zizhen shouted at the crowd as if nothing were wrong. "What's wrong with being 8 years old? Have I eaten or drunk from you? I'll be less than 10 years old after the new year. I'm precocious. Can you control me? Shameless, too shameless. Voices from the crowd erupted again, pointing and criticizing Yang Zizhen. In a second-floor private room, a black-clad old man looked down and muttered to himself, only 8 years old, but looks like 13 or 14. However, his appearance and usual style seem a bit off. Another old man in gray glanced over and asked, what's off? Did you think of something? Indeed, but it still doesn't fully match up. We need to observe more. The two old men stroked their beards and exchanged meaningful glances. The gray-clad old man uttered 3 words, Qianji bien. The black-clad old man chuckled bitterly. If that's true, won't we have to pay a visit? But how did he become a cripple? There's only one possibility. Someone must have prepared to bet on him winning. Such an opportunity only comes once. Then are we also going to? Ha ha ha. They laughed triumphantly, then beckoned to whisper a few words in the ears of 2 young men. Outside, Yang Zizhen was still arguing with the crowd, pointing at a small child and saying, you. Don't leave later. I'll make you understand why the Horse King has 3 eyes. The announcer's voice rang out again. Due to some irresistible factors, Di Jianxian has displeased the crowd, so it has been decided to temporarily replace him with a powerful opponent known as the Cold Snow Swordsman, who is said to be undefeated below level 30 and holds a consecutive victory record. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting in unison, Cold Snow Swordsman, Cold Snow Swordsman, Cold Snow Swordsman. The little boy who was shouting at Yang Zizhen suddenly yelled, beat him to death. Then the wind shifted, beat him to death, Cold Snow Swordsman, beat him to death. The Cold Snow Swordsman was a boy of about 13 or 14 years old, looking at Yang Zizhen with a cold smile. Look, this is how unpopular you are. Yang Zizhen pointed at him and laughed loudly. Haha, how come I hear beat him, Cold Snow Swordsman? This clearly means I'm going to beat you. People around who were listening to Cold Snow Swordsman closely realized that it was indeed beat him, Cold Snow Swordsman, beat him, Cold Snow Swordsman. The words blended together, and it depended on how the listeners divided the words, making everyone's faces darken. The shouting gradually diminished like children caught doing something wrong, but Yang Zizhen remained arrogant and shouted, ha, so it turns out all of you are my undercover agents. Thank you, he said, feeling quite pleased as he gestured with both hands in gratitude. Go die. Another round of curses erupted. Curse away, I'll make you all cry when the money is lost. Yang Zizhen felt very proud. This effect seemed to be much better than he had imagined. The announcer introduced the personal resume of the Cold Snow Swordsman. The Cold Snow Swordsman was one of the 10 core disciples of the Fengjian sect, currently ranked 3rd at the age of 14, a level 29 Great Soul Master, and has remained undefeated since the sparring competition. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting Cold Snow Swordsman's name, with even a young girl shouting, I love you, Cold Snow Swordsman. Yang Zizhen patted his short sword at his waist and pointed at the Cold Snow Swordsman, asking, where's your sword? The sword has always been here. Cold Snow Swordsman replied coolly. This feeling seemed familiar in his previous life. Such an impressive person was always a master. Could this little brat also be an outsider? He couldn't help but become cautious, hoping not to embarrass himself and let this kid win. The announcer declared, now announcing the match begins. The Cold Snow Swordsman was also quite the performer as he waved his hand and shouted, sword come. As he spoke, sparkling starlight gathered in his hand, forming a silver light sword that emitted waves of cold air. 2 yellow spirit rings appeared beneath his feet, moving up and down with his white garment, giving him an ethereal aura. What sword? Everything is here. So the martial soul is a cold light sword. It startled me. Yang Zizhen mockingly said to his opponent while his actions remained unfazed. He drew his short sword, pointing it skyward with his right hand, bending over while using his left hand to press against the ground, observing his opponent making such a strange gesture and shouting ice and snow world. As his words fell, a white spirit ring and an orange-gold spirit ring floated up. His white robe fluttered without wind, and a layer of frost spread from him to the entire arena, causing the temperature to drop rapidly. Some spectators dressed lightly couldn't help but feel a chill, many starting to frown as an ominous sensation arose. The expression of the Cold Snow Swordsman turned serious as he pointed with his hand, declaring first soul skill sword slash. With his voice, the silver light sword became immensely huge and slashed towards Yang Zizhen from a distance, the momentum spectacular. Yang Zizhen smiled, slightly pressed down with his left palm, and without much movement easily dodged the slash of the light sword by a distance of over 6 feet, straightening up to softly say, now it's my turn. With that, he flashed in front of his opponent and thrust his sword. Cold Snow Swordsman, being from a major sect, had impressive sword skills, but to Yang Zizhen, they were merely decent. He circled around his opponent continuously with the sword tip pointed inward, but not striking down. To outsiders, they saw a white figure continuously circling. At first it didn't feel like much, but as time passed they realized there were so many white figures forming a circle that it was impossible to tell which was the real swordsman and everyone understood that the outcome was already determined. They were just waiting for the opponent to concede. At that moment a voice rang out, "Isn't he a cripple? How did he suddenly get better?" This voice made everyone realize that how could a cripple have such speed, which could only mean one thing: he was faking it. Someone suddenly shouted, "Beat that shameless little scoundrel. Lost a lot of money, huh? I'm so happy." Yang Zizhen heard someone cursing from the arena while he continued to circle, retorting back at the crowd. He then said to his opponent, "I won't let you use your second soul skill. As long as I want, I can thrust my sword at any moment. Ooh, just concede. The humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future." Hearing this, everyone thought he was about to concede. Unexpectedly, he was enveloped in a radiant glow. A protective barrier formed around him, and he laughed coldly, saying, "Did you expect this? My second soul skill is a defensive skill. Oh, let's see how you break it." The audience erupted in cheers once again, chanting, "Go Cold Snow Swordsman. Cold Snow Swordsman will surely win." A defensive skill gave everyone endless hope. As Yang Zizhen continued to circle, he retorted back to the audience, "The bigger your hopes, the greater your disappointment later. You swordsman, go die. You shameless scoundrel swordsman. You big liar faking a limp. Do you think a shield will save you from me? Let me show you what it means to break through the surface and what true swordsmanship looks like." Yang Zizhen stopped in front of him, then thrust his short sword repeatedly, each thrust hitting the same spot. In one breath, he thrust out over 100 times, and with a crisp sound, both the defensive barrier and Yang Zizhen's short sword shattered simultaneously, leaving only the sword handle, which he hurled towards the Cold Snow Swordsman. At first, Cold Snow Swordsman had a proud expression, but soon felt his soul power rapidly depleting. When the defensive skill was broken, he didn't have time to react before the sword handle struck him heavily, causing him to stagger backward and fall to the ground. Impossible, how could this happen? It's all that damn swordsman's fault, that big liar. What undefeated Cold Snow Swordsman, bah, he made me lose money. Looking at the young boy across from him, Yang Zizhen did not belittle him, but rather stated appreciatively, "Actually, you're quite impressive. You just lack true life and death experience. I'm not angry about losing to you, I'm upset about how they insult me." The young boy was quite confused and couldn't understand the atmosphere. Yang Zizhen sighed deeply, saying, "This is human nature. What use is there in so-called false fame? I have learned much." The boy deeply bowed and added, "I may have lost in the arena, but I have won in life." After saying this, he quickly walked away. Hey, which little brat insulted me earlier? Just wait until I get my hands on you." Yang Zizhen pointed at the group of kids under 15. "Shameless swordsman, you're afraid of the strong and bully the weak," a little boy blurted out. A little girl yelled at Yang Zizhen, "Despicable and shameless swordsman, faking a limp and lying without shame." Yang Zizhen was quite pleased, pointing at the girl and praising him. "That was quite rhymed. Not bad. The shameless swordsman can leave the arena now. Oh, he is no longer welcome to compete here. Get down. Thank you. Everyone was confused about what he was thanking for, wondering could this person actually. Yang Zizhen held his head high and walked down the arena with the unique gait of a wealthy young master, completely unlike the limping appearance he had just shown. Shamelessly faking a limp. "It's all that damn swordsman's fault that I lost money. TSK. Yang Zizhen turned back and disdainfully gave the crowd a middle finger. The victorious general looked at the few people who appeared not to recognize him and shook his head, sitting down to take a sip of water, asking, "How much did we earn?" Flander reported with a beaming face, "We won a total of 50,000 gold soul coins, exactly over 50. Yang Zizhen frowned and said, "Wait a minute, how could it be only this much? Under these circumstances, we should have earned at least 100 to 200,000. The others exclaimed, "Ah," with expressions of disbelief. "Who is it who is stealing my pocket money?" Yang Zizhen angrily questioned the group, leaving them all dumbfounded. "It's us." Two old men walked in, one in gray and the other in black. As they spoke, they tossed a purple card into Yang Zizhen's hands. The gray-clad elder slowly said, "We won a total of 2500 with each of us taking 100, and the remaining 500 belongs to you." The black-clad elder added, "Don't rush to leave play for a year or so, just don't cause any big trouble." After the two finished, they left, leaving the others looking at each other in confusion, turning to Yang Zizhen for answers. "Don't ask, they're just my family," he said, putting the purple card in his pocket. Looking at the others, "You guys split the money yourselves. Oh, let's go out for a feast." A few people, having eaten and drunk their fill, walked along the street. Yang Zi looked at Flander and said, "With so many of us staying in hotels every day won't do. We need to find a way to buy a courtyard or a farm. What requirements do you have for the residence, young master?" Flander, now wealthy, spoke with a newfound confidence. Seeing Flander sigh in disappointment for a long moment, he pointed at Lu Erlong, and Fei Niao said nothing and turned to leave. The others were somewhat baffled, and Flander slapped his forehead, saying, "How did I not think of that?" He then pointed at the two ladies and explained, "What the young master means is that you two ladies should find something." Suddenly, everyone understood. Choosing a house was indeed a matter for women. If women approved, the men would decide whether to buy it. This was the essence of real life. You trickster, the supreme sword immortal. A voice called from above. Looking up, Yang Zi saw the little boy who had been bickering with him at the Soul Arena grinning at him from the second floor. Oh, your elders must be here. Trying to fool me. Not a chance, kid, your game is still too weak. Yang Zi immediately recognized the boy's demeanor, knowing there had to be an adult present, otherwise how could he be so provocative? After saying that, Yang Zi suddenly felt a strange connection with the boy. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he casually said, I see your bones are extraordinary, unlike ordinary people. Care for a fortune-telling. No fee if you don't like it. Everyone knows you're a scammer, supreme sword immortal. Shameless and devoid of conscience, you're even trying to deceive a child. Are you even human? The little boy spoke, clearly unlike someone raised in an ordinary household. Yang Zi wasn't angry at all. He found the boy quite amusing and chuckled, saying, You truly have an eye for talent. Am not human, am the supreme sword immortal, a celestial swordsman. You're not worth my deception, you little brat. With that, he floated up and dramatically stood on the railing. Not far away, a middle-aged man was seated, his cultivation level indiscernible. Ignoring the adult, he grinned at the little boy and said, I'm just trying to gain fame, all right. Don't you think the title of Supreme Sword Immortal is impressive? You can place your bets on me tomorrow and win. As he spoke, he grabbed the boy's hand and squeezed it playfully. The middle-aged man who had intended to intervene observed the playful squeezing without taking further action, though his gaze was sharp as he watched Yang Zi. After examining the little boy's bones thoroughly, he nodded in satisfaction, saying, Little brat, you're 6 this year. Soon you'll awaken your martial spirit. Until we meet again. He then jumped off the railing, arms outstretched, and fell straight down. The little boy gasped and poked his little hand at his own heart, looking utterly terrified. Yang Zi lay on the roof of the carriage, shouting to the little boy, See you tomorrow at the Soul Arena. Supreme Sword Immortal, you're a scammer. The Soul Arena has already said they won't welcome you. The little boy shouted back from below. Yang Zi smiled, offering no explanation, and asked Flander while lying on the roof, Where are we headed? Returning to the hotel first, young master, and then slowly inquiring about houses. We need to stay for at least 6 months. We can't be careless. Yang Zi gave the order. The name Supreme Sword Immortal had spread like wildfire in Xinglua City, though it wasn't a good reputation. At first, everyone talked about how shameless he was, as if they had witnessed it themselves. However, by the next day, the tide had turned. Some major forces had ceased to speak ill of the Supreme Sword Immortal and had issued strict orders to their clansmen and disciples not to utter that name carelessly. Yang Zi, donning a mask he had purposely bought, registered a new account, changing Supreme to Blind Sword Immortal. A mysterious voice echoed in his ears, saying, You sure know how to play, kid. Considering the martial spirit hall, you should tone it down a bit. Yang Zi looked around, seeing not a soul in sight, and his neck weakened as his eyes darted about. Sure enough, the little boy had returned, peering around suspiciously not far away. The middle-aged man sat nearby, casting a glance in this direction, but showing little concern. Yang Zi patted the boy on the shoulder, saying, Hey, how about helping me place a bet? He produced a purple card and handed it to the boy, advising, This card has 500 gold soul coins. After I go up, bet it all on me winning, and you can buy a little too. Without waiting for the boy to respond, Yang Zi turned and walked away, whispering to the middle-aged man, The Supreme Sword Immortal is a good person. The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled briefly as he stood up and walked over to the little boy, looking at the purple card in his hand and saying, Let's place a big bet. The announcer's voice came through. Next up is the Sword Immortal. Yang Zi took out a black cloth, gently covering his eyes, and pulled out a bamboo sword, tapping it on the ground as he slowly walked out. Stumbling, he finally stood on the stage, remaining silent and motionless, convincingly portraying a blind. The little boy watched Yang Zi on the stage, frightened. Rubbing his eyes, he could hardly believe that the person who had just been joking was now suddenly blind. This scene felt familiar, identical to yesterday. He whispered to the middle-aged man beside him. This person is on par with the Supreme Sword Immortal. Both are masters of playing the fool to deceive others. What do you mean on par? They're the same person, for goodness sake. Of course, he could only think this in his heart, whispering to the little boy, Sure, let's go place our bets. Next up is a powerful assault-type soul master known as Stick Bro. As the announcer's voice announced, a muscular youth with only his upper body exposed walked out. The cheers were not very loud, indicating that the crowd was not very enthusiastic. He thought to himself that today's earnings would not be substantial. The announcer did not elaborate much on either fighter, waiting symbolically for 2 to 3 minutes before directly announcing the start of the match. The opponent wasted no time, revealing his martial spirit, which was a patterned dragon staff. No wonder he was called Stick Bro. Yang Zi tilted his head to listen closely, noticing that the opponent clearly lacked experience against blind fighters. He unleashed his first soul skill, water break, with a stick. He leaped high with both person and staff, striking down at Yang Zi. This move was quite similar to a traditional blade attack, and Yang Zi couldn't help but shake his head, finding it too childish. Anyone else would surely dodge to the side. Yang Zi pressed his hands down, causing the bamboo sword to explode, revealing a long sword within. Without flinching, he met the attack with his sword. The sword tip touched the staff, bending like a bow, and with a swift withdrawal of his right hand, he lifted the staff, with his left kicking stick bro, and his staff away. Removing the black cloth from his eyes, he looked at his opponent, who had just gotten back on his feet, and said, "If I can beat you blindfolded, you should just surrender." Just as his words fell, a fist struck the opponent's body. By the time the opponent fell to the ground and tried to get up, a sword was already resting against the robust young man's neck. "You're too weak." He shook his head and prepared to leave the stage. Just as he turned around, a voice rang out, pretending to be blind, "Just like the Supreme Sword Immortal, how shameless. His back looks just like the Supreme Sword Immortal from yesterday. Could he be the Supreme Sword Immortal in disguise? So shameless and brazen. Boycott the Supreme Sword Immortal." Recognizing him, Yang Zi hurriedly took a few steps and quickly ran off the stage. In the shadows, he watched the little boy deposit the winnings into the purple card. He exchanged his mask and quietly retrieved the purple card, asking softly, "How much did I earn?" 60,000. The middle-aged man replied, leaving behind, "Let's continue tomorrow," before turning and running off. After a blissful afternoon nap with a fortune of 110,000 in his possession, his heart was filled with immense relief, knowing he wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time. In the main hall, he spotted the two old men from the martial soul hall, one in black and one in gray, sitting and sipping tea. Everyone else stood around looking quite constrained. Looking up, he saw young Zizhen descending from the second floor. He quickly stood up and greeted, "Young master, why have the two elders graced us with your presence?" Though he didn't know their exact positions within the martial soul hall, he knew he must show respect to such formidable experts. "Young master, you're being modest." The old man in gray said this while pulling a large set of keys from his robe and placing them on the table. He chuckled and explained, "I heard the young master was looking for a place to settle down. Last year I acquired the mansion of a corrupt official. It suits your status perfectly. Consider it yours for now." Yang Zizhen walked over, picked up the keys, and tossed them to Feng Yao. He then found a stool to sit on and slid the still warm purple card across the table towards them. "Hey, race 110,000 gold soul coins. I'd like to ask the two elders to help me build or purchase a ship suitable for ocean voyages. Is the young master planning to head out to sea soon?" The old man in black asked in a hushed tone, a look of surprise on his face. "Probably not within the next 3 to 5 years. But when I do, I might be out on the vast ocean for a year or two. I can't afford any mistakes, so it's better to prepare well in advance." Yang Zizhen explained earnestly to the two elders, pushing the money towards them again. "They'll definitely be leading the expedition myself, so I need you two to ensure the quality is top-notch. If the funds aren't enough, I can draw on the headquarters reserves. My master knows the full story." The old man in black pocketed the purple card and beckoned a young man over. "Take the young master to the mansion later to familiarize him with the route. Also find a slave trader and purchase a few clever servants for him." "Yes." After the two elders had left, the gazes directed at him were noticeably different, filled with complexity. Yu Xiaojiang in particular questioned him harshly, "I never thought it was you. How is this possible? How can this be?" Yang Zizhen slowly removed his mask, revealing a rather handsome face, and sneered, "I just love seeing you in a position where you can't afford to offend me, yet you're completely helpless against me. Let's go." Yu Xiaojiang grabbed Flinder and Lu Erlong, preparing to leave. "If you dare to take even one step out of Star Luo City, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, Yang Zizheng's figure flickered, and with a single kick, he sent Yu Xiaojiang sprawling to the ground. He added disdainfully, "I'm sparing your life because I don't want to create more slaughter, so you'd better behave. Living under my watch is a much better option for you." Yu Xiaojiang scrambled to his feet, wanting to say something, but Yang Zizhen punched him down again. He then turned to the young man who had stayed behind and ordered, "Tell him the latest news about Bibi Dong." The latest news from the Martial Soul Hall headquarters is that the holy maiden Bibi Dong is currently in seclusion cultivating. The day she emerges will be the day of her grand wedding. Anyone who dares to disrupt this sacred union will be executed. Picking up a jug of wine from the table, he poured it out slowly while warning Yu Xiaojiang, "There are plenty of beautiful women in this world. Why cling to one with thorns? Before Bibi Dong's wedding, don't give me a reason to kill you." After finishing, he glanced at the others and said irritably, "What are you all staring at? Get moving and head to the new house." Once it was just him and the young man, he leaned in and whispered, "This wedding? Who is Bibi Dong marrying?" The young man looked around to ensure they were alone before speaking in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "It seems it's the Pope himself." "Which is your master, young master?" "What? That's explosive. A teacher-student romance." His eyes widened in utter disbelief. He looked at the young man and confirmed again, "Are you sure? This news isn't fake, is it? How could it be?" The Pope personally sent this message a few days ago. He said you'd be arriving soon and asked you to stay here for a while longer. There's no need to rush back for the wedding. After saying this, the young man had an expression as if he understood everything perfectly. Seeing him struggling to hold back a laugh, Yang Zizhen said in exasperation, "If you want to laugh, then laugh. Him finding love again in his old age and making a little brat like me clean up his mess. What kind of nonsense is this?" The young man looked around pretending he hadn't heard a thing. The mansion was indeed grand, covering 5 or 6 acres and strategically located just a few hundred meters from the Great Soul Arena. He also purchased over a dozen servants. As the young man was leaving, he instructed, "Thank the 2 elders for me. Also assign 2 people to keep a close watch on that Yu Xiaojiang. We absolutely cannot let him escape, or it'll be a huge embarrassment." Accompanied by his head steward Flinder and second steward Fei Niao, he toured his new home and sighed. 110,000 gold soul coins gone before they even warmed my pocket. Starting tomorrow, everyone goes to the Soul Arena to fight, well-trained, and place bets at the same time. He observed Lu Xing's diligent training. It was no surprise, given his martial spirit was a sword. He had already mastered the basic sword forms in a short time. So he decided to teach him a famous sword technique, Meteor from Beyond the Heavens. He also passed on his own lightness skill, treading water on ripples, and finally tossed a copy of the Purple Dawn Solar Scripture to him. "If you have any questions, ask Fei Niao first. Make a note of them, and he'll explain them later." He looked at Flinder and Fei Niao standing there and asked, "Where's that waste Yu Xiaojiang?" "He's over there feeding the fish with Lu Erlong." Fei Niao answered obediently, which puzzled Flinder. He had been with the young master the whole time. How did she know? Flinder found it strange. Gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, Yang Zizhen suddenly spoke, "From now on, Lu Xing and Fei Niao, you 2 must spar with Yu Xiaojiang once every day." Huh. Not only Fei Niao and Lu Xing, but even the spaced-out Flinder was jolted back to reality, confused as to why. "What are you hung about? BB Dong, falling for a useless guy like him really annoys me." Yang Zizhen looked at the clouds in the sky, feeling wronged. "Why should I care about the love affairs of you adults?" he thought. "I can't touch those 2 elders, but I can certainly deal with you, Yu Xiaojiang." He turned and gave the 2 a sinister look, threatening, "Either you go fight that waste, or he'll beat the both of you. Your choice." Hearing this, the 2 of them ran off faster than anyone. Lu Xing shouted, "Sister Fei Niao, you go first or me?" "You little brat, what's the rush? How about we fight each other first?" Fei Niao threatened. All right. I haven't had a good fight in ages." The prospect of a fight immediately got Lu Xing excited. Scram! Who would have thought that little Lu Xing has such a violent streak? Flinder cautiously voiced his opinion. "Poor kid." Yang Zizhen sighed. "In a moment you'll see just how badly they beat him. Yu Xiaojiang is no match for them." Flinder stated this with certainty. He knew Yu Xiaojiang's true strength very well. Yang Zizhen felt weary and asked casually, "You can't follow me forever. What are your plans for the future?" Flinder was stunned, unsure how to answer. "You could start an academy. Only recruit those exceptionally gifted children as a long-term investment. If even one of them becomes famous across the continent, you'll be set for life. And hey, aren't Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang just free labor for you?" Yang Zizhen offered him a small suggestion, then smiled, and continued, "Kids with talents like Fei Niao and Lu Xing are worth cultivating. That little boy who's been bickering with me these past few days has the best aptitude. Find a way to recruit him for me." Flinder's eyes gleamed brighter and brighter. He was already scheming about how to squeeze every bit of use out of those 2 unlucky souls, and where to build his academy, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Yang Zizhen, on the other hand, thought to himself, "No matter how cunning you are, you'll still drink my bathwater. I've just secured a free training ground for my talents." However, his plans were not to be. Through a series of unexpected events, this place didn't cultivate talents for him, but rather it fostered quite a few troublemakers. Man proposes, God disposes. This was the perfect testament to that saying. The 2, lost in their pleasant fantasies, were jolted back to reality by a furious roar from Lu Erlong not far away. "You 2 little brats think you can bully me. Watch my fury of thunder." Restored to his original appearance, Yang Zizhen stood there and declared, "I am the legitimate sword immortal. Prepare a duel for me. A few days ago someone impersonated me and tarnished my reputation. Today I shall clear my name." He raised his small fist, speaking with a flushed face, yet steady heart, as if he truly believed it. The registration staff was bewildered, wondering how someone could be so shameless. Ignoring others' opinions, he turned to glance at the panda eyes on the faces of a few people, suppressing a laugh as he teased them, "So embarrassing." He then ran off to the spectator area to find the little boy. He covered the little boy's eyes from behind and whispered, "Guess who I am? The only person who could be this childish must be the fraud sword immortal." The little boy responded with certainty, "Oh, you can change your face." The little boy exclaimed in surprise, noticing Yang Zizheng's current appearance. He took out a mask, put it on his face, then took it off, and waved it around, looking at the boy with a smug expression, as if to say, "Do you want it?" Rolling his eyes, he placed his small hands on his chest, resembling a little adult, and said, "Childish." He then pointed at the middle-aged man, gritting his teeth, and said, "If you have the ability, don't bet on me to win." He then turned and walked away. The middle-aged man, however, gazed at the mask in his hand, deep in thought, clearly recognizing its origin. Returning to the crowd, he grabbed Flander and asked, "Am I being childish?" "Who said that?" "They'll beat them up," he exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves as if truly ready to fight. Fortunately, the announcement calling the sword immortal to the stage rang out just in time. Everyone bet less if only steady water lasts long. He reminded a few, but how things turned out depended on their own fortunes. This time Yang Zizhen entered the arena empty-handed, yet he still heard many curses. "Fraud, sword immortal. Shameless scoundrel. Who will beat him up for me?" Yang Zizheng's expression darkened. It seemed he hadn't done anything heinous, so why all the animosity? With an awkward yet polite smile, he cupped his fists in salute toward the spectators. The crowd was not buying it, with someone directly shouting, "Hypocritical, too hypocritical. Without having cleared my name, I've already gained another hypocritical label. How can this be?" So I explained very politely, "Everyone has misunderstood me. The previous incidents were slanderous plots from malicious people. Look at my face, I am not the same person as before." The little boy shouted from above, "Sword immortal, thick-skinned." Yang Zizhen smiled and ignored him, instead addressing the crowd, "I am very magnanimous and will not stoop to the level of a child." The spectator area erupted in boos, showing no support. "Everyone bet on me to win. I guarantee you'll reap abundant rewards." Yang Zizhen still maintained a good-natured demeanor. Now he was the young master of the Spirit Hall and had to leave a good impression. Now entering the arena is the Shadowless Hand. A girl dressed in green emerged, casting a proud glance at Yang Zizhen before looking back at the spectators. The crowd again erupted in boos. What's going on? Yang Zizhen discovered a new world and found someone equally unwelcome like himself. The two most shameless people have met. This should be an entertaining show. This Shadowless Hand is unreliable. Not only is she weak, but sometimes she even bets on herself to lose. How shameless. Hearing this, Yang felt a pang. Oh, wasn't this just fixing matches? And no one was overseeing it. Upon closer inspection, her face was quite pretty, though she appeared cold, clearly an act. Most importantly, she was only about 11 or 12 years old. Judging by her attire, she didn't seem to be short on money. No wonder the soul-fighting arena turned a blind eye to her. Today's announcement was quite amusing, stating directly, "The two individuals in the arena are both celebrities, so we want elaborate." Now the match begins. First, soul skill possession. The girl stomped her foot, and 2 yellow soul rings appeared around her. It was unclear how this possession was different, as she kicked forward with incredible speed, landing 2 quick kicks on him. Unfortunately, the strength was too weak to inflict any real damage. A voice only audible to the two on stage sounded, "I bet 10,000 gold soul coins on myself to win. You'll get half if I win." After speaking, she swiftly distanced herself, winking playfully. Yang Zizhen was taken aback. Oh, one could play like that. He covered the spot where he had just been kicked, stepping back a few paces while biting his tongue, drawing a bit of blood, and stared at his opponent, saying, "Indeed strong, but as the young master of the Spirit Hall, I will not be easily defeated." After wiping the blood with his sleeve, he struck a fighting pose and said, "Come again." He looked ready to fight for the honor of the Spirit Hall. "You're forcing my hand." She flashed in front of Yang Zizhen and landed several kicks, all blocked by his arms. During this brief moment, Yang Zizhen transmitted a thought to her, "Let's make it look convincing." Watching Yang Zizhen, who was panting heavily and had taken a horse stance, appeared unwavering. He no longer resembled the person who had just signaled for her to lose. She thought to herself, this sword immortal truly lives up to his reputation. No wonder he has gained such fame in such a short time. It seems I still have to work harder. Second soul skill, Hercules kick. With that, she flashed again, following the same pattern. This time Yang Zizhen was knocked back, floating lightly, and after landing, he stumbled back several steps, finally stopping at the edge of the arena. The audience watched as one attacked while the sword immortal was completely defenseless, cheering loudly, "Good job. Beat him up. Yes, just like that. Land a few more kicks." What others didn't know, Shadowless Hand was fully aware. While this last hit seemed satisfying, she hadn't really done much to him. It was all part of his plan to let them see. Yang Zizhen spat out the blood from his mouth, appearing severely injured, and shouted, "Come again." Aya. With that, he raised his fist and charged at her, resembling an indestructible cockroach. Seeing her rush over, he dodged to the side and kicked her in the back. Yang Zizhen fell forward, struggling to crawl up, gritting his teeth as he said, "Come again." He lunged at her again. This time fists and feet collided directly, and Yang Zizhen leaped back, landing in a crouch, then rolled around on the ground. "Sword immortal, get up." A little girl shouted. Everyone turned to see her, and given her age, no one said much, as they couldn't argue with a child. Seeing everyone looking at her, the little girl raised her small fist and shouted again, "Sword Immortal, you need to get up." Hearing that unique voice warmed young Zizheng's heart. It had been a long time since anyone cared for him like that. It also reminded him of his deceased parents, causing his eyes to moisten with tears. It felt as if her voice gave him boundless strength, and after great effort, he finally stood up, weakly declaring. The spectators in the stands felt a surge of relief, shouting loudly to cheer him on, beat him down. Defeat the Sword Immortal. The girl in green yelled in anger, "Are you not done yet?" With that, she leaped into the air and delivered several more kicks to Yang Zizhen. This time, instead of falling to the ground like before, he parried her attacks with his fists, stepping back several paces before finally managing to stop, settling into a horse stance. The little girl's voice rang out again, "Sword Immortal, why don't you just admit defeat?" Upon hearing admit defeat, everyone panicked. They had only been venting frustration, forgetting they would lose money. They glared at the little girl and shouted, "You go up, Sword Immortal." Yang Zizhen smiled at the little girl from a distance. Seeing the unfriendly gazes surrounding her, he suddenly didn't want her to speak for him any longer. Feeling conflicted, he turned and shouted, "I admit defeat." Amidst the hateful gazes of the crowd, Yang Zizhen struggled to descend the stage. He ignored the insults, thinking only of how much he could possibly gain. He felt he could have performed better. Thinking back, his image should have improved somewhat, as a resilient figure facing challenges is always admirable. After all, he had touched the sympathy of a little girl whose supportive cheers were deeply etched in his heart. Though the path was short, it felt long for him. Finally, he arrived at his designated waiting room, but the atmosphere felt off. His familiar companions were looking at him strangely, leaving him puzzled. Lu Erlong scowled and cursed, "Shameless scammer." The others also displayed a disinterested demeanor. He glanced at Flandre for answers, asking, "What's going on?" "We lost money." "What does that have to do with me? Didn't I remind you all to bet cautiously?" Yang Zizhen felt innocent. Gambling involves winning and losing, which seemed unrelated to him. He looked at them and asked, "How much did everyone lose?" "I lost 50 gold soul coins." Fei Niao was the first to reveal his situation. Lu Xing whispered, "Half of my belongings, 10 gold soul coins." Flandre spread his hands, "I didn't bet." He mocked, "Look at you all, such a disgrace." He then poked each of them on the forehead, "Useless scammer." Lu Erlong muttered again. Yang Zizhen was baffled, examining each of them before pointing at Fei Niao. "You explain." Fei Niao glanced at Lu Erlong, then at Yu Xiaojiang, and quietly explained, "The last 2 times we won a lot of money, but those 2 didn't bet. This time they placed large bets and lost everything." "Oh." Yang Zizhen never expected this situation. It was too unfortunate. Holding back a laugh, he coldly extended his hand. "Then bring me the 9 mystical scriptures. I will do someone a favor." He tucked the scriptures into his robe and approached the spectator area. The first person he saw was the boy, who immediately pointed at him, shouting, "You scammer, pay up." "Scamming even children." The boy began to slap his hands repeatedly. "I don't think I scammed you. How could you not? You said if you had the ability, you wouldn't bet on yourself." The little boy looked aggrieved, pointing at him. "That's all my pocket money." It seemed like there was some truth to his words, but with so many people watching, Yang Zizhen blinked and awkwardly explained, "Yes, I said not to bet. You didn't listen, did you?" Having said that, he hurriedly slipped away. The boy was slow to react, and once he realized found Yang Zizhen had vanished, bursting into tears. "The Supreme Sword Fairy is not a person, boo-hoo, even scamming children." Seeing the child cry so heartbreakingly, others came over to comfort him and inquire about the situation. After learning the context and recalling their own failed bets, they began to curse. "This Supreme Sword Fairy is truly terrible, even scamming children's money. Exactly, this is how we lost so much. It's a pity killing is not allowed in Xinglua City. Oh, otherwise I would beat him to death. Come on, he's the son of the Spirit Hall's young master. Even if you wanted to fight, would you dare? Since we can't fight, I'll curse him to death." Thus, while Yang Zizhen sought to build a good reputation, he found it further tarnished by the boy's crying. At that moment, he was unaware of all this. In a resting area, he finally spotted the little girl accompanied by a woman who seemed to be her mother, comforting her. "You did nothing wrong, it's just that those people don't understand you." Seeing the situation, he felt he had caused her trouble. He crouched down and softly asked, "What's your name, little sister?" "Supreme Sword Fairy, are you alright?" The little girl didn't immediately give her name, but first asked if he was okay, warming his heart. He smiled and shook his head, indicating he was fine. "My name is Qianji, and I will soon become a powerful soul master." Her voice was ethereal and confident. "Heaven will not forsake kind-hearted people. Kindness is our greatest wealth in life." He took out the scriptures from his robe and placed them in the little girl's hands. "You are the first to cheer for me, so this will bring you good fortune." Afterward, he stood up and said to the woman, "This is my Spirit Hall scripture, very helpful for cultivating soul power. Remember to burn it after learning it, so others don't find out." Once outside the battle soul arena, he slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten where they agreed to meet. Having been scolded so severely and feeling exhausted from the performance, he worried it all might have been in vain, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After waiting for a long time without seeing anyone, he sighed, and returned home early, unexpectedly discovering that the mysterious girl in green was visiting his home. He pinched his face, feeling slight pain to confirm it was real. He greeted her with a somewhat insincere smile. "It's quite embarrassing for you to come here personally. Then are you refusing?" The girl in green looked at him cunningly. "I still don't know how to address you." Yang Zizhen didn't respond directly, thinking that since they were playing cards, he wouldn't just follow her lead. "To be frank, I'm interested in your set of martial arts techniques. They suit my dual-legged martial spirit perfectly. This card is all yours." She didn't reveal her name, but instead placed a purple card on the table. Naturally, he was very curious about how much was inside, but couldn't ask directly. He turned his eyes and smiled. "You are indeed straightforward." Then she fell silent, just staring at the purple card. The girl in green glanced aside and pulled out a very exquisite small wine jug, sipping it slowly. Finding it interesting, Yang Zizhen also sat down, holding a wine gourd that was far inferior in quality and craftsmanship compared to hers. He opened it and took a whiff, closing his eyes in a pretentious state of intoxication. He had a plate of sweet and sour peanuts, perfect for drinking. In a rather unrefined manner, he grabbed a handful and popped them in his mouth, grinning. "I just can't get enough of." The girl in green sneered, rummaging through her storage spirit artifact. She pulled out a chicken claw and took a bite, challenging him with a clearly taunting look, as if to say, "I have it too." Yang Zizhen wouldn't back down, pulling out a plate of pig's head meat. The girl in green shot him a glare and produced a pig's tail. Thus they quickly filled the table with food, and when Lu Erlong walked in, he exclaimed, "Two gluttons." Yang Zizhen's eyes twinkled as he picked up the purple card, asking how much is in there. "Not much, 22000. Yang Zizhen leaped up, banging the table and shouting outside, "Bring out the best wine and dishes." As he kissed the purple card, he began to show off to Lu Erlong, "You guys fixing the match." In a fit of anger, he dashed outside, screaming, "Oh!" Yu Shaojing thought about how he had lost all his belongings, knowing this included part of it. Seething with frustration, he wanted to curse, but didn't dare, and his vision blurred with anger. The other three, however, looked at him with admiration, as this was an impressive move. They pointed at Fei Niao and Lu Xing, nudging the girl in green. "Let them teach you. In a few days we'll send you a gift." The sum of over 200,000 gold soul coins greatly exceeded Yang Zizhen's expectations. He simply could not bring himself to let someone learn a lightness skill for such a price, so after much deliberation, he chose a technique called the Mandarin duck leg. The Mandarin duck leg, also known as the Mandarin duck foot, is a leg technique that strikes like the tail of the Mandarin duck, with legs attacking in a series of tight combinations. It seamlessly integrates high and low movements, switching stances to form pairs akin to Mandarin ducks shadowing each other. It is both aesthetically pleasing and practical, making it particularly suitable for women, as her dual-leg martial soul is a perfect match. Every morning, he would rush to the battle spirit arena for a match, then engage in a war of words with a little boy. Since that day, he had not seen that kind-hearted little girl again. Despite trying various ways to salvage his tall image, he didn't know why things always went awry, and instead he ended up with multiple labels attached to him. Labels like sly as a fox, tricking a whole nest of mice, losing money expert, the unfortunate sword, immortal shameless scoundrel Zheng Jiang, and a bad boy who deceives children were among the unfavorable titles he had acquired. Once Flinder jokingly asked everyone to name his future academy. The girl in the green clothes suggested Shrek Academy, reasoning that Shit Lantern Academy and Shrek Academy sounded similar, both commemorating the glorious deeds of the unfortunate sword immortal. Yang Zizhen, with a dark expression, ran to the spirit hall seeking comfort, only to stumble upon the annual spirit awakening ceremony. He secretly stood outside, peeking in, and just happened to see that kind-hearted little girl awakening her martial soul. From his angle, he couldn't see what her martial soul was, but judging by the size, it didn't seem very powerful. The little girl lowered her head in disappointment, checking her soul power, and discovering it was at level 9. Laughter erupted from the crowd below. No matter how high her soul power, is it still a useless martial soul? How unfair. How can a useless person possess such high soul power? The scene seemed reminiscent of a few years ago when he awoke his own martial soul in a similar situation. He distanced himself a bit to hide, and saw that little girl being led by her mother walking slowly out. She had her head down, looking somewhat unhappy, with her lips pouted and tears of grievance shimmering in her eyes. "Chiniguan," Yang Zizhen called out to her from behind, and quickly walked over to quietly ask, "What is your martial soul?" "Double fists. Am I useless?" The little girl replied softly, hesitantly releasing her martial. "There are no useless martial souls in this world, only useless soul masters." As he spoke, he also released his own smaller martial soul. "Look, we both have body martial souls." That day, the green-clad sister's martial soul was dual legs. "Isn't that impressive? So my martial soul is impressive too." The little girl smiled through her tears and began to feel happy. "My home is just a few hundred meters south of the battle spirit arena. The sign at the entrance reads, 'Kind-hearted Heaven's Blessing.' You can come by this afternoon, and he'll teach you how to become strong. After saying this, he walked towards the elder hall, stopping at the corner to shout loudly at the mother and daughter, "Qianji, you can do it." The two old men, one gray and one black, were the vice masters of the spirit hall in Xinglua City. The main master had been in closed-door cultivation for years, leaving these two as the true figures of authority. As a junior, he knew he had to be polite. He cupped his fists and greeted them, "Greetings, masters. What brings you, young master? Is there some significant matter?" The gray-clad elder chuckled and gestured for him to sit and speak. He took out a purple card and pushed it forward quietly, explaining, "This is 200,000 gold soul coins. I hope both masters can help with the matter regarding the sea ship. I'm not sure how much is needed, but a little extra is always better." Young master, you've been wronged." The black-clad elder took the purple card and said this with genuine concern. Wronged? These two words left young Zizhen stunned, unsure where this came from, and he could only chuckle awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. In the eyes of the two observers, his reaction was interpreted differently. They perceived this young master as responsible and bold, someone capable of achieving great things and worthy of support. The gray-clad elder sincerely advised him, "Young master, you risked sullying your reputation to gather this money. We have seen your actions, and you don't need to go to such lengths. Some funds are more than sufficient." Sullying my reputation? I have been trying to restore my reputation, all right. Of course he couldn't say this out loud, and could only quietly seek advice. "Masters, how should I restore my reputation?" Time is the best remedy. You just need to tend to flowers and visit friends daily, try to appear in public less, and avoid the battle spirit arena for a while. Everything will get better in time. The black-clad elder sat there, took a sip of light tea, then looked at young Zizhen meaningfully and comforted him. "Young master, you are still young. As long as you don't appear in public, when your cultivation reaches a peak and people recall the name, Unfortunate Sword Immortal, it will be filled with memories reminiscing your former brilliance. However, if you lack powerful strength, it will become a topic of mockery." The gray-clad elder also sought to enlighten him. A good reputation isn't always a blessing, and a bad reputation doesn't mean one is a bad person. In everything there are gains and losses. Don't fight for momentary superiority, but look at the long-term strategy. Young Zizhen pondered this deeply, finally furrowing his brow and quietly inquiring, "Elders, do you..." "Young master, you are indeed far-sighted with grand ambitions. The spirit hall is about to face great waves, and leaving yourself an escape route is essential. When you set sail, please take us two old bones along to escape this worldly turmoil." Here he paused for a moment before continuing to reveal significant news. In no less than 10 years, and no more than 30, the Xinglua Empire will initiate unification, and we cannot foresee how many lives will be lost then. The black-clad elder gazed at young Zizhen as he spoke these words. Young Zizhen smiled. These two old fellows had stayed in Xinglua City for too long, and must know something, which is why they were eager to escape. He sighed helplessly. Wherever there are people, there's a world of strife. Where there's a world of strife, there is conflict. It's merely a matter of withdrawing from one conflict only to plunge into another unknown strife. As long as we are alive, we cannot escape these things. The two old men exchanged surprised glances and simultaneously stood up to bow. Young Zizhen quickly stood up, realizing that at his young age, he dared not accept such a great gesture. He stepped aside to stop them. "Masters, what are you doing? This is too much." The three sat down again, and the gray-clad elder let out a bitter smile, raising his head with a long sigh and saying, "You deserve this bow. We have lived so long and haven't seen things as clearly as you, young master. We are truly ashamed. Masters, why did you mention that the spirit hall is about to face great waves?" Young Zizhen was still more concerned about this. The two elders exchanged glances as if they had made a significant decision. The gray-clad elder took out a piece of paper, leaving young Zizhen utterly incredulous, completely shattering his last shred of hope. The note read, "Bibi Dong claims to be in closed-door cultivation, but in reality, she is imprisoned, having succumbed to the desires of the Pope." The three sat there in silence. How could the Pope's conduct garner the people's trust? The seemingly powerful spirit hall was bound to lose the hearts of the people, and the cracks had already begun to appear silently. Upon returning to his residence, he saw Fei Miao and Lu Xing preparing to spar with Yu Xiaojing. Lu Erlong stood aside with a somewhat unfriendly expression, suddenly reminded of by Bidong's misfortune, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Yu Xiaojing. Although Lu Erlong had some feelings for her, his thoughts were still on Bai Bidong, and he acknowledged himself as a complete villain in this matter. "Forget it, don't bully Yu Xiaojing anymore. You two should just go play at the Duhan Arena." Yang Zizhen glanced at the group and tossed a bag of gold soul coins to Lu Erlong. "When you have time, buy some flowers and plants. From today onward, I want to cultivate my mind and grow flowers." Under the puzzled gazes of the others, the young boy appeared rather haggard, returning to his small courtyard with an unfriendly expression. As soon as he crossed the courtyard door, he spotted a figure dressed in green sitting there. It was evident that the others outside were completely unaware of her arrival. Ahem. He lightly coughed, uncertain how to address her after such a long time. Could you let me know how I should call you? TCH. Standing up to look at him, she pretended to stroll around the yard, then beckoned with her finger, pushing the door open and walking in. After a series of actions, it seemed as if she was the true owner of this place. Yang Zizhen was somewhat curious. The act she was putting on today clearly had a purpose. He lazily strolled and casually closed the door, found a chair to sit down on, and picked up a book to read, without saying a word. The girl in green took a deep breath to calm her anger, walked over, snatched the book from him, and stood there with a glare indicating her displeasure. She definitely had something to ask of him today, otherwise she wouldn't be wearing such a face. Yang Zizhen reached out and picked up another book to read. She snatched the book again, then threw him a flirtatious glance and called out, "Brother Jian." That voice could melt a man's bones. His entire body was covered in goosebumps, and he floated to another chair, pushing his hands outward. "Stop. Let's discuss the matter at hand." Suddenly, he seemed to regain his focus, shedding that hint of charm and returning to his original nature, sitting down and speaking directly. "I've noticed that you employ different tactics in every match. My leg skills seem a bit singular. Can you help me think of a way?" So that was the issue. Yang Zizhen crossed his legs, picked up a small knife to groom his nails, acting as if he hadn't heard anything while whistling. Seeing this, the girl in green knew he was not going to make a move until he was certain. She felt around her waist and produced a silver scabbard with a short sword, drawing it halfway out. The cold aura made the temperature in the room drop, and with a click she closed it, causing all the coldness to vanish. This sword is forged from a piece of polar cold iron, and the scabbard is made from the hide of a 100,000-year-old soul beast from the North Sea. Once infused with a hint of spirituality, it becomes an extraordinary treasure. She slowly explained the origin of the sword, questioning how many swordsmen in the world could resist the temptation of such a treasure. After exhaling deeply, Yang Zizhen stared at the short sword with fiery eyes, wetting his lips with his tongue and swallowing hard. His right hand unconsciously tightened its grip, and he slapped the table, exclaiming, "He'll take this job. However, I'm still quite young, so please don't call me brother anymore. It's a deal." She also slapped the table, readily agreeing. After pondering for a long time, Yang Zizhen asked her seriously, "What weapon do you like the most, or what fighting style do you prefer? You seem to have many tricks up your sleeve. What's your specialty?" "As the true sword immortal, of course, it's the sword," Yang Zizhen answered without any hesitation. "Then I want to learn the sword." She decisively made her decision, but quietly added, "A dagger could work too. When you mentioned it, it clicked for me. Do you have a dagger?" Yang Zizhen asked curiously. "What are you up to?" She instantly became vigilant, seemingly afraid that someone would take away her most cherished. Yang Zizhen stood up, picked up the short sword, and after playing with it for a while, seriously told her, "I can only make the most perfect plan after seeing your most familiar weapon." "Really?" She looked at Yang Zizhen with a suspicious gaze, then took out a short blade, as if performing magic. Yang Zizhen reached out, and she instinctively stepped back, looking at him warily as if to ask, "What are you going to do? We can't be careless about weapons, especially those like yours." Yang Zizhen explained earnestly, though he was also curious about that short blade, wanting to see it for himself. Although she looked at him with a doubtful expression, she gritted her teeth and placed the short blade in his hand. Holding it, she gently drew it out, and a chill rushed to her face. The blade sparkled silver, slightly longer than an ordinary dagger, intricately crafted with double-edged blades. She closed the blade and returned it. She held the blade to her chest and began, "I named this blade Cold Moon as it shares the same origin as your sword, though it still lacks a name. In that case, let's call it Frost Sword. Since that's the case, your Cold Moon, combined with your dual-leg martial soul, is very suitable for an assassination route. However, if you want to confront an enemy heating, you will also need a soft whip for better effect." After that, he handed her a copy of the 9 Mysterious Heart Sutra that he had written down again. "I've taken so many benefits from you. This cultivation method can accelerate your soul power training. If you have any questions, you can ask Fei Niao or me." After explaining some of the most basic things to her, he reminded her, "This manual is far more precious than those martial arts light body techniques and sword skills, so you must prioritize it." Seeing her look confused and unable to comprehend, he continued to explain, "Those martial arts are effective in the short term, but this requires long-term accumulation to demonstrate its power. If you persist in practicing for 100 or 80 years, you could defeat a title Douluo of level 90, even without using soul skills." Hearing this, her eyes widened in disbelief, completely overturning her understanding. However, she still chose to believe him. "Then I'll take my leave for now and ask you again tomorrow." With that, she swaggered out. Yang Zizhen also went out to find Flinder, patted him on the shoulder, and instructed, "Find a few people to clear out a garden in my courtyard. I want to plant flowers and grow grass. Also, quickly clear out a piece of open space to serve as a place for everyone to train their martial skills." He added one last thing, Later it'll teach you a set of grappling techniques, giving you the means for close combat. Flinder was overjoyed and hurriedly ran out. He had been envious watching others train these past few days, feeling that his own few skills in eagle claw technique were simply inadequate. Most importantly, he had profoundly felt on the arena recently how effective those eagle claw techniques were, allowing him to turn the tables several times with unexpected moves. Flinder was highly efficient. By that afternoon he had taken care of everything. After dinner he approached with a smile, tossing a few booklets to Yang Zi and assigning him a task. Take these back and study them carefully. Ask me if you don't understand. Once you've mastered them, teach the others. Time is tight, and the responsibility is heavy. Flinder glanced through them one by one, reading the titles aloud. Whirlwind Leg, Mighty Eagle Claw, 72 Paths of Small Capture Techniques. Yang Zi was telling the truth. In his previous life he had seen the manuals for these techniques, but his skills were all focused on his sword. Yang Zi was telling the truth. In his previous life he had seen the manuals for these techniques, but his skills were all focused on his sword. He was not proficient in anything else. Flinder was intelligent and didn't ask where Yang Zi had seen them. He simply opened the martial arts manuals, and Yang Zi explained them point by point, demonstrating the basic essentials. All that remained was for Flinder to practice and hone them over time. In the days that followed, Yang Zi stayed home, tending to his flowers and plants, occasionally guiding the others in their training, and spending most of his time secluded in his room practicing his fists and honing his skills. Worth mentioning was the kind young girl Qin Iguan, who came daily with her mother to practice under the flying bird's guidance. Yang Zi specifically taught her the art of Tai Chi. He finally learned the background of the girl in the green dress. She was a young miss of the Star Luo Grand Spirit Arena's owner, her full name being Shangwan Yunju. This young lady wasn't interested in the flexible whip, so Yang Zi taught her a set of flowing cloud sleeves to complement her lethal 13 stabs. He also pointed out the flaws in her 9 Mysteries Heart Sutra waterwalking art and Mandarin duck leg techniques. Her combat prowess soared. To ensure she diligently cultivated the inner arts of the 9 Mysteries Heart Sutra, Yang Zi demonstrated a supreme lightness skill, standing upon a swallow as it soared through the air. He lightly jumped down from the swallow and asked Shangwan Yunju, "What do you think of this skill? What's the use of it being good? You wouldn't teach me anyway." Shangwan Yunju closed her eyes and pouted in frustration, believing that Yang Zi was holding back and refusing to teach her his signature techniques. "I've taught you everything I can. If you diligently cultivate the 9 Mysteries Heart Sutra in 7 or 8 years, you'll know whether I've held anything back." Seeing her obvious disbelief, he sighed helplessly. "I've been cultivating inner energy since I could remember. It took years of bitter practice to reach where I am today. I've taught you all I know. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Whether you learn and practice is also up to you. Do as you please." With that, Yang Zi returned to his room and slammed the door, refusing to engage with her further. Shangwan Yunju glared hatefully at the closed door, stomped her foot, and cursed, "Who are you trying to fool?" Then she added, "I've already paid and given you the sword. It'd be a waste not to practice." Yang Zi thought he could finally get down to serious training, but someone else came knocking on his door. Sword immortal, you fraud, come out now." A familiar voice echoed through the residence. He knew instantly it was that little boy who hadn't bickered with him for several days. Yang Zi quietly hid in the shadows, looking around. He spotted the middle-aged man sitting on a large rock not far away while the little boy wandered around aimlessly. He soundlessly appeared behind the boy and whispered, "What thief is this?" The sudden voice clearly startled him. He spun around, and upon seeing Yang Zi, immediately introduced himself. "My name is Su Tianbao, current patriarch of the Su family. I've come today to discuss a partnership with you." "You? The patriarch? A partnership?" Yang Zi could hardly believe his ears. What kind of joke was this? Su Tianbao looked at him seriously and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere more private." With that, he glanced at the middle-aged man. The man rose into the air, effortlessly landed on the roof of Yang Zi's residence, and closed his eyes to rest. Yang Zi opened his mouth to speak, but just then the 2 deputy hall masters of the martial spirit hall appeared, forming a triangular standoff with the middle-aged man. The elder in black robes spoke. "Young master, rest assured. Discuss matters in detail with Patriarch Su. With the 3 of us here, no one will dare cause trouble." The 2 of them went back inside and closed the door. Su Tianbao casually sat on a stool and got straight to the point. "Before we talk about cooperation, I need to tell you a story. On this Douluo Continent there exists a legend. It is said that if one passes the 9 trials of godhood and ascends to a divine throne, one can live as long as heaven and earth. This legend is true. Becoming a god is true. Living as long as heaven and earth is also true. But all these truths are also lies, for everything is part of a grand conspiracy. After becoming a god, one may live as long as heaven and earth, but they also lose their sense of self and their freedom, becoming a soulless husk. Whenever someone passes the 9 trials of godhood, the gods above secretly rejoice, for finally, someone has come to take their place and suffer. They are finally free, able to be reborn as mortals and live another life, deciding how to walk their future path. And you are a god who has awakened the memories of a past life, aren't you? Yang Zi guessed gravely. If one chooses to be reborn for another life, they must not awaken their martial soul, because awakening the martial soul would bring back some memories. So the heavens prevent this from happening. Su Tianbao shook his head, refuting his guess. Yang Zi's curiosity grew even stronger. What was the real story then? But he chose to remain silent, waiting for Su Tianbao to reveal the answer himself. Sure enough, he soon spoke. I failed the first time I attempted the 9 trials of godhood. But I continued to cultivate my soul power diligently and reached level 100. During an expedition, I inadvertently underwent the 9 trials again. It was during the 9th trial that I discovered this secret. So I gave up on becoming a god. To escape the pursuit of the gods above, I had no choice but to secretly reincarnate. I nearly lost myself in my mother's womb. 2 years ago, I was struck by lightning and slowly regained my memories. These people are my descendants, which is why I am the current patriarch. All people are selfish. Just after I chose to reincarnate, the family fell into discord. Half of them chose to leave the family and change their surname from Su to Su. When I regained my past lives' memories, I realized time had already jumped forward 100 years. Only 3 people know my true identity. He pointed to the roof, and then smiled. Those 2 up there are descendants of my Su family brothers born from the... You are so determined to go overseas. There are only 2 possibilities. First, you have memories of a past life like me. Second, you have received an inheritance. You guessed correctly. I have received an inheritance, and to truly claim it, I must go overseas. Yang Zi had to say this. The secret of his 2 lifetimes must never be revealed. Admitting to the inheritance now might get him killed instantly. He had to stall for time any time he could get. So we can cooperate. The immortal islands overseas should be real. I once saw people from overseas in my past, but I had urgent matters then and couldn't interrogate them properly. Seeing Yang Zi's puzzled look, he smiled and explained, our family's influence in the Star Luo Empire has waned significantly. We need to find a way out of safe haven. The 2 raised their hands and clapped them together in a vow, agreeing to set sail overseas together. I don't know the specifics of the conspiracy. I only know that those who achieve godhood generally meet a miserable end. Su Tianbao was consumed by fear, a profound terror of the unknown. Su Tianbao's words were only half believed by him, for the divine positions in this world were vastly different from those in his memories of the immortals. This world surely held secrets unknown to man, and Su Tianbao certainly had his reservations. His residence was quite large, with a spacious training ground. Among the crowd, Su Tianbao's figure appeared unexpectedly, revealing that his martial soul was actually dual-handed, a natural talent for swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he had no interest in swords at all. Perhaps having lived a second life endowed him with a unique understanding. He instead learned the 72 styles of minor grappling techniques, the powerful eagle claw, the ability to walk on water, and the whirlwind leg, hardly glancing at the purple Qi rising to the sun classic, believing it would hold little use in the future. Yang Zizhen felt somewhat disappointed. He had intended to pass on the Yuan Gong sword technique to him, but had no choice but to teach it to Liuxing instead. He paid little attention to Zizhen's martial arts training. Rather, it was the young lady Shangwan Yunzhu who studied most diligently, reasoning that since her tuition was so expensive, not learning would be a waste. Upon saying this, he finally understood why it had been so difficult to learn from a master in his past life. Only that which was hard to obtain was cherished. He reminded himself not to pass on his skills too casually, looking at the extremely serious Shangwan Yunzhu, waving her hand. Come here, I have something to tell you. Arriving at his private training room, he saw a portrait of an old man hanging on the wall, with the ink still slightly wet, indicating it had been completed recently. The room was otherwise empty save for a few swords. He kneeled and performed 3 bows before standing and speaking, from today onward, practice with me. As long as you wish to learn, I can teach you. I am only responsible for those who earnestly pursue their craft. Is the person in the painting your master? No, that can't be right. Qianji didn't have such an aura. Shangwan Yunzhu analyzed the portrait on the wall. He is my ancestral master. The portrait depicted Guang Qingzi, drawn from his memory, who practiced the longevity technique. Calling him ancestor was not an exaggeration. Shangwan Yunzhu thought he was a senior master from the martial soul hall, but pointed outside in confusion. Liuxing and Fei Miao are also working hard. It's different. Effort is one part, talent is also very important. Today I will teach you the Yuan Gong sword technique. After Yang Zizhen finished speaking, he began to explain it to her. He meticulously explained it, once observing her expression of partial understanding, and then elaborated on the use of weapons. There is a scoundrel named Lu Xiaofeng who can wield an embroidery needle as a heavy hammer. There was also a thief who could use a heavy hammer as an embroidery needle. A A chivalrous hero could wield a long sword as if it were a broadsword. There was a sword god who could turn any branch into an indestructible weapon. Why can't your short blade be used as a sword? Seeing her face full of disbelief, young Zizhen earnestly advised, once we practice to a profound level, even a flying leaf can harm others invisibly. As he spoke, an aura radiated from him, and a gust of wind filled the training room, causing her to squint. Yang Zizhen reached out his right hand, and an ordinary long sword standing in the corner flew into his hand, as if pulled by an invisible string. Yang Zizhen bowed to the portrait once more, and to encourage her to diligently cultivate her internal energy techniques, he told Shangguan Yunju a grand lie. My ancestral master appeared in my dreams, and told me that once you reach mastery, a single sword can pierce through to the divine realm, without needing to undergo the 9 tests of ascension. Shangguan Yunzu's eyes sparkled with green light, her body trembling, as she murmured, if that's the case, I can also become a deity, I can also live forever. If you train hard, it should not be a problem. Yang Zizhen said this without much confidence himself, but he had to give her hope and draw out the obsession in her heart. Time passed silently. Qin Yiguan and Su Tianbao both reached level 10, and Liuxing reached level 30, all needing to hunt soul beasts to refine soul rings and break through their bottlenecks. Flandra, Lu Erlong, Fei Niao, and Yu Xiaojiang stayed home, while the rest embarked on their journey into the Stardow Forest. This time the coach was a middle-aged uncle from the Su family, with Yang Zizhen, Qin Yiguan, Su Tianbao, Liuxing, and the eager Shangguan Yunju, who insisted on coming along, reasoning that she could suddenly reach level 30 at any time and perhaps return as a soul ancestor. This world did not celebrate the Spring Festival, so when Yang Zizhen turned 9 years old, there was no sense of growth associated with the occasion. Walking along the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, they ignored some small animals. The first creature they encountered was a 400-year-old golden eagle soul beast, whose attack methods were all, in its claws, perfectly suited for Su Tianbao's dual-handed martial soul. Just as they were about to strike, the middle-aged uncle stood up and captured the golden eagle soul beast in one swift motion. Su Tianbao stepped forward to finish its life and began to refine it. The first soul skill was Flying Eagle Claw, capable of long-range attacks. Qin Yiguan watched enviously. The second soul beast was a 400-year-old mad bear, which the middle-aged uncle had left with only half its life. Qin Yiguan delivered the final blow, successfully refining the soul ring, gaining the first soul skill Mad Bear Possession, which increased physical defense by 60 and attack attributes by 20. The third soul beast was a 1,700-year-old blue bird, and Luxing's third soul skill was Flight, granting him a pair of wings on his back, allowing him to take to the skies in battle, usable twice a day, for up to 1 hour, providing excellent life-saving capabilities. At this time, Shangguan Yunju had still not broken through to level 30. In the end, it was decided that the middle-aged uncle would take them back first, and Yang Zizhen would stay behind with her. After parting with the middle-aged uncle and walking for over an hour, Shangguan Yunju burst into laughter, finally free. He needs to hunt a particularly powerful soul beast. It turned out she had long since broken through. Seeing the middle-aged uncle casually injure the soul beast, she felt particularly uninspired and lied about not having broken through. Only by killing it myself do I feel a sense of accomplishment, wouldn't you agree? Shangguan Yunju casually remarked as she walked ahead. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have stayed. It's too dangerous. Yang Zizhen frowned, knowing he could handle a 10th the sandier soul beast, but was also unwilling to be someone else's laborer. In the Stardow Forest, there is a mysterious place where a tree bears fruit that when eaten can increase soul power. Unfortunately, one must eat it immediately after picking it, otherwise it would be so much better to take it out and eat it slowly. Shangguan Yunju revealed this great secret, piquing Yang Zizhen's interest, but he frowned and asked, there must be other secrets you haven't mentioned. That place is a small world accessible only to those with soul power below level 30. Inside there are many powerful soul beasts and unknown dangers. Only the higher-ups of our family know this secret. Shangguan Yunju stole a glance at Yang Zizhen, and then threatened, now that you know the secret, you have only two That place is a small world accessible only to those with soul power below level 30. Inside there are many powerful soul beasts. What do you think? I'm not worthy of you. I just feel that I'm only 9 years old. Oh, we're still young. Let's settle the title first. With your talents, I must make the first move, otherwise after a few years even soup won't be available to me. Yang Zizhen never expected this. Having kindly stayed behind to help hunt soul beasts, he found himself entangled in this situation, whispering in despair, what a loss, gaining a flower, but losing a patch of grass. Ha ha, just give in to your sister. Hee hee. The entrance to the small world is hidden in a canyon shrouded in dense fog all year round. There are no century-old soul beasts nearby, so soul masters hardly pay attention to this place. Entering the canyon and passing through the thick fog, a small lake appeared before him. He rowed a small boat to a small island in the lake. The island was not large, only about 10 meters in diameter, but it had a large banyan tree whose branches and leaves covered 1/3 of the entire lake. There was a hollow in the trunk of the banyan tree. Entering the hollow and sliding down the slope, he didn't know how long he had slid, when Zizhen suddenly felt himself soar into the air, falling straight from the clouds into the sea, surfacing to see a continent not far away. Rather than calling it a continent, it would be more appropriate to refer to it as a large island. Once on land, Zhang took out a map. After looking around for a while, they finally confirmed their current location. Sitting down, she took a sip from a wine jug and said, "Actually, there are no fruits like I mentioned, but time here is 10 times faster than outside. Cultivating for 10 years here is equivalent to just 1 year outside. Indeed, the world is full of wonders. So your family must be very familiar with this place." Zizhen was not too disappointed and also took a sip from the wine jug. "No, our family has only explored a fraction of it and has lost many disciples in the process. There are many 10th-year-soul beasts here and many over 100,000 years old. If we encounter them, we will surely perish." Yunju directly denied it and revealed a shocking piece of news. Then let's hurry and leave, it's too dangerous." Zizhen pretended to be very scared and offered his opinion. "We must stay here for at least 20 years, and then this world will automatically send us out. You should think about how to survive here." Yunju blocked his retreat directly, then chuckled to herself. "I don't believe that in 20 years I can't take you down, you little rascal. First target, hunt a 2,000-year-soul beast for its soul ring, or find a 50,000-year-soul beast to sacrifice for my own soul ring." Yunju stood up, boldly stating her goal. Zizhen felt as if she had gone mad. A 2,000-year-soul beast was understandable, but a 50,000-year-soul beast was a bit too unrealistic. Perhaps seeing his doubt, she smiled and explained, "This is an independent small world where soul beasts are generally quite intelligent. Their greatest dream is to see the outside world. We can benefit each other. It can't be that simple." Zizhen glanced at her, unsure of which sentence was true. He stood up, ignoring her, and threw the turtle shell into the sky. To his surprise, the turtle shell suddenly expanded to 400 or 500 meters in midair, landing in the sea like a large ship, creating ripples. This change surprised even Zizhen himself. Without thinking too much, he jumped onto it and waved to Yunju to come over. She stood there in a daze for a long time, gritted her teeth, and jumped onto the turtle shell. The turtle shell quickly transformed back into a small boat, swiftly sailing in one direction. In Zizhen's mind, a different scene unfolded. The old turtle, not knowing when it had awakened from its slumber, kept calling out, "The creation is coming, the creation is coming." Zizhen shook his head at Yunju, indicating that he also did not know what was happening. He watched as a tree slowly appeared in the direction they were heading. He saw that the roots of this giant tree were in the water, and its trunk shot straight into the sky with the branches and leaves faintly visible among the clouds. This world had no distinction between day and night. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the foot of the giant tree. Compared to it, the two of them were no bigger than ants. The bark of the giant tree had patterns resembling narrow, winding paths, and the distance between the barks was strikingly similar to the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. An illusory turtle appeared and excitedly shouted, "Indeed, it is the tree of life, truly the world." After gradually calming down, it introduced itself to the two. "This is a branch left by the world tree, and as long as it can bestow us a drop of life essence, you will gain tremendous benefits. I can also merge with that sword, evolving into a celestial sword, and I would be born from the sword, achieving immortality." "Then why don't you just be reborn?" Zizhen asked curiously. "What's so good about being reborn? After another 100,000 years, I will still have to undergo tribulation. I can still cultivate as a spirit in the sword without the worries of rebirth. Perhaps one day I can even advance further." The turtle explained, humbly expressing that it had no regrets. It urged the two, "Take out your best items and earnestly comprehend a piece of the world. You may be surprised with unexpected rewards." Yunju took out her short blade, the cold moon, while Zizhen also took out the frost sword, closing his eyes and activating the longevity technique. He felt an incredible sense of comfort throughout his body. The longevity technique circulated faster and faster. Suddenly, a drop of emerald green liquid dripped onto the water's surface, creating ripples, and then another drop fell. In total, 9 drops dripped down, and at that moment the barrier around his body silently shattered. The longevity technique surged forward, directly reaching the 4th level, clearing his mind. He could even hear the fish breathing in the water. He sensed that his martial soul was undergoing a transformation once again. His primary martial soul mutated back into the longevity form, while his second martial soul, the frost sword, restored itself as the longevity sword, although its appearance changed into a bluish-green long sword. Other than that, it was quite ordinary, and his soul power reached the 30th level. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the short sword in his hand no longer exuded a chilling aura, transforming into a bluish-green color instead. He secretly named it Green Sea Sword. Looking down at the turtle shell, he noticed it had undergone significant changes, as well filled with vibrant life. Turning his head, he found no sign of the old turtle. Shangguan Yunzhu was meditating with her eyes closed, and her short blade had also transformed into a light green color. Upon examining his body, he found no discomfort or any other abnormalities. The old turtle's voice rang in his mind. "Kid, a drop of life essence was already my luxury. I didn't expect that under the guidance of your cultivation technique, I actually obtained 3 drops, and that little girl also got 3 drops. Her short blade received 2 drops while my turtle shell got 3 drops. Your short sword also received as many as 3 drops. Oh, what about me?" Yang Zizhen urgently asked in his mind. "Sigh, the old man is getting old and a bit myopic. I lost count of the excess." The old turtle awkwardly chuckled a few times, avoiding the topic, and saying, "After much thought, my turtle shell suits me best. I will refine it into a defensive celestial artifact, and then return to become a spirit. That is the best choice. You can do as you please. I just want to know where to go next." Yang Zizhen was more concerned about his own choices, as whatever happened would still be by his side. "It's simple. Return to that land and follow the little girl. If we encounter something we can't handle, I've got your back." The old turtle spoke with newfound confidence, indicating its strength had recovered significantly. She carefully played with it for a moment before cautiously tucking it away in her bosom. Without needing Yang Zizhen to say anything, the turtle shell boat began to sail back on its own, and he simply laid down in the small boat and fell into a deep sleep. She carefully played with it for a moment before cautiously tucking it away in her bosom. Without needing Yang Zizhen to say anything, the turtle shell boat began to sail back on its own, and he simply laid down in the small boat and fell into a deep sleep. Shangguan Yunzhu watched the turtle boat, still moving forward, her brow furrowed. Clearly she had always thought the small boat was being directed by Yang Zizhen, but now it was obvious that was not the case. The whereabouts of that mysterious old turtle were also unknown, and she wondered how many secrets it still held. Standing on the shore, the turtle boat transformed into a small turtle shell pendant hanging directly from her waist. "Wherever you go, it is up to you to decide." Yang Zizhen looked at the vast sea, then at the boundless land, shaking his head helplessly, appearing lost on where to go next. Shangguan Yunzhu held a simple map in front, walking and glancing at it as they slowly moved forward, while Yang Zizhen followed behind, cautiously observing the surrounding environment. The two traversed a rugged mountain path, clearly having bypassed many powerful soul beasts, until they stopped in front of a great mountain. "My map ends here. Those who have entered have never come out alive. Should we deal with those of lower intelligence, or take the high-risk, high-reward approach?" To her surprise, the other party had thrown the dilemma back at her, suggesting a safer hunt of ordinary soul beasts or a riskier venture into the unknown. Yang Zizhen closed his eyes and lay on the grass, saying something that drove her crazy. "I think a nap would be suitable first." Choosing was something only a child would do. Adults, of course, would want both. Shangguan Yunzhu gritted her teeth in anger, kicking him and cursing, "You idiot, you can't sleep here. Is this all you've got? Use a bit more strength." Yang Zizhen remained nonchalant with his eyes closed. Gritting her teeth, she kicked him again with more force, and he stood up laughing, shaking his head sarcastically. "Clearly you didn't eat enough." As he spoke, he took a few steps back, then turned to look at her, muttering, "Without 1,000-pound gravity, even scratching an itch isn't worth your efforts." The latter sentence was not just hurtful, but also extremely insulting. Shangguan Yunzhu glanced at her fists, rushed forward, and struck fiercely at his back. Once wasn't enough, she vented her anger with multiple blows, and when she finished, she noticed her fists were slightly red. Unexpectedly, Yang Zizhen turned his head and smiled, saying, "If you just used a bit more strength." He laughed heartily, carefree, until she was about to explode with anger, then spoke, "My first soul skill is a passive ability which I call Eternal Invincible Golden Body. It can be said to be invulnerable, automatically immune to 95 of both physical and magical attacks." Looking at the astonished Shangguan Yunzhu, he continued proudly, "That old turtle is my first soul ring, a 2,000-year ferocious beast, the Qianji divine turtle. If you strike me with 1,000 pounds of force, I would only endure 50 pounds of pressure. This little strength wouldn't even break my skin, or it's hardly even an itch. First soul ring, 2,000-year soul beast. How is that possible?" Shangguan Yunzhu was utterly stunned. Even reaching the 9th soul ring, it was rare to hear of anyone achieving 10,000 years, and this monstrous figure in front of her was already at 2,000 years. How could others live with that? Yang Zizhen spoke gently. "You asked me how to choose. Choosing such things is a game for children. As a genius, we naturally want it all." Shangguan Yunzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Want it all? How could that even be possible?" She simply blinked, her innocent eyes pouting, standing there listening to his grand ideas of wanting it all. We can randomly hunt a few soul beasts for sacrifice and train for a decade or so. By then we'll definitely be powerful. Then we can find suitable soul beasts, blow up the unused soul rings, and re-sacrifice them. Isn't that wanting it all? Listening to Yang Zizheng's plan, she felt like she was going crazy. No one had ever done that, nor had anyone dared to do so. But just because no one had done it didn't mean it couldn't be done. If it worked, they would be unbeatable. Without further ado, the two randomly found 200-year soul beasts for sacrifice, successfully advancing to level 30, and then found a cave to dedicate themselves to training. As flowers bloom and wither, and with time silently flowing in the blink of an eye, 15 years had passed. Perhaps due to the essence of life over these 15 years, neither Yang Zizhen nor Shangguan Yunzhu had changed much in appearance, still looking like they were only 15 or 16. Both of their soul powers steadily reached level 67, achieving the rank of Soul Emperor. Yang Zizhen had perfected the 4th layer of the longevity technique, and was just one opportunity away from reaching the highest realm, the 5th layer. His martial skills, stepping on water, had also reached the pinnacle, while Xian Yi's 7 unique legs and Taiji fist had been cultivated to great success. Most importantly, the Yuan Gong sword technique had reached the realm of piercing 9 holes with 1 strike, and the next level would be the highest state of having no moves that triumph over moves. In his previous life, though he was known as the Sword Immortal, he was still at a level that relied on moves to overcome moves, far from the realm of having no moves triumphing over moves. Now, in terms of inner strength, agility, sword techniques, and experience, he far surpassed his previous self. His eyes, transformed by the essence of life, had finally evolved into the eye of life, making him particularly sensitive to moving actions, perceiving them at speeds dozens of times slower than normal. Shangguan Yunzhu's cultivation was also quite impressive. With the dual-legged martial soul boosting her, she achieved a level of leaving no trace in the snow. The 9 Mysteries Heart Sutra had also progressed significantly, reaching the 5th layer out of a total of 7. The 13 deadly stabs, flowing clouds, flying sleeves, and Mandarin duck legs all reached great achievement, and the Yuan Gong sword technique had just reached the level of piercing 7 holes with 1 strike, which was also quite an impressive advancement. The two achieved such accomplishments mainly because over these 15 years they had focused solely on cultivation. If they had been burdened by outside matters, even 20 years would not yield such results. The old turtle also successfully refined its own shell brutally, becoming a spirit tool within, and even gave itself a very impressive name, Divine Turtle Invincible. Yang Zizhen and Shangguan Yunzhu were left speechless. You are a spirit tool equivalent to a celestial artifact, not a fortune teller on the street. Divine Turtle Invincible, huh? Then hurry up and tell us what our next step should be. Yang Zizhen found its name rather ridiculous, but still wanted to make use of its remaining abilities, which was certainly better than taking a wrong turn and being thrown into the sky. Although there are many big fellows inside with my silver tongue, I'm sure we can succeed. The old turtle was quite arrogant. Since returning to its shell, it had reverted to its boastful nature, though its actual strength was still unknown. The two packed up, and under the turtle's guidance moved deeper into the mountains and arrived at a canyon. A roar echoed from deep within the canyon, making it clear that there were formidable beings present. The old turtle transformed from a waste accessory into a shell the size of a small mountain and shouted inside, "Friends inside, come out to talk. I, Divine Turtle Invincible, greet you." With the greeting of the great turtle, a deep and robust voice echoed from the depths of the canyon, sounding lazy, as if it had just awakened. "You old immortal, can you be a bit more stable? Where did you steal a turtle shell to parasitize?" "Oh, the past is unbearable to look back on. Being immortal like me is actually quite good. Your tribulation is coming in 2,000 years, right? Are you confident about it?" The old turtle seemed to be worrying unnecessarily, chatting casually, as if genuinely concerned for the other party, not knowing how it knew that a tribulation was approaching in 2,000 years. "I know your intentions, but you must let me see if it is worth it. If it's just a worthless piece of junk, then it would be a big loss." The ground trembled as these words were spoken, or it turned out it had been hiding deep underground. As the tremors subsided, a massive creature slowly crawled out from the depths of the canyon, covered in scales larger than pot lids, its eyes the size of lanterns, and a tongue 30 meters long. Its body was about 40 to 50 meters long and 3 to 4 meters high, resembling a moving small hill from a distance. This creature is just an ordinary pangolin. Aside from living a bit longer, there is nothing particularly special about it. The old turtle's voice echoed in Yang Zizheng's mind, timely resolving his confusion. "My little friend has inherited my defenses and can resist 95 of physical and magical damage. If you want, you can try your strength of 10,000 pounds on it. After inheriting your earth escape technique, it will be hard for it to die." The old turtle first briefly introduced Yang Zizheng's abnormal martial skills, then began to guide him towards his future direction. You can preserve your soul power as much as possible and concentrate the essence of your life in one place, gradually refining it into a magic treasure, and then become a spirit, just like me seeking the ultimate breakthrough over a long time. After saying this, it shrank in size and jumped onto Shangguan Yunzu's shoulder, urging her, hurry up, let's go watch the fight. She was taken aback, not expecting to end up in such a place, but still excitedly moved backward to distance herself. No matter how ordinary, it's still a 2,000-year soul beast. In my life, I've only fought against soul beasts that were less than 2,000 years old. How can I bridge such a large gap? It's urgent. Thinking this, he dared not take his eyes off the massive creature in front of him. The pangolin's enormous body suddenly charged at him at speed disproportionate to its size, and Yang Zizhen swiftly dodged to the right. Before he could stabilize his position, the pangolin's long tongue darted towards him like lightning. Yang Zizhen elevated his body half a meter to evade again, but the tongue curled like a rope, attempting to ensnare him. He astonishingly shot up another 2 or 3 meters, but while Yang Zizheng's movement was fast, the pangolin's tongue was faster. As it wrapped around him, it yanked his leg down, and while he was still in midair, the pangolin turned its tail several meters long, crashing heavily against him. The tongue that had been wrapped around his leg loosened, and Yang Zizhen was smashed against the stone wall in a large X shape, slowly sliding down and kicking up a cloud of dust as he lay there pretending to be dead and motionless. The pangolin's tongue continuously shrank back, its head shaking back and forth, its large tail swaying contentedly as it looked at the old turtle and boasted, no matter how agile a fly is, it is futile, it won't just die like this, right? That smack must have at least 10,000 pounds of force. The old turtle ignored the pangolin and shouted at the prone Yang Zizhen, kid, hurry up and get up, you have to show your true skills. This old fellow has been dealing with flies and ants for 2,000 years. You need to give him a taste of his own medicine. You dead turtle, who do you look down on? If I kill him, don't you regret it? The pangolin, despite being quite intelligent, was still far inferior. You dead turtle, who do you look down on? If I kill him, don't you regret it? The pangolin, despite being quite intelligent, was still far inferior to this ancient turtle and was quickly angered by a few words. Shangguan Yunzu quietly asked, what if he really kills him? Unexpectedly, the turtle chuckled and muttered softly, unless we force it, we won't know how many trump cards this kid has. He definitely cannot defeat this big guy, but it won't be that easy for him to die. Lying on the ground, Yang Zizhen was cursing the old turtle's entire family, thinking that getting smacked once would be enough, but he didn't expect it to add fuel to the fire. He deserved to fail his tribulation and become his own soul ring. Fortunately, the two had separated, otherwise he didn't know what kind of trouble would ensue. Cursing in his heart, he did not hesitate with his hands. The ice and snow world unfolded, a thick layer of frost spreading from him to the opposite cliff, forming an ice and snow realm within a radius of 200 to 300 meters. The temperature suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees and continued to fall slowly. Holding the green peeling sword, he stood up slowly. His several soul rings were useless and not worth relying on. Clad in white, swaying in the wind, sword pointed towards the sky with great ambition, he stared at the pangolin and declared, after 20 years of hard practice, I have finally achieved something. Today I will challenge you with my sword, letting the world know that I, the true sword immortal, am not just talk. The first sword is called Falling Star. Watch closely, he reminded as he formed a sword gesture with his left. After saying this, he leaped into the air, soaring to a height of about 100 meters. Under the sunlight, he suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, the green peeling sword had plunged into the pangolin's body through its scales. The pangolin yelped in pain, its tongue curling back toward him. Yang Zizhen stomped his feet, pulled out the sword from the pangolin, and turned in midair to land lightly on a ledge halfway up the canyon, looking down at the pangolin as he said, that last sword couldn't inflict much damage on you, but that was only because I didn't want to hold a grudge against you. If that sword had aimed for your head, could you have dodged it? Shangguan Yunzu's eyes sparkled with stars as she thought, this is my great hero. I must learn this falling star technique. Well, what kind of nonsense did his disciple use? No wonder he always says no one can inherit his legacy. The old turtle muttered to itself, sword immortal, is this what a sword immortal is? Give him a few more years to grow, and even the gods in the sky would be no match for him. Are all the people outside as skilled as you? The pangolin pondered for a long time before lifting its head, looking quite dejected as it asked, how is that possible? Only a true sword immortal can break the heavens with a single sword. There is none other like it in the world. Actually, you needn't worry this much. I can only injure you but cannot seriously harm you. You would definitely be the top combat power outside. After saying this, he sighed deeply and continued, that last sword cannot be used indefinitely. Once you are on guard, its effectiveness will diminish. The pangolin lowered its head upon hearing this, shouting at the old turtle, I agree, but which girl do I choose? This change directly exceeded the old turtle's expectations, and it stumbled and fell to the ground. Shangguan Yunju also gasped in surprise, never expecting it would choose her. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, completely unprepared for this situation. With this 2000 soul ring, she could walk proudly outside. Yang Zizhen secretly sighed, somewhat understanding why. The pangolin had its own pride. Following him meant being suppressed by the old turtle, and it might not even be reused. It was better to choose a weaker one. The pangolin had its own status. The pangolin exclaimed with such a reason, and the old turtle sighed on the ground. No matter how many calculations are made, it never occurred to me that you are a female, and thus your lifelong reputation is utterly ruined. Yang Zi descended from the sky, stepping fiercely on the turtle shell, stomping a few more times, and then picked it up, grinning as he threatened. If you keep causing me trouble, I will throw you into the latrine. Don't say anything about your lifelong reputation, you'll be infamous instead. The old turtle, now small and hanging from his waist, spoke in his mind. In front of people, I let you be imposing, a behind the scenes you must also respect me, the old one, and allow me to show off at appropriate times. Alright, no problem, let's happily settle this. Yang Zi agreed to its proposal without a second thought, and even praised it. You truly are a master of strategy, surely my big wife will be grateful to you. Weren't you opposed to this marriage? The old turtle was now the one surprised. Yang Zi looked at it disdainfully, and said, when young one does not know the benefits of a wealthy woman, mistaking beauty for treasure, when both beauty and wealth are combined, the more I resist, and do not cooperate, the more she will care. You, an old bachelor, wouldn't understand. The old turtle fell silent, as love and romance were truly beyond its understanding. At this moment the pangolin spoke. Little girl, release your martial soul. Once we go out, help me become the spirit of the weapon, and we will both win. How about it? The voice was no longer as deep as at the beginning, resembling that of a middle-aged woman. Why not quickly detonate the first soul ring? What are you waiting for? Yang Zi loudly reminded her. Shangguan Yunju nodded in agreement, and then released her martial soul, her legs. All the soul rings were dreadful in color. The first soul ring exploded directly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, clearly injured. Generally, detonating a soul ring is a desperate act to escape, and their behavior was indeed unprecedented. The pangolin clearly did not expect these two to have such great ambition, or thought they were only seeking it due to a bottleneck in their advancement. Just now, seeing Yang Zi's dreadful soul ring colors, it had even mocked him inwardly. But as it witnessed the massive body shrink rapidly, it ultimately became the size of a wash basin, with its scales turning gray and losing vitality, falling off in pieces. Then its body started to wither and turn gray. Finally, a tongue shot out, transforming into a pale purple ribbon that wrapped around Shangguan Yunzu's waist. An orange golden soul ring flew out from the ribbon at her waist, cascading down from her head, and once tightened, it firmly bound her martial soul, vanishing after a flash. When Shangguan Yunju awakened again, she was ecstatic, shouting loudly, "Haha, I am now at soul power level 69. As she spoke, she unleashed her newly acquired soul skill, and a pair of large feet rapidly kicked towards the cliff, producing a series of loud thuds, each kick heavier than the last. How about that? I have given it a resounding name, the sevenfold kicks. Shangguan Yunju boasted proudly, her kicks fast and unending, each one heavier than the last. Yang Zi nodded, affirming, a very powerful long-range attack. If it can be executed unexpectedly, the effect would be even better. Outside, the old turtle's howls could still be heard. What happened to respecting the elderly and caring for the young? The two traversed the Great Canyon for a while longer and arrived at the base of a cliff where a cave was blowing cold wind outwards, the situation inside unknown. Yang Zi firmly tossed the turtle shell into the cave. Outside, the old turtle's howls could still be heard. What happened to respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Not long after, faint sounds of crackling echoed from within, indicating that the soul beasts and the old turtle were engaged in battle. After quite a while, the old turtle excitedly called out, "Come in quickly, your grandpa turtle has taken care of it." Shangguan Yunju was about to enter, but was pulled back by Yang Zi, who said nothing and retreated several meters. Soon a shadow flew out from within, soaring high before crashing heavily to the ground, spinning in circles. "Oh, what kind of juggling are you playing?" Yang Zi was very curious about what the old turtle encountered inside, and not wanting to ask outright, acted like a curious child. The turtle shell did not respond, but questioned him. What happened to respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Young people do not honor martial ethics and trouble the old comrades. How can you treat our great contributor like this? Hurry up and apologize. Shangguan Yunju suddenly began to scold Yang Zi. While scolding, she went over to pick up the turtle shell and hugged it, gently stroking it. Suddenly she turned around and threw it back into the cave, saying, "Go. You two are indeed a natural pair, thoroughly rotten. Thoroughly rotten." The old turtle's curses could be heard from afar. What kind of people are these treating us like we are not human? The pangolin silently observed all of this, initially thinking it would be great to become a spirit and be carefree, but now suddenly it felt differently, its eyes turning and sinking into a deep sleep. This time it stayed inside for a longer duration. When the old turtle flew out, it was not as urgent as last time and did not fly as high, landing lightly on the ground. This time, before Qianji could go and pick it up, the old turtle shouted anxiously, "I confess I will." This time it took the initiative to fly up front and began to explain the situation inside. "There is a 1,000-legged centipede here with about 100,000 years of cultivation. It is not my opponent at all. Oh, I am just letting it be." While saying this, its eyes were constantly shifting, not knowing what kind of scheme it was plotting. After entering about 500 or 600 meters, the turtle shell suddenly accelerated, crashing rapidly inside, followed by a series of angry roars and sounds of combat, and indeed that old fellow was once again knocked back. Qianji understood that the sounds of fighting were within 100 meters. Releasing his soul power, he shouted, "Ice Snow World." Soon the entire cave turned into an ice cave. The centipede for some reason became incapable of even speaking, hiding deep in the cave, its specific appearance unclear. Only a pair of red eyes the size of bowls could be seen. Qianji, wielding the green seaweed sword, slowly advanced. The centipede spat out a mouthful of poison and charged towards him. The cave was too narrow to utilize the lightness technique, and the centipede was incredibly fast, forcing Qianji to confront it head-on. The long antennae acted like sharp blades. Qianji slashed one off with his sword, dodging another thrust, but the centipede's head slammed into him. A tremendous force struck Qianji, causing him to stumble back, but his sword also pierced into one of the centipede's eyes. With a shout, he yelled sevenfold kicks. Every kick landed heavily on the giant centipede's head, and the sword lodged in its eye was directly kicked into its brain, crashing heavily to the ground motionless. A circle of red soul rings flew out, and Qianji spread his hands and smiled. The final blow was delivered by you. Shangguan Yinzhu gazed at the red soul ring that flew out, expressing her doubts as she began to discuss with him. "But our cultivation is not sufficient to absorb this 100,000-year soul ring. Isn't a 100,000-year soul ring a bit too much?" Zizhen glanced at the old turtle that had returned, then spoke. "He has fought the old turtle 3 times. Don't be fooled by that guy's unreliability. He does possess some strength." The old turtle interjected, "Little girl, just absorb it directly. With the pangolin guarding, there won't be any." He released his martial soul, directly detonating the second soul ring, then sat down to begin refining this 100,000-year centipede. The old turtle, however, was quite restless and ran to the bottom of the cave for unknown reasons. Curiously, he ventured to the innermost part of the cave. At the cave's bottom was a cold pond about 2 to 3 meters wide, the depth unknown. He couldn't find any trace of the old turtle and could only stand there waiting patiently. After waiting for more than an hour, the old turtle's shell slowly floated up from the cold pond, clearly looking like it had overeaten. Without saying a word, it transformed back into an ornament and hung at his waist. Zizhen found it puzzling that a spirit tool would still look for food. Eating was one thing, but being so selfish about it was too much. He stared at the cold pond for a long time, but didn't dare to go down and investigate. After another hour, Shangguan Yunzu's triumphant laughter rang out. "Ha! I have reached level 70 in soul power. Soon I will be a soul saint." Zizhen looked at her smug expression, feeling like he wanted to teach her a lesson. However, he thought better of it and just asked with some speculation, "What soul skill did you obtain? Is it the 1,000 legs or the poison mastery?" "How did you know?" Shangguan Yunzhu blurted out, then proceeded to demonstrate for him. She kicked her legs in midair, conjuring a flurry of leg shadows towards the cave wall. All that could be heard were 2 loud thuds, and then the illusions disappeared, leaving 2 fresh footprints on the cave wall. Zizhen nodded, providing his affirmation, "A very impressive close-range attack." He continued to point out its flaw. "The eye technique is this move's nemesis. For instance, I can easily see through your illusions. Therefore, in life and death battles, it's best not to use it, otherwise you might not even know how you died." Initially quite pleased, she felt a surge of anger at his remark. "You can't stand to see others do well, can you?" she said, pointing at him with indignation. "If you insist on seeking death, there's nothing I can do." Zizhen glanced at him and walked outside, explaining as he went, "Against ordinary people, this move will be invincible. But if used too frequently, it becomes a habit. Habits are terrifying. They can make someone unconsciously rely on them. If you encounter an opponent once in 10,000 times, that moment could be your demise. Countless experts have perished due to such habits." Once outside in a wide area, Zizhen turned to her and said, "Come on, I will let you experience the fear of death ahead of time." Saying this, Zizhen took out a black cloth and covered his eyes, instructing her, as if teaching a student. In battles, a master strikes for a kill. Shangguan Yunzhu glared at him, gritting her teeth and muttering, "This is your own doing." With that, she activated her second soul skill, Phantom Strike, unleashing countless leg shadows towards Yang Zizhen. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, her heart filled with delight. Unfortunately, reality proved to be cruel, and she received a harsh slap in return. Her kick hit Yang Zizhen's left fist, and then a cold sword tip pressed against her throat. If I hadn't caught you with my fist, you would have delivered yourself to me without me needing to draw my sword. Yang Zizhen removed the black cloth and chuckled coldly. In front of a true master, using these so-called close-range soul skills will only lead to a faster death. True life and death battles require adaptability. Once I see a fixed technique, even with my eyes closed, I can identify all its weaknesses. Yang Zizhen looked at her coolly as he stated this, then added, I'm talking about everyone, not just you. Only skills that require control give me some trouble. Of course, in the face of absolute strength, those weaknesses are no longer weaknesses. Shangguan Yunzhu walked behind him, lost in thought. He did not disturb her. This needed time to adapt. After all, the things he used didn't belong to this world. People here were accustomed to assessing a person's strength based on soul power levels and soul ring ages, while what he brought was an unseen strength that shattered their traditional understanding. Walking west along the cliff, they reached the edge of the cliff, which was also the end of the mountain range. Outside lay an endless grassland, and without a second thought, he stepped onto the grass. This small world seemed to have two suns rising alternately, with no moon and no night. Walking on the grassland felt disorienting. The only reference point was the sun in the sky. After 4 or 5 days, he had not encountered a single animal, only endless solitude. Suddenly, Shangguan Yunzhu spoke. Are we going to die like this? No, there's a small lake not far ahead where you'll see everything you want to see. Yang Zizhen casually provided her with an affirmative answer. He didn't know what lay ahead, but he needed to say this to give her confidence. After 3 more days, Shangguan Yunzhu's patience had worn thin. Staring at the still, boundless grassland, she lay there unwilling to move. Suddenly, Yang Zizhen drew his sword without warning, and with a swift motion, a sword slash pierced the skies. The surrounding scenery began to change, and the cliffs remained steep, while the endless grassland vanished. Shangguan Yunzhu lay on a large green stone, lost in thought. A disgruntled voice sounded. When did you discover it? The grassland over there was too vast and too dull. Your illusion lacked a hint of life energy. Yang Zizhen replied expressionlessly. When he sensed something was off, he did not speak out. He needed to catch it off guard to break the illusion. Shangguan Yunzhu suddenly stood up and looked around. It felt as if she had just woken from a dream that was too real. She asked in confusion, what on earth is happening? Come out. If we can talk, let's talk. If not, then we shall fight. Yang Zizhen did not answer her question, and instead closed his eyes to listen carefully. The voice ceased to echo, likely fearful of being discovered. A tiny illusion insect. If you don't come out, then Yang Zizhen coldly declared its fate. Ice and snow world. The familiar scene reappeared, frost covering an area of 200 meters. The temperature began to drop as he slowly began to execute a set of slow punches. Holding the sword while performing Tai Chi was somewhat odd, but it did not hinder his progress in punching. As he continued, the sword slipped from his hand, shooting straight towards a cypress tree on the cliff. A gray shadow burst forth from the cypress tree as the green water sword brushed past and embedded itself into the rock wall. The gray shadow stopped on the stone platform, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an ordinary earth rat that had lived for around 100,000 years. The earth rat was about a meter long, covered in gray fur, its eyes glowing green. With bloodstains on its forepaws, it mockingly sneered, you no longer have a sword in hand. Oh, let's see what other means you possess. Yang Zizhen stretched out his hand and whispered, give me your green water short blade. Oh, although Shangguan Yunzhu was unaware of the specifics, she could confirm that they had been outsmarted by the soul beasts here. Be careful, Yang Zizhen warned her softly before leaping towards the earth rat. The creature panicked at the sight of the broken blade in Yang's hand and began to flee. In midair, Yang Zizhen twisted his body and shot towards the cliff with the short sword. Suddenly, a large hole appeared near the short sword from which a giant bat, over 2 meters long, flew out, unleashing a silent wave of attack towards him. He quickly felt for a mask at his waist and put it on, then threw the short blade, which swiftly entered the bat's mouth and exited through its back. The second spirit soul, the eternal life sword, appeared in his hand, and in a flash of greenish-blue light, the bat's head separated from its body. Standing on the stone platform, he saw a white fox about 5 to 6 meters long leap onto the cliff top, vanishing without a trace. The fox confused the earth rat, lured the enemy, and the bat executed the kill. The 3 soul beasts had clear roles. Unfortunately, one was too cunning, hiding in the back and not daring to show itself. Another was timid and fled at the first sign of trouble, while the third hadn't had a chance to showcase its abilities before being killed. Although it seemed brief, Yang Zizhen was already at the end of his strength. If that fox truly made a move, he wouldn't have much left to fight back, especially after being on guard since 3 days ago, without a moment's relaxation, leading to immense mental exhaustion. Drawing out the green water sword, and picking up the green water short blade to return it to Shangguan Yunju, he furrowed his brow and asked, why do these soul beasts here feel somewhat weak? With 100,000 years of cultivation, they shouldn't be so easily defeated. This small world's laws are incomplete. What you encountered are merely ordinary animals that have evolved into soul beasts due to their prolonged lifespan. The true soul beasts reside deep within that mountain and generally do not venture out. The voice of the old turtle echoed, looking at the dead bat over there. That bat's spirit ring is too weak and unworthy of your current status. Let me bear this burden. As he spoke, he enlarged himself and flew over, enveloping the bat's red spirit ring, before shrinking down again, returning to Yang's waist and transforming into a small ornament. Yang Zizhen and Shangguan Yunju exchanged glances and shook their heads in disbelief. She burst out laughing. How did you come across this little treasure? It's just too amusing. After working so hard for so long, I haven't even lost a single hair. What kind of situation is this? Yang Zizhen complained gloomily before sitting down beside her. You sit down too, let's quickly recover our strength. At the top of the cliff, the white fox was secretly observing the two below. It watched them healing on the spot, contemplating whether to go down and check, but fearing it might be a trap, it lingered for a long time before reluctantly departing, followed silently by the gray-furred earth rat. The two continued along the cliff. After a day, the terrain gradually rose and the cliffs on both sides began to disappear, revealing a continuous range of mountains with clouds floating at their midpoints, and from a distance the peaks appeared to be blanketed in ice and snow. Upon entering the mountain range, the vegetation noticeably increased and small animals became much more active. Most were pseudo-soul beasts that had lived for 1,000 years or more. Even plant soul beasts were commonly seen. With no suppression from the biological chain and no soul masters hunting them, this small world could be said to be a paradise for soul beasts. Shangguan Yunju was sketching a simple map on animal hide. They had finally encountered normal soul beasts. It was a rabbit that was 7 to 8 meters long and over 2 meters tall, with tall ears and a short tail, its red eyes the size of copper mirrors, and its fur a golden orange. Its breed was unidentifiable, and it was impossible to gauge how many years it had cultivated. The rabbit observed the two and introduced itself, saying, I am a pharmacist under the Mountain Lord's command, please follow me. It then turned and led the way. Shangguan Yunju tugged at his sleeve, puzzled, and quietly asked, Pharmacist? Mountain Lord? What does that mean? The so-called Mountain Lord is the king of the mountains, and the pharmacist is a boy in the Moon Palace who gathers medicine. Yang Zizhen explained leisurely, noticing the large rabbit in front trembling slightly. It seemed his guess. In the Douluo world, there were no tales of change flying to the moon, nor were there stories of her regretting stealing the spirit medicine. Phrases like in the blue sea and sky my heart yearns every night, or in the past, as the Moon Palace ground herb shadows danced beneath the osmanthus tree, did not exist. Thus Shangguan Yunju still did not understand the meaning behind his words, tugging at his sleeve without letting go. Just think of them as a great supportive healer. Yang Zizhen explained helplessly. The rabbit walking in front suddenly stopped and glanced back at him with a resentful expression, then sighed as it continued walking. I didn't expect you to interpret it this way. Oh, it's truly sad and lamentable. A small hand sharply twisted his arm, demanding, are you not telling the truth? Be honest. I told you, but you didn't understand, so I had to explain it this way. He whispered in explanation, and then looked at the large rabbit ahead with a wicked glint in his eye, saying, such a plump and tender pharmacist. If I were your lord, I'd definitely slice off a piece to roast and satisfy my cravings. The large rabbit shivered, and its steps noticeably quickened. It seemed its master really had such thoughts. They did not see the master in the rabbit's mouth, but they did encounter the Mountain Lord. A white tiger over 10 meters long and nearly 4 meters tall, with a prominent purple royal character on its forehead, lazily glanced at the large rabbit and commanded, sit on the pharmacist's back. We are going to meet our master. It shot a glare at the large rabbit, then muttered, while drooling, your idea is quite good. I'll consider where would be the most tender to slice. With that, it leaped away and disappeared. The large rabbit knelt down, its head knocking against the ground several times, its voice carrying a sob, as it pleaded, you are my ancestor. Can't you say a few good words? I was just joking, and don't take it seriously. As he spoke, he climbed onto its back and waved to Shangguan Yunju. Jokes aren't made like this. The rabbit muttered quietly as it stood up, carrying the two deeper into the mountains. The Mountain Lord's residence was atop a snow-capped mountain where there was an ancient architectural complex that had endured countless years. The fighting marks on the ice walls were still evident, and the past bloodshed was masked by the fragrance of plum blossoms, indicating that this small world was far from simple. There were still 11 others like it, filling the role of a runner, and beneath it was a countless number of little subordinates. The places Yang Zizhen and the others had traversed in the past few days were the Mountain Lord's territory. There were still 11 others like it, filling the role of a runner, and beneath it was a countless number of little subordinates. The places Yang Zizhen and the others had traversed in the past few days were the Mountain Lord's territory. Within the Grand Hall, various birds and beasts quietly settled in their designated spots, showing no fear in the face of many natural enemies. A plump rabbit entered the Grand Hall, obediently lying on the ground to let two people descend upon its back before stealthily hiding in a corner. A group of powerful soul beasts were observing the two of them. Yang Zizhen and Shengwan Yunzhu were also scanning their surroundings. The once majestic mountain lord, the white tiger, now resembled a docile kitten licking its paws, with a casual air grooming the purple king character on its head. A green bull lay there, its massive body even larger than that of the mountain lord white tiger. It stared at the two with its cow-like eyes, sneezing as it shook its head in a display of naivety, while its tail wagged back and forth, suggesting it was not as innocent as it appeared. This must be the divine power spoken of by the rabbit. A snow-white unicorn crouched there, slightly smaller than the mountain lord white tiger, its horse-like face devoid of any stray hairs. Its black eyes were strikingly prominent, seemingly having stepped upon snow. A bluebird assumed a proud golden rooster, standing on one-leg posture, appearing especially radiant in the Grand Hall. Its head was held high with an air of arrogance, and it was hard to tell just how old it was as it sported a few white whiskers beneath its jaw, truly an ancient sight. Including the plump rabbit, there were 12 soul beasts, all staring curiously at the two of them, too intimidated to make any movements in front of the four colossal figures and natural suppression stemming from their bloodlines. A woman's sigh echoed through the Grand Hall. You have finally arrived. Upon hearing the woman's sigh, the 16 soul beasts became even gentler and more docile. Even the proud bluebird slightly retracted its neck, the green bull ceased its tails swaying, the white tiger lowered its claws, and the unicorn pressed its horse face to the ground. All of this indicated that the owner of this voice was undoubtedly the master spoken of by the rabbit. Yang Zizhen and Shengwan Yunzhu exchanged glances, realizing that the you mentioned in her words referred to one of them. However, it was hard to discern who it was, and they were uncertain how to respond, merely standing by for what would come next. Change must regret stealing the elixir the blue seas and skies hold her heart each night. In the past, while grinding herbs in the Moon Palace, the shadow beneath the osmanthus tree was so lovely. A beautiful poem. A beautiful poem. The woman's voice resonated again within the Grand Hall. Shengwan Yunzhu was perplexed, her face displaying confusion and daze. Yang Zizhen, however, was greatly shocked. This was clearly what he had been pondering on the road. The fact that this master could perceive his innermost thoughts was truly terrifying. This also confirmed one thing: he was indeed the one the master had been waiting for. Indeed, this place is called the Eternal Life Realm, a small world with incomplete laws. I have waited for countless years, and you are the first humans to enter this Grand Hall. Eternal Life Realm, Eternal Life Formula. Is there a connection between the two? Yang Zizhen felt a jolt in his heart. The voice clearly carried deeper meanings, as if there were concerns that could not be openly expressed. Their future is boundless. Anyone who wishes to see the outside world should choose to follow one of them. The voice rang out again, this time sounding more like a suggestion, yet also like a command. With a loud clap, a white fox and a gray mouse suddenly appeared in the Grand Hall. Yang Zizhen recognized them as the two who had ambushed him not long ago. The fox's eyes spun restlessly, while the gray mouse kept knocking its head against the ground. The mountain lord white tiger opened its mouth wide, its tongue flicking out, and the giant gray mouse was swallowed whole, letting out a contented belch before becoming incredibly docile. Though clever, the white fox was also terrified. It crouched down, clasping its forepaws and bowing its head, repeatedly trembling as it pleaded with a feminine voice, "Master, spare my life. Mountain lord, spare my life. I am willing to offer a sacrifice. I am willing to become a soul ring." This time the voice turned authoritative, uttering a single word: "Accepted." The fox circled around the two of them, gathering its courage to slowly approach Shengwan Yunzhu, then collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud, leaving behind only a white fox skin. The skin then flew up, transforming into a white fox cloak that landed in her embrace. An orange gold soul ring flew out. Shengwan Yunzhu quickly sat down, revealing her true form of twin-legged martial soul. The orange gold soul ring tightened as it descended upon her head, entering her body, and then fell silent. The plump rabbit was the first to scamper over, taking no time to speak and directly taking action. It shrank down like the fox, leaving behind an orange gold rabbit skin, which transformed into an orange gold cloak draped over its shoulder, its voice sounding somewhat flattering: "I want to see the outside world." Then the soul ring that floated out had two orange gold patterns. Yang Zizhen released his true martial soul, exploding the third soul ring, before saying, "Then come." The soul ring of the plump rabbit tightened around him as it entered his body, and he felt relieved as he exclaimed, "Now it's good. I'm not afraid of the mountain lord tearing me apart." Yang Zizhen, feeling quite depressed, questioned it, "Isn't there any other reason? Saying too much will hurt feeling." The rabbit feigned shyness with this remark before falling silent. Focusing all his spirit on absorbing the soul power, a warm sensation spread throughout his body, as if his soul had undergone a baptism again. The eternal life formula automatically operated, converting the vast soul power into a mysterious force that entered his dantian, forming a transparent outer membrane outside his dantian. Once all the leaked soul power was absorbed, Yang Zizhen reached level 69, feeling the third soul skill, the universe kick, a skill the rabbit grasped in a dire situation. A kick not only differentiates strength, but also life and death. This is the rabbit's desperate measure. It's best not to use it unless necessary. Yang Zizhen silently admonished himself while the rabbit's voice echoed, a kick that differentiates strength and decides life and death should only be used in dire straits for self-preservation to unleash its marvel. I didn't expect you to have some good things to tell me how to proceed next. Yang Zizhen began to consult this free guy. There's nothing much to introduce. The master won't force them, but neither will she pamper them. That fox is the rabbit, feeling helpless, couldn't provide any suggestions, but did offer a reminder. The time of the lark's great limit is approaching. There should be some indication. It was wonderful to see Shangwan Yunju wake up, her face full of joy as she looked at him, and said, my soul power has reached level 73A, and my new soul skill is the illusory world, which allows people to unknowingly enter an illusion and slowly wither away in despair. It also significantly enhances the impact on illusions. I am also at level 69. This plump rabbit indeed has some tricks. Yang Zizhen briefly shared his situation. Not a single soul beast in the Grand Hall had left. Their conversation was essentially conveying a message, allowing these highly intelligent beings to make their ideal choices. The master did not directly reveal what she was waiting for, allowing these beings to guess for themselves. The mountain lord, the white tiger, licked its paws and sneezed, shaking its head as it suddenly began to drool, looking at the other soul beasts with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. All the soul beasts tightened their bodies as a one-eyed wolf slowly emerged. It was 7 to 8 meters long and over 3 meters tall, its dark fur glistening ominously, with 2 fang-like teeth protruding over a foot long, exuding an aura of ferocity. All its flesh and bones converged toward those fangs, its skin turning gray and shriveling into dust that fell to the ground as the fangs shrank down to become a pair of pendants that floated up, hanging around Yang Zizhen's neck. A choice that was all too evident. Yang Zizhen blew up the 4th soul ring, and 3 orange golden patterned soul rings emerged, landing on him and disappearing. The lone wolf said nothing, hiding deep within his mind, while a surge of vigorous soul power washed over him, the longevity arc continuing to operate, with a few golden patterns appearing on the transparent membrane outside his dantian. Once everything concluded, Yang Zizhen's soul power successfully reached level 70. His 4th soul skill, Wolf Howl of the Moon, unleashed a mournful howl, plunging his enemies into despair, pessimism, fear, and hopelessness, while his allies were invigorated with passion, courage, and confidence. I didn't expect this nameless one-eyed wolf to be a solitary wolf with a story. No wonder it is so reclusive and taciturn. Yang Zizhen thought to himself, but then suddenly felt a headache over his situation. It seemed everything revolved around him. Why was that? What did the mysterious master want from him? In this world, often the unknown is the most terrifying. At that moment, a female voice echoed in his heart. We who bear the longevity art have existed for countless years. When you come to understand your past and present, you will comprehend your mission. Grow quickly to fulfill the master's wishes. What mission? What master? Yang Zizhen hurriedly inquired, but received no further response. When he opened his eyes again, he found Shangwan Yunju in meditation. This time the proud bluebird was observing its surroundings, its retracted claws stretching and retracting, as if to grasp some object. A white crane hopped out, its lifeblood infused within its feathers. The white feathers arranged themselves in the air, ultimately forming a feather fan that flew into his hand. 2 orange golden patterned soul rings flew out. Before Yang Zizhen could release the soul rings, they entered his body on their own. A clear crane cry echoed in his mind, and then vanished without a trace. After everything was complete, he found his soul power had reached level 73. The 7th soul skill was called Crane Cry of the 9 Heavens. After a resonant crane cry, a pair of celestial crane wings sprouted from his back, allowing him to roam the seas and realms, usable once a day for at least 2 hours. Next, he saw the 2-headed blue bull sneeze, its body slowly shrinking and withering, all its essence converging on its twin horns. The horns transformed, ultimately forming a pair of exquisite crystal-like bullhorn wine cups that landed in Yang Zizhen's arms. 4 rippling waves of purple gold soul rings surged out, drawing forth his soul rings. The 5th soul ring shattered and merged into the soul ring of the blue bull, accompanied by a displeased crunching sound. The soul ring surged into his forehead, transforming into a phantom of the blue bull that laid down in the sea of souls, dozing. A vast amount of soul power washed over his body, mysterious forces spreading throughout, infusing boundless vitality into every corner of the Sea of Souls. The previously empty Sea of Souls began to rise with tendrils of purple mist, and the golden threads on the membrane outside his dantian increased. Once everything concluded, Yang Zizheng's soul power had reached level 77, filled with inexhaustible strength as he carefully examined his attributes. Fifth soul skill, Invincible Divine Power. The first passive skill, Divine Power Embodiment, grants him immense strength, allowing him to easily lift objects weighing thousands of pounds. The second active skill, Mountain Moving Force. When activated, it grants him unlimited divine power capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Upon awakening, he found Shangguan Yunju still in her cultivation, but the proud bluebird had vanished. The unicorn closed its eyes, its essence converging at the tip of its horn, which soared towards Yang Zizhen, emitting a pulling force in the air. The green ping sword flew out from his waist's magical device, and the horn merged into droplets of liquid that fused with the green ping sword. The sword body turned a pale purple, emanating a vigorous aura, and once everything settled, one side of the blade was engraved with the word justice, while the other side bore the word fairness. As the short sword landed in Yang Zizheng's hand, he gazed at the words justice and fairness with profound emotions, saying aloud, "It's no longer appropriate to call you Green Ping. From today onward you shall be the sword of righteousness." Upon hearing Yang Zizheng's words, the sword trembled, and 4 purple gold patterned soul rings emerged. His 6th soul ring was violently shattered by the unicorn's soul ring and charged into his temple, entering the Sea of Souls and transforming into a unicorn phantom that lay beside the blue bull, beginning to cultivate. This time the soul power did not wash over his body. Instead, it transformed into a very ethereal aura, cleansing his soul. He felt his mind and body relax, shedding numerous distractions while also sensing an increase in invisible mysterious power. The profound and mysterious essence of everything was purified in a way that could not be expressed in words. His entire being was gradually transforming, and unbeknownst to him, he was growing his appearance, finally settling into that of a youth around 20 years old, with a half-inch long purple line appearing on his forehead. When he awakened from meditation, he immediately checked his soul power and discovered astonishingly that it had reached level 80. The 6th soul skill, the first passive skill, is the Light of Justice. To let justice and fairness become the guiding principles in his journey through the world. The second active skill, Eye of Justice, manifests a purple eye on his forehead when activated. This eye can discern all evil deeds in the world and distinguish all malevolent individuals. It can only be used once a day, however, if used against a malevolent person, it does not count against the usage limit. This skill made Yang Zizhen feel both excited and troubled. Excited because he would gradually become the embodiment of justice, the representative of fairness, representing righteousness wherever he goes. Anyone who actively opposes him must have something shameful lurking beneath. The trouble lay here: he must ensure that his words and actions were consistent, being the truest version of himself. He must treat all people and matters equally, which simply means that everyone is equal before the law. A prince and a commoner should be punished the same. In this world of Douluo, where the strong prey on the weak, he would have countless enemies, and in the future, he would be surrounded by foes. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, he opened his eyes in astonishment to find Shangguan Yunju still in meditation. At this moment, the mysterious master spoke in his mind, making a request. Your second martial soul must never be infused with any soul rings. Find a way to merge the sword of righteousness with your martial soul, and then you will know what to do. And remember, do not use any soul bones. After saying this, a glimmer of spiritual light rushed towards his Sea of Souls, embedding itself and quickly sprouting into a small tree, which swayed, without wind, as the purple mist in the Sea of Souls thickened. As the young sapling took root and sprouted, a vibrant vitality spread through the Sea of Souls, gradually permeating the body, merging with the soul, through cycles, becoming one with the longevity art. The longevity art is a Taoist secret scripture of extraordinary mystery, and now it resonates with the young sapling in the Sea of Souls, the two supporting each other, forming a complete energy cycle that flows endlessly. Upon awakening from meditation, Yang Zizheng's soul power had already reached level 82 soul Douluo. With the 8th soul skill, the vitality was limitless as long as the mysterious sapling in the Sea of Souls thrived. Opening his eyes, he found that Shangguan Yunju had fallen asleep at some point. As he looked around, he discovered that there were no soul beasts nearby. Just as he was contemplating how to wake her, he suddenly felt the world around him shift, and they had silently left the longevity realm, after which he felt dizzy and lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found his companion Shangguan Yunju lying not far away, and they had arrived in the Star Dove forest with the mist-covered canyon nearby. He did not rush to return, but quietly reflected on the benefits gained from his journey in the longevity realm, and the current means and trump cards for confronting enemies. The longevity art had reached the 4th level of perfection. The step on water technique had also reached great perfection, and both the Qian E7 absolute legs and the Tai Chi fist had achieved mastery. A pair of translucent horn wine cups with unknown effects, a feather fan made from crane feathers with unknown effects, and a golden orange rabbit fur cloak with unknown effects. A wolf tooth pendant around his neck with unknown effects, a turtle accessory at his waist, a light purple sword of righteousness in his hand, a 1000 machine umbrella magic artifact, a mysterious false inheritance iron box made by a mysterious person, and a manufacturing blueprint for a beast skin magic artifact. The first martial soul, the longevity body, had its first soul ring from a 2-year-old ferocious beast, the Qian E divine turtle. The first soul skill, the first passive skill, is the indestructible golden body of longevity. The physical body is invincible, providing a 95 automatic immunity to physical and magical attacks. The second passive skill, good fortune and disaster avoidance, grants a warning effect regarding future fortunes and misfortunes for a certain period with an enhanced effect when holding the divine turtle shell. The second soul ring, a 6-year-old ice mystic snow toad. The second soul skill, ice and snow world. An ice and snow world appears around him, capable of reducing enemies' action ability by 25. The third soul ring, a 5-year-old golden rabbit. The third soul skill, one leg of heaven and earth, a counterattack skill comprehended by the golden rabbit in dire straits, a kick that determines both rank and life or death. The fourth soul ring, a 7-year-old nameless lone wolf. The fourth soul skill, howling wolf under the moon, unleashes a mournful howl that immerses enemies in desolation, pessimism, fear, and despair, while inspiring teammates with bloodlust, courage, and confidence. The fifth soul ring, an unknown age green bull. The fifth soul skill, invincible divine power. The first passive skill, divine power incarnation, grants him immense strength, allowing him to easily lift objects weighing thousands of kilograms. The second active skill, mountain shifting power. When activated, it grants unlimited divine power capable of moving mountains and filling seas. The sixth soul ring, an unknown age unicorn. The sixth soul skill, the first passive skill, is the light of justice. Let justice and fairness be the guiding principles for his journey in the mortal world. The second active skill, eye of justice. When the skill is activated, a purple eye appears on his forehead, capable of uncovering all evil deeds in the world and identifying all wicked individuals. It can only be used once a day. If used against an evil person, it does not count against the usage limit. The seventh soul ring, a 5-year-old celestial crane. The seventh soul skill, crane's cry resounding in the 9 heavens. After a clear crane cry, a pair of celestial crane wings sprouts from his body, allowing him to travel the seas and skies, usable once a day for at least 2 hours. The eighth soul ring, a mysterious sapling. The eighth soul skill, limitless vitality. As long as the mysterious sapling in the Sea of Souls survives, young Zizhen will have infinite longevity. Originally feeling that the second soul ring was quite powerful, he had been pleased for quite some time, but now it seemed somewhat diminished. Why hadn't he replaced it? He felt a bit lost, but then he thought again, and felt pleased. All the soul rings were over 2 years old, and the green bull and unicorn were even purple gold soul rings. He was greatly puzzled about how many years they were unable to find any information, as this was unique in the entire Douluo Continent, except for the woman not far from him. The choice of the short-lived green bird for Shangwan Yunju surprised him somewhat. Upon reflection, it should have been to muddle through so her family would not target him too much, which could be seen as a form of indirect protection, but the truth of the matter was unknown. Lying on the ground with his eyes closed, he contemplated how to proceed in the future and how to face his master, Qianji, upon returning. Clearly, running away was unrealistic. Although his power had greatly increased, he could not easily escape the shackles of the spirit hall in a short time. Shangwan Yunju slowly awakened and sat up, looking around, and spotting Yang Zizhen not far away, and burst into laughter. Ha! Yang Zizhen, feeling somewhat confused, thought it was not that surprising even with his power increase. As he turned his head to look, he noticed her attire was disheveled and clearly a size smaller, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing him laughing while pointing at her, she looked down and blushed, scolding pervert. Looking at her outstretched arm, her clothes were obviously much shorter and somewhat torn. In a hurry, she examined her body and realized she had grown over a foot taller, and her tattered clothes made her look like a clean beggar. She had plenty of clothes stored in her magic artifact, but unfortunately they were all too small. She could only drape the rabbit fur cloak over herself to cover her embarrassment. Shangwan Yunzu's situation was not much better. Her white fox cloak had also come in handy. Otherwise, things could have gotten complicated for this lonely man and woman. If they encountered someone they knew in this wilderness, they would have no way to explain. Now she appeared as a beautiful girl resembling a 20-year-old, gracefully standing tall and stunningly beautiful. The two exchanged information about their situations and realized they were in similar circumstances, both having gained significantly. Shangguan Yunzu's current strength had already reached level 85 Soul Douluo, making her a top-tier X. The first soul ring, a 200-year-old armored pangolin. The first soul skill, continuous 7-layer kick, rapidly kicking out 7 kicks in succession, each one heavier than the last. The second soul ring, a 100-year-old thousand-eyed centipede. The second soul skill, Phantom Strike, creating hundreds of illusory foot shadows, with only 2 kicks being real and effective. The third soul ring, a 300-year-old phantom cat. It granted her a pair of gauntlets. The third soul skill, Wind Shadow, a passive skill that increases her action speed by 25. The fourth soul ring, a 300-year-old silver armored ant. It provided her with a pair of knee pads. The fourth soul skill, Invincible Iron Cloth. When activated, a layer of silver armor appears on the surface of her clothing, capable of defending against 80 of the opponent's attack power. It can be used twice a day, with each use lasting no more than 5 minutes. The fifth soul ring, a 300-year-old Gale Spirit Deer, leaving her a pair of deer horn wine cups. The fifth soul skill, Life-Threatening Kick, and attack technique intuitively understood by the divine deer, more effective when used in dire situations, determining both rank and life or death. The sixth soul ring, a 400-year-old Snow Jade Divine Donkey, providing her with a pair. The sixth soul skill, Donkey's Howl, emitting an unpleasant and piercing cry that inflicts unbearable pain and mental torment on enemies, making it an excellent choice for interrogating foes. The seventh soul ring, a 200-year-old White Fox, leaving her a White Fox cloak. The seventh soul skill, Illusionary World, trapping others in an illusion without them realizing it, causing them to slowly age in despair. The eighth soul ring, an unknown age green bird, granting her a green bird feather fan. The eighth soul skill, passive skill, Good Fortune, bringing her good luck and auspiciousness. This is a rather ethereal soul skill, likely bringing her luck and wealth. The active skill, Green Bird, coming from the west. A pair of wings grows from her back, allowing her to soar across the seas and skies, usable twice daily for 2 hours each time. The two had indeed gained a lot. Shangguan Yunju put on her boots, knee pads, and draped the White Fox cloak over her shoulders, showcasing it to the barefoot young Zizhen. Are you envious, sister? When Shangguan Yunju entered, she had prepared thoroughly for herself, so she eventually found a piece of clothing that fit reasonably well. Unprepared young Zizhen was in dire straits, dressed in tattered clothes, draped in a rabbit fur coat, and struggling to walk out of the starry forest with his feet wrapped in cloth, finally arriving on a country road. At this time of year, as spring transitions to summer, travelers naturally wear less, and his current appearance aroused everyone's curiosity and pointed remarks. Where did this nouveau riche come from, wearing a leather coat in this weather? What nouveau riche? He might very well be a thief. I reckon he must be some young master who has run away from home. A certain fellow nearby kept grinning, and having some conscience, asked a farmer to buy a set of coarse cloth clothes and a pair of straw sandals at a high price, which improved the situation considerably. Even so, the two were still the subject of gossip, as their mismatched attire, a rich girl with a poor beggar, captured far too much attention. Did you see that, a real-life Beauty and the Beast? In this day and age, as long as a man is handsome enough, he can enjoy the benefits of soft rice. Oh dear, the tale of a poor boy and a wealthy young lady, do you all know it? Listening to these various discussions, the two felt utterly helpless. It was somewhat better to face it now, but who knew what rumors would spread in a few days? They finally arrived at an unnamed small-town home to only a few hundred households, but fortunately there was a ready-made clothing store. Although not high in, the overall effect improved significantly, and they wouldn't be subject to random gossip on the road. Walking along the streets of Xinghua City, despite not having stayed long, there was still an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Passers-by hurried along, the sounds of various vendors calling out echoed around, and suddenly he had a strange thought that this place did not belong to him. With such a drastic change, we won't be mistaken for some shameless imposters, will we? Yang Zizhen asked jokingly as he walked behind Shangguan Yunju. Without turning her head, she replied, Our family has been used to this for years, you shouldn't speak. Then with a playful smile she added, I need to familiarize myself with my situation, or else don't think about me when you go back. You've said the same thing, so I won't repeat it. After parting ways, they slowly moved along with the crowd. The essence of life was quite nostalgic. After 15 years on a deserted island, returning to familiar streets felt surreal. If it weren't for his strength, he would almost think he was dreaming. Upon arriving at his residence, he found the main gate tightly shut. Looking around to see no one, he lightly jumped into the courtyard. The entire yard was cold and desolate, with no signs of life. However, it was not difficult to spot signs of recent cleaning, and the flowers and plants in the yard were thriving. Pushing the door open revealed a table with barely noticeable dust. The training ground bore no signs of frequent use, clearly having been neglected for a long time. The kitchen stove had some solidified ash, and everything indicated that someone had come to clean periodically, but it had been a long time since anyone had lived there. Not knowing where everyone had gone, the most important task at hand was to go out and have a good meal, then buy a few sets of clothes from the ready-made clothing store, and finally visit the bathhouse for a comfortable hot shower. After changing into new clothes, he felt refreshed. In the spirit hall, two vice shopkeepers, one in gray and one in black, were drinking tea and chatting casually, when suddenly a stranger's head popped through the door crack, smiling, as he greeted, "Hi. How have you two been lately?" Hearing the voice was somewhat familiar, but the face was undoubtedly new. The two looked at each other suspiciously and asked, "Who are you?" The two scrutinized him carefully, certain they had never seen him before. The small purple mark on his forehead was the best proof. With a silly grin, Yang Zizhen walked and put on a 1,000-machine mask over his face and revealed a familiar face to the two. Then he took it off, grinning proudly. "Did you not recognize me? How is this possible?" The two could hardly believe their eyes, shaking their heads and glancing at each other, exclaiming in unison that it was impossible. Being trapped in a mysterious space for 15 years, it would be strange if I didn't grow. Yang Zizhen briefly recounted his experiences while trapped, then began to catch up. "Well, I just escaped with that young lady from the Shangwan family and came back to find you too. These 15 years have not been easy." These words were what he and Shangwan Yunzhu had agreed upon, otherwise he couldn't explain his appearance to outsiders. 15 years? Where did that come from? The two old fellows were taken aback, as this was simply nonsense. Seeing their expressions of disbelief, Yang Zizhen curiously asked, "Then can you two tell me how long I stayed in the starry forest?" "You have only been gone for a year and a half," the gray-clad elder finally replied after clearing his throat. "A year and a half." Yang Zizhen's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." He pulled the black-clad elder's hand and extended his other hand, saying, "Feel my bone age, this can't be false." The black-clad elder meticulously examined Yang Zizhen, his face serious and brows furrowed, before exclaiming in astonishment, "How is this possible? How can this be?" The black-clad elder grabbed the gray-clad elder's hand and said, "This is strange, you should take a look." Saying this, he touched the non-existent sweat on his face with his right hand. After a careful investigation, the gray-clad elder wore a look of disbelief, patting his forehead with his palm, and walked around the room a few times before saying, "There are wonders in this world. Ooh, I wonder what the young master plans to do next. I haven't figured it out yet." Yang Zizhen shook his head, speaking honestly, and casually sat down on a chair, adding, "Is the house I lived in still all right?" "My." The gray-clad elder looked at him and asked, "Has the young master not returned?" "What are you saying? If you can't even recognize me, wouldn't going back directly be a big joke?" Yang Zizhen denied having gone back, patting his green clothes and asking, "What do you think?" "Just bought it today." The black-clad elder sighed. "Young Master Flander Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang left together half a year ago to travel around." Before he could continue, Yang Zizhen jumped up, shouting, "What?" He ran around in circles on the ground, muttering, "It's over, it's over, it's over." The gray-clad elder looked at him and said loudly, "Young Master, don't worry, this is the intention of the Pope." Yang Zizhen stopped and, looking at the two old fellows, asked in confusion, "Why did my master suddenly change his mind?" The black-clad elder shook his head and responded, "Because it's no longer necessary." He blinked, his confused big eyes looked at the two sitting there, scratched the back of his head, and blurted out a shocking statement. "Could it be that Bibi Dong is dead?" The two old men looked at Yang Zizhen, bewildered, not understanding how he could have such an idea. After exchanging a glance, the old man in black shook his head and said, "How could that be? Bai Dong is already a mother, having given birth to a daughter for the Pope, named Qian Renshua." "Oh, teacher-student romance." Yang Zizhen feigned surprise, exclaiming, but it was clearly more like a forced encounter. Since Bai Dong needed to care for her own flesh and blood, she had to some extent regained her freedom. Naturally, Yu Xiaojiang had become useless, and since he couldn't be killed, they could only let him go as far away as possible. The old man in gray glanced at him. Though he expressed surprise verbally, his face showed little change as he muttered, "The birds and shooting stars have also set off to travel together." Looking at Yang Zizhen, he continued, "With these 5 gone, the head of the Su family and Qin Yiguan will no longer visit the estate, and they'll just send the servants away to clean up every few days." He appeared to have an epiphany as he muttered, "Oh, I see now." He stood up and walked a few steps, then lowered his head to give an instruction. "Then I will stay at the spirit hall for a few days. Later you guys can send a message to the headquarters to see whether I should return or continue wandering." After saying that, without waiting for their response, he turned and ran out. He then opened the door again, poking his head in to say, "I'll go first. Just wandering around the streets." The kind little girl was practicing seriously in the yard. Her mother, holding a handkerchief and water pot, called from afar, "Qin Yiguan, come drink some water." Yang Zizhen did not go out. He merely glanced, and then turned to leave, knowing that your well-being was enough for him. Soon Master Qianji's orders came instructing him to return to the spirit hall first. It had been less than 2 years since he left and returned, yet in his heart it felt like a long, long time. Bai Dong had already tied up her long hair, cradling a small child in her arms. The child's eyes were bright, curiously observing the surroundings. Yang Zizhen looked at his master sitting above, and then at the woman holding the child, opening his mouth with difficulty to call out, "Master, master, mistress." Bai Dong handed the child to Master Qianji and walked step by step to Yang Zizhen, circling around him while sneering, "Oh, have you remembered coming back? What kind of miraculous medicine have you taken to grow to this extent?" "Master, sister, that's not what I meant." Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly corrected himself. "No, no, mistress, mistress." Bai Dong looked at him with a displeased expression, then turned around with a curious face saying, "Tell me what happened." In response to mistress, the disciple got lost in the Stardow forest and stayed in a mysterious space for 15 years, only to find that only a year and a half had passed when I came out. Yang Zizhen replied with an earnest expression, secretly thinking, "It's over, it's over. I didn't expect Master to also fear his wife. Why isn't he managing this?" Bai Dong sneered, a hint of malice in her eyes. "Is that so? Should I believe you? Or not?" Yang Zizhen's heart tightened involuntarily as he retreated a few steps to create distance between them, bowing respectfully to Master Qianji. "Congratulations, Master, on the birth of your daughter. I have a 1,000 machine umbrella here, a gift for my little junior sister." As he spoke, he presented the 1,000 machine umbrella magical device he had obtained with Master Qianji in the mysterious cave, holding it with both hands respectfully in front of Bai Dong, and explaining, "This 1,000 machine umbrella magical device is incredibly useful. A soul master of level 10 can easily defeat opponents of higher levels with it. Even soul saints would suffer greatly." Bai Dong skeptically picked it up. It was her first time hearing of such a magical device, and from her expression, it was clear she didn't believe it. Fortunately, Master Qianji spoke up in time. "Disciple is thoughtful. Since you are willing to give the 1,000 machine umbrella to your little junior sister, it must mean your strength has improved greatly." He clasped his hands again and performed another bow, then confidently proclaimed, "In response to Master, during those 15 years of being trapped, I could only cultivate every day. I am confident that I am invincible among my peers. I could take on 10 opponents and not necessarily lose." Master Qianji knew about his first martial soul's abnormal defense and his second martial soul's ability to slow down opponents. However, he was still curious and asked, "Your later soul skills aren't still just passive abilities, are they?" "If that were the case, it wouldn't be very pleasant." "Worry not, Master. My later soul skills are very balanced, whether for attack or escape, they are all exceptionally powerful." After Yang Zizhen finished speaking, he pointed to his head, then made a throwing motion, chuckling foolishly. Master Qianji had seen the magical properties of that turtle shell. Upon seeing Yang Zizhen's actions, he understood that the soul rings behind him must be extraordinary. Narrowing his eyes, he stood up, carefully handing the child in his arms to Bai Dong. Watching Qian Rengshu's face reveal a look of happiness and anticipation, he turned and walked to Yang Zizhen, reaching out to feel him. He paced back and forth in the hall, muttering softly, "Bone age 23, just right." Master Qianji tightly clenched his hands and said sternly to Yang Zizhen, "This year you are 23. In 2 years, when you turn 25, you will be eligible to participate in the high-level Soul Master competition. At that time, you must represent our Spirit Hall and win back the championship." "Master, rest assured, I will definitely represent the Spirit Hall and take the championship back from the Star Luo." Yang Zizhen firmly raised his right fist to his ear, solemnly making a promise, and he didn't forget to add, "The rise of our Spirit Hall starts now." Bai Dong looked at the two men in a complex manner. Her attachment was profound, and a hint of resentment subtly flowed in her eyes as she lightly bit her lip and smiled. "Then I wish both of you all your wishes come true, and let our Spirit Hall dominate the world." Glancing at Qian Renshui in her arms, she smiled gently, like water bidding farewell to Qianji. "The child needs to sleep. I'll head back first. You men can discuss your plans slowly." Watching Bai Dong slowly walk away, Yang Zizhen gave Master Qianji a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Master, you are charming. Amazing." This was no longer the previous Bai Dong. She was clearly a wise and capable woman, a consummate understanding of her circumstances. Between men, many things only require a glance without the need for words to describe them. "Master, could you elaborate on the Soul Master competition?" Yang Zizhen asked. Master cautiously, having made a promise and established a military order, he had to take. The age limit for the Soul Master competition is 25, divided into team battles and individual round-robin battles. Our Spirit Hall, the Tiandou Empire, and the Xinglua Empire will each have 3 teams directly enter the top 5. Finally, they will compete for the championship against the 3 teams selected through layers of elimination. The competition will be held in the capital of the Tiandou Empire. Master Qianji briefly introduced it, then waved his hand saying, I have already prepared a participating team. Tomorrow you will go down to select people and prepare another team. At that time the two teams will compete for this sole spot. Yes, master. Yang Zizhen bent down in a bow, slowly stepping back a few paces before turning around, standing tall and walking out with determination. His room remained as simple as ever, with several neighboring rooms now devoid of inhabitants, and those nominal subordinates had long since severed ties with him. He paid little attention to the competition. After all, he could easily take on a small team by himself, akin to child's play, and even an 80-plus level soul Douluo would frighten those little brats. After just finishing a set of punches, he heard faint footsteps approaching along the corridor, softly asking, "Who is it?" A sigh followed sigh. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar, yet strange face. Bai Dong stood outside, chuckling softly. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" As she spoke, she stepped inside, casually shutting the door, and began to survey the room. "I didn't expect your place to be so simple and impoverished." The furnishings in the room greatly surprised her, as she couldn't fathom why it was like this. There was only a simple bed, a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe with just a mat in the outer area. Material possessions are all illusory. Yang Zizhen spoke with great conviction. "How is he now?" Bai Dong asked in a low voice devoid of any emotion about Yu Xiaozhang's situation. "I don't know. I haven't seen him since I came out of the mysterious space." Yang Zizhen spoke, honestly feeling there was no need to conceal this. Bai Dong did not intend to let him off so easily, as she moved a few steps closer and quietly inquired, "What role did you play in there?" "Shu. Call me Shiji." Bai Dong directly interrupted his speech, issuing her command. She raised her hands and took steps back, her eyes unwavering. "All right. Shiji, I merely saved him while traveling, fearing he might encounter further misfortune, that's all." Yang Zizhen wore a friendly expression, speaking the truth, albeit with some embellishments that were ultimately inconsequential. A soft voice echoed in his ear, "Is that so? Then I must thank you, Shiji." As she spoke, she took a few steps closer, her lips gently brushing against his ear, her tone growing slightly more somber as she reproached, "Do you know how I endured?" He continued retreating until he reached the wall, confusion etched in his eyes, clearly not understanding what she was saying. His smile was more painful than tears as he muttered, "Could it be that you and Shifu are not truly in love?" Bai Dong was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard someone say such a thing, unable to understand why the question was posed. With her innocent eyes blinking, she feigned ignorance about her situation, acting like a curious child, as she said, Sure, Shiji, when I went out you had just returned not long ago. Shortly after your return you had the fruit of love, so you should have been very happy during this time." After finishing, he quickly added an expression of utmost grievance, "I am 23 in bone age, but I am actually less than 10 this year." Bai Dong sighed, softly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Indeed. You're still young and don't understand." Upon hearing this, Yang Zizhen became displeased. He feigned anger, puffing out his chest in dissatisfaction, trying hard to appear knowledgeable. "Who are you underestimating? I also have a girlfriend, all right." "You? A girlfriend?" Bai Dong wore a look of astonishment, finally discovering something new. She took a few steps back, examining him from top to bottom. "Tell me about her. Shermu will help you with matchmaking." Oh, this sudden shift was quite shocking. Yang Zizhen couldn't grasp her intentions. After all, the deep-seated hatred she harbored was unmistakable. He could only scratch his head, pretending to be clueless. "Well, I'll ask about it later." Bai Dong fixed her gaze on him, pacing back and forth. Yang Zizhen felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of being preyed upon by a beast, unable to suppress a shiver as he hugged his arms. "Little Shitty, what are you afraid of?" Bai Dong gently asked him, stepping closer with a voice filled with endless resentment. "I don't dislike many people, and you are one of them." She stepped back a few paces, yet her beautiful face bore a trace of hatred. Her pearly teeth lightly bit her lip, her gaze filled with resentment, and she turned her back to warn him, "You currently annoy me greatly. In the future, do not make me dislike you even more. Whether you are Shermu or Shiji, my feelings for you will always remain one of respect, past, present, and future. In this world, many things are beyond our control. Our destinies are not in our own hands." Faced with Bai Dong's threat, he hastily spoke kind words to express his stance, hoping she might understand him. After all, if she whispered sweet nothings, would he still be able to navigate the spirit hall? Bai Dong approached the door, murmuring softly, "Since it's not in our hands, then try to be someone who can control their fate." Lying on his bed, recalling every word and action of Bai Dong, Yang Zizhen could firmly affirm that she carried resentment and a strong desire for revenge. Being remembered by a woman, especially a remarkably beautiful one, filled with resentment was undoubtedly not a good thing. How could it bring joy? Fortunately, my family Shangwan Yunju has a passive skill bringing good luck and auspiciousness, which can relieve some of my worries. Muttering to himself, he reminisced about his journey back. After leaving Xinglua City, he donned a mask of Qianji, began sleeping during the day and only venturing out at night. When the night fell silent, he revealed 7 soul rings. Orange gold, white, orange gold, purple gold, orange gold. and confirmed once again that there were indeed 7, but why were there only 7 when there should be 8? After repeated comparisons, he understood that the missing 8th soul ring belonged to that mysterious little tree. Once he grasped this, he felt much more at ease. This soul sage at level 70 was still somewhat acceptable. If he showcased himself as an 80-plus level soul, Douluo, those oldtimers in the spirit hall might treat him as a lab rat instead. Activating the 7th soul skill, Crane's Cry 9 heavens. After a clear crane's call echoed, a pair of celestial crane wings sprouted from his back. As he could now roam the 4 seas and 8 realms, his speed was undoubtedly extraordinary. In less than half an hour he arrived at Newall, City, the place of his birth, like a great bird unnoticed by anyone. After confirming that there was no one nearby, he quietly landed in his own courtyard. Gently entering the house, he found a leaf had fallen on the door. Picking it up, he noticed it had already turned yellow. This was clearly a deliberate mark. The leaf would fall whenever someone entered the house. Such skill was indeed remarkable in this Douluo Continent, but it was just a leftover trick from Yang Zizheng's past life, hardly worth mentioning. He quietly approached the kitchen, lifting a floor tile, and Yang Zizheng's face turned ashen because the letter his mother had left had vanished without a trace. He waited patiently until dawn, the time when humans feel the most drowsy. After placing the tile back in its original position, he wedged the leaf back in the door seam, set a large fire, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Everything was not as he had imagined. Unfortunately, fate plays tricks on people, and his parents' deaths certainly would not be so simple. Following closely behind Qianji, Yang Zizhen quietly asked, "Master, how can one win a woman's heart?" Qianji sighed. "Women from the Shangwan family are hard to pursue." He turned around, patted Yang Zizhen on the shoulder, and shook his head, saying, "If all else fails, learn from me." Yang Zizhen feigned curiosity and asked, "Please enlighten me, master." "Well, women are like that. As long as you have won her over, her heart will follow," Qianji earnestly advised him, then winked and burst into laughter. "Master, wouldn't that make her resent me for a lifetime?" After all, Yang Zizhen quietly reminded him, given the overwhelming resentment Bai Dong had expressed yesterday. Resent? So what? Without resentment, how can there be love? Qianji scoffed, seemingly unconcerned, and added jokingly as he walked a few steps, "Is she going to eat me, or something?" Hearing Qianji's words, Yang Zizhen shook his head, wanting to loudly tell him, "Women can be ruthless. They won't spare even the bones." It was quite terrifying. Yet this thought could only be kept to himself, as it seemed Master truly did not understand women at all. In the training grounds, over 30 men and women, all around 20 years old, had their soul power levels ranging from 33 to 37, all promising talents of the Spirit Hall. The top 10 were now a team, while the one Yang Zizhen formed was the second team. As soon as Qianji entered the arena, the previously chatting voices vanished, and everyone stood upright, appearing very disciplined. "The reason for gathering everyone today is only one thing." Qianji said this while surveying the crowd, slowly raising their curiosity before announcing, "That is to establish the second team representing our spirit hall in battle." Upon hearing this news, everyone began to discuss among themselves, as it was unclear what the purpose of forming a second team was when the first team was already present. Qianji pretended to cough, once waiting for everyone to stop their discussions before continuing. "The establishment of the second team is to create a sense of pressure for the first team, which will compete for the spots in the upcoming tournament." The attendees were all top-tier individuals, and many expressed mild dissatisfaction at not being in the first team. Now, hearing about the formation of the second team, they felt both anticipation and some trepidation, hoping to defeat the first team. The first team contained prodigies, 4 of whom were of similar strength. Thus there was fear regarding the prowess of those prodigies in the first team. Qianji spoke with artistic flair, stirring everyone's emotions, and once calm he pointed at Yang Zizhen and said, "This is my disciple Yang Zizhen, who from today on will be the captain of the second team. He will select the team members." After saying this, he patted Yang Zizhen's shoulder and gradually walked away, only clapping his hands to regain everyone's attention once his figure was no longer visible. Yang Zizhen stepped forward, looking at everyone amiably. "My team needs only 6 people. Please divide yourselves into 3 groups according to support, assault, and defense control." As he spoke, he took out 3 signs and placed them on the ground. Everyone stood behind the signs labeled support, assault, and defense control, and someone couldn't help but ask, "Shouldn't there be 10 people? Why do we only need 6? "Because my team doesn't need substitutes. I can take on 10 by myself. These 6 are just to make up the number." Yang Zizhen held his own pride, looking at the group of obviously unconvinced men and women. He sneered, "Once you become my team members, whoever is unconvinced can challenge me to a fist fight. Whoever can defeat me will take my position as captain." He glanced at them with a sly grin, adding, "But first you need me to select you. Control-type soul masters are the soul of a team, so let's start with the control type." He fixed his gaze on the few young control-type candidates, surveying them, and instructing, first introduce your martial souls. I have rope, I have sky blue vine. I have flowing cloud sleeve, I have spider, I have azure water snake, I have copper ring, I have whip. I have python, I have ghost vine. Listening to their reports, he glanced at the two youngest among them, and said, sky blue vine boy, and flowing cloud sleeve girl stay. The rest can leave. The remaining few expressed dissatisfaction. A burly man stepped forward, visibly upset. Why select the two weakest? Yang Zizhen waved his hand, letting the two stand behind him, because they are both good-looking. As he spoke, he moved slightly and punched the burly man's stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Glancing at the others, he shrugged nonchalantly. Strength or weakness doesn't matter to me, it's just to make up the numbers. The few knew they were no match for him, helped the burly man up, and slowly left. Yang Zizhen looked at the remaining three groups, but only needed 4 people, so he spoke directly. Support and defense types are optional for me. Let's have the assault types introduce themselves first. I have blood-sucking bat. I have crimson flame tiger. I have thunder eagle. I have long knife. I have boomerang. I have lightning cat. I have flame leopard. I have long staff. I have earth shaker. I have Hercules ape. I have great axe. I have wind wolf. I have snake spear. I have fire lion. I have blood tiger. Yang Zizhen felt somewhat disappointed, but did not show it, nodding and saying, these are all powerful martial souls, it's hard to choose. He then turned to the support and defense candidates, saying, you should also introduce yourselves. I have Qianji turtle. I have copper bull. I have iron arm bear. I have diamond shield. I have stone turtle. I have steam bun. I have soul bell. I have Rui flute, steamed bun, Qianji turtle, iron arm bear, and Hercules ape stay. The rest can leave. Everyone could hardly believe their ears. What sort of mysterious operation was this? Just a moment ago he said that support and defense were optional, and now he quickly selected 3. This team had strong control and defense, but what about the offense? The Hercules ape was merely strong, its attack methods were singular. Those who were not chosen exchanged glances, shook their heads, and left directly. The remaining few were also puzzled. They were among the least favored, yet ended up being selected with strengths that could be considered the weakest. Yang Zizhen looked at them and smiled, asking, do you know why I chose you? The few shook their heads, aware of their own capabilities and choosing to remain silent. I chose you because you are obedient, your strength can be improved. As for disobedient team members, they can only roll away. Yang Zizhen provided a seemingly irrelevant, but very convincing reason. In truth, the real reason was simply because they were young, based on a combination of youth and martial soul potential, but he couldn't reveal that. Yang Zizhen formally addressed the 2 girls and 4 boys, saying, I'm not interested in what soul skills you have nor how high your soul power is right now. I only want to know how long it will take for you to reach level 36. At this point he paused and asked, please write down your names, hobbies, and a brief introduction for me. He handed each of them a piece of paper and a pen, saying, submit it to me in half an hour. Holding the self-introductions written by the few, he decided to take them on a trip to the Stardow Forest, announcing to everyone, tomorrow morning gather at the city gate, I will take you out for a tour. Sitting at the desk, he quickly organized the materials and noted each person's situation on a piece of paper, glancing at it with great satisfaction. Vice Captain Li Jing, 19 years old, martial soul, steamed bun. Vice Captain Zhou Bin, 18 years old, martial soul, sky blue vine. Lu Lin, 18 years old, martial soul, Qianji turtle. Yuan Hao, 18 years old, martial soul, mighty divine ape. Alin Yi, 18 years old, martial soul, iron arm bear. Zhu Ting, 18 years old, martial soul, flowing cloud sleeve. The 6 individuals are easily identifiable directly using their martial souls to assign code names. The one nicknamed Bun is a slender girl, Qing Vine, is a shy young boy, Ice Turtle, is a chubby kid, Divine Ape, is tall, Iron Bear, is robust, and Cloud Sleeve is strikingly slender. The master held a beast spirit magic device that could directly absorb soul rings across 2 levels. Their soul power was already over level 30, and crossing 2 levels would allow them to absorb a 10th Sandier soul ring. Initially, he thought they could reach level 40 and directly hunt 2 10th Sandier soul beasts, but time constraints made that impossible, so they had to make do with the current plan. He approached the master and directly presented the plan, leaving Bai Bai Dong and Qian Sun-ji dumbfounded. Master, don't worry, I came through the mysterious space, just like this, and this plan can still be executed. Yang Zizhen clasped his hands and bowed in assurance. Bai Bai Dong, holding a child, looked at him with suspicion and asked, but that's a 10th Sandier soul beast, are you sure? Yang Zizhen puffed out his chest and proudly declared, don't worry, master, I have hunted 2 10th Sandier soul beasts before. Good disciple, tell me what level is your soul power now, eh? The master inquired curiously while sitting in a chair. He level 72. Soul Saint. Yang Zizhen chose to keep some details hidden. This level was already quite impressive. Level 72 Soul Saint. Ha ha. Qian Sun-ji laughed heartily, standing up. A Soul Saint at such a young age would win just by stepping onto the arena. No wonder he dared to boast about winning the championship. She took a few light steps to Qian Sunjay's side, biting her lip and blinking her innocent eyes, lightly shaking her shoulders as she began to act coy. Husband, I also want to go and take a look. She took a few light steps to Qian Sunjay's side, biting her lip and blinking her innocent eyes, lightly shaking her shoulders as she began to act coy. Husband, I also want to go and take a look. This series of actions left Yang Zizhen dumbfounded. He never expected that this senior sister, harboring hatred inside, would behave in such a charming manner. It was a deceptive rhythm that could fool anyone. Qian Sunji responded, all right, go. While saying this, he held his treasured child Qian Rinshui in his arms and glanced at Yang Zizhen, saying, then you will be responsible for your master's safety. As he spoke, he began to tease the little girl in his arms. Bai Dong transformed into a youthful maiden, spreading her arms and lightly leaping up from behind Qian Sunji, leaving a kiss on his cheek, the fragrant breeze enchanting. Yang Zizhen covered his eyes with his hand, 2 fingers peeking through a gap as he muttered, I saw nothing. He turned around and hurriedly left. In the early morning at the drum tower, Yang Zizhen stood on the viewing platform, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his white robe billowing in the wind, looking like a celestial being, but it was all spoiled by the chicken leg in his hand. Under the city gate, 6 new teammates stood there silently waiting, unsure of what he was still waiting for. As pedestrians gradually appeared on the street, Bai Dong, who had not dressed up, arrived leisurely. A few new teammates quickly called out, Saintus, hello. Where are the items? Yang Zizhen directly inquired, expressing his dissatisfaction with Bai Dong's tardiness. Holding the beast spirit magic device, she gently shook it and smiled, putting it back in her arms, saying, let's hit the road. The 7 of them walked ahead, chatting and laughing, while Yang Zizhen followed closely behind, his feet barely touching the ground, walking on the tips of the grass, without bending it, truly reaching the realm of leaving no trace in the snow. Not far from the Stardow Forest, there was an inn specifically for passing soul masters. Inside the hall there were only a few patrons. The 8 of them casually found a place to sit, and soon a waiter came over to greet them. Yang Zizhen placed 50 gold soul coins in the waiter's hand, saying, 5 private rooms bring out the best dishes, and several jars of the finest fruit wine. 5 private rooms, a top-tier banquet, at 1 table bring out the treasured fruit wine. The waiter wiped the table with a white towel, draped the towel over his shoulder, and raised his voice to call out the menu. The dishes were served quickly, and with each dish the waiter would shout the name of the dish, adding some liveliness to the otherwise cool hall, which was considered a unique feature of this place. People gradually increased, and a few young men dressed as wealthy sons walked in, followed by several formidable bodyguards. They glanced around and directly approached Yang Zizhen's table. Hey dear friend, could you make some room? A flashy young master dressed in flamboyant attire indicated his superiority through his flamboyant clothing. Yang Zizhen imitated his tone and manner, saying, hey my good friend, that's not acceptable. Hey bro, at home we rely on family, outside we rely on friends. I show some courtesy here. The young master crossed his arms and pointed at the other young masters around and at the bodyguards behind him. Yang Zizhen stood up, patted his chest, raised his fist, and made a small punching motion. Hey bro, we're not. I am Zhu Rihe from the Zhu family. The young master introduced himself, loudly shaking his proud head. Yang Zizhen lifted the hem of his outer garment, lightly raised his right leg onto the chair, and tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, very casually stating his future label. With a sword in hand, I can pierce the heavens. There is only one true sword immortal in the world. You're nothing but despicable and shameless, deceiving children and staging fake matches in the arena, and you even like to take on disciples. True sword immortal, eh? Another young master beside him exclaimed in surprise. Yang Zizhen was also taken aback. His reputation had fallen to such a low point now. He tentatively asked, are you from Luo City? Ah, true sword immortal, return my money. Suddenly a diner shouted and ran over, prompting those from Luo City to quickly make way. Get lost. Yang Zizhen kicked out, sending the newcomer flying back, followed by the sound of tables and chairs collapsing and the thud of the diner hitting the ground. I am the true sword immortal himself. The one from Luo City is my cousin playing around. Yang Zizhen explained seriously, then turned to the bodyguards and chuckled. That laugh, it's him. The diner stood up again, pointing at Yang Zizhen from a distance, crying out in grievance. The expression and voice showed that he had certainly gone through something to end up in such a state. The diner was stunned for a moment, gritted his teeth, grabbed the money pouch, and quickly left the hall. After watching him leave, Yang Zizhen slowly said, this true sword immortal has gained some insights recently. You guys aren't here to cause trouble. The diner was stunned for a moment, gritted his teeth, grabbed the money pouch, and quickly left the hall. After watching him leave, Yang Zizhen slowly said, this true sword immortal has gained some insights recently. You guys aren't here to cause trouble, right? The name of the Dijian is widely known, regarded as inferior even to the filth of sewer rats. Anyone associated with deception and trickery in Luo City is quick to frame him, The truth is of no importance, as this has become a habit, and Qianji has never come forward to clarify. Qianji had only appeared in Xinghua City for a few days, so these young masters had only heard of him, but had never seen him in person. However, the previous diner had confirmed his identity, leaving them somewhat apprehensive and uncertain. As the young masters found themselves in a precarious situation, a bodyguard stepped forward and said, "The name of Qianji is Thunderous. Since we have encountered him today, I hope to receive some guidance." As he spoke, he gestured towards the door, saying, "Please." Zizhen turned to gather the fruit wine from the table, biting into a piece of pig trotter with his left hand, and without further ado walked out. It is human nature to join the fun. Even the waiter ran out to watch, and both Bai Dong and the 6 new team members were filled with anxiety and curiosity. The bodyguard clasped his hands and introduced himself, level 67 Soul Emperor. He was about to continue when another voice suddenly interrupted. "Too weak, what about the others?" The bodyguard stood awkwardly in place while the other 4 nodded and stepped forward, clasping their hands as they introduced themselves, level 66 Soul Emperor, level 65 Soul Emperor, level 68 Soul Emperor, level 69 Soul Emperor. Zizhen held the heaven-defying sword in his right hand, using the pig trotter in his left to gesture to the short sword, formally stating, "This sword is named heaven-defying sword. It is naturally inscribed with the words justice and fairness. From this moment forth, let the world know that I, Qianji, am not a name without merit." After saying this, he took a bite of the pig trotter, chewed a few times, and then leapt back, soaring to the top of a large tree. With his white garments fluttering, he pointed his sword at the 5 Soul Emperors, declaring, "With a single sword I can break the heavens. In this world there is only I, Qianji. Make your move." His display was quite cool, yet it shocked everyone as he stood firmly on the leaves. Everyone present understood that they would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. The 5 Soul Emperors each made their move, summoning their soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, revealing a giant python, a ghostly cat, a thunder eagle, a long knife, and a spear. One Soul Emperor sprouted wings and flew in midair, while the massive python slowly slithered. Zizhen took to the winds and charged straight at the giant python, hurling the pig trotter with immense force. The python disdainfully refused to dodge, but in its carelessness, it was flipped over several times. Zizhen swiftly followed up with his short sword, drawing a circle that severely injured the python. The Soul Emperor behind it spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. In less than a round, 1 person was injured, causing the remaining 4 Soul Emperors to panic and unleash their ultimate techniques. Zizhen let out a cold laugh, leaping up to confront the threat from the sky, directly taking a hit from the Thunder Eagle Soul Emperor. His long sword left a hole in the eagle's body, and without even looking back, he shot toward the Cat Soul Emperor. The Cat Soul Emperor moved erratically, dodging continuously, while Zizhen pursued, closely aiming for vital points. The two moved so quickly that the 2 holding the long knife and spear could only stand guard, unable to intervene. Zizhen turned his body, abandoning the ghostly cat, and charged toward the knife Soul Emperor, who shouted, "Breakwater." The knife suddenly enlarged many times and descended straight down. Zizhen veered mid-flight and lunged at the spear Soul Emperor. Soul Seize. A long spear shot through space, aimed at Zizhen. He twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the attack, then grabbed the spear with his left hand, spinning around to throw it towards the ghostly cat Soul Emperor, while his sword continued to advance. As the spear Soul Emperor shouted, "Protect," the heaven-defying sword left a scratch on his face. "Ha! Falling star from the heavens." After a hearty laugh, Zizhen soared into the sky and vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, the sword's hilt pressed against the back of the ghostly cat Soul Emperor, and he pulled back slightly, gently asking, "Can this sword take your life?" He scanned the faces of the others, slightly raising the heaven-defying sword, and asked again, "Do you wish to continue?" The faces of the Soul Emperors turned grim, and they lowered their heads, clasping their fists, saying, "Thank you for your mercy," under the sword. "Since the heaven-defying sword is in my hands, it signifies that I am not one to kill indiscriminately. Oh, I only hope that the world's perception of me will change." Zizhen sheathed his sword and sighed. One sword breaking myriad laws is no easy feat. He looked around at the crowd and waved his hand, saying, "Disperse, disperse." As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Bai Dong from the corner of his eye. Her expression was fluctuating, and it was unclear what thoughts were brewing in her mind, while the new team members looked excited. After a night without incident, they continued their journey the next day. Zizhen's goal was the 10th Sandier Soul Beast, so he directly passed through the outer areas, gradually approaching the core region. The other 6 were unaware of his plan. Whenever they encountered 1000-year soul beasts, Zizhen would simply drive them away with a beating. The first 10th Sandier Soul Beast they encountered was a 6-meter turtle yoming monkey, which glared at them from an old tree. Zizhen held his sword in his right hand, and instructed the others, "You all retreat and hide." Although the others were somewhat confused, they dared not question him after seeing his serious demeanor and quietly retreated to hide. Yang Zizhen lightly leaped onto a branch, swaying with the wind, his eyes fixed on the Yoming monkey, pointing his sword at it. The beast, having gained intelligence, bared its teeth at Yang Zizhen, its claws gesturing in a display of dominance. Its long tail swung from the branch as it pounced towards him. Yang Zizhen changed positions 7 or 8 times in midair, leaving a trail of sword marks on the monkey with each shift. With several painful cries, the monkey raised a tree branch high and brought it down with force. A 3-foot white sword energy appeared from thin air. Yang Zizhen raised his sword, and with a loud blast the tree branch exploded, severing one of the monkey's arms. The expression on the monkey's face as seen by Yang Zizhen conveyed only 2 words: fear. With terrified shrieks the beast turned and fled. Yang Zizhen leaped forward, intercepting the fleeing Yoming monkey with a kick in midair, and drove his sword into its throat, ensuring that even a god descending from the heavens could not save it. He sheathed the Haoranjingi sword, and called out to Bai Bai Dong, beast's soul magic device. He collected the Yoming monkey's soul, and said to the 18-year-old Yuan, "How this is a 10th Sandier soul beast, the Yoming monkey. You will blow up one of the first 3 soul rings, and then absorb it." The 6 were shocked. A 10th Sandier soul ring was beyond their reach, especially since this was not a soul beast they had killed themselves. With this beast's soul magic device, even soul rings not hunted by oneself can be absorbed, and you can cross 2 levels of absorption. Yang Zizhen briefly explained, and released the Yoming monkey's soul ring. "Hurry up, we are all waiting for you." By absorbing the 10th Sandier soul ring, Yuan Hao obtained the soul skill Nether Claw. The dual claws attacked silently and swiftly, capable of launching an instant strike. After walking for half a day, they encountered their second 10th Sandier soul beast, a 10th Sandier blue vine. At 18, Zhou Bin's martial soul was the blue vine, making it a perfect match. He cautiously hid at a distance, setting off a soul ring in advance, and quietly waiting. The others kept their distance. Perhaps the blue vine sensed a threat. It took the initiative to bind Yang Zizhen, leaping high and swinging a sword, severing the blue vine into segments. The sharp blade naturally suppressed the plant-type soul beast, leaving it no chance to retaliate. Just as Yang Zizhen prepared to deal with the blue vine, he felt a surge from the mysterious little tree in his 8th soul ring, releasing a fragrant aroma that drifted toward the blue vine. Unexpectedly, the blue vine began to wither, transforming into a 10th Sandier black soul ring that rushed toward Zhou Bin's forehead. Zhou Bin fell to the ground without any resistance, leaving several people startled and unsure of what had happened. Yang Zizhen waved his hand, assuring them with a smile, "This is a sacrifice, a good thing." Seeing that the others were still somewhat confused, he casually explained, "Maybe it's because the 2 are too compatible. The blue vine martial soul has an overwhelming allure for the blue vine soul beast." Zhou Bin obtained a passive soul skill that doubled his attributes, increasing all of his stats by 100. The active skill Blue Entanglement is a binding skill that tightens the more the opponent struggles, as long as their soul power does not vastly exceed his. For him, this was an extremely overpowered skill, enhancing his defense, attack, resilience, speed, power, and agility in every aspect. As his strength increased in the future, these effects would become even more pronounced. It could only be described as extraordinarily overpowered. Everyone admired this while eagerly anticipating what kind of soul beast they would encounter next. Later that evening, they encountered a 10th Sandier wild chicken over 3 meters tall with greenish-red feathers. This shrunken soul beast had somehow survived for 10,000 years in the Stardow forest, and encountering it was indeed bad luck. Yang Zizhen chuckled and said to everyone, "Dinner is settled. Let's prepare to roast some meat." He then instructed 19-year-old Li Jing, "Your steamed bun martial soul is the most suitable. From now on, you'll be able to eat meat-flavored steamed buns every day. Just thinking about it excites me." He laughed heartily a few more times. This soul beast, lacking much power, posed no challenge at all, and he quickly returned, holding the magical device in one hand and the large rooster in the other. Aside from what they ate today, Yang Zizhen collected everything else. As expected, the soul skill Li Jing obtained was called Chicken Meat Steamed Bun. This large steamed bun infused with chicken flavor could reduce hunger and quickly restore physical and soul power, also having some recovery effects on ordinary injuries. The next 2 days passed without encountering any 10th Sandier soul beasts. It seemed they had exhausted their luck from the previous days. A feeling of being watched emerged in their hearts, becoming increasingly obvious as time passed, and their group finally encountered serious trouble. Yang Zizhen gestured for everyone to stop holding the righteous sword in hand, and calling out, "You've been following us for so long, come out." "Huh? Who would have thought a mere soul sage could be so alert?" A rough voice came from afar, conveying both surprise. "What is your purpose, sir?" Perhaps revealing it would lead to unexpected surprises. Yang Zizheng's expression darkened. If he were alone, he could easily escape, but with 7 burdens to protect, he had to avoid battle if possible. Their group had almost no ability to leave this core area of the Stardow Forest. What a delightful surprise. A tall, thin figure emerged from behind a large tree, his white beard making it difficult to discern his age. Yang Zizhen lowered his head, frowning, and shielded the others behind him, remaining silent as he waited for the newcomer to state their purpose. The tall, thin, white-bearded old man paced back and forth, seemingly unwilling to speak first. Relaxing his furrowed brow, Yang Zizhen finally smiled and raised his head, saying, "Sigh. Since you've come, why not all sit down and discuss things properly? With a sword in hand, I can break the heavens. In this world, I alone am the rightful sword immortal." What a grandiose statement. Aren't you afraid the wind will cause you to slip on your tongue? A female voice came from another direction. As her words fell, an old woman with white hair and a hunchback leaning on a hawk-headed cane slowly emerged from the dense forest. The previously arrogant white-bearded old man was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is it you?" The hunchbacked old woman leaned her hawk-headed cane on the ground, making a ringing sound. "What can you come, while I cannot?" The white-bearded old man looked at the old woman with a fluctuating expression, questioning, "Do you want to monopolize this alone?" "Ha!" The old woman laughed heartily, and after finishing her laugh, she looked up and said, "In recent days, anyone wishing to share a piece of the pie has either died without a burial place or has thoroughly dispelled their thoughts and returned home. Now there are only you and me here. How do you think I should proceed? I know I am not your opponent, but I am truly reluctant to leave empty-handed." The white-bearded old man shook his head, stepping back a few paces to create distance from the old woman. "It would be unwise to fight before we understand the situation. Let's see what it is before proceeding." The hunchbacked old woman also showed some caution toward the white-bearded old man, and they reached a verbal agreement. "What are the 2 seniors really here for? Please state clearly." "I assure you I will speak without reservation and offer anything I have without a frown." Yang Zizhen sheathed his sword, clasping his hands in a gesture of sincerity, showing great respect to the 2. The old woman nodded in satisfaction and said, "Indeed, a clever child." The white-bearded old man, his eyes darting, asked, "It's rumored that you possess a secret for rapidly enhancing strength. Is that true or false?" Respectfully replying to the 2 seniors, "I indeed have a method for enhancing my strength. However, it is definitely not the rapid enhancement, as rumored outside. It took me over 20 years of alternating seasons to master it." The 2 old geezers exchanged glances, believing him to some extent. Although they felt a bit disappointed, having something was better than having nothing. "As long as you hand over the secret method, the old woman will not trouble you to death." Yang Zizhen shook his head and said to the white-bearded old man, "Perhaps it is this senior who should make a promise." Saying this, he felt anxious inside, knowing that promising something under such circumstances was inherently dubious. He worried secretly about how to respond. "Ha, what's so difficult about that?" The white-bearded old man chuckled a few times, then said solemnly, "As long as you hand over the secret method, I guarantee not to harm your life. Since both seniors are so sincere, I will exchange the secret method for our lives." He took out the artifact he acquired from the Divine Mountain Cave, gently placing a large box on the ground. "The secret method you seek is inside this box. Can we leave now?" "Wait. You cannot leave yet." The old woman called out to stop them, then took a few steps forward to observe from a distance, nodding her head before shaking it. "I wonder if the senior has any further instructions?" Yang Zizhen inquired respectfully. The old woman took a few steps back, glanced at the group, then at the box, and slowly said, "Could you please open the box, young friend?" "Oh." Yang Zizhen was startled and confirmed, "You want me to open the box?" The old woman nodded and spoke grimly, "Indeed. I see that this box seems to have been tampered with. It would be most suitable for you to open it." Yang Zizheng's expression darkened slightly as he stepped forward, groping around the box for a long time. He turned to the 2 old fellows and said, "Before I open it, could you tell me who betrayed me? Otherwise I shall never rest in peace." "Ha!" The 2 old fellows burst into laughter simultaneously. After finishing his laughter, the old man with white beard slowly spoke, "A few months ago, a couple inadvertently mentioned it while drunk." The hunchbacked old woman nodded and added, "They seem to be named Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing." "What?" Both Bai Bidong and Yang Zizhen exclaimed at the same time. Bai Bidong's face turned pale, retreating a few steps, supported by Mantu. Yang Zizhen punched the large box with great force, shouting in anger, "Those 2 scoundrels dared to betray me." After saying that, he began to pummel the large box until it cracked open, revealing another box made of precious wood. This box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with beautiful patterns that a beauty would hesitate to damage. Since he had thought it might be used for betrayal one day, Yang Zizhen was certainly attentive. The wooden box inside was custom-made at a high price, aged to look like an antique. The 2 old fellows looked at the exquisite craft and couldn't help but stepped forward to touch it. Yang Zizhen took a few steps back and cupped his fists, asking, "Can we leave now?" "Not so fast, not so fast." Wait until I open the box, it won't be too late then. The old man with white beard said while trying to open a seam, but was pressed down by the eagle head. Cain, what are you trying to do? The old man with white beard realized he had acted a bit too eagerly, and chuckled slowly, closing the wooden box. Yang Zizhen discreetly pulled back with a few others. Stop. The group immediately froze in place, not daring to move. The hunchbacked old woman asked darkly, where are you all in such a hurry to go? Yang Zizhen maintained a smile on his face as he turned around and stood still. The old woman glanced at the old man with the white beard and tilted her head to the other side. Stop. The group immediately froze in place, not daring to move. The hunchbacked old woman asked darkly, where are you all? When the hunchbacked old woman smiled and opened the wooden box, her smile instantly froze, and she was filled with rage as she saw an ancient iron box. Although the old man with the white beard was somewhat far away, he could still clearly see the situation inside, abruptly halting his movements. Slowly stepping forward, the old man with the white beard took out the iron box and gently placed it on the ground, retreating reluctantly under the hunchbacked old woman's gaze. The iron box was already very old and quite dilapidated. The hunchbacked old woman struck it fiercely. Instead of the expected loud bang, a flash of radiant light swept across the sky, amidst which several lasers were hidden, most striking the hunchbacked old woman, while only one laser passed through the leg of the old man with the white beard. The old man with the white beard felt a sharp pain in his leg and fell to the ground, looking up at the hunchbacked old woman in shock, nearly dropping his jaw. The old woman's body was slowly collapsing, her entire being riddled with lasers, already dead beyond recovery. This change stunned everyone, including Yang Zizhen himself. He only knew this was a good item for betrayal, but how it worked was still unclear to him. The others need not say more, their gazes towards him held not only admiration, but also a hint of fear. Bai Bidong squinted her eyes slightly, her expression quite unpleasant. The old man with the white beard looked even more grim, slowly struggling to stand up, coldly sneering. It is said that the sword immortal is cunning and despicable, able to turn lies into truth. I used to not fully believe it, but today I have finally witnessed the means indeed, as the rumors say. Faced with the old man's taunts, Yang Zizhen was unfazed, merely coldly stating, after playing with you for so long, how do you wish to die? Ha, you a mere soul sage can kill a soul Douluo. That's already something to be proud of. Hand over the item, and I will spare your life. The old man with the white beard laughed heartily, thus revealing his true strength. What's there to be arrogant about for a wounded soul Douluo? Yang Zizhen, looking at the other party's arrogance, felt a surge of anger. Even though I am injured, it is still too much to underestimate me, a mere soul sage. Prepare to take my attack. As he spoke, 8 soul rings emerged around him, colored yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A terrifying aura emanated from him, showcasing a rainbow antelope behind him. Moo moo moo. The sound of the goat was also heard. Yang Zizhen looked seriously at the opponent and warned, when I fight, I distinguish between high and low and determine life and death. As he spoke, he pointed his sword at the opponent and laughed, prepare to take my attack. He leaped forward, aiming the sword at the 9 major acupoints, and the opponent could only shout martial soul possession. The opponent looked at him in disbelief, hands clutching his throat as if trying to say something, but unable to. A streak of bright red flowed from his fingers as Yang Zizhen gently said to the old man with the white beard, killing you, is this easy? Confusion, resentment, and a fear of death. Various emotions were visible in his gradually dimming eyes. His mouth opened slightly, making a wow 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 sound, red liquid flowing from the corner of his mouth, before he slowly collapsed, his legs twitching on the ground before going still. Confusion, resentment, and a fear of death. Various emotions were visible in his gradually dimming eyes. His mouth opened slightly, making a wow 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 sound, red liquid flowing from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the old man with the white beard lying on the ground, he gazed up at the blue sky through the branches and leaves at a 45-degree angle, then added, victory and defeat equate to life and death. This is why I say we distinguish high and low as well as life and death. Turning back to look at the others, he shook his head and smiled bitterly, continuing, anyone who fights for half a day is merely playing house. It is a display of weakness. Upon hearing this, the 6 of them immediately felt ashamed and lowered their heads, for they often fought for long periods, sometimes becoming even more proud the longer they fought. These past few days had completely overturned their understanding, as this man before them ended his battles in a manner that was almost unbelievable. Use the most effective means, exert the least effort, and solve your opponents with the fastest speed. Moreover, you must always retain sufficient stamina to deal with unexpected events. This is my first lesson for you. Following closely behind Qianji, Yang Zizhen quietly asked, Master, how can one win a woman's heart? Qianji sighed. Watching the figure of Bai Bidong walking ahead, Yang Zizhen felt an inexplicable unease swirling in his heart, narrowing his eyes and cautiously inquiring. Senior sister, what kind of soul beast are you trying to hunt? He'll tell you when we encounter the right one. Bai Dong's response was somewhat perfunctory, but Yang Zizhen had no way to deal with her, and could only set a boundary for himself jokingly, saying, Senior sister, please don't provoke a 50,000-year demon. I'll be the first to run. Stop, there's a situation. Bai Dong called for everyone to stop, then led them cautiously forward. On a large rock, they could clearly see a spider the size of a grinding disc hanging between the distant trees, devouring a plump mountain chicken. The spider was blackish-brown with yellow stripes and a yellow hourglass, marking its slender body measuring only half a meter, while its 8 thick legs extended 2 to 3 meters long, creating a very awkward appearance. Originally somewhat excited, Bai Dong now looked disappointed and sighed, saying, it's just a newly matured 10th Sandy poison widow, let's leave it for others. Yang Zizhen realized there was a situation upon hearing this. They were looking for a spider soul beast, but she just didn't fancy this newly matured poison widow. He glanced at the new teammates and pointed at Zhobin, saying, you're the most suitable one here, get ready. Then he reassured the others, don't worry, I'll make sure you all get suitable soul rings, we have plenty of time to search. Bai Dong reminded the poison widow is extremely venomous and cold-blooded, you must be careful. The silk it spits out is dangerously poisonous. Having practiced the eternal life technique, he was not particularly afraid of toxins, but still exercised caution. He thought about how to hunt the poison widow, ensuring a one-hit kill. The poison widow sensed the danger, paused its meal, and looked towards them, emitting warning clicks. Bai Dong looked at the unmoving Yang Zizhen and asked junior brother, what's wrong? It's a bit tricky, though I feel somewhat reluctant to proceed. Seeing the poison widow's grim expression after a long while, he forced out 2 words, let's do it. Gripping the sword of righteousness, he leaped onto a branch not far from the poison widow, took a sip from a flask of wine, and then tossed the flask towards the poison widow. The poison widow spat out silk, catching the wine flask and pulling it towards itself. It raised its front legs to taste a sip, then gulped down the rest in one go. Having never encountered such a situation, Yang Zizhen was dumbfounded, incredulously cursing, I never expected it to be a drunkard. A bold idea appeared in his mind, would the soul beast poison widow get drunk like a human if it drank too much? Holding on to this thought, he opened another bottle of wine, took a sip, and threw it over. The poison widow caught it in the same manner, sniffed it with satisfaction, wrapped it in silk, and placed it together with the unfinished mountain chicken, looking at it with eager eyes. Now Yang Zizhen was stunned. Has the intelligence of soul beasts reached such a high level? He took out another bottle of wine, took a sip, and threw it forcefully. This time the poison widow tried to catch it as before, but unexpectedly this bottle of wine had a different force compared to the previous 2. The wine bottle hit its body, broke through the spider silk, and flew backward, ultimately landing on the ground, rolling several times before crashing against a tree, and finally stopping, shaking its head before turning to flee. One chased from behind while the other fled ahead, and in the blink of an eye, they covered over 10 miles. The poison widow emitted cries of distress. Yang Zizhen released the sword of righteousness, throwing it to pin the poison widow against a large tree. Just as he intended to pull the sword out, the poison widow spat out a ball of spider silk straight at him, forcing him to halt, and quickly dodged to the side. Just as he landed, another ball of spider silk flew towards him. Yang Zizhen dodged again, creating distance. It seemed that the poison widow had exhausted its strength with those 2 attacks, lowering its head and becoming motionless. He kicked several large stones at the poison widow, and after struggling a few more times, it finally died. At this moment, Yang Zizhen let out a long breath. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted. He quickly stepped forward to draw the sword of righteousness, took out a magic device to collect the poison widow's soul ring, and floated to hide in a nearby large tree, quietly looking down. Soon another poison widow appeared. This one was several times larger than the one that had died. Seeing the dead poison widow, it emitted clicks, and after a while moved forward to feast on the deceased spider, making Yang Zizhen's scalp tingle. This poison widow was at least over 50,000 years old. Yang Zizhen held his breath, not daring to move, hiding in the tree, and praying for it to leave quickly. Perhaps his prayers were effective, as the massive poison widow finally finished eating, dragging its swollen belly slowly away. Yang Zizhen still did not dare to move, quietly crouching in the tree. After what seemed like a fragrant moment, the poison widow that should have left quietly reappeared, circling around before disappearing into the dense forest. After some time, the poison widow appeared again, circling around slowly before departing. Yang Zizhen cursed inwardly, will this ever end? This time it did not reappear, but he still did not dare to act recklessly, waiting until dusk before returning to meet with Bai Dong and the others. He said nothing and simply released the poison widow's soul ring for Zhou Bin to absorb. Bai Dong stood there with a pale face, somewhat reproaching, why did you take so long? I encountered a big guy and barely escaped. Yang Zizhen did not want to elaborate, giving a simple response, and then said everyone should be vigilant tonight. It's best not to light a fire from today onward. Oh, let's just eat some chicken buns. The soul skill gained by Zhou Bin from the Poison Widow is called Web, which can cast a large net to cover an area capable of restricting an individual or a group with stunning and anesthetic effects. Everyone may envy it, but do not be too eager. If we provoke a 50,000-year beast, we will be finished. Yang Zizhen warned everyone in a low voice, genuinely fearing encountering an insurmountable soul beast, which also instilled a sense of crisis in him. The next day, everyone advanced in the opposite direction with Bai Bai Dong leading at the front, and Yang Zizhen observing the surroundings at the back. Wait. Seeing the slanted grass on a small hillside ahead clearly marked by the traces of animals crawling, Yang Zizhen called out. They approached to investigate, and Yang Zizhen picked up a scale to examine it. He then noticed signs of a struggle not far away, and concluded a large snake must have just hunted here not long ago. Everyone be careful. Yang Zizhen walked ahead cautiously following the traces. After walking about 7 or 8 miles, they reached a cliff. Below the cliff was a cave, and in front of the cave was a pond with surrounding vegetation flattened to the ground, indicating that the cave was the lair of the large snake. Looking at the cave, which was less than a meter high, everyone felt a bit troubled. First, they were unsure of the age of the giant snake, and second, the cave was too small for entering and hunting. Taking the pendant off his waist, he shouted at the old turtle, "Stop pretending to be dead, hurry up and explore." As he spoke, he threw the pendant into the cave with force. To everyone's astonishment, the pendant transformed into a turtle shell the size of a basin, wobbling as it flew inside. Before long, the old turtle flew back, disdainfully speaking. "Inside there is a 1,000-year-old Jin Wang, Shu, she easy to deal with." As it spoke, it transformed back into a small pendant and hung at his waist. Including Bai Bai Dong, everyone was left agape, filled with astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. Facing such gazes, Yang Zizhen explained, "He is my first spirit beast currently residing in this turtle shell, quite useful for treasure hunting." He then turned to 18-year-old Zhu Ting and said, "Your martial spirit is flowing cloud sleeve, so you will absorb the spirit ring this time." Since the cave entrance was too small, Yang Zizhen asked for everyone's opinions. "Let's discuss what we should do now." Everyone looked at each other somewhat troubled. Lu Lin, whose martial spirit was the Xianbing turtle, stepped forward and shared his thoughts. "I grew up in the countryside, and I remember dealing with such reptiles by lighting a fire at the cave entrance and using smoke to drive them out." Everyone's eyes lit up, especially 18-year-old Lin Yi, whose martial spirit was Iron Arm Bear. He had not achieved anything yet, and directly stepped forward to say, "Should we add some chili powder to the firewood?" He then took out a bag of ground chili powder for everyone to see. "You are so naughty." Lu Lin, who also hadn't made any achievements, chuckled, "But I really like it." Without hesitation, they quickly gathered dry wood and piled it at the cave entrance, sprinkled chili powder on top, lit it with a worn-out piece of clothing they carried, and added a couple of jars of liquor before everyone stepped back safely. As the smoke infused with chili powder wafted inside, a scream echoed from the cave. Soon a 15 to 16-meter-long, barrel-thick giant flower snake burst out, scattering sparks and howling as it rolled around in the open space, kicking up dust, its tail striking a rock and flying far into the pond. Hearing the water, the giant snake followed the sound and fell into the water, splashing up a spray. Even after falling into the water, the snake did not calm down, twisting back and forth at the bottom. Yang Zizhen leaped to the edge of the pond and shouted, "Ice and snow world." Orange gold, white, orange gold, purple gold, and orange gold spirit rings emerged sequentially, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Birds in the distant forest flew away in panic. A layer of white frost spread from Yang Zizhen, freezing the water surface. The Jin Wang Shu, she charged out, revealing half a meter of its head before being frozen. The Hao Ranzheng sword shot from his right hand, piercing through the snake's head at the 7-inch mark. Yang Zizhen retreated, waiting quietly for the giant snake to perish. The life force of snakes is incredibly tenacious. Perhaps due to being frozen, it did not lose much blood, and its head kept shaking. Everyone has their own weaknesses, and Yang Zizhen's greatest fear was snakes. Just looking at its slippery, shiny body made him feel a bit numb, so he chose to use his soul skills instead of directly engaging in combat. Even then, he was still hesitant to pull out his sword, let alone strike a few more times. With a turn of his eyes, he addressed the others. "Now is the perfect time for live targets. Those of you with ranged attacks should practice your skills." Only Zhou Bin stepped forward, using Tianqing Vine to entangle the snake, and then slowly pulling the Hao Ranzheng sword out a bit, pushing it in again, playing around joyfully. A black spirit ring finally emerged. This black spirit ring was somewhat different. Its black base was speckled with numerous red dots that rolled up and down, seemingly containing unimaginable resentment. Yang Zizhen quickly used the beast spirit magic device to collect it. As Zhu Ting absorbed the spirit ring from the Jin Wang Shu, everyone was occupied with their tasks. Yang Zizhen was cleaning his sword with liquor, while the old turtle quietly slipped into the snake's den when no one was paying attention. Zhu Ting's newly acquired soul skill, Flying Sleeve Binding. It allows for the binding of enemies swiftly capable of binding up to 3 people simultaneously with a tracking effect if the target is a single individual. Everyone looked enviously at her. This was an automatic tracking effect, meaning the opponent had no way to dodge. Very nice. Yang Zizhen looked at Zhu Ting with her flowing cloud sleeve and Zhou Bin with his Tianqing vine, saying, "You both have good control skills. If given the chance, try to disrupt the opponent and create opportunities for me." "Yes," both replied loudly at the same time. To close the distance quickly, the best way was to involve them somewhat, giving them a sense of achievement. The old turtle disappeared, and no one knew what it was up to. Not caring about it, Yang Zizhen led the group away. Knowing the old turtle's nature, it surely would return only after reaping significant benefits. After continuing their journey for 2 full days, without any harvest, the group arrived at a large canyon. Both sides were steep cliffs with only a 3 to 4 meter wide passage in the middle. The cliffs were bare and the ground was littered with rubble. This large canyon stretched for over 10 miles. After walking about 4 or 5 miles, the old turtle silently returned, hanging at Yang Zizhen's waist, and its voice echoed in Yang's mind. "Kid, did you miss me?" The old bull lying in the soul sea sneezed. The old turtle, suddenly much more obedient, said, "Grandpa Nyo, you are here too. I will take him to treasure hunt right away." After speaking, it swiftly disappeared. The old turtle flew up from Yang Zizhen's waist, gradually enlarging as it headed toward the cliff. "Everyone, wait a moment." Yang Zizhen called everyone to halt without much explanation. He stepped onto the cliff and followed the old turtle shell upward. Near the top of the cliff, they found a platform with a 2-meter deep hole. "Old turtle, come clean. What good stuff did you go to steal?" He curiously held the old turtle in his hands, wondering about its absence. "Let me calculate. There must be something you need in that cave." The old turtle changed the topic, avoiding discussion about its misdeeds. Sigh. He sighed, holding the Hao Ran Zheng Yi sword, and took out a luminous pearl, slowly walked. The cave was deep, spiraling downward. After walking about 700 or 800 meters, it suddenly widened. After another 700 or 800 meters, they found water traces, and after proceeding 300 or 400 meters further, a subterranean river appeared before their eyes. Calling it a river might be somewhat misleading. This was merely an outer buffer point of a tributary of the underground river. The water was icy cold, filled with many unknown small fish, but no other anomalies were discovered. The old turtle did not provide further explanation, directly plunging into the water with a splash. At this moment, Yang Zizhen carefully observed the place. The cave, 4 to 5 meters high, felt somewhat chilly, with many small holes around that led to unknown places. Suddenly, the river water surged, and a very deep whirlpool began to form. The whirlpool grew larger, and the old turtle's shell slowly floated up, becoming immensely huge. To everyone's astonishment, an even larger turtle was supporting the old turtle's shell, rising into the air. The old turtle's shell laughed heartily and shouted, "Young boy, this fellow is the Qianming turtle that has lived for over 90,000 years. Under my unyielding tongue, he is finally willing to offer a sacrifice for that Lu boy. Quite generous, isn't it?" As he spoke, he blew a breath towards the Qianming turtle, causing it to slowly shrink to the size of a basin and fly into Yang Zizhen's embrace. Seeing the situation, it was clear that this was not the result of the unyielding tongue, but rather a case of strong-arming. Just as Yang Zizhen intended to leave, the old turtle's shell called out again, "Young boy, wait a moment, give me that magical device. There's still more good stuff here, huh?" Having said that, he carried the beast soul magical device on his back and swiftly flew towards a small cave. After a series of crackling sounds, the old turtle's shell returned and tossed the beast soul magical device to him, saying, "This is a pair of 10th Sandier bullfight ants." After speaking, it transformed into a pendant hanging at his waist. "Something's not right. Why is this old fellow so diligent today? There must be something up." Thinking this way, he asked honestly, "Why have you suddenly changed your attitude and started working today? Oh, you young one, when will your luck run out?" The old turtle still want to enjoy the lavish world outside. The old turtle was clearly talking nonsense, but Yang Zizhen chose to ignore it, secretly hoping it would exert. Seeing that the others were anxiously waiting, Yang Zizhen held the Qianming turtle in his arms and directly commanded Lin Yi and Yuan, "How there are 2 soul rings here. Each of you take one." Then he looked at Lu Lin and said, "Lu Lin, sit down and calm your mind." Lu Lin, whose martial spirit was the Qianming turtle, obeyed and sat down, placing the Qianming turtle on the ground. The old turtle then breathed onto the Qianming turtle, and it began to shrink, its blood and flesh essence converging onto its shell. Then the shell flew up and landed on Lu Lin's head, a black light shooting straight into his soul sea. 18-year-old Lu Lin was the first to awaken, gaining the first soul skill, a passive ability, Defense King. It increased his overall defense by 70, while granting immunity to 70 of physical and magical damage. Yuan Hao with the martial spirit of the mighty ape was the second to awaken, acquiring the second soul skill called Double Strength, a passive ability that increased his strength tenfold and scaled with his own power. The last to awaken was Lin Yi the Iron Arm Bear, whose first soul skill was the Golden Bell Shield. When activated, it formed a protective shield around his body, requiring a 1 consumption of his soul power per minute and could withstand up to 9 times his defense and damage. Looking at these 6 individuals, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of envy. The soul rings were powerful and perfectly suited for each person, and the soul skill effects were exceptional, making her look forward to her own. Everyone was curious about the sudden gains, but they chose silence after all who didn't have their own secrets. After traveling another 5 or 6 miles, they reached a 2-meter-high and over 1-meter-wide cave at the bottom of the left cliff. The old turtle's shell trembled slightly, and young Zizhen led the way. The cave gradually sloped upwards, and every few dozen meters there was a fork in the path leading to unknown areas. With the old turtle's subtle guidance, they managed not to go astray. After walking about 5 or 6 miles, they finally exited the cave, and the scenery outside left everyone in awe. Outside was yet another sheer cliff, but below it lay a deep valley surrounded entirely by cliffs with only a narrow path leading down from the cave entrance, or one could fly down with wings. The cave mouth was not far from the cliff top, and the valley was shrouded in a veil of mystery, leaving them unaware of what lay below. The narrow path spiraled down the cliff, and it took over 2 hours to emerge from the mist and see what lay below. A cold pond surrounded by various exotic flowers and grasses, though sadly they were not very old and seemed to have been consumed by some creature. As soon as they arrived at the valley bottom, the cold pond began to stir, and a gigantic turtle slowly surfaced. After observing the group for a moment, it surprisingly spoke. "Haha, it's been many years since I last died." As it spoke, it shamelessly drooled. The group was taken aback. Speaking was a sign of a 100,000-year-soul beast, and they all showed expressions of resignation, appearing ready to submit. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the creature that had just been so arrogant retracted its head and took on the demeanor of a timid turtle diving into the water with a splash and not coming back up. Yang Zizhen was also taken aback by this turn of events, not understanding what was happening, initially thinking it was similar to the previous situation and would offer a sacrifice. The old turtle's shell shrank to the size of a basin and dove into the cold pond, this time entering without a sound. After waiting for over an hour, it finally returned, swaying back as a pendant, resuming its place at Yang Zizhen's waist. Not long after, the 100,000-year giant turtle emerged again, clutching a half-dead large fish in its mouth and flinging it in front of the group, then retracting its head and retreating back to the water. The fish was over a meter long, and its species was unrecognizable, something they had never seen before, but it looked incredibly tender and appetizing. Yang Zizhen used his sword to obtain its name, then turned to Li Jing and said, "This seems to be specially prepared for your Bun martial spirit." During Li Jing's soul ring ritual, the turtle appeared 3 more times, each time bringing a 10th sandier giant shrimp, a 10th sandier water snake, and a 10th sandier sea cucumber. Li Jing refined the 10th sandier water snake, and after refining the 10th sandier nameless fish and the 10th sandier sea cucumber, she finally reached soul power level 40, also refining the 10th sandier giant shrimp. She obtained 3 skills: fish meat bun, sea cucumber bun, and iron cloth shirt. Eating the fish meat bun not only alleviated hunger, but also increased underwater movement speed by 30. Eating the sea cucumber bun could instantly restore half of one's stamina and soul power with a maximum of 2 servings per day. The iron cloth shirt was a decent defensive skill, forming a layer of iron armor around the body, increasing defense by 80 without affecting movement. However, it consumed 2 of one's soul power per minute. As a food system support, Li Jing became the first member to surpass soul power level 40, successfully completing the mission ahead of schedule and gaining a good life-saving skill, overall considered quite satisfactory. The 10th sandier water snake granted Zhu Ting a second soul skill, adding a passive ability that enhanced the flexibility of her martial spirit cloud sleeve, increasing attack speed by 50. The active skill flying sleeve bind quickly restrained enemies, capable of binding up to 3 people simultaneously, and had a tracking effect if the target was an individual. With this second skill, she not only gained a passive attack skill, but could also use a self-tracking flying sleeve bind simultaneously combined with the first soul skill, allowing her to control at least 2 opponents. Whether this was good or bad would only be known in actual combat. Thinking too much about it now was pointless. After surveying the surroundings and finding little of value, it was evident that this place had become the giant turtle's private garden. Originally thinking that with the old turtle's help they would smoothly achieve their goal, they never expected that complications would soon arise. Emerging from the deep valley, the group was immensely excited, never having imagined that the method of obtaining the 10,000-year soul ring could be so easy, as if they were rushing towards a generous offer. This old turtle shell has become increasingly mysterious since it obtained the essence of life from the longevity realm, becoming enigmatic after spending 2 days in that snake cave, with no clear benefits gained as suddenly, its unusual diligence was something to which it was hard to adapt. After exiting the Grand Canyon, they encountered an unending expanse of primitive forest which was different from before, having become more humid and teeming with various insect-like soul beasts. In this situation, some rejoiced while others worried. Bai Dong moved through the forest with ease, yet Yang Zizhen's unease grew more pronounced. After walking another 30 to 40 miles, Bai Dong suddenly stopped and turned, saying, "My good junior brother, I sense a soul beast I need up ahead." "Oh, this is good news." After all, aside from Bai Dong, the others had all made some gains. Now that a suitable soul beast was finally within reach, it was natural not to refuse, especially since the old turtle had not given any extreme danger signals. Yang Zizhen could sense that his own need for a soul beast was rare and quite special. He only knew that Bai Dong was an exceptionally rare talent with her dual martial souls, but the specifics were unclear to him. Standing from a height and observing the massive creature below, Yang Zizhen's expression darkened significantly as he quietly confirmed, "Senior sister, are you sure it's this one?" "Yes, junior brother. It's rare to encounter one like this. I want it." Bai Dong's tone was unwaveringly resolute, her demeanor indicating that she would accept nothing less. This was a human-faced demon spider with a cultivation of over 50,000 years. Its physique was quite peculiar, appearing to have a diameter of about 3 meters with 8 long legs coiled around its body. Its entire shell exhibited a strange dark golden hue. If not examined closely, one might mistake it for black, lacking any discernible patterns. It was not an ordinary human-faced demon spider. Its aura emanated an overwhelming sense of fear and power, appearing to have a cultivation of just around 50,000 years, yet its might was not inferior to that of soul beasts with 70 to 80,000 years of cultivation. This was a mutated human-faced demon spider king, exceedingly formidable. Noticing his grim expression, Bai Dong turned to the other 6 and said, "You all should stay back and hide a bit to avoid any accidental injuries." Several complied and slowly retreated. Bai Dong looked at him with a mysterious smile and a very understanding tone. "If you find this difficult, you can step back." At this point, her tone suddenly turned fierce. "Anyway, today it's either me or it. Either I will sink into despair or I will rise to greatness." With that, she stepped forward towards the human-faced demon spider king. Before his master Qianji set off, he repeatedly instructed that Bai Dong must not encounter any accidents. Yang Zizhen hurriedly took a few steps forward, grabbing her arm and exhaling deeply. "Let me handle this, senior sister. You stay back and provide support. I knew you were the best junior brother. You wouldn't neglect my safety." Bai Dong lowered her head, as if embarrassed, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. As Yang Zizhen walked, he released his aura, circles of orange gold, white, orange gold, purple gold, and orange gold soul rings appeared in succession. The oppressive fear made the 6 companions who had retreated feel a bit of difficulty in breathing, while the human-faced demon spider king let out anxious screeches, warning that the boundaries had been crossed. When still 100 meters away, Yang Zizhen stood firm and shouted, "Come forth, Ice and Snow World." An incredibly powerful aura emanated from his body, a wave of coldness spreading in all directions. Within several hundred meters, the leaves rustled incessantly as they swayed in the branches, a layer of white frost visibly appearing on the ground, grass, trees, and even the treetop branches. The leaves began to fall due to the alternating heat and cold, creating a rain of white frost-laden leaves. Watching this scene from hundreds of meters away, the 6 companions gaped, wanting to go see what was happening. The commotion was indeed quite large, but reason told them that they shouldn't do so. Observing the changes before her, Bai Dong was also quite shocked, as she had never imagined such an exquisite soul skill existed. She instinctively hugged herself and shivered, then took out a thick garment to drape over herself, her gaze gradually becoming frenzied as she silently muttered, "I'm sorry, junior brother, but you have blocked my path." The 5,000-year soul beast, the human-faced demon spider king, began to screech in agitation, as if demonstrating boosting itself or issuing a final warning. Yang Zizhen's aura continued to rise. The area covered by the ice and snow world was expanding, and the temperature was dropping further. The frost-laden leaves piled on the ground had already exceeded half a foot in thickness, but the leaves on the trees showed no sign of stopping, continuously falling, severely obstructing visibility. "Ah!" This mournful roar was unleashed using the 4th soul skill, howl of the Kang wolf, echoing for dozens of miles, causing the entire primitive forest to become tumultuous. Countless birds fled in panic, and numerous beasts lamented as they galloped towards the periphery. This mournful roar plunged many soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest into despair, pessimism, fear, and hopelessness. This triggered a beast tide in the previously peaceful Stardow Great Forest. Many powerful soul beasts began to move outward, resulting in the outer area that was supposed to house 100-year soul beasts frequently appearing with 1,000-year soul beasts. From afar, the companions felt their blood boiling, their courage and confidence stronger than ever before. To Bai Dong's ears it became increasingly frenzied. A voice continuously whispered in her mind, "Kill him, you must kill him. As long as he exists, you will never have a chance to rise. Your suffering will forever weigh upon your heart. Your hatred and vengeance will accompany you for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, the battle intent that had just risen in the human-faced demon Spider King began to fade as it prepared to flee. Yang Zizhen, with the sword of righteousness in hand, charged at the human-faced demon Spider King, which leaped among the trees, using its silk to evade, while occasionally shooting strands of silk back at Yang Zizhen. While dodging the attacks of the silk, he also aimed to prevent its escape and ensure it remained within the coverage of the ice and snow world. The leaves continuously falling greatly affected the human-faced demon Spider King's escape, while also providing significant interference to Yang Zizhen's efforts to block it. Flashing between the trees, Yang Zizhen once again positioned himself in front of the human-faced demon Spider King to block it. The Spider King spat out another strand of silk, which Yang Zizhen sliced in half with his sword. At that moment, a loud shout came from behind Dai. A sense of unprecedented crisis descended. A massive web attacked from behind, leaving him little time to dodge. Swinging the sword of righteousness behind him shattered the web, but he couldn't avoid the descending net from above, which tightly wrapped around his upper body. "Why?" A cry filled with pain and despair escaped from Yang Zizhen's lips. The human-faced demon Spider King saw its opponent ensnared in the web, and a hint of trepidation flickered across its grotesque human face as it lunged at Yang Zizhen with its two front legs. In this critical moment, he bent his legs and twisted his body, sprawling on the ground to evade the lethal strike from the human-faced demon Spider King. Lying on the ground, Yang Zizhen, disregarding everything, rolled towards the human-faced demon Spider King. As he dodged its attack, he unleashed his third soul skill, the universe strike, a counterattack skill comprehended by the Golden Rabbit over 500,000 years in dire straits. This kick was a decisive move that determined both victory and life or death. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side. A strand of spider silk flew in and just managed to block his strike. The immense impact shattered the spider silk, and without losing its target, it swiftly kicked the human-faced demon Spider King, sending its massive body tumbling away until it crashed into a large tree. A spray of red blood erupted from the creature's hideous mouth as it quickly scrambled to its feet, watching from afar. That very strand of silk had saved the life of the human-faced demon Spider King. After the kick, Yang Zizhen executed a graceful leap to stand upright, only to find himself ensnared once again by a web swiftly pulled and suspended in a large net quickly wrapped up, like a rice dumpling becoming prey on the spider's web. "Why? You dare to ask me why?" Bibi Dong's frantic roar came from behind him, her voice hoarse from overwhelming emotion. As she slowly approached him, he finally saw her face, once beautiful, now twisted with agitation. Her hands clawed towards the sky, trembling as she frantically questioned, 2 years. 2 years. Do you know what I've endured during these 2 years? Her eyes reddened as she glared at Yang Zizhen, roaring, "Do you know? Oh, do you know?" Her furious cries echoed far and wide, relentless. Yang Zizhen sighed and calmly replied, "I do not know." At this, Bibi Dong suddenly seemed to lose her composure, her emotions boiling over. This was a manifestation of long-accumulated grievances with no outlet for expression. She appeared as a vengeful spirit escaped from hell, eyes closed, recalling the various trials she had endured. "The day after you stealthily left, I planned to follow your example and sneak out to find my Yu Xiaojing." Her face lit up with happiness at this memory. "But just as I stepped outside, I encountered my personal maid. She claimed she had something to consult me about, and in that moment, I suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of my head and lost consciousness." Her tone remained relatively calm as she recounted this. After walking a few steps, she suddenly turned, her face distorted with deep grievance, tears streaming from her eyes. "When I woke up, I realized my head was spinning and my body was weak. I had to lean against the wall to walk. With blurred vision, I observed my surroundings and discovered that I had been imprisoned in a basement with only one exit above me. Every day food was thrown down from above, and I had to eat, drink, and relieve myself in that cramped space. I understood that the food and water had been tampered with, and to avoid starving to death, I had no choice but to consume the foul-tasting offerings. I told myself I could not die, though I must survive. I want to see my Yu Xiaojing again." At this point, Bibi Dong's emotions visibly escalated into madness, her tone becoming desperate as she laughed with a hoarse, distorted voice. Until that day I woke up again, it was as if I was living a fate worse than death. In the days that followed, I, once proud, became nothing more than a tool for someone else's selfish desires. and that person was the one I was closest to and trusted the most. Bibi Dong squatted down, wailing loudly, deeply, saddened, her voice choked with tears as she lamented. The one who hurt me the most was the one who raised me and taught me how to be human, my revered idol. Looking up at the sky, she radiated an inexplicable sadness. Who would have thought that a pure and holy angel could possess a heart so corrupted? She turned her head, casting a cold glance at Yang Zizhen, as if questioning him, yet also speaking to herself. Isn't it absurd? Truly it is a great irony. From Yang Zizhen's perspective, that glance from Bibi Dong sent a shiver down his spine, nearly leading him to exclaim, the wolf's gaze. The eagle's eye, the wolf's gaze, the emperor's decree, great calamity. How could this be possible? The old turtle's voice echoed in Yang Zizhen's mind. A chill ran through him. A wolf that turns back could either repay kindness or seek revenge. What did he mean to her? Bibi Dong, having cried enough, stood up and glared at Yang Zizhen, gritting her teeth as she growled. Do you think this is all a joke? I want revenge, I want retribution, and you are one of his most loyal lackeys. Why did you tear us apart? Why did you treat me this way? I don't know your circumstances. This was never the outcome I desired. Yang Zizhen replied, earnestly looking at her with a complex expression. I have a story of my own. Do you want to hear it? Bibi Dong stared at him for a while, her feet crunching on the thick layer of leaves as she rubbed her hands together, exhaling a cold breath. Stories are good. Ooh, I love to hear stories. Approximately 30 years ago, a wicked soul master emerged in the martial world, claiming to be the thousand-faced Douluo, able to alter his appearance to seduce women. Since no one knew his true face, this scoundrel roamed freely. 20 years ago, while the thousand-faced Douluo was violating another man's wife, a righteous hero happened to pass by. A fierce battle ensued in the Star Forest, and the outcome was the defeat and death of the thousand-faced Douluo. That mother, having had her honor sullied, was overwhelmed with shame and committed suicide with her husband. That loving couple had a daughter who was just learning to speak, and she was taken in by that righteous hero, raised to adulthood, and accepted as a disciple. 20 years later, that girl grew into a stunning beauty, intelligent and charming, loved by all. Unexpectedly, she fell in love with the descendant of her enemies, and they vowed to stay together until death. Yang Zizhen suddenly shouted, "What wrong is there in trying to stop them from being together?" Upon hearing this, tell me, where is his mistake? His voice grew hoarse and filled with agitation. Ha ha ha. Bibi Dong stepped back, laughing mockingly as she shook her head at him. Keep spinning your tale. It's truly moving, for the first half is clearly your own story. Ha ha ha. Yang Zizhen also laughed bitterly, then said in sorrow, Yang Zizhen is indeed my name, while Zheng Jiang is merely a pseudonym derived from my name. Yang Zizhen, Zheng Jiang. Yang Zizhen, Zheng Jiang. Bibi Dong repeated, suddenly shouting, no, you are lying. Yang Zizhen, looking at her disbelief, decided to lay it all bare. My background is completely clear. My father is named Yang Yufu, and my mother is Hilo, both officials of the Spirit Hall in the city of No, Kustar Luo Empire. If you don't believe me, you can check the records, but it's all clearly documented. Bibi Dong suddenly looked up at Yang Zizhen and said, your father is Yang Yufu, and your mother is Hiluo Luo. Is that useless son of theirs you? Her eyes widened, and she burst into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks for reasons unknown. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, she looked at Yang Zizhen, feeling disheveled, and muttered to herself, who would have thought that you are also a pitiful person? What do you mean? Clarify your words. Yang Zizhen asked urgently, suddenly shouting, watch out. The cry of caution came a moment too late, as the human-faced magic spider king, who had been silently observing from afar, swiftly lunged at Bibi Dong. The thousand-faced umbrella magic artifact gifted to Bibi Dong during their first meeting unfolded just in time, but before it could unleash its full potential, the spider's razor-sharp legs tore through the umbrella's surface, delivering a tremendous blow to her frame that caused her to vomit blood and collapse. The human-faced magic spider king abandoned Bibi Dong and charged towards Yang Zizhen, who resembled a giant rice dumpling. In this critical moment of life and death, Yang Zizhen bellowed power of mountain moving. With his arms and legs spread wide, he executed the fifth martial skill, the power of mountain moving bestowed by the green bull. With a loud crack, the spider's silk broke apart, and the human-faced magic spider king, terrified by this turn of events, turned tail and fled towards the hiding place of the six companions. Yang Zizhen glanced at Bibi Dong lying on the ground and hurriedly pursued, grasping the sword of righteousness. Bibi Dong, lying on the ground, witnessed his swift movements before disappearing from sight. After coughing a few times and spitting blood, she swiftly got up, her pale face reflecting her distress. The human-faced magic spider king, ever so cunning, deliberately passed by the hiding place of the six companions before veering away, emitting a series of shrill cries. Suddenly, numerous spider-type soul beasts appeared around them, each possessing thousands of years of cultivation. In no time, they surrounded the six companions threateningly, but did not attack. Concerned for the safety of his teammates, Yang Zizhen could only watch helplessly as the human-faced magic Spider King escaped. If they lost even one member here, all his efforts over the past few days would be in vain. When the Spider Soul beasts ceased pursuing the human-faced magic Spider King, they began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Once all the Spider Soul beasts disappeared, they returned to the battlefield only to find it empty, with no trace of Bibi Dong. Looking at the deserted ground covered in thick leaves, Yang Zizhen sighed. We can't just lose her like this. We must search slowly. Whether Bibi Dong is alive or dead, I owe it to Qianji to find out. Taking a deep breath, he followed the traces as Bibi Dong seemed to know something about his parents' disappearance in this life, which compelled him to pursue her. Bibi Dong's path led toward the Great Canyon. Following the traces, he walked for over 10 miles before she suddenly vanished. With no other options, he sought the help of the old turtle. Guided by the old turtle's shell, he proceeded down a hidden path at the base of the cliff that wound slowly upward toward the summit. Upon reaching the cliff's peak, he discovered a hidden world. Before him lay a lush forest. Following the path through the dense foliage, he encountered a rocky outcrop filled with green plants. The chaos of rocks and greenery formed a natural maze, and without a guide one could easily become lost within it unaware. Fortunately, Yang Zizhen's soul came from another world where he happened to know how to break this formation. He instructed the other 6 to wait outside. By stepping on the 9 palaces and 16 hexagrams, turning left upon encountering greenery, and right upon seeing rocks, he quickly navigated through the maze. What lay before him was a pond, where Bibi Dong lay unconscious on the shore, yet Yang Zizhen dared not approach. For beside Bibi Dong there were both 100,000-year-soul beast and 150,000-year-soul beast tending to her. The 2 beasts cast menacing glances at Yang Zizhen, who quickly averted his gaze and chose to retreat silently, not daring to observe further. It was clear that Bibi Dong had been rescued by these 2 ancient creatures, otherwise it would have been impossible for her to end up here. Thinking of the presence of 100,000-year-soul beast, Yang Zizhen dared not linger and hurried the others away, bringing this journey to the Star Do Forest to a hasty conclusion. Yang Zizhen briefly shared the situation with the group, and their pace while exiting the Star Do Forest was much faster than on their way in. Upon reaching the inn where it all began, the mood of the group improved, and their spirits were somewhat reassured. As they ate and looked at their future companions, Yang Zizhen began to organize during the intercollegiate competition. I will be the captain. I choose Li Jing and Zhou Zhibin as vice-captains. Li Jing, as an auxiliary system soul master, you will have ample time to observe the opponent's situation. Zhibin, you possess the top-tier control-type martial soul, the Sky Blue Vine. Your soul skills are quite impressive, and as a man you should take on this responsibility. Understood, young master. Zhou Zhibin and Li Jing responded in unison. Yang Zizhen then turned to Li Na, saying, with your flowing cloud sleeves and strong control soul skills, your task will be to assist Zhibin in controlling the battlefield and strategically protecting Li Jing. Yes, young master. Lu Lin, your ice turtle, Yuan Hao, your strength god monkey, Lin Yi, your iron arm bear. You all have powerful beast martial souls. Gradually adapt your soul skill effects to suit your roles in the team. Yang Zizhen glanced encouragingly at the 3. Young master, we understand. It would be a pity to return like this. Let's take a detour to the Sunset Forest and see what we find. Just follow the young master's arrangements. They all clasped their fists in unison. All right, no need for such formality. He'll slowly teach you some martial arts on the way. First, let's eat. Lu Lin, with his ice turtle martial soul, was unmatched in defense, so Yang Zizhen taught him Tai Chi. Yuan Hao, with his strength god monkey martial soul, learned a set of strength god fist techniques and a pair of hammer techniques. Lin Yi, with his iron arm bear martial soul, was taught a practice method for iron cloth shirt and a set of Xingyi bear fist. Li Na, whose martial soul was entirely weapon-based, learned a set of ultimate techniques for the flowing cloud flying sleeves. Zhou Zhibin learned a technique for the soft whip, aspiring to wield the Sky Blue Vine as a weapon, setting a lofty goal. Li Jing showed no interest in fighting, focusing instead on logistics. She was particularly interested in the skills of observation, listening, cutting, questioning, acupuncture, massage, and cupping that Yang Zizhen taught her. Unfortunately, she was only a second-in-command and had only a basic understanding, not nearly proficient. She would have to rely on her future practice in medicine to gain mastery. The Sunset Forest, located southeast of Tiando City, is not as vast as the Star Do Forest, and the soul beasts within are relatively fewer. The core area is shrouded in toxic fog, making it an unsuitable hunting ground for ordinary soul masters. Yang Zizhen and his 6 companions trekked through the Sunset Forest for over half a day, encountering only 2 soul beasts of 5,000 to 6,000 years old with no others in sight. Sitting under a large tree enjoying Li Jing's chicken buns, he joked with them, if only this were not just buns. A little milk, goat's milk or fruit wine would also be nice. Upon seeing their indifference, he sighed and took out fruit wine, handing each of them a bottle. Taking a bite of the chicken bun and a sip of wine, he closed his eyes lightly, reflecting, this is the life. This group of people was visiting the Sunset Forest for the first time, and their understanding of the place was merely hearsay. Upon arrival, they discovered that the reality was vastly different from their expectations. After another day, they finally encountered a Tenth-Sandier Soul beast, the Diamond Strength Bear. This Tenth-Sandier Soul beast, the Diamond Strength Bear, stood 6 to 7 meters tall, with pale yellow fur. Its long arms stretched out to 7 or 8 meters wide, and its muscular thighs resembled walking barrels. Its bull's-eyed eyes glimmered with ferocity, and its exposed fangs appeared somewhat menacing, clearly indicating its position at the apex of the food chain. The fierce gaze of the Diamond Strength Bear fixed on Yang Zizhen and his companions as it pounded its chest with its massive paws, emitting a series of angry roars. It stomped its feet and charged towards them, initiating an immediate attack. The others fell back, while Yang Zizhen, sword in hand and feet barely touching the ground, advanced towards the Diamond Strength Bear, fully leveraging his agility and speed. He dodged its attacks while continuously leaving deep cuts across the bear's body. Seizing an opportunity, he unleashed the Heaven-defying sword, which pierced deeply into its vital spot at the waist. As Yang Zizhen's body floated backward, he shouted, "Falling star," from the sky. His form soared into the air, disappearing from sight. The Diamond Strength Bear searched around for a target, but was about to turn to trouble the 6 spectators nearby when a fist suddenly smashed down onto its head. This punch, imbued with the force of 10,000 pounds, shattered the bear's skull, causing it to stumble and collapse to the ground, blood flowing from its 7 orifices and raising a cloud of dust. The technique "falling star from the sky" was originally a sword technique, yet he had forcefully transformed it into a fist technique. The sword was an extension of the fist. Practicing the sword necessitated mastering the fist. This duel showcased his skills impressively and left a profound impression on the 6 spectators. The soul ring from the Diamond Strength Bear was highly compatible with Yuan Hao's martial soul, the Diamond Strength Ape, and Lin Ye's martial soul, the Iron Arm Bear, making it sufficient for them to decide through rock, paper, scissors. Before they began, Lin Yi suddenly said, "I will throw a fist." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao thought by saying that he is trying to trick me into throwing paper. When the time comes, he will surely throw scissors, and I will win if I throw a fist. Then he suddenly realized, wait, if it were that simple, he wouldn't need to say it. His real intention is to make me throw a fist, so that he can throw paper and win. It seems I can only throw scissors. The 2 of them stood ready, preparing themselves. The crowd acted as judges and shouted together, 1, 2, 3, rock, paper, scissors. They both extended their hands at the same time. One showed scissors and the other a fist. Lin Yi looked at his fist and laughed heartily, running aside to prepare for refining the soul ring. Yuan Hao gazed at his scissors and muttered softly, "Why did I throw scissors? Why did I have to throw scissors?" This was a mental game between them. It was clear that Lin Yi had won, which also made Yang Zizhen realize that Lin Yi was not ordinary. He was a rare. Seeing that everyone was lost and thought, Yang Zizhen spoke, "This is how teammates should be. One wants the other to win by throwing scissors, and the other wishes to offer the Diamond Strength Bear to his teammate. Thus stating he would throw a fist in hopes the other would throw paper is commendable." Yang Zizhen said this to ease the awkwardness, not wanting the group to become unstable over a game of rock, paper, scissors. As for the true thoughts of the 2, it was not important. It was best for everyone to have an exit. The second soul skill granted to Lin Yi by the Diamond Strength Bear was a passive ability called Diamond Strength Arm, which increased his overall defense by 60 and evolved his arms into Diamond Strength Arms, making them as solid as diamonds. These arms became his greatest weapon. Combined with the first soul skill, the Golden Bell Shield, it was perfectly suited for close combat. The group continued onward and was suddenly blocked by a very beautiful woman. She wore a light blue outfit with hair and eyes of deep blue, creating an elegant and noble aura. When she spoke, her voice was crisp yet soft. "My name is Ayin. If you go further, you will approach the toxic mist area. It would be best for you not to go there." Her words were clear and gentle, yet contained an undeniable authority. Raising her hand to stop the others from speaking, Yang Zizhen took a deep breath and respectfully clasped his fist, saying, "Thank you for the warning, miss. We will leave right away." After saying this, he turned to lead the others away, but Ayin raised her hand to stop them, saying, "Wait, you can't go to the toxic mist area, but other places are still accessible." Yang Zizhen slowly turned around, forcing a smile on his face, and said softly, while clasping his fist, "With you here, how could we dare to run wild?" After saying this, he hurriedly led the group away faster. The old turtle in his heart cried out, "You brat have been having a streak of bad luck lately. How come every time I take a nap you encounter a 10th-Sandier Soul beast, and it's a royal one? Wasn't the last old turtle also 10,000 years? I didn't see you being this scared." Yang Zizhen questioned his doubts. "That was my junior. I had to give him some face. Back in the day, I once shone alongside his father." The old turtle felt quite proud, and added, "It seems you have been quite unlucky lately, so it's best not to run around." Yang Zizhen nodded, thinking the same. He said to the still confused group, "Recently, I might have been having a streak of bad luck encountering another 10th Ascendier soul beast. Let's just head back." Upon hearing this, the others quickened their pace, genuinely fearing a counterattack. Although Yang Zizhen was extremely unwilling to return to the spirit hall at this moment, as the journey had not achieved his expected goals, it was unavoidable. Everyone should continue to train while building mutual understanding and rapport. When we reach level 40, we will venture into the Star-Dove Forest for our luck. Yang Zizhen looked at the six and made a promise to them. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Bibi Dong had already come back first. Yang Zizhen respectfully greeted her, saying, "It's so good to see you back safely. I saw 2 10th Ascendier soul beasts watching over you, and it nearly scared me to death. You must be disappointed to see me standing here." Bibi Dong sneered, turning her back to him, and adding, "If you dare to reveal a single word of what I said, I will not forgive you." Taking a long breath, he raised his fist and swore, "I, Yang Zizhen, swear to the heavens that if I reveal this matter, I will suffer the wrath of thunder, and in this life I shall not attain a single bit of cultivation, never to break through to the soul sage realm." Bibi Dong said nothing, but merely scoffed coldly and left alone. Yang Zizhen watched her retreating figure, sneering to himself, knowing that this oath was as good as meaningless. This matter could refer to many things, and was not explicitly stated. He had already become a soul Douluo, and the claim that he could not break through to the soul sage realm was utterly absurd. "No matter how cunning you are, you will still drink my foot bath." Qianji still held his cotton coat, Qianji, in his arms. He playfully teased while shaking a handheld rattle, casting a glance at Yang Zizhen and asking, "Why are you back so late?" The tone of the question was ambiguous, leaving one unsure whether it was happy or displeased. "In response to Master, I encountered a 10th Ascendier soul beast and got delayed." Yang Zizhen answered honestly. "Moi." He suddenly lifted his head to look at Yang Zizhen, then lowered it again, casually asking, "Is that so?" "Elaborate." Yang Zizhen said, "I only caught a distant glimpse of the 2 terrifying auras building up, leaving me trembling and unable to breathe, so I could only hurriedly take them away." There was clearly a lot of exaggeration in Yang Zizhen's words, yet nothing substantial could be questioned. Originally lost in thought, Bibi Dong suddenly lifted her head to look at Yang Zizhen, quickly lowered it again, and a new scheme brewed in her mind. Qianji stood up, carefully handing Qianji to Bibi Dong, walked a few steps back and forth on the ground, trying to steady his breathing before raising his head and asking nonchalantly, "Tell me the specific location." "The Sunset Forest, a place shrouded in poisonous fog." Yang Zizhen spoke vaguely, then slowly added, "It's my first time there, and I'm completely unfamiliar with the area. From a distance I could see it was in that foggy region. Soul beasts are very sensitive to danger. There are actually many 10th Ascendier soul beasts. They are just adept at avoiding peril, which is why they are rarely seen. Those that stick their heads out usually meet a bad end." This was the exact phrase the old turtle conveyed to Yang Zizhen. "Did they manage to gather their soul rings, eh?" Qianji inquired deeply. Yang Zizhen shook his head with a bitter smile, replying, "With such occurrences, how could they dare to continue? Let's talk about it after some time." Qianji walked a few steps back and waved, instructing, "If there's nothing else, you can leave now." "Yes, master." Yang Zizhen slowly retreated a few steps, turned, and walked out. Qianji did not ask about the beast's soul magic device, nor did he volunteer any information. Returning to his small room, just as he lay down, the knocking sound of bang 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 came again. With his eyes closed, he lazily shouted, "Who is it?" There was no answer, just another round of knocks followed by a squeaky voice saying, "Guess who I am." He slapped the edge of the bed hard, then lazily got up, tidied his clothes, and went to open the door. "Why is it you?" Yang Zizhen was quite surprised upon seeing the visitor, and quickly moved aside to let her in. Shangguan Yunju surveyed the room of the martial soul hall's young master, unable to believe her eyes, as she walked around, and remarked, "Is this it? What's wrong with it?" Yang Zizhen replied, quite puzzled. "Sigh." Shangguan Yunju sighed deeply, shook her head while sitting down, then stood up, and sighed again. "Why don't you just say what you have to say? Is it really necessary to be like this?" Yang Zizhen rolled his eyes at her, sitting down on the chair to try it out before standing up to inspect the place closely, saying, "There's nothing wrong, so why are you sighing?" "Is it a?" Shangguan Yunju pointed at the room in disbelief. "Is this it? It's even smaller than my family's restroom." She pointed at the chair she had just sat on and added, "This my servants would feel cold just sitting here." Then she walked around the room, feeling that there was really nothing to criticize, crossed her arms, and puffed her cheeks, saying, "What can I say? There's not even a single thing to criticize. A mouse entering here would have to leave crying. What do you want me to say? Is that so? I've always been like this." Yang Zizhen carefully examined his little abode, feeling that there was no change, and it was quite good. He blinked, pretending to be a wise man, stroked his non-existent beard, and shook his head, saying, As children of the Jianghu and practitioners, at that why should we care about these worldly possessions? Giggling, Shangguan Yunju covered her mouth and laughed. Cough, cough. After laughing enough, she held her belly and coughed laughingly, pinching Yang Zizhen's face, saying, I just love how you're so poor, yet can find a whole bunch of excuses for it. Yang Zizhen felt a headache coming on again, saying, why do you always find so many reasons to like me? It seems like you haven't repeated any of them. Aha, I'll take that as a compliment. Saying this, she slowly walked toward Yang Zizhen. He could only step back slowly with each step until his back pressed against the wall. Shangguan Yunju blew softly into his ear, looking at him and whispering, this shows you have many shining points. After all, I chose you at first glance. She winked, biting her lip, and saying, how about you just submit to me today? Yang Zizhen twisted his waist to escape her circle, taking a few steps back and pretending to be shy, also biting his lip, and softly saying, my mother always told me that the easier something is to get, the less one appreciates it. Giggling, Shangguan Yunju laughed uncontrollably, holding her belly and saying, I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts. Yang Zizhen mimicked a catwalk, gently lifting her chin with his hand, imitating a woman's voice. Little one, can I handle you? Then he turned back to his original voice, saying, stomach ache. Just drink hot water. Stomach ache, drink hot water. If your stomach hurts, drink hot water. Shangguan Yunju pounced like a tigress, delivering a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking at the door resumed. The two quickly stopped their playful tussle, and Yang Zizhen went to open the door. Please come in, senior sister. Wow. Is this the future sister-in-law? My junior brother often mentions you. He says you are gentle and beautiful, and seeing you today is even better than the rumors. Bibi Dong ignored Yang Zizhen and focused her attention on Shangguan Yunju, beginning a whole bunch of flattering remarks. Shangguan Yunju, not one to be outdone, smiled and said, sister, you're truly beautiful. Zizhen often talks about you, saying you are kind, clever, and not only beautiful, but also take care of him. Oh wow, you're almost praising her to the heavens. Is that so? Bibi Dong replied. Sai, my junior brother is good at everything, but he's just too honest, making him easy to deceive outside. Bibi Dong pulled Shangguan Yunju over and immediately said something that was hard to tell whether it was praise or sarcasm. Oh really? Shangguan Yunju looked surprised, quickly adopting a serious tone, saying, I told you he was too honest. He even complains about me gossiping, truly ungrateful. As she spoke, she pouted at Yang Zizhen, glaring at him. Yang Zizhen watched the two women get increasingly absurd, rubbing the back of his head against the wall, pondering his own faults. I didn't even know I had said such things. It seems that the more beautiful a woman is, the better she can deceive people. The old saying does not deceive me. Walking in the extreme north, all around is a vast expanse of white. Here soul beasts are rare, and encountering one means facing a powerful high-level soul beast dominant at the top of the food chain, and all of them are over 10,000 years old. The extreme north is synonymous with danger, and very few soul masters are willing to come here to train and take risks. Yang Zizhen appears here because the family of Shangguan Yunju received confidential news that a spirit beast named the Rainbow Parrot might appear here. The Rainbow Parrot is formed from the essence of heaven and earth, and from birth it possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans, aware of many secrets unknown in the Douluo Continent. It is a legendary spirit beast, 100 times more precious than 100,000-year soul ring. This news has been quietly circulating among the nobility. Only those who possess luck, purity, wealth, and justice can gain the recognition of the Rainbow Parrot. Whoever can keep the Rainbow Parrot by their side will become the supreme soul master and unify the continent. Therefore, many know about this news, but very few actually come to try their luck, as the conditions are strict. Those who have committed wrongful acts believe their luck is insufficient, and young people who have tasted forbidden fruit instinctively quiet down. Luck, purity, wealth, and justice. All in one, and you could almost be called a saint. Do you think you could be? Yang Zizhen half-jokingly asked, as the news seemed somewhat fantastical. You think I just acted on a whim? I have the gifts of the blue bird for wealth and auspiciousness, while you have the justice and fairness bestowed by the unicorn. At this point, Shangguan Yunju turned around, glaring at him fiercely and gritting her teeth. You better not tell me that you are no longer a virgin. Otherwise I will. As she spoke, she raised her hand and grabbed fiercely, angrily declaring. Yang Zizhen felt a tightness below, realizing that this girl was no pushover. He quickly shook his head, but then nodded again when he sensed something was off. Waving her hands, her knuckles cracking with anger, she pointed at him and pressed. Yang Zizhen, after all the sincerity I have shown you since you've been flirting with other women behind my back, tell me, who did you give your first time to? Oh, no, it's not like that. Yang Zizhen did not expect that the other party would so misunderstand his meaning, and her reaction was so intense. As her small fist was about to strike, he quickly shouted, I keep myself pure, guarding my body like jade with an untainted heart, and do not approach women. He hurriedly expressed every good word he could think of, But to his surprise, the other party became even more intense, raining punches upon him while yelling, "I'll make you keep away from women, I'll make you keep away from women." After beating him, she pointed at Yang Zizhen and said, "Yang Zizhen, my dear heart is all on you. Now that you tell me you keep away from women and want to become a eunuch, how can you be worthy of me? How can you be worthy of the ancestors of the Yang family?" Yang Zizhen stood there, mouth agape, feeling quite frustrated. He quietly asked, "Did I say that?" "You didn't say it, but you thought it." Shangguan Yunzhu pouted. "Did I ever think that, eh? How would I know?" He squatted on the ground, grabbing his hair and rubbing it incessantly. Shangguan Yunzhu approached, took his hand, helped him up, and gently advised, "It's best if there's nothing to worry about. I just like you pure and flawless, guarding your body with intention and not engaging in lust. Sister, if you keep this up, I'll make sure you can never have my heart." Yang Zizhen crossed his arms, pretending to be a bullied lamb, retreating repeatedly, without the power to resist. Shangguan Yunzhu laughed, advancing with his steps, her eyes squinting and hands half raised, as if ready to catch a chicken, warning him threateningly, "Since I can't have your heart, I'll get your body first. So you're forcing me to use force." As she lunged forward, Yang Zizhen dodged, and then ran away laughing. Shangguan Yunzhu chased after him, still shouting, "I either want your heart or your body, I must have one of them." The two were there playfully wrestling when the old tortoise's voice suddenly interrupted. "The young people nowadays don't care about the feelings of us old folks I back in my day. Old tortoise, if you don't put in some effort this time, I'll throw you in the latrine." Shangguan Yunzhu directly interrupted the old tortoise and threatened him. Yang Zizhen suddenly had a bold idea. "Speaking of which, old tortoise, you haven't been a bachelor for 200,000 years, have you?" Not hearing a response from the old tortoise, the two suddenly discovered a new realm, and with great tacit understanding laughed heartily. 200,000 years as a bachelor. The Arctic land is desolate and cold with life forms rarely seen. The world is a wide expanse, and encountering severe weather can easily lead to losing one's way. Yang Zizhen and Shangguan Yunzhu donned their respective golden rabbit cloaks and white fox cloaks. "If there is anyone in this world who is the most wealthy and fortunate, it must be you two little kids. Looking around, you can find no such magnificent cloaks." The old tortoise's deep voice rang out, filled with jealousy. Yang Zizhen agreed with the old tortoise's words, but immediately countered, "You're mistaken. The luckiest guy in this world is undoubtedly you. To meet me before dying with nothing to do, yet able to benefit from my opportunities, and now you can roam around whenever you want. Your ancestors' graves are not smoking, they are blown up, don't you know?" The old tortoise fell silent, as it sounded quite reasonable, but upon careful reflection, it seemed not quite. Shangguan Yunzhu secretly gave him a thumbs up, indicating he was doing great, while he self-sufficiently said, "This is nothing, you've only seen the tip of the iceberg of my talent for banter." As the sound of fighting came with the cold wind, Yang Zizhen and Shangguan Yunzhu perked up, braving the cold wind towards the source of the sound. The battle in the snow valley had ended, and with their respective positions, it was clear that three factions were confronting each other. When they saw two more people approaching, they cautiously increased the distance between them. Yang Zizhen looked at the three factions and could not understand why they were fighting again. One of the girls in her teens had the largest group behind her with more than 10 people. She unceremoniously asked, "Are you also here to compete for the rainbow parrot?" Yang Zizhen carefully scrutinized her before shaking his head in denial. "No, we are here to hunt soul beasts. We heard someone fighting here and came to take a look. Of course, if there are any bargains to be had, that would be even better." Shangguan Yunzhu asked cheerfully, "This little sister, what exactly is the rainbow parrot? Since there's nothing going on, you should leave quickly." One of the burly men began to shoo them away. Yang Zizhen and Shangguan Yunzhu exchanged glances and simultaneously asked, "Do you know where there are high-level soul beasts? Hurry and leave, or else." A woman shouted, her threatening tone unmistakable. "Hey, what a lively scene." A familiar voice rang out, prompting everyone to look up simultaneously. They saw a child about 8 or 9 years old standing on the ridge looking down at the crowd, accompanied only by a middle-aged man behind him. "Su Tianbao, what brings you here?" Up to the child, Shangguan Yunzhu greeted. Su Tianbao ignored Shangguan Yunzhu and nodded towards Yang Zizhen beside her, saying, "How about joining my team? With the head of the Su family personally inviting me, how could I refuse without being rude?" Yang Zizhen gently nudged his female companion and cupped his hands in agreement. Su Tianbao and the middle-aged man slowly descended into the valley, casting a cold smirk at the three factions and stating without room for doubt, "We also want a share of the pie. Who agrees and who opposes?" The three factions fell silent, exchanging glances at the domineering words. Keeping a certain distance, they moved deeper into the valley, clearly determined that the colorful parrot was within. Yang Zizhen, curious, whispered, "If the legend is true, such spiritual beasts should be extremely elusive. How could it be so easy to find? We are searching for the colorful parrot, but it is also looking for us." Someone in this valley has seen a large bird with 7 different feathers that enjoys cursing at people, very clever, and has excellent escape skills. Su Tianbao explained, exuding an air of determination. As rumored, the large bird was indeed very clever. Before Yang Zizhen could see it, he already heard its voice cursing loudly, as over a dozen teams had gathered here. The first impression of the large bird was that it was stunningly beautiful, standing about a meter tall, with a rooster's comb, a parrot's head, the body of a crane, and eagle's talons trailing 7 long tails, each of a different color. Its feathers were a perfect blend of vibrant colors with no flaws to be found from top to bottom, the only downside being its slightly damaged beak. Seeing such a beautiful bird combined with the rumors outside, anyone who laid eyes on it for the first time would undoubtedly think it was the colorful parrot. As more people arrived, the parrot flapped its wings and flew high, landing on a huge ice block in the valley, looking down at everyone with disdain, shouting at Su Tianbao, "Hey kid, did you eat too much and end up in the wrong place?" Su Tianbao glanced at it with disdain and turned his head away, ignoring it. The colorful parrot, emboldened, looked at Yang Zizhen and Shangguan Yunzhu, shouting, "Just by looking at you two, I can tell you're no good wearing cloaks made from the fur of ancient soul beasts." Yang Zizhen was taken aback. How did the flames of war suddenly turn towards him? Gritting his teeth, he took out the feather fan left by the crane and raised it, shouting, "Stinky bird, if you annoy me, you'll pluck all your 7 tails and use them to embellish this fan." The colorful parrot, seeing the feather fan, shrank back its head, seemingly remembering something, and looked at Yang Zizhen with fear, then carefully inspected him from top to bottom, screeching, "Get him away, get him away. He is a desecrator." Hearing the birds cry, Yang Zizhen suddenly looked up, truly wanting to kill this stinky bird. The surrounding groups cast unfriendly glances at him, ready to take action at any moment. Yang Zizhen tugged at Shangguan Yunzhu, whispering, "I told you it wasn't a good idea to go far lately, but you insisted on bringing me here, and now we encounter this. Stupid bird, if you have the guts, say that again." Shangguan Yunzhu said, pulling out the fan made from the bluebird's feathers and pointing it at the colorful parrot from a distance. The colorful parrot finally revealed a look of fear in its eyes, flapping its wings in midair, threatening everyone with its life. Drive them away, or he'll die in front of you." Everyone had come for the colorful parrot. If it truly died, how could that be allowed? Their expressions turned even more unfriendly. "Stupid bird, if you have the guts, go die right now." Yang Zizhen shouted this out loud, preparing to continue, but was interrupted by someone. "Friend, don't make us use force." Someone in the crowd said this, expressing everyone's thoughts. "Huh, what if we do use force?" Yang Zizhen, unimpressed, looked at the crowd with disdain, pointing at each of them. "Want to fight? Who's coming?" After a moment of mutual observation, an old man stepped forward. Before he could introduce himself or make any grand statements, the colorful parrot mocked, "Old man, your body seems a bit weak. You should hurry back and find a doctor to patch you up." Ha! Many people at the scene burst into laughter. The old man, scowling, vented his anger towards Yang Zizhen. "Kid, next year on this day, they'll burn incense on your grave." As he spoke, he unleashed his aura's 7 soul rings, swirling around him. This old man was indeed a soul sage. Yang Zizhen narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Are you declaring life and death?" Scared? Too late. Martial soul manifestation. He slowly drew his sword, careful not to stain it with blood. Taking out a white handkerchief, he gently wiped the bloodless blade, chuckling lightly. "If we're going to fight, just fight. Why all the shouting?" After this statement, he looked at the man, clutching his throat, unable to utter a sound. Air rushed into his mouth as he stared wide-eyed, unable to understand what was happening, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A soul sage lost his life, just like that. With a sword in one hand and a white handkerchief in the other, he lightly asked, "Who else?" His voice was low, barely audible to those around. However, to others it felt heavy, like a death warrant. The crowd instinctively moved away from him. The colorful parrot sighed and mumbled, "Old man, oh old man, I told you your body was weak, but you didn't listen. Now you've lost your life. Today I'm determined to take down this silly bird. Who else wants to stop me?" Another old man stepped out of the crowd, speaking coldly, "If you want to take it down, it'll take you down first." The colorful parrot flapped its wings in the air and immediately called out the old man's soul power. "Kid, this one is a formidable soul, you better be careful." Someone couldn't help but shout, "Stupid bird, whose side are you on? Soul Douluo is indeed strong, but I have also killed before." Yang Zizhen looked at the old man, first exerting a mental pressure on him. "If you're about to die, you should at least let me know your name. At that time, I'll set up a tombstone for you right here." The old man was quite proud, completely disregarding Yang. "You are absolutely right. The dead do not need to know names." Yang Zizhen also carried his own pride. After all, they were both soul Douluos, and the outcome was yet to be determined. With a slight smile and a finger pointed towards the sky, he earnestly declared, "If I really die, then simply inscribe nameless swordsman on my tombstone." Shangguan Yunju slowly removed the golden rabbit cloak from his shoulders, draping it over her arm, and stepping back to maintain a safe distance. Seeing her actions, the old man said no more. 8 soul rings floated into view. An overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the onlookers to retreat, leaving only the two confronting each other in the center. Ignoring the opponent, Yang Zizhen soared into the air, his white attire disappearing from the crowd's sight. The old man, cautiously surveying the surroundings, suddenly felt a sharp pain. A sword pierced through his neck from behind, and he stared wide-eyed in disbelief, realizing that he had ended before even beginning. A soul Douluo thus perished, having not had the chance to perform grandly, dying silently, striking terror in the hearts of the onlookers. Such a method was simply unheard of. Heavenly Meteor. What a move, Heavenly Meteor. Zizhen has truly never disappointed. Su Tianbao clapped and exclaimed loudly, revealing his identity in the process. He gently wiped the sword of righteousness with a white handkerchief, turning to survey the crowd as the deathly incantation echoed once more. Is there anyone else? Not a single person dared to step forward. Oh, no one wanted to risk their life like that. I said he was somewhat weak, but he wouldn't listen, heed the words of the birds, and avoid disaster. The colorful parrot interjected with snarky remarks, and its foul mouth was beyond salvation. Shut up, you cursed crow. Someone vented their frustrations at the colorful parrot. After all, whether they would gain anything was secondary. Preserving their lives was the priority. The parrot, however, was unfazed and instead offered suggestions to everyone. He's just one person, you can all attack together. Fighting alone is foolish. Watching one another, the crowd suddenly felt enlightened. If one person couldn't handle him, surely a group could. Seeing that everyone was somewhat tempted, Yang Zizhen let out a cold laugh and began to divide them. If you all work together to attack, I would indeed face great trouble. But the sword in my hand is not to be underestimated. There will certainly be 1 or 2 unfortunate souls. I wonder who among you is willing to sacrifice themselves to play the Good Samaritan. The expressions of the crowd changed in various ways. It was clear he had struck a nerve. Everyone came from different factions and had their own little schemes. Suddenly, a questioning voice emerged from the crowd. The eagle old demon is now everywhere. Eagle old demon. What eagle old demon? This was Yang Zizhen's first thought, and he quickly recalled the hunchbacked old woman holding an eagle head staff, a smile appearing on his face. Just a hunchbacked old woman. Anyone who wants revenge can come to me. Yang Zizhen's words stirred up a wave of reactions, causing many to unconsciously take a few steps back, their wariness towards his strength increasing. Suddenly, having not heard the colorful parrot's voice, Yang Zizhen turned to look, only to find nothing but emptiness. The giant bird was nowhere to be seen. This situation was quickly recognized by others as well. The outcome was completely unexpected, and the colorful parrot had simply fled. With the target no longer present, the crowd had no reason to continue making things difficult for Yang Zizhen, and they each formed their own groups to leave. Yang Zizhen looked at Su Tianbao, then at the middle-aged man who had been his guardian, smiling as he asked, "What are your plans next, Master Su?" "Since we are here, we certainly cannot give up halfway. We will continue searching." Su Tianbao remained determined, exuding an air that the colorful parrot was his destiny. But Yang Zizhen shook his head, losing interest. "Alas, I was originally quite interested in this legendary spirit beast, but now that I see it, I am somewhat disappointed. We shall not accompany Master Su any longer." "That's fine, until we meet again." Su Tianbao cupped his hands to bid farewell, and the middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Zizhen and Shangguan Yunju also clasped their fists in return. "If fate allows, we shall meet again." Watching their figures gradually recede, Su Tianbao furrowed his brow and asked the middle-aged man behind him, "What do you think?" "Master, that man's astonishing skills must be part of a mysterious inheritance. If just a part is already this formidable, what kind of scene would it be if he obtained it all?" Su Tianbao murmured to himself before solemnly instructing the middle-aged man, "Old Su, I have never heard of such techniques. When we return, we must prepare the sea vessel with all our might." "Master, do you mean? If I can return from the divine realm, then others can certainly do so as well. I wonder which old friend has been reincarnated. I truly look forward to it." It turns out that much of what Su Tianbao had said was a lie. He himself was a powerful being returned from the divine realm. No wonder he was so determined to obtain the colorful parrot. After parting from Su Tianbao, Yang Zizhen casually chose a direction to proceed. Both he and Shangguan Yunju were very curious about this extreme northern land and planned to explore thoroughly. At the foot of a great snow mountain, there was a cold pond spanning 2 to 3 miles. In such a frigid environment, the fact that it had not frozen over truly opened Yang Zizhen and Shangguan Yunzu's eyes. The voice of the old tortoise suddenly echoed. "Beneath this cold pond resides a 10th sandier ice Xian turtle and a 5,000-year diamond shrimp, arrived a few months ago. The two have been fighting over the control of this pond almost every few days. A 10th sandier ice Xian turtle can battle with a 5,000-year soul beast for so long that is indeed impressive. The difference between a 5,000-year-soul beast and a 10,000-year-soul beast is vast. Yang Zizhen deeply understood this. While astonished, he also questioned, "How do you know about this? I must have an explanation today. Alas, when I saw this cold pond, I felt something and made a divination." Many times the old tortoise would respond with a divination whenever he felt something. What could be done about him? Knowing this didn't change much. As long as the ice Qian turtle did not emerge, Yang Zizhen could do nothing about it. He was unclear about the situation of the cold pond and did not wish to take that risk. Let's hide a bit further away or a good show is about to unfold. The old tortoise's voice hinted at Schadenfreude, clearly eager to watch the excitement. Hiding behind a massive block of ice, they eagerly awaited the good show mentioned by the tortoise. The cold pond soon became turbulent, a vortex forming at its center, which grew larger and began to churn the entire pond. It spun faster and faster, and suddenly a large turtle entirely snow-white and approximately 6 to 7 meters in size emerged. It leaped up and landed steadily on the snow, and from a distance, one could feel the cold aura radiating from it. A 10th turtle-type soul beast. Its body was indeed quite large. Following closely behind, a golden shrimp over 10 meters long jumped out from the vortex in the cold pond, thicker than a water bucket, with silver stripes visible in the cracks of its shell, and upon emerging it fixated its gaze on the ice Qian turtle. The turtle withdrew its entire body into its shell, leaving only its head exposed at the entrance, chirping. Yang Zizhen finally understood why this ice mystic turtle could battle a soul beast for 50,000 years. Although this shell tactic was somewhat despicable, it was incredibly effective. As long as the shell remained unbroken, it was fearless. The 50,000-year-old diamond shrimp struck the turtle shell forcefully, while the ice mystic turtle seized the opportunity to stretch its head out and retaliate, the sound booming as if it were fierce, but in reality it caused little actual harm. After a while of back and forth between the two behemoths, they both considered the idea of a rematch another day. The diamond shrimp arched its body like a spring and bounced back into the cold pool. This ice mystic turtle was a perfect match for Lu Lin's martial spirit, the ice turtle. Since they had encountered it, it couldn't be allowed to retreat back into the cold pool. With a leap, it blocked its escape route, and the sword in hand shot towards the ice mystic turtle's forehead, striking it with immense force that sent the turtle crashing backward, directly smashing onto the giant ice, where Yang Zizhen had just hidden. Thud! The giant ice trembled, and then a crack sounded as the ice mystic turtle fell to the ground. The ice mystic turtle lay belly up on the snow, spinning continuously, blood splattering everywhere as it rotated. Yang Zizhen suddenly noticed he was draped in a golden rabbit cloak. The turtle's blood could not approach him at all, falling directly to the snow a finger's width away, forming a half circle. Eventually, when the spinning stopped, he drew the Hauenreich's sword. The ice mystic turtle still showed signs of life. After all, it was of the same kind. The old turtle's voice echoed in Yang Zizhen's mind. Give it a quick end. He plunged the sword fiercely into the ice mystic turtle's vital point, operating the longevity technique to unleash sword energy traversing its body. Even a great Luo immortal would not be able to save it. As the soul ring was absorbed into the beast's soul magic device, he suddenly noticed the ice mystic turtle's size was decreasing, soon forming a small pot, palm-sized, cool and transparent, with a hint of spirituality. Soul bone. The old turtle exclaimed in surprise. Yang Zizhen quickly picked it up. It felt icy to the touch, and its specific function was unclear. This is a quality trunk soul bone that can increase defense by 10 and offers a 10 enhancement to ice attribute skills. The old turtle revealed the attributes of this soul bone. Oh, Yang Zizhen said, putting it away with a smile, speaking to Shangguan Yunju. Although I can use this soul bone perfectly, it is even more suitable for Lu Lin's martial spirit. He'll give it to him when I return. Soul bones are priceless treasures, or are you really willing to just give it away? Shangguan Yunju asked curiously, then laughed, continuing, such a treasure given to him may not be preserved, it might even harm him. Don't worry. He'll secretly give it to him. I doubt he'll be foolish enough to announce it to everyone. Speaking of which, I have done my research. 100,000-year soul beast must produce a soul bone. Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? Young kid, don't think you can take advantage and act coy, as soul bones are indeed precious, but are they more precious than divine artifacts? The old turtle coughed awkwardly, explaining in a tone befitting an elder. Yang Zizhen, full of excitement, responded, Are you saying this turtle shell is a divine artifact? Everything we obtained in the longevity realm is a divine artifact. It's perhaps too early to say it's a divine artifact, but there is still great potential for upgrading to a divine artifact in the future. With that, he further explained. In the longevity realm, there are ancient beings who have lived for countless years. What reason do they have to voluntarily offer you sacrifices without adequate benefits? Leaving these things behind is all preparation for future advancements. Look at me, ooh, although I can't be considered truly reborn, I am living quite well. The karmas of the longevity realm will need to be repaid one by one in the future. After saying this, the old turtle slipped free from his grasp and flew back to his waist, transforming into a pendant as an accessory, unwilling to say more. Divine artifacts are exciting to think about. The two exchanged wry smiles. They had already taken the benefits, and whatever karma came next was unknown. They traversed the cold pool, continuing to climb towards the great snow mountain, where the perpetually unmelted snow and the hanging glaciers along the cliffs presented a majestic, solemn beauty. At some point, snow began to fall in flurries, and the flakes danced in various postures as they landed, causing them to halt their steps halfway. They dug an ice hole, squeezing inside to gaze at the snowy scenery outside, only to discover a cold plum blossom proudly standing amidst the snow on a distant ice cliff, faintly, revealing a white figure fluttering above it. Though curious, they paid little mind to it, returning to the ice hole to patiently wait for the storm to subside. This unexpected heavy snowfall lasted an entire night, and after it passed, the sky was a brilliant blue, crystal clear. As far as the eye could see, everything was white, sparkling with an unbroken silvery light. Not far away, the plum blossom was in full bloom, with a hint of plum fragrance wafting in the gentle breeze. The white figure that had fluttered yesterday was nowhere to be seen. Although the path had become a bit challenging, Yang Zizhen's lightness skill allowed him to walk without leaving a trace, which did not affect him much. Shangguan Yunzhu fell short in this regard, not having reached such a level, so their pace was not very quick. Upon reaching the mountain peak, they realized it was a small snow valley with a higher mountain behind it waiting for them. The snow valley was small, spanning less than a mile, but it appeared somewhat strange, with ice piles standing everywhere, over 2 meters high and more than half a meter in diameter, looking quite eerie from a distance. With a forceful punch, he struck one of the ice piles, which swayed slightly, but showed no other changes. The two cautiously moved forward when suddenly a white figure flashed by. They hurriedly took a few steps to chase after it, but apart from the ice piles, there was nothing but emptiness. Suddenly, another white figure flashed from the opposite side. The two ran over yet again, found nothing but emptiness. That white figure must be hiding from us, otherwise it wouldn't be so sneaky. Yang Zizhen reassured her. This was the best explanation for the moment. Since they couldn't find it, they would not seek that shadow which seemed to flicker just out of reach, as if it were playing hide and seek with them. If we walk a bit further, we should stumble upon some strange ice piles. At that point, whatever shadow it is, out of sight, out of mind. If we walk a bit further, we should stumble upon some strange ice piles. At that point, whatever shadow it is, out of sight, out of mind. A voice suddenly echoed, identical to Yang Zizhen's words, though it sounded a bit odd, resembling the voice of whoever has the ability come out. Sure enough, that guy was mimicking his words again. Whoever has the ability come out. After saying this, he deliberately waved in front of the two of them, and then disappeared. Suddenly, the old turtle's voice echoed in his mind. Do not pay it any mind, continue moving forward. He signaled to Guan Yunzhu not to pay attention, and continued deeper into the snow valley, preparing to climb the new peak ahead. As they walked, Guan Yunzhu asked him, what do you think will happen after we climb this high peak? The voice echoed again, what do you think will happen after we climb this high peak? Ignoring it, Yang Zizhen chuckled, rubbed his head, and replied, after we climb over this peak, of course, there will be another peak, each one higher than the last. This time it was strange, as it did not immediately continue to mimic him. Just as the two were puzzled, the voice echoed again, after we climb over this peak, of course, there will be another peak, each one higher than the last. Listening carefully, he saw a flash behind his right hand, and this time he clearly saw the silhouette. It was a large white bird, about a foot tall, waddle running with its big tail. Looking at the silhouette, he felt it was somewhat familiar, gradually recalling the white figure that flitted among the plum branches in yesterday's snowstorm. Joining up with Guan Yunzhu, he signaled and said, once upon a time, there was a fat bird that enjoyed flapping around on the plum tree during snowstorms. Such a silly bird would be better off in a stew. You silly bird, your whole family are silly birds. Upon hearing this remark, both of them burst into laughter, realizing it disliked this. At that moment, the old turtle suddenly spoke in a very aged and deep voice. Since you are here, why trouble these two juniors? You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. The voice fell silent for a moment, filled with incredulity. I never expected you, this calamity, to still be alive. Truly the heavens are unfair. I never expected you to come out and stir up trouble, and even brought that fool to take the blame. The old turtle's words of surprise were clearly something it had anticipated. As soon as the old turtle finished speaking, a plump large bird emerged not far in front of them, over a foot tall, completely snow white, without a speck of other color. Upon closer inspection, it really resembled a magpie, just larger and rounder. Proudly lifting its head, it looked around at the two of them, and asked, where did that old turtle, the old charlatan, go? The pendant around its waist flew up and landed on the ground. Transforming to the same size as the plump bird, it opened its mouth, and said, "You mimic bird full of wickedness." Quack, quack, quack. The fat bird stared intently at the turtle shell for a long time, proudly strutting back and forth a few times, suddenly realizing something, and began to pat its belly with its wings. "This bird is dying of laughter. Even you old charlatan have today." After saying this, it jumped onto the turtle shell, proudly shaking its head, and began to introduce itself. "I am the rainbow parrot. With my help, even a pig can become a soul master supreme." "You, rainbow parrot?" Yang Zizhen and Guan Yunzhu asked in unison, both with disbelief on their faces. "What about the one they saw a few days ago?" As if seeing through their doubts, the mimic bird looked at them disdainfully and asked, "Who said a rainbow parrot must be flamboyant? The silly bird you saw was just a decoy I conjured up." This mimic bird envied the beautiful feathers of others, so it gave itself the name rainbow parrot, a true example of having no shame. The old turtle revealed the reason, and since it was because of this, "That silly bird has the bloodline of both the rainbow parrot and the immortal crane, so I deceived it to draw fire." "So the legendary rainbow parrot, is it referring to the silly bird, or this one?" Yang Zizhen quietly asked the old turtle, as their conversation was quite shocking, and he still didn't fully understand. "Both of them are, yet both are not the legendary rainbow parrot." The old turtle seemed unsatisfied with this answer, and immediately added, "One has the bloodline of the rainbow parrot, and the other has given itself the name rainbow parrot. If we're talking about the miraculous, it must be this mimic bird born from the essence of heaven and earth, having cultivated for around 70 to 80,000 years a weakling. The other one has a cultivation age of 80 to 90,000 years, but is very good at disguising." Yang Zizhen had an idea in his mind. The so-called legend was undoubtedly the work of this mimic bird. He took out 2 pills from his pocket and said, "Your name is indeed well known, but there's nothing valuable, so I can only offer 2 immortal pills as a token of respect." As he spoke, he handed over 2 brocade boxes, squatting down to slowly open the boxes, revealing 2 purple pills with a faint fragrance wafting out. The fat bird looked around and casually pointed at one of the pills, saying, "You should eat this one. Oh, we share the spoil." "Ah, that wouldn't be good." Yang Zizhen hurriedly pushed back. How could the offered item end up in his own stomach? "Good things should be shared. You eat this one, consider it a gift from me." This fat bird's behavior was truly shameless. Reluctantly, he picked up a pill and was about to put it in his mouth. Just as it was almost at his lips, the fat bird shouted, "Stop," then opened its mouth, swallowing the pill from his hand, and said, "I think the remaining one is better for you to eat." Pretending to be very troubled, "This wouldn't be good. This is a gift prepared for you. If I say you eat, why so much nonsense?" The fat bird had quite the temper. Yang Zizhen could only helplessly take it and swallow it with great difficulty. He stood up and looked at the fat bird, saying, "Before you die, if you have any last words, feel free to say. I have long suspected you had ill intentions, which is why I let you choose first." The fat bird was very pleased, as if it understood everything. "Both pills are highly poisonous. If I were to eat the antidote in advance, would you believe me?" Yang Zizhen also wore a proud expression. The mimic parrot suddenly covered its belly with its wings and shouted, "It hurts, it really hurts." "Oh, did you eat something you shouldn't have, causing your belly to go wrong?" Yang Zizhen deliberately asked. The fat bird laughed heartily. "From the moment I was born, I have been immune to poisons. Are you disappointed?" Yang Zizhen shouted. 3, 2, 1, turned around and caught the fat bird. "Do you think I should roast it, steam it, or boil it?" As he spoke, he touched his belly. The mimic bird revealed an expression that should belong to a human, with tears in its eyes, pitifully saying, "Can you not eat me?" Suddenly, it started covering its belly with its wings and shouted, "It hurts, it really hurts." "What exactly did you give me to eat?" "Nothing much, just a top-grade immortal pill to clear out the internal garbage. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore." The chubby bird clutched its belly, waddling toward a deserted, "A leaking pill," he whispered in the softest voice near her. With wide eyes, she incredulously asked, "Then how come you're fine?" He rolled his tongue, spitting a pill onto the snow, the very one he had just swallowed. Shangguan Yunzu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stuttered, "How is this possible?" He took out a flask of wine to rinse his mouth, looking into the distance with a bitter smile. "Just a little trick of the rivers and lakes, nothing to mention." The mimicry bird stood not far away, watching Yang Zizhen shout in anger, clearly having witnessed the scene. Yang Zizhen looked at the mimicry bird with a serious expression, speaking calmly. "You are no ordinary bird, you are a divine bird. To deceive a divine bird, one must not be an ordinary person." Saying this, he raised his hand, counting down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The mimicry bird exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore." Waddling away with its plump tail, the mimicry bird cried out from afar, "I can't live like this anymore." Glancing at the direction of the bird's cries, Shangguan Yunzhu whispered, "So fierce." Yang Zizhen looked around and saw the mimicry bird eavesdropping deliberately, raising his voice a bit. "Fierce. This is just an appetizer, conservatively estimating it still has to go through this 10 more times." The mimicry bird plopped down in the snow staring blankly at young Zizhen, exclaiming in despair, "Heaven, this is a bad start. Oh Earth, I want to go back. Despicable and shameless scoundrels bullying a mere bird, oh no, I can't take it anymore. So no matter how clever it is, after all, it's still just a bird. How can it compare to human wisdom?" The old turtle sighed, previously considering itself the greatest of all. Having witnessed the mutual harm among humans, it came to understand the horrors of the human heart. The next period was the mimicry bird's solo act, going in and out, until finally, it just lay there quietly waiting for the next occurrence. After waiting for half an hour with no response, it finally waddled out slowly, its proud head lacking the strength to lift, stumbling forward, as if it had been ruthlessly beaten by that large bird. It came to the two and flapped its wings to fly onto Shangguan Yunzu's shoulder, opening its mouth pitifully. "You must take care of me from now on." Shangguan Yunzu stroked the mimicry bird's feathers full of pity. "Oh dear, my little darling seems to have lost some weight. From now on I'll call you Xiaobai." 18 times a full 18 times, who can endure that? Tears welled up in the mimicry bird's eyes. "If you can't take it, you can leave." Yang Zizhen didn't even look at it, and gave it a cold face. "So I'm just trying to keep the old turtle company." The mimicry bird offered a very reluctant reason. "Come on, this girl has the aura of the blue bird. This will greatly benefit your future cultivation." The old turtle spoke a truth that left the mimicry bird speechless. "Since you've come, you should bring a gift as a token of meeting you, otherwise it doesn't suit your status." The old turtle demanded benefits. The mimicry parrot weakly introduced, "There is a mysterious place beneath us where occasionally a Tianming ice silkworm falls into, then enters in a self-induced slumber to absorb the ice essence and slowly cultivate. If we obtain one, we can fly directly. Even an ordinary person who consumes it can become a peerless master. It's the ultimate tonic in the world." Shangguan Yunzu clapped her hands in delight, stroking the mimicry bird, praising, "My Xiaobai is truly amazing. Quickly tell us the specifics." "There is a Tianming ice silkworm that has been sleeping with 900,000 years of cultivation. It releases a special fragrance that many soul beasts over several 100,000 years are seeking." The mimicry bird became excited by this praise, proudly introducing everyone, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Hurry up and compliment me. So many people are looking for the one that's 90,000 years old. What good is that? Even if found, you're just cannon fodder. Better to die early and reincarnate." Yang Zizhen scolded irritably. "Encountering soul beasts of several 100,000 years is simply seeking death. Everyone is looking for the 90,000-year-old, but I also know there is a 50,000-year-old. My strength is too weak to handle it, but with you all it will be fine." The mimicry bird said, almost drooling. The two realized from its demeanor that it was also a creature that wouldn't rise without benefit, but it seems natural for birds to eat insects. "My Xiaobai is smart. Quickly tell us the next steps in the plan." The mimicry bird, suddenly excited, spread its wings and flew to the snow, bouncing a few times before suddenly falling down, only then recalling that it wasn't suitable for vigorous movement, so it returned to Shangguan Yunzu's shoulder and muttered, "Of course we eat it, then our strength will greatly increase." Shangguan Yunzu held the mimicry bird in her arms, gently stroking its white feathers, saying softly, "My Xiaobai, then hurry and lead the way for us." Under the guidance of the mimicry bird, they traveled for several more days, stopping at the foot of an unremarkable large mountain. After careful inspection, they proceeded into a very small crevice. The deeper they went, the colder it became, the crevice gradually widening, the space becoming more expansive, and the frost accumulating thicker. Finally, they saw the Tianming ice silkworm, as described by the mimicry parrot. Its head was round and plump, appearing fleshy, with a diameter of just under a meter and a maximum length of no more than 4 meters. Its entire body was a jade white color, crystal clear, with a halo swirling beneath the surface and a pair of golden sparkling small eyes on its head. Starting half a meter from its head, every certain distance had a golden pattern circling it. There were 5 golden patterns from head to tail, all wrapped in ice essence. The dumb bird had improved a lot, now bouncing over to the massive ice essence and explaining, "This ice essence covering the Tianming ice silkworm is called Ice God Essence. Only by allowing this outer layer of Ice God Essence can one absorb the soul power of the Tianming ice silkworm." The old turtle's voice echoed in Yang Zizhen's mind, sounding a bit excited. "Young boy, this Ice God Essence will greatly help you enhance your second soul ring. You just need to wrap and guide it with your soul power, and the second soul ring will automatically absorb the ultimate power from it. At that time, your second soul skill's power will surely increase dramatically." Following the old turtle's instructions, Yang Zizhen felt an extremely cold soul power flowing through his body, as a medium entering a mysterious place deep in his mind without a trace. He didn't know how long it had been, but he felt this mysterious power finally dissipate. When he opened his eyes, he saw a rather speechless scene. The waiting mimicry bird suddenly grew immensely over 10 meters tall. It opened its mouth wide, swallowing the entire Tianming ice silkworm whole, then smacked its lips, saying, "I haven't eaten such a big bug in ages." Then it became ill and fainted. The silly bird's white feathers were covered with a layer of frost, emanating a bone-chilling cold, visibly shrinking at a slow pace. Yang Zizhen and Shangguan Yunju exchanged glances, both wearing bitter smiles, never expecting that all their efforts went to benefit this mimicry bird. Yang Zi felt a force entering his soul sea after a long day of hard work, and the first thing he saw upon awakening was the Tianming ice silkworm being swallowed whole. After a careful examination of his body, he felt no difference, almost ready to shout ice and snow world to test the effects, yet it was unrealistic in this ice cave. 7 days later, the mimicry bird finally returned to its original size, its small eyes resembling black pearls, its body pure white, without a hint of color, and its divine nature restrained, making it hard to tell that it was a highly intelligent soul beast. Upon waking up, it was a lively sight, glaring at Yang Zi with an unkind expression and using its wings to point at him, while shouting, "Let me show you the might of your aunt." As it spoke, a row of white feathered arrows appeared out of thin air and shot towards him. The suddenness of this attack caught him off guard. Hao Ran quickly drew a circle with his sword, and after a series of clattering sounds, all the arrows fell to the ground, turning into ice shards. Yang Zi reached out his right hand to grab the mimicry bird, but to his shock it vanished into thin air, reappearing 10 meters away. This display of skill left Yang Zi stunned, yet he still drew his short sword and lunged at the mimicry bird. The mimicry parrot flashed and landed on Shangguan Yunzu's shoulder, saying, "Stop, stop, let's talk nicely." However, the expression in its eyes revealed a sense of defiance. Protected by Shangguan Yunzu, Yang Zi found himself at a loss against it, having to put his sword away. With a change of expression, he smiled sinisterly and asked, "What did you just say, Auntie?" This was indeed explosive news. The mother bird was sure to have its tail feathers raised high. "The Tianming ice silkworm truly is a good thing. It has greatly boosted my soul power and provided me with another means of survival. This lady shall bestow herself with a grand name. I shall call myself Lonka Wang." Since the mimicry bird has given itself such a name, it still indirectly refers to a parrot. Lonka Wang is just a parrot king, how cliché. Yang Zi shook his head in disdain at its narcissism. Shangguan Yunju gently patted the mimicry bird's head and said softly, "From now on you shall be called Lonka Xiaobai." How lovely. The mimicry bird was quite pleased with this new name, repeatedly calling Lonka Xiaobai good. "Wait, why has your voice changed?" As Yang Zi said this, Shangguan Yunju also realized that the mimicry bird's voice used to sound like a magpie, but now it was exceptionally clear and melodious, undoubtedly with a female tone. "I swallowed the Tianming ice silkworm with 500 years of cultivation. Isn't it normal for my cultivation to increase a bit?" The mimicry bird was filled with pride. It was fortunate that it spoke, otherwise upon hearing this Yang Zi would be furious, bitterly asking, "You painted such a big pie for us, yet in the end you treat us like laborers. Shouldn't there be a reasonable explanation?" He initially thought it would feel somewhat embarrassed, but unexpectedly it stretched its neck and stood tall confidently, saying, "I am already giving you face by following you. What's wrong with asking for some benefits up front? Even making the bird take laxatives is something that can be done. Shouldn't there be some compensation? All right, my Xiaobai doesn't argue with the big bad guy. With me to support you, no one can bully you." Shangguan Yunju comforted it while fiercely glaring at Yang Zi. The mimicry bird squinted its eyes slowly, saying, "Of course I won't argue with the big bad guy." Seeing its expression, Yang Zi exclaimed fiercely, "A 500-year-old soul beast can just eat and leave. The moment we step out of here, the heavenly tribulation will descend. Watch how you die." The mimicry bird wiggled its chubby body, giving a look of ignorance. "What you can think of, I can think of too. There are still good things here to evade the heavenly tribulation." Saying this, it hopped down from Shangguan Yunzu's shoulder, puffing out its chest and shaking its tail as it walked ahead, finding a small gap, less than half a meter high in an inconspicuous corner. This, Shangguan Yunju and Yang Zi were dumbfounded. This was way too small, let alone bending over. Even crawling through would be difficult. The mimicry bird turned to look at the two of them and chirped, hurry up, it's not far at all." With no other choice, they could only kneel down and slowly move forward. The cracks spread downward, initially widening, allowing them to stand and walk, but unexpectedly, after more than an hour, it became narrower again, forcing them to crawl. Finally, there was a glimmer of light ahead. The mimicry bird wiggled out triumphantly, and they could hear its gleeful screams. "Ga, heavenly tribulation died. This lady has consumed the divine milk of 10,000 years, and eaten the Xianbing banishes divine snow spirit grass. Let's see how you find me. Ga. Shangguan Yunju, having a relatively smaller frame, was pushed out by Yang Zi, behind her, finally climbing out with effort. Yang Zi lay on his back, slowly lifting himself out. In the lowest spot his head passed through slowly, but his shoulders got stuck and could not move. Hearing the mimicry bird's proud taunts, "Ha ha ha ha, let's see how you come out. This is the consequence of provoking me. It was deliberate, you absolutely did it on purpose." Qianji, stuck in place, shouted at the mimicry bird, and then shouted again, "You old man, I can't get out. You think you can turn back? They'll trap you dead, bird." "Zizhen, there are actually other gaps to get out of here." Shangguan Yunzhu informed him, further confirming that this route was intentionally made by the mimicry bird. "Just wait and see how I deal with you once I get out." After saying this, he felt his bones twist and reshape, slipping through in an incredible manner, slowly exiting the ice cave. The expression on the mimicry bird was as if it had seen a ghost. Jumping on Shangguan Yunzhu, it screamed again, "Ghost. Are you human or ghost? How can your body change shape? You old man, I know a lot of things. That's just a minor technique of bone contraction, nothing to mention." As he spoke, he cast a displeased glance at the mimicry bird, inching closer while flexing his wrists, preparing for action. Seeing his demeanor, the mimicry bird hurriedly defended itself. "It's not my fault you are foolish. If you have such powerful weapons, why not use them? Just expend a little effort to widen the entrance. It's not my fault." Qianji was taken aback. Thinking it over now, it was indeed the case. He then ignored the mimicry bird and carefully examined his surroundings. They were in a natural ice cave about 500 or 600 meters in size, with 2 or 3 other not very large cracks leading to unknown destinations. In the center of the ice cave was a massive ice platform on which grew a white plant, but unfortunately, it only measured less than 3 inches from the root upwards, clearly having been consumed by the mimicry bird. The Qianbing banishes divine snow spirit grass. Under the massive ice, there was an ice trough about a foot long containing some milky viscous liquid. This was likely the so-called divine milk of 10,000 years. This is the divine milk of 10,000 years. As long as you two drink a mouthful, it will have incredible effects, and can also increase your soul power cultivation. At this point, the mimicry bird solemnly warned, "This divine milk of 10,000 years can only be drunk once without taking a breath, so how much you can drink in one go depends on your own ability. If you pause to take a breath, it will lose its effect." Lying on the ground and taking a deep breath, he gulped down a few mouthfuls, feeling as if he were on the verge of suffocation, before finally lifting his head to gasp for air. This was his greatest ability. There was no sensation in his mouth, nor any taste. He could not feel its miraculous nature at all. Shangguan Yunzhu was in the same rhythm. After drinking, she stood up, shook her head, and pouted, feeling nothing remarkable about it. The old turtle also came out. It straightforwardly submerged itself in the liquid and vanished without a trace. The mimic bird stared wide-eyed. "Tongue-tied, it can do this too. The eternal divine milk is rare and precious, a gentle tonic. It is difficult to find another place like this in the entire Douluo Continent. These fissures will seal themselves after a single passage, so you two should hurry up and cultivate." The mimic bird carefully explained this to them, and gestured towards the direction they had come from. Yang Zizhen and Shangguan Yunzhu looked towards the small hole they had entered, noticing that it had indeed shrunk significantly. There was no way they could return the same way. They could only follow the mimic bird's guidance and focus on understanding the miraculous qualities of the eternal divine milk. At first he felt nothing, only slowly operating the longevity technique. He sensed the small branches and leaves of the soul tree in his sea of souls swaying, without wind, a stream of soul power, continuously drifting from a mysterious part of his body. The longevity technique spun faster, and he unconsciously felt an absorbing force as every pore in his body opened up, bringing a refreshing sensation, while a hint of white mist appeared in the purple chi of his soul sea. The once composed mimic bird became unsettled. Yang Zizhen's body now had a layer of white mist between him and the eternal divine milk, which seemed to be subtly decreasing. Yang Zizhen, immersed in understanding, was unaware of this, only feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. The soul beasts, the blue ox and the unicorn, opened their eyes in succession, breathing in the white mist deeply. Their ethereal soul bodies appeared somewhat solidified, and the mysterious small tree's branches and leaves unfurled, sprouting new buds and beginning to grow. Time passed, and he felt 5 chains tightly wrapping around him. As the longevity technique operated, a key gradually formed within the chains, and with a snap, the chains unlocked instantly, bringing him a wave of relief. With the first chain unlocked, the second key formed, followed by the third. As the fourth key formed and unlocked the chains, the fifth chain twisted, and with a pop, it shattered into pieces. With the unlocking of the 5 chains, the longevity technique began to reverse, and he instantly felt intense pain throughout his meridians, while the white mist between him and the eternal divine milk vanished. After successfully completing a full cycle, he began to operate along the original cultivation route, feeling every muscle in his body ache, and a wave of dizziness swept over his forehead. As he continued this proper rotation and then reversal, the pain felt like a dance between life and death. After 9 full cycles with a wave sound, it felt as if a barrier within his mysterious part had been shattered, and the longevity technique reached its highest realm, the 5th layer of indestructible and immortal. The small tree in the Sea of Souls shook its roots, deeply merging with Yang Zizheng's entire meridian system, transforming into a large tree that could encompass a radius of 4 to 5 meters. Deep in the Sea of Souls, the silhouettes of a lone wolf, a celestial crane, and a golden rabbit appeared, slowly gathering under the large tree to rest and meditate. Yang Zizhen awakened from his meditation and, disregarding everything else, urgently checked his body, eager to know what benefits the 5th layer of his longevity technique had brought. His skin was now more delicate and smooth than that of a wealthy noble's daughter, and his once black hair had transformed into strands of silver. The white hair did not make him look haggard, instead it gave him a unique charm. Taking out an ordinary blade, he made a light cut on his arm, leaving only a barely noticeable line, not even drawing a drop of blood. He drew out the Hao Ranzheng Yi sword and made a forceful cut at the same spot. The wound healed at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye it became whole again. Staring blankly at his arm, he could not find any trace of where he had been injured, astonished by the 5th layer of the longevity technique having such a miraculous effect. Reflecting on the mysterious large tree in his Sea of Souls whose roots had merged with his entire meridian system, he realized that with such an extraordinary recovery ability, combined with his 8th soul skill, indestructible, as long as the mysterious tree remained intact, Yang Zizhen would possess endless vitality and infinite lifespan. The longevity technique truly lives up to its reputation as a Taoist secret scripture, a cultivation method passed down from the great Luo Jingxian Guangchengzi, and it is indeed not overrated. Now that he has just reached the initial stage of the 5th layer of indestructibility, it already has such effects. Oh, what would happen when he truly masters it? He could not help but wonder to himself, is there really a mysterious immortal technique in this world that allows one to be reborn by a drop of blood? Looking back, he thought becoming a deity is merely to live a little longer. Now that I have unlimited lifespan, what need is there to become a god? It is far better to be a free and easy terrestrial immortal enjoying life among mortals. Shangguan Yunzhu and the mimic bird also observed this situation, astonished to the point of almost dropping their jaws. Exhaling a long breath and glancing around, he noticed that the eternal divine milk had decreased by more than half a foot. Although he was curious about how it suddenly diminished so much, he ultimately did not voice his question. The old turtle still had not returned, and he wondered what treasure it had acquired. In Yang Zizheng's mind, it was undoubtedly the work of the old turtle. Checking his soul power, he found it had reached level 87, and turned to the mimic bird, asking, "How long did my comprehension take?" The mimic bird replied, "Not long, just a little over a day." Upon hearing this, he felt an intense hunger throughout his body, casually eating something and sipping some fruit wine to satisfy himself. He turned to Shangguan Yunzhu and asked, "What did you gain?" "Not much, my soul power has only increased by 2 levels. Hearing this response, he knew she did not wish to elaborate on this matter. Yang Zizhen thought to himself, "Isn't it just a talking bird? What's so miraculous about that? I wonder what bad ideas this stinky bird has given." Thinking this, he looked at the mimic bird with somewhat unfriendly eyes. Oh dear, look at his eyes. The mimic bird immediately seized the opportunity to complain. Yang Zizhen couldn't be bothered to argue with it, so he sat nearby waiting for the old turtle's return while slowly adapting to his current physical abilities. After waiting for a whole month, Yang Zizhen was practicing the Yuan Gong sword technique when he suddenly heard a rustling sound. The old turtle finally returned. At this moment, the old turtle appeared different. Its shell had become crystal clear and emitted a cold aura, evidently having consumed some good treasure. The old turtle shook its shell, and the previously clear shell gradually reverted to its original plane appearance. The old turtle did not provide many explanations, returning to hang as a pendant at his waist. "We waited for you for over a month. Shouldn't you give a proper explanation or bring back something good?" Yang Zizhen greeted the old turtle quietly, suddenly feeling a significant change, and regained his composure. "Of course, it's a great benefit, but unfortunately, I can't tell you now." The way back was much easier. Following the mimic bird, they entered a fissure which was still winding and slow. Although he could stand up straight to walk, it took nearly a month before they gradually encountered the seawater. The seawater increased in volume and depth, rising from knee-deep to over a person's height, and eventually, they had to swim to get out of the narrow space. After exiting the narrow space and swimming up through the rock layers, they reached the surface and carefully surveyed the surroundings, confirming they had arrived at the northern coastline. Having lived in the ice cave and fissures for several months, seeing the blue sky and white clouds felt exhilarating. "What are your plans next?" "Without warning, we have arrived at the northern coastline." Yang Zizhen was eager to hear Shangguan Yunzhu's opinion. "Since we are here, we must appreciate the scenery. The smoke and mist scatter in colors as the sun and moon sway in light. 1,000 ancient cypresses, 10,000 sections of bamboo. The ancient cypresses drenched in rain paint the mountains in verdant hues, the bamboo shrouded in mist forms a winding path of deep green. Outside the door rare flowers adorn the landscape, while fragrant herbs bloom by the bridge. On the ridge the peach blossoms are a vibrant red, and the moss at the cave's entrance grows lush and green. At times the sound of cranes echoes, and one often sees the auspicious phoenix soaring. When the cranes call, their voices resonate across the distant skies, where the phoenix soars, colorful clouds shine with brilliance. Again one sees the green pines drenched in rain shading the high pavilion, while the emerald bamboos faintly line the paths beside. The radiant glow of the clouds drifts ethereally, hues dance in the air. The vermilion railings and azure balustrades painted beams and carved eaves. The aroma of discussions fills the seats while the moonlight quietly rests against the window. Birds chirp within the red trees and cranes drink beside the stone spring. In this place where flowers and grasses do not wither through the seasons, the golden palace gates open to emit crimson light. Towers manifest amidst the clouds, and the chime of jade and golden bells echoes long. Indeed, this is the abode of sages, a blessed land of immortals. High mountains shrouded in mist, white cranes frolic in the waters. The gatekeeper tends to flowers and feeds fish, while inside the cave the master and disciple converse. Master, I have laid out plans in the realm of longevity. It has succeeded. Oh, who else knows? I am the first to inform you, master. The figure at the top, shrouded in purple mist, obscures their appearance, gently waved their jade scepter, slowly nodding. As the jade scepter waved, a stream of purple aura dispersed, merging with the laws of the great Tao. I have concealed this matter from the heavens, and you must not let a third person know. Yes, I understand. Return and patiently await the fruit to mature. At that time, I will certainly seek merit for you before your senior brother. Thank you, master, I take my leave. The elder, donned in an 8 trigrams purple robe, exited the immortal cave without disturbing anyone, quietly riding a white cloud back to the Peach Blossom Cave on Jushin Mountain, leaving behind that mysterious place. At the foot of the mysterious land stands a giant stele inscribed with Kunlun Mountain. When Yang Zizheng's longevity secret reached great success, and he contemplated becoming an immortal rather than a god, the divine realm suddenly trembled, shocking the gods. The gods paused their tasks, using their divine powers to investigate what significant event had occurred in the divine realm. Finding no results, they could only place their hopes on the divination god, hastily heading to his residence. Days later, the gods watched as the divination god, spitting divine blood and trembling, collapsed to the ground, rushing forward to provide aid. The fallen divination god pointed toward the lower realm, his quivering voice struggling to roar. The blasphemer! The blasphemer! Upon hearing these 3 words, the gods were shocked and hurried forward to prevent him from saying more. Treating his injuries was the priority. The divination god sat before the couch, looking at the approaching gods and saying, "You all must have come for the recent turmoil in the divine realm." The gods nodded in agreement, acknowledging his correctness. The divination god gazed at the gods, sighed heavily, and began to recount the events. A few days ago, the divine realm was in turmoil, and I knew something significant was about to happen. After investigating without results, I only saw a haze of purple mist enveloping the world, as if an invisible hand were concealing it, making it impossible to see or understand. In the final moment, I offered my own divine blood and half of my divine power as a sacrifice. Only then did I vaguely see the words blasphemer. As the divination god spoke to this point, he suddenly clutched his throat, his eyes bulging, as if they would pop out, a trickle of divine blood flowing from his eyes, followed by blood from his mouth, ears, and nose, before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. The gods were alarmed and quickly stood up. One minor god cautiously approached to investigate, then shook his head with a grim expression and stammered, "He's dead. The divination god has perished, bleeding from the 7 orifices." The gods fell silent. The divination god had indeed witnessed something, yet in such a critical moment, he had been met with a backlash from the divination and died. A great deity stepped forward, his hair a fiery red, even his beard matching, and spoke to the gods. "Everyone, now, we only know a blasphemer has appeared. As for their age, appearance, or origin, we know nothing." The gods were dismissive regarding his words as essentially useless information, responding only with derisive. Faced with such mockery, the fire element god felt somewhat annoyed, angrily flicking his sleeves and sitting down, choosing to remain silent. The room fell into a sudden silence. The deity of light and justice cleared his throat and began to express his opinion. The blasphemer must not be forgiven. The gods exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The god of slaughter, representing carnage, slowly spoke. "The blasphemer must die." The gods nodded in agreement, as the concepts of not forgiving and killing were essentially the same, only the latter was more explicit. Seeing the gods in agreement, the god of slaughter spoke again. "The investigation into the divine realm will be conducted by us, who will descend to the lower realms. The gods of the divine realm must not interfere with the affairs of the lower realm. This is an ironclad rule. This voice came from afar, directly interrupting the god of slaughter's words. The gods hurried out to greet it, but saw no figure. While everyone was puzzled, that voice reappeared. I am aware of the matter regarding the divination god. The divine realm must not interfere with the affairs of the lower realm. This is an ironclad rule. Anyone who dares to break it will pay the price in blood. You will decide the specifics on your own. The gods bowed toward the void, saying, "Thank you, Creator God, for the reminder. We will certainly abide by it." The gods let out a long breath, but the god of slaughter's complexion was somewhat pale. He, after all, being admonished by the supreme Creator God, was hardly a glorious affair. At this point, the god of wisdom suggested, "The Creator God has stated that we cannot interfere with the gods of the lower realm, but we can remind the candidates for divine positions in the lower realm, allowing them to resolve their own matters." The great god's eyes lit up. This was indeed a feasible solution. After much contemplation, they couldn't decide how to convey the message, as this also required strategic consideration, given that it needed to be done discreetly. At this point, the god of destruction offered a further suggestion. There are many geniuses in the lower realm. As long as they participate in the 9 trials of godhood, that will be the best time for us to assign tasks. The goddess of life then spoke, "Not only must we assign tasks, but we must also provide generous rewards. This way these geniuses will have more motivation." The god of destruction and the goddess of life could never have anticipated that their words today would lay the groundwork for a downfall many years later. From this point forward, for over a decade, when the many geniuses of the lower realm take the 9 trials of godhood, they will undoubtedly receive a task to secretly investigate the identity of the blasphemer, and those who discover and kill them will earn great rewards from the divine realm. The root cause of all this was unaware of these developments. He only knew he had once again encountered that 10th sandier soul beast, Ain. Nearly half a year had passed since their last meeting. Her appearance had not changed much. She still wore a light blue dress, and with her hair and eyes complementing each other, her demeanor remained as noble and elegant as ever, her voice crisp, yet soft, infused with a hint of tenderness. The only difference was that beside her stood a rugged man. The affection in their eyes clearly indicated their romantic relationship. In contrast, young Zizhen had undergone a significant transformation. His once dark hair now turned snowy white, making his eyes appear quite distinctive. Half a year ago, in a rushed moment, I dared not speak much to her. Now, with my divine abilities fully developed, I have the confidence to converse. "Miss Ain, it's been half a year since we parted in the setting sun forest. Shouldn't you introduce yourself?" He pointed to the burly man beside him. Ain looked at young Zizhen in confusion, slowly recalling the young man who had hurriedly passed by in the setting sun forest half a year ago. Her mouth agape in disbelief as she said, "It's you. What happened to your hair?" Young Zizhen gently brushed a few strands of hair with his hand, closed his eyes, shook his head, sighed deeply, and then slowly opened his eyes sorrowfully, saying, "Those people, those events are all fragmented. Each wound was meant to make me more mature. This is the tragedy of fate, and also the pain of reincarnation. As for my hair, alas, it's better left unmentioned. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect it would remind you of unpleasant memories." Ain hastily apologized, and then happily introduced the man beside her. "This is my husband. His name is Tang Hao. Tang Hao, the peerless genius from the Haotian sect. Tang Hao." Upon hearing the name Tang Hao, young Zizhen couldn't help but ask further. The rugged man beside Ain spoke proudly, saying, "Indeed, I am Tang Hao from the Haotian sect." Young Zizhen's heart churned. He never expected to encounter Tang Hao here. He must uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths today. With great interest, he circled around the two, then laughed heartily twice, saying, "I never dared to hope for forever. I only seek a heartfelt encounter. I never thought love would last an eternity. Oh, I only wish for that stunning glance in the mortal realm. The greatest regret in life is loving but not being loved in return. All one can do is find a substitute to fill the void." With that, he pulled Shangwan Yunju close. Shangwan Yunju cooperatively stepped away, gently pushing him with a slightly jealous tone, saying, "How annoying. So I have always been the substitute. You shall be punished tonight and not sleep in my bed." Ain grabbed Tang Hao's arm, taking a step forward with a displeased expression, sternly asking, "Young master, please behave yourself. Ain has only met you briefly. My previous kind reminder seems to have been in vain." Young Zizhen suddenly felt it was inappropriate to provoke the other party and directly asked, "Young Master Tang, how do you know someone named Yang Yufu?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hao understood the situation. He pulled Ain behind him and asked in a deep voice, "I do know someone named Yang Yufu. He is a steward of the Spirit Hall. May I ask how you address yourself?" Yang Zizhen did not reveal his identity, but continued, "I received a letter from his wife stating that Yang Yufu died at your hands. Do you have any explanation?" Tang Hao sighed and said, "If I were to tell you that what is written by his wife may not be true, would you believe me? If it's true, then it's true. If it's not, then it's not. Just tell me yes or no. Shangguan Yunju immediately stepped in to take over the conversation, gripping her by Shui blade with a stern tone, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, Ain's eyes were fixed on Shangguan Yunju, nervously afraid, while the latter glanced at her with interest, then shot her a dismissive look. Tang Hao took out 2 jugs of wine, tossing one to Yang Zizhen, then took a few sips, slightly organizing his thoughts before sighing and saying, "The reason I say this is because I have been framed by others." Continuing, he took another 2 sips before recounting the events of that day. "About 4 years ago, while traveling in the Stardow forest, I encountered a dying man. After saving him, he awoke, and his first words were to ask me to kill him. Everyone present was shocked. How could someone ask to be killed? Of course I refused and asked why. He said only if he dies can his wife and son survive. This reason was too simple. I certainly refused, and he then revealed the truth. It turned out he had a son whose first soul ring was one that a 2-year-old beast had willingly sacrificed itself. I don't know how this news got out." He sighed and said, "Everyone knows that a 1-year-old beast must have soul bones, but for some unknown reason his son did not have any soul bones from that soul beast. Therefore, when someone asked them for soul bones, they couldn't produce any. Their explanations seemed feeble and powerless. In desperation, he said the soul bones were on him, and he fled here while being hunted. If he committed suicide, it would inevitably implicate his wife and son. If he were killed by someone else, only then would they have a glimmer of hope. He injured himself severely, only asking me for a fatal blow, so I agreed to his request. If you wish to avenge him, then act as you see fit. Whether one lives or dies is for the heavens to decide." "Did the spirit hall ask you about the soul bones?" Yang Zizhen did not answer this question immediately, but instead inquired about the existence of the soul bones. "Of course they did. So what? If they have the ability, let them come and take it." Tang Hao replied with bravado, causing Ain's eyes to sparkle like stars. He had intended to take out the soul bones from Lu Lin's territory and handed them to Tang Hao, saying, "Since you bear such a reputation, it cannot be without reason." Before Tang Hao could refuse, he turned his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Laughing, he suddenly began to cry, knowing that very few people could claim to have a soul ring from a 2-year soul beast. Both of his parents were soul saint masters, and they were stewards of the spirit hall in Nuaka City. They vanished without a trace, and he was completely unaware. The identity of the person behind this is all too clear. No wonder Bibi Dong would say she too was a pitiful person. If being recognized as a thief by one's own father isn't pitiful, then what is? After laughing and crying enough, he stood up and cupped his hands toward Tang Hao, saying, "Today I was rude. I owe you both a great favor, and I will repay it in the future." After speaking, he raised his head and drank the remaining wine in his hand, then threw the empty jug far away, shouting toward the sea, "The revenge for my father's death cannot be left unavenged. The cruelty for my mother's death shall be repaid in kind. If I do not avenge this grudge, I am not worthy to be called a son. Heaven above, earth below, today I vow here, please bear witness." After saying this, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times toward the sea, then stood up and took out a jug to hand to Tang Hao, saying, "I just drank 1 jug from you, now I return 1. I will repay this favor in the future if fate allows." Giving Tang Hao and Ain a chance to speak, Yang Zizhen turned and quickly left with Shangguan Yunju. With Yang Zizhen leading the way, he looked up at the blue sky and said softly, "From now on I have no home. The spirit hall is no longer my spirit hall. Aside from revenge, there is nothing left on this continent worth my attachment." Turning back to grip Shangguan Yunzu's shoulders, he asked, "Will you accompany me to the other side of the sea, to a distant land?" "Fool, do you know how long I have waited for you to say that? I'm tired of the mountains and rivers, the glaciers and snowfields. I just want you to circle the continent, that's all." With that, he took out a bag of gold coins and tossed it onto the deck, waving his "I'm tired of the mountains and rivers, the glaciers and snowfields. I just want you to circle the continent, that's all." With that, he took out a bag of gold coins and tossed it onto the deck, waving his hand impatiently. "Isn't it just money? I can't do without you." As the ancients say, money can make the devil push a mill. With the allure of wealth, he charmed this grand ship, eager to experience the splendor of the sea. A gust of sea breeze hit him. Although he had smelled it for over 10 days, he still found the scent of the sea somewhat hard to bear. Considering that he would be at sea for 1 or 2 years, it made his head ache, so he had to adapt first. With the sea breeze blowing, watching the waves, and listening to the calls of the seabirds, he felt a surge of inspiration, drew his sword, and stepped forward to walk on the waves. Suddenly a fish over a meter long leaped from 100 meters away. With a swing of his sword, the sword energy sliced through the air, and the fish was cut in half. With a light tap on the water, he instantly reached it, using his left hand to execute the dragon's water absorption technique, catching half the fish and tossing it onto the deck. Then grabbing the remaining half, he leaped back onto the ship, feeling refreshed and shouting, "Captain, let's have a full fish feast at noon." The slightly plump captain along with 2 crew members jogged over with each young man, carrying half a fish back to the cabin. The captain laughing flattered young master, your skill is truly impressive. I can never get tired of watching it. This is a killer technique, not for your admiration. Young Zizhen said, coldly glaring at him with a hint of cold light in his eyes. The captain's plump body shivered involuntarily, and he awkwardly chuckled as he slowly walked away. If you have any ulterior motives in your heart, I will surely kill you. Looking at his retreating figure, he kindly reminded him that sometimes ignorance can also drive a person mad. The captain slipped and almost fell, his face turning pale as cold sweat streamed down. Not far away, Shangwan Yunju chuckled and said, what's the point of scaring an ordinary person? This is not a scare but a warning. Yang Zizhen corrected her words. Although she was cunning, she still did not understand the terrifying nature of human greed. Ignorance is not just a saying. She had little interest in these so-called threats or warnings and simply wanted to know why he was so obsessed with coming out to sea. So she asked, you keep saying you want to go to overseas lands, but what is it about them that fascinates you so much? Actually, it's nothing much, just a promise. Yang Zizhen thought of the cave scene, unable to help, but smiled bitterly. It's a promise to a dead person. Looking out at the vast sea, he let out a long breath and said, setting out from the west of Douluo Continent, the end of the sea leads to another continent. Its area is not smaller than Douluo Continent, but the soul master levels there are not as formidable as ours. What? There's another world beyond the continent. How is that possible? Upon hearing Yang Zizhen's words, Shangwan Yunju was astonished. She had always thought Douluo Continent was the center of the world. Hearing about such a vast world left her in disbelief. A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind, and she finally asked in a deep voice, what's the situation on that continent? Do you know? Yang Zizhen pondered for a moment, and began to explain that continent develops along family units with small families sheltered under the shadows of medium-sized families. A medium-sized family can own a city but still needs to pay tribute to the large families, which are essentially tribes. What about the large families? Shangwan Yunju curiously inquired, noting that this structure was clearly different from Douluo Continent. Above the large families are entities like Haotian sect, which send their outstanding disciples to the sect, and as their disciples gain power, they support their families in return. Families will continue to support their excellent disciples, allowing them to have significant influence in the sect, creating a cycle that never ends. This structure was understandable to Shangwan Yunju, akin to the power struggles among families in an empire, but she continued to ask, what about above the sect? The sect is the greatest power, there is nothing above it. Yang Zizhen smiled as he spoke. What about the empire? Shangwan Yunju eagerly asked again. There isn't even a kingdom, where would an empire come from? Yang Zizhen rolled his eyes at her. Then if we bring people over, can we rebuild an empire? Shangwan Yunju exclaimed excitedly, her hands rubbing together incessantly. Never expecting that she was still a woman with ambitions for an empire, he couldn't help but laugh, and said, theoretically yes, but managing a country is too troublesome. I have no interest. You're so dumb, really dumb. This was Shangwan Yunju's angry conclusion as she grabbed his ear and said, I didn't ask you to manage, I just want to try the feeling of being a matriarch. Is that not allowed? Saying that, she loosened her grip and stroked her chin, saying, my grandfather told me that whoever he dislikes should be put in charge, or let them tire themselves out. Suddenly lost in thought, she began to laugh foolishly. Seeing her laugh like this, he couldn't help but pour cold water on her, urging her to wake up from her daydreams. What are you thinking? It's not that beautiful. Like this. I've decided that after we return, I will organize a strong army, and first go with you to unify the world, enjoying the process, she said, laughing foolishly. I find Su Tianbao particularly displeasing. Let him do the hardest and most exhausting work. Watching her rejoice alone, he couldn't help but douse her with a bucket of cold water, making her realize the reality, not to idealize human nature too much. How many people have turned against each other, with fathers and sons, brothers killing one another, all for that seat? Sister, are you serious? Once you grasp power, you'll never be able to let go, and even if you try to let go, others will kill to silence you. Then let him take charge at the beginning, and we can enjoy the pleasure of being the puppet masters. Let his descendants scheme against each other for the throne. What will you do then, sister? Yang Zizhen asked quietly, truly unable to fathom how vengeful this woman was. He didn't know how Su Tianbao had offended her, and silently felt sorry for him for 5 minutes. I want to open the great soul arena throughout the continent, and then my family will open a pawn shop and a bank. I want to become the richest person in the world. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, and finally she glanced at him and gently asked, and what about you? Thinking of what he had seen and heard over the years since he was here, he ought to leave something behind. He said in a deep voice, I want to ensure that everyone in the continent has their needs met. In old age, the strong are utilized, and the young are nurtured, providing for the widowed, orphans, and the disabled. I want to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to give life to the people, to inherit the teachings of the sages, and to open peace for all time. I want to let all I have learned flourish there. Living a life requires leaving something in this world. Douluo Continent is a place without hope, with a vast gap between the rich and the poor. With my strength it is impossible to achieve this. But it's different there. That place is a battleground for families, and winning amidst chaos makes it easier to do things for the lower-class civilians. Doing so in Douluo Continent will only lead to a miserable death. Seeing Yang Zizhen speaking passionately, she couldn't help but say, I like you like this. I didn't expect you to have thought it through. Shaking his head, Yang Zizhen said seriously, in the past, I merely thought about where to fulfill a promise. It was your question today that suddenly made me realize and gave my life a new goal. Pulling back Shangguan Yunzhu into the room, he spread out the beast skin scroll. Shangguan Yunzhu gazed in shock at the various extraordinary magical devices and asked, where did you get this? Seeing the expression on Shangguan Yunzhu's face, it was exactly the same as Qian Sunji's when they first met. He simply introduced its origin. In a cave, its original owner fled here for it. I originally planned to keep it, but now that we have a goal, this is our greatest wealth and confidence. That hypocritical master of yours really has poor vision. Shangguan Yunzhu coldly snorted a few times, her tone clearly disdainful. Watching Shangguan Yunzhu flaunt herself, he rolled his eyes and chuckled. Look at your unrefined appearance. As she said this, she no longer looked at him, but casually tossed a tomato over. Catching it with his hand and taking a bite, he swallowed and mumbled, of course you're impressive. Otherwise, how could you have set your eyes on me? Truly a talent recognized at first glance. You're really shameless. Yang Zizhen was rolling up the beast skin scroll of the magical device design, and after a long silence the two sat down to plan further. Creating these magical devices isn't a matter of a moment. We need to cultivate professionals from a young age. They'll look for suitable personnel when we return and start with simple research. At this, Shangguan Yunzhu giggled. Such key technology must not be leaked. I will definitely be the richest person in this world. Laughing uncontrollably, it was the first time he realized how obsessed she was with money. Suddenly she stood up, stretched out her hand, and said, hand it over. Looking around, she touched her head, blinked, and slightly leaned forward, causing Shangguan Yunzhu to instinctively step back until her back hit the wooden wall. With his right hand against the wall, Yang Zizhen looked down at her with deep affection, gently blowing warm air against her right ear, and quietly asked, what to take? Her cheeks slightly flushed despite Shangguan Yunzhu often saying, I like you, so what? It was actually the first time she had been wallpinned, especially by the man she liked. Her little heart raced, and blinking her big eyes, she momentarily didn't know how to respond. Watching her shy demeanor, he blew warm air and asked, come on, what should I take? With a forceful push, she shoved him away, touched her racing little heart, took a deep breath, and finally managed to say, the magical device, design handed over. Yang Zizhen exclaimed, ah, and looked enlightened, jokingly saying, wow, we haven't even gotten through the door, and you're already asking for power. Though he said this, he honestly took out the beast skin scroll and handed it over. After receiving it carefully, he rolled his eyes at him, pouted, and said, you were quite bold just now. Suddenly taking a few steps forward, he bent slightly and locked eyes with her, slowly leaning his head close. A small hand pressed against his mouth. She was breathing a bit fast, her cheeks as red as a ripe apple extending to her neck, her voice somewhat stiff as she buzzed, I'm not ready yet. Seeing her bashful appearance, Yang Zizhen found it very amusing. He let out a wicked laugh and, blowing air at her, said in a voice like a mosquito, so your so-called liking is all a lie. Shangguan Yunzhu felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to agree or refuse, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Suddenly seeing his teasing grin, she instantly realized she had been tricked by Yang Zizhen and stepped down hard. Ow! Yang Zizhen jumped up, clutching his foot. Although her strength was considerable, it didn't hurt him at all. Yang Zizhen had an astonishingly abnormal defense. Her kick was no more than a tickle. However, he had to maintain the correct attitude, so he pretended to be in great pain. Cursing under his breath, little brat, he found a chair to sit down, took a sip of cold tea, and glanced at the still-acting Yang Zizhen with a cold expression, saying, that's enough. If you keep acting, it won't be interesting. Feeling quite awkward as he prepared to drink some water, he looked at the table and withdrew his outstretched hand. Clearing his throat, he said, that cup is the one I used. With a loud bang, Shangguan Yunzhu shouted, what's wrong with using a cup that belongs to your lady? Women are indeed fickle. Just moments ago she was a delicate little bird, and now she had turned into a fierce tigress, leaving Yang Zizhen completely confused, staring at her and saying, it's fine, feel free to use it. Shangguan Yunzhu filled the cup, raised it with both hands, and looked at him charmingly, saying, husband, come have a cup of hot tea. Watching him take the cup and drink down the not-so-hot tea, Shangguan Yunzhu took the cup back, slowly poured another cup, and said, husband, come have another cup to quench your thirst. Yang Zizhen helplessly took the teacup, obediently drank 2 sips, and before he could react, she snatched the teacup back, elegantly filled it again, and held it up to him, silently gesturing with her eyes. Another one. I'm not a water bucket. Pouting, she delicately called Zizhen. Yang Zizhen tightly closed his mouth and vigorously shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't drink anymore. This is my heartfelt gesture. We haven't even gotten through the door yet. How could you bear to let me down like this? He cursed softly, demon. Receiving the cup, he slowly sipped the tea. What? Do you think there's poison in this tea? If that's the case, why are you so disdainful? Grinding her teeth, she drank deeply, and then turned the cup upside down on the tea table. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Yunju flipped the cup over, pouring, while saying, "One cup, another cup, and yet another. Finish this cup, and there are still 3 more. Hearing her chant like this, he glanced at her bent down, holding his stomach, and said, "Ow, my stomach hurts. Ow." Turning around, he dashed off the deck, straightening up, and instantly showed no signs of a stomachache. With the magical device design in hand, Shangguan Yunju couldn't stay still for a moment, eager to return home to launch her money-making enterprise. Leaving the sea ship, they traveled straight south on land. Upon reaching the vicinity of Wuhuan City, they parted ways. The first thing upon returning to Wuhuan City was to find Lu Lin and hand over the Ice Mystic Turtle Soul Ring to him, then quietly wait for him to refine the Soul Ring. After waking up, he learned that this Ice Mystic Turtle Soul Ring had increased the effect of his first soul skill by 5%, and the second soul skill had an exceptionally powerful ice sealing control effect. Now the first soul skill, a passive defense skill, could increase his overall attribute defense by 75%, while also being immune to 75% of both physical and magical damage. The second soul ring, the 10th Sandier Soul Beast Ice Mystic Turtle's second soul skill, Mystic Water Ice Seal. It boasts super strong ice control capable of freezing one or multiple opponents for a short time, inflicting a certain degree of frostbite effect. Although he had mastered incredible skills, he still dared not act recklessly in the spirit hall simply because a level 99 extreme de Qianji was present, who was also Qian Xuanji's father. Therefore, Yang Zizhen prepared to greet this hypocrite Qian Xuanji respectfully. Upon arriving at the Pope's hall, the entire place was empty, devoid of any figures. With no one around, he had no choice but to return to his humble little abode, where even the rats would leave in tears. As he pushed the door open, a figure that should not have appeared here miraculously appeared before him, leaving Yang Zizhen quite astonished. "Have you finally parted ways with your little lover?" Before he could gather his thoughts, the voice of Bibi Dong reached his ear. "How could you be here?" was Yang Zizhen's first reaction. He had no idea how many eyes belonging to Qian Xuanjie and his father were watching in the spirit hall, so he had to be extremely cautious. "Your master is not here," was Bibidong's second statement. After circling around the shabby room, she continued pointedly, "Recently, I've heard rumors that a soul beast named Ain, said to be 100,000 years old, is wandering the world searching for something." Yang Zizhen remained unfazed by this news. He was aware that whether Qian Xuanjie could find it was still uncertain. Even if he did find it, it would be a game between the spirit hall and the Haotian sect, one he could not involve himself in. Seeing that he still showed no reaction, Bibi Dong directly expressed her intentions. "As soon as I heard you were back, I came to wait for you, because there's something I need your help with. I will consider helping with what I can, but that doesn't mean I will definitely assist you." Yang Zizhen made his stance clear. He couldn't be too accommodating, nor could he completely deny her face. "My Yu Xiaojiang is about to marry a woman named Lu Erlong, and I want you to accompany me to see it, otherwise I won't be able to leave the spirit city." This request from Bibi Dong was not excessive, but it was surprising that her daughter Qian Renxue was already 4 years old, yet still had no freedom. "Yu Xiaojiang once wronged me. Aren't you afraid I might kill him?" Yang Zizhen was also curious about Yu Xiaojiang's true position in Bibidong's heart. "You are not that kind of person. If you were to kill him, it would go against your principles." Bibidong's words astonished Yang Zizhen, and he looked at her with confusion, unsure of what basis she had for such a statement, as if she were trying to trap him with words. The best response was silence, so Yang Zizhen merely stared at her without a word. "If I didn't know you had a good relationship, and that you had just separated not long ago, I would have thought you turned white overnight from being abandoned," Bibi Dong said, covering her mouth lightly as she chuckled. "When do we depart?" "Tomorrow morning. See you at the city." After sending Bibi Dong away, he lay back on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He sat up, patted his head with his hand, then closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, sighing deeply as he got up and walked around the room, tracing the walls. The room was still the same room, and the bed was still the same bed, but sadly the heart had changed. It no longer felt like home. He suddenly understood what it meant. Where the heart is at peace is home. If unattainable, then it is the end. Once again surveying this familiar little room, he suddenly felt a sense of estrangement, silently whispering, "Goodbye, I never want to return here again." He changed into a set of newly purchased brocade clothes. Aside from his black eyebrows and pupils, pink lips, and healthy yellow skin, he was clad in white hair, white clothes, white robes, white boots, and a white jade belt. His entire appearance was snow white, emanating a sharp aura. His demeanor instantly transformed, and he told himself, From this moment on I will shed the burdens of the past, reclaim my former freedom, and gaze upon the world's heroes. I have returned to the carefree wanderer of the Jianghu. There are few left in this world whom I can trust. He took out a gourd of wine, uncorked it, and took a sip. As he tilted the gourd, a stream of wine spilled onto the ground before him. Taking a deep breath, he turned and exited the shabby little house, leaving the door wide open. With a jug of wine and himself, he quietly left without bidding farewell to anyone, for there was no one worth saying goodbye to. He secretly vowed that the next time he returned it would be the day he stained the spirit hall with blood. As night fell, the streets were already under curfew. Walking alone on the long street, the cold wind blew against him as the leaves parted 3 feet in front of him. An invisible wall of energy surrounded Yang Zizhen. At that moment, the Taoist secret teachings revealed their fangs, allowing him to let go of himself, achieving boundless freedom within the rules, propelling him one step further on the path of immortality. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his mind. 25 years. You have only 25 years left. Yang Zizhen shuddered, staring blankly at his surroundings, unsure of what the supposed 25 years meant, nor did he know who the speaker was. He tilted his head and took a swig of wine, then raised his head and laughed loudly, singing a tune. Everyone knows immortals are good, yet only fame and fortune cannot be forgotten. Where are the ancient and modern prime ministers? A pile of grass covers the desolate tombs. Everyone knows immortals are good, but only gold and silver cannot be forgotten. All day long I regret not gathering enough until the time comes and my eyes close. Everyone knows immortals are good, but only beautiful wives cannot be forgotten. You say affection every day when alive, but when dead you follow the crowd. Everyone knows immortals are good, but only sons and grandchildren cannot be forgotten. Foolish parents have always been many, but who has seen dutiful sons and grandchildren? That night, countless soul masters in the spirit hall must have been cursing under their breath, and how many parents had tears in their eyes. On the city tower, Yang Zizhen stood like a wooden statue, unmoving throughout the night. Bibi Dong came unusually early this time, and upon seeing him her first words were, "What's with the ghostly wailing at this hour, you scoundrel?" Yang Zizhen remained still, merely retorting, "Don't you think I look handsome in this state?" "Handsome, handsome, handsome, you big-head ghost." Bibi Dong threw an apple at the figure on the city tower, but to her surprise the apple shattered just an inch from him. Startled, Bibi Dong couldn't help but rub her eyes, thinking she must be seeing things. "Now I could crush you like an insect. Are you still insisting on having me accompany you? But let's not forget, not long ago you had a precedent of wanting me dead." Yang Zizhen continued to ignore her, directly stating how significant the gap between their strengths was and how irreconcilable their past conflicts were. Once Bibi Dong makes a decision, she has never regretted it. Suddenly Yang Zizhen flickered and appeared before her. Bibi Dong had no time to evade, and he seized her by the neck, lifting her up and soaring over the city wall, landing outside the city. He gently whispered in her ear, "I met Tang Hao, and we didn't fight." He then dropped her and ignored her. Bibi Dong clutched her throat, coughing incessantly. In those brief exchanges they had reached an agreement. Handing over the Qianji Bian mask to Bibi Dong, he said, "This is the legendary Qianyan Douluo's Qianji Bian mask. I'm giving it to you. This appearance won't do." Bibi Dong took the mask, put it on her head, transforming into another appearance, and the two walked towards their destination. Yulong Villa. It sounds like a powerful and imposing name, but it's actually just a combination of the names of Yu Shaojiang and Lu Erlong. The entire villa was festooned with lights and decorations, radiating a joyful atmosphere. Yang Zizhen and Bibi Dong arrived neither early nor late. Many guests had already begun to find their seats, waiting for the newlyweds to bow to heaven and earth, then to the elders, and finally enter the bridal chamber to start the feast. A good wine and 6 cold dishes were already laid out, and those in the know had begun discussing the bride. The bride is truly beautiful, the best in 10 miles and 8 villages. The groom is not bad either, handsome, suave, and wealthy. If only I were 20 years younger. Come on, that's called a golden boy and jade girl. What do you have to compare with that? Yuli or Matsi are making fun of me, aren't you? Of course it was who cried and pleaded for me to come. Fortunately you didn't agree back then. I traded a flower for a large forest. As time passed, the discussions among the crowd became more and more unfounded, and suddenly a loud shout silenced everyone. "Newlyweds, enter." Yu Shaojiang, dressed in a bright red wedding outfit, displayed a proud expression on his face, slowly walking forward while holding a red silk ribbon, with Lu Erlong in a similar outfit following closely behind. To everyone's surprise, the money-loving Flander turned out to be the officiant. Hearing the discussions around him, Yang Zizhen was astonished. After all, in his impression, these three were weaklings. Flander was also dressed in new clothes today, looking much more handsome than usual. Even with his white hair, he was the center of attention. However, he did not recognize Yu Shaojiang due to the drastic change in appearance. Flander raised his right hand, his voice booming once more. "Now the first segment. husband and wife bowed. As the two newcomers were about to bow to each other, everyone raised their hands ready to applaud in congratulations. With a loud bang, everyone turned to look at the source of the noise. The gate of Yulong Villa had been kicked open by a middle-aged man who was carrying the villa's sign on his shoulder and smashed it to the ground. Anyone with keen eyes could tell that this person had come to disrupt the event. The crowd was curious whether it was going to be a reenactment of a poor boy eloping with a rich girl. Beast! The newcomer angrily cursed at Yu Xiaojiang. Everyone stood up from their seats, eyes wide and ears perked, waiting eagerly for the big news. However, the two titles that followed made everyone gasp. It seemed they were not going to enjoy this meal today, as the drama appeared to be quite significant. Uncle, why are you here? Father, why are you here? Even young Zizhen, who was merely there to watch the excitement, began to doubt whether he had misheard. Many people around him had their mouths agape in shock. Stealing a glance at Bibidong, her expression was hidden behind the mask, but the way she twisted her hands and her clothing indicated she was somewhat at a loss. The newcomer with a pale face rushed forward and slapped Yu Xiaojiang hard. You beast, she is my daughter, your own. After saying this, he kicked Yu Xiaojiang again, knocking him down in the hall. Looking up at the blue sky, he cried out in anguish, Heaven! What sins have I, Yu Lumian, committed? Turning around, he snatched the red veil from Lu Erlong's hands, trembling fingers pointing at her, and violently threw the veil on the ground. He raised his hand as if to strike, but hesitated, crying out in despair, You. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't finish his words. Suddenly remembering something, he raised his hand, but could not bring it down, and he cried out to the heavens, Oh heaven, it is the father's fault for not teaching the child. Oh, everything is my fault. Glancing at Yu Xiaojiang, who still lay there in a daze, he turned back to Lu Erlong with a look of paternal love, and shook his head, tears streaming down his face, saying, Enough, let me bear your faults. He raised his hand high, gathering his soul power, and slammed it down onto his own head. No. Lu Erlong let out a loud scream, not knowing where the strength came from, suddenly lunging forward to grab his wrist, shaking her head, and crying, No, I don't want to. I've already lost my mother. I cannot lose my father. Child, it is I who am sorry for you. The so-called aristocratic families also have their untold struggles and filth. If possible, I would rather be an ordinary person. As Yu Lumian said this, he turned like a fierce tiger, pointing a trembling finger at Yu Xiaojiang, angrily roaring, You beast! How is it that in our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family we gave birth to a thing worse than a beast like you? Saying this, he grabbed Yu Xiaojiang by the neck and lifted him up, harshly throwing him out of the door. He then disregarded the crowd, smashing jars of fine wine prepared for the banquet everywhere, and finally set fire to Yulong Villa, burning it to the ground. Watching the raging flames from a distance, the crowd suddenly realized that several main characters had mysteriously. Lu Erlong and Flander had also disappeared. After the fire was set, Yu Lumian dragged him to an isolated spot, delivering a beating while cursing, Why? As illegitimate children you can recognize your ancestry, while my family's Erlong can only be left to wander the streets. After finishing this, he shouted to the heavens again, Why? His voice was filled with grief and indignation as he staggered down the mountain, leaving only a lonely figure behind. Bibidong quietly followed behind Yu Xiaojiang, seeing the once beloved now reduced to ashes, a soulless body, walking on the rural path, eyes devoid of spirit. Bibidong wanted to step forward to comfort him, but young Zizhen pulled her back, shaking his head, and saying, What can you say or do if you go out now? Seeing that Bibidong was still unwilling to give up, he continued, Did you verify that story I told you? Have you thought about how to deal with it? Bibidong gritted her teeth and sighed, saying, Let's go back. No, shouldn't it be you who goes back? Bibidong was startled, not understanding why he made such a decision. In this vast world, where can't we make a home? When we meet again, I hope we won't draw swords against each other. Yang Zizhen spoke calmly. Some words could not be said outright, but everyone understood the situation clearly. We are both pitiful people. I will inform you of any news as soon as possible. Then let those 6 team members go to Xinglua City to find me. Even though his heart no longer resided in the spirit hall, he still felt obliged to fulfill his promises. He quietly approached the mansion where he once lived, slipping inside to find it had clearly been abandoned for a long time. Entering his former practice room, he noticed the portrait on the wall still remained. He respectfully performed 3 kneeling bows, carefully took down the portrait, and stored it away, then grabbed an ordinary longsword from the corner and swiftly left the mansion, stepping onto the street. The home of Shangguan Yunzhu was one of the oldest families in the Douluo Continent, with a mansion in the city, but the ancestral residence was the true stronghold. 50 miles outside Xinglua City lay an unnamed small town, obscure in reputation, yet never accepting outsiders. The villagers conducted themselves discreetly, seldom engaging in disputes. The entire town was nestled against mountains and water, connected to the outside world only by an ancient stone bridge. The steep cliffs of the mountains behind often harbored fierce beasts, creating a natural boundary that kept outsiders at bay. Amidst the mountains, however, rows of neatly arranged gardens and ancient architecture showcased its rich history, with elegant landscaping perfectly blending with nature, reflecting the owner's appreciation for beauty. Young Zizhen, donned in white robes and white hair, carried the ordinary iron sword on his shoulder, casually whistling as he stepped onto the stone bridge. The children playing in the distance scattered at the sight of him. A few idlers lounged outside the town, noticing someone approaching and standing up warily, their expressions alert, yet making no further moves. He thought to himself, these must be the few sentinels mentioned by Shangguan Yunju. He smiled slightly at them, spun the longsword in his left hand, and with a swift motion drew the sword, smoothly passing by the group, without sparing them a glance, sheathing the sword, while walking forward, and lightly saying, "Upon our first meeting, please accept this small gift, everyone." Only then did the group feel a chill below, hastily gripping their pants, wanting to make small talk, but feeling a bit hesitant. In that fleeting moment, young Zizhen had already used his long sword to cut the drawstrings of their pants, which explained the scene of them holding up their trousers. Watching Yang Zizheng's retreating figure, a series of urgent bamboo whistles sounded. At that moment, Yang Zizhen had already entered a cooked meat shop, casually finding a table to sit at and calling out to the owner, "Old man, bring me a plate of cooked meat without salt, a dish of old vinegar peanuts without sugar, a bowl of dumplings without soup, and a generous serving of 10-year-old wine." Upon hearing the urgent whistles, the old man cast an unfriendly glance at Yang Zizhen, who had just sat down, but when he heard the order, his face broke into a smile, happily responding. "All right." He shouted towards the kitchen behind him, "1 plate of freshly cooked meat, 1 dish of old vinegar peanuts, 1 bowl of fragrant dumplings, and a fine daughter red wine. Bring it all out." Not long after, a young man came over carrying a dish of old vinegar peanuts, a steaming plate of cooked meat, a wine jug, and a cup. He was visibly surprised to see the white-haired Yang Zizhen smiling as he set the items on the table, while secretly observing his appearance. When he turned to leave, he even gave a thumbs up towards the bar. He sniffed lightly, then drank straight from the jug, taking several gulps. Picking up a piece of cooked meat, he chewed it for a moment, tilted his head back, and gulped down 2 more mouthfuls. Shaking the jug by his ear, he noticed it was already half empty, then shouted, "Old man, this wine is too little, it's not enough to drink." As he spoke, he silently operated the longevity art, a faint mist escaping into the air, filling the room with a subtle aroma of wine. He sniffed lightly, then drank straight from the jug, taking several gulps. Picking up a piece of cooked meat, he chewed it for a moment, tilted his head back, and gulped down. At that moment, the wine and dumplings were served, gently placed on the table. Just as the server was about to leave, Yang Zizhen grabbed him with his left hand, placing a bag of gold coins in his palm, and with bleary eyes said, "Wine, good wine, bring me another 10 jugs." Releasing his grip, he took another hearty gulp from what had just been served, dipped a dumpling in red chili sauce and aged vinegar, and enjoyed the combination of good wine and delicious food. In an instant, the jug of wine was emptied again. He patted the table and called out, "Old man, bring more wine." This time the young man truly brought 10 jugs of wine at once. After placing them down, he ran over to the old man and whispered, "Uncle, is this lady looking for a drunkard?" The old man slapped the young man's back a few times and scolded, "Go, go, go, what do you know, you little brat?" Their little antics were not unnoticed by Yang Zizhen, who swallowed the wine in his mouth and addressed the two. "It seems you two do not understand the world of wine, nor its fascinating intricacies." After saying that, he finished the jug of wine in one breath and took another bite of dumpling, saying, "Dumplings and wine, the more you eat, the better. Good fortune, good fortune." Time passed quickly. For some reason, the group outside was searching the streets for someone, but did not bother to check this cooked meat shop even once. Having finished the cooked meat and dumplings, he tossed the last peanut into his mouth, took a sip from the final jug of wine, and grinning mischievously, said, "Do you think it would be amusing if I went out and gave that group on the street a beating?" He glanced at him, and with a playful smile replied, "As long as you don't leave them maimed, anything else is fine." He patted the bar and whispered in his ear, "Pig ears, chicken feet, duck necks, lamb kidneys, peanuts need to be fried, cucumbers mixed with garlic, tomatoes with sugar, and make sure the shredded potatoes are cooked just right, scallions with chili sauce, and use fish heads for soup. Don't forget the pork dumplings, we'll see who's better with bamboo leaf wine tonight." With each item Yang Zizhen mentioned, the old man's eyes lit up more, while the young man quickly jotted them down on paper. Finally, the old man patted the table and declared, "If you can take down that group of rascals outside, I'll throw in an emperor crab and a 3-pound lobster." The two struck hands in agreement. Deal. They turned and peered through the door crack, taking advantage of the distraction to swiftly leap onto the rooftop, scouting the highest pavilion in the town. Inside, the young man held the menu, glancing at the pile of empty wine jugs on the table, muttering, "Not only is he a drunkard, but also a glutton." The old man raised his hand and forcefully slapped the young man's head, scolding, "I see he isn't drunk from all that wine yet. You, the bartender, are about to be. Don't you smell the stronger aroma of wine in here than usual? What are you looking at? Hurry up and get the kitchen to prepare the food and wine." The young man, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Uncle, how is this possible? He drank so much and outside our soul emperor-level talents. When I tell you to go, you go. Why all the nonsense? After finishing his words, he lifted his foot and lightly. The highest building in the small town is a 3-story octagonal stone tower. In the town, there is a small lake covering about 7 to 8 acres with a giant stone in the middle measuring over 10 meters across. The small tower is built atop this giant stone, and small bridges connect it to the surrounding structures. Standing atop the stone tower holding a long sword, he shouted down to the crowd on the street, "Are you looking for?" Upon hearing his voice, the crowd turned to look at him. Yang Zizhen quickly tilted his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky, clutching his long sword. The gentle breeze made his white hair and white robes dance, creating a breathtaking scene from the perspective of the young people below. A young girl couldn't help but place her hands under her chin and exclaimed, "So handsome. Is this the legendary Prince Charming?" Another girl, bolder than the rest, cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Hey, handsome guy over there, will you marry me? Handsome guy, come down and let's have a chat." Initially, it seemed trivial, but upon hearing these words, the girls stirred up a hornet's nest. The small town, home to about 2,000 households, rarely allowed ordinary people to marry outsiders due to various reasons, often resorting to arranged marriages. It was truly intolerable for the local women to suddenly show interest in a stranger. These young people were all the elite, the pride of the heavens, meticulously cultivated by the great soul-fighting arena. Each was proud and arrogant, having never encountered such a situation. As an old saying goes, if young people don't have a bit of temper, are they still young? At that moment, a young man stepped forward, shouting arrogantly at Yang Zizhen, "I never kill nameless juniors. If you have the guts, state your name." Yang Zizhen maintained his posture, not even glancing at him, and arrogantly replied, "To fly with the phoenix is to be a beautiful bird. To walk with tigers and wolves is to be a fierce beast. To be compared with you is a disgrace to me. Listen well, I am known as. I take lives, but do not bury them." "Good, very good." The young man was furious, stomping his foot and grinding his teeth. He spat, "You brought this upon me." With that, spirit rings appeared around him, consisting of 6 rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, indicating he was a soul emperor. At such a young age, to be a soul emperor indeed gave him the right to be proud, but unfortunately, he encountered Yang Zizhen, and he could only become a supporting character. 6th soul skill, soul severing slash. A large blade materialized in his hand, raised high, and quickly enlarging to over 10 meters tall, coming down towards Yang Zizhen. With a flick of his right hand, Yang Zizhen unsheathed his long sword and swung it towards the descending blade. "Watch me use 4 tails to lift 1,000 pounds. A white sword energy shot forth from the long sword, meeting just 3 meters above Yang Zizhen's head. The 2 attacks did not collide with the expected strength. The great blade felt as if it struck a pile of cotton diverted by the white sword energy and missed the tower, striking the lake, instead creating a deep trench on the surface and splashing waves. "It would be impolite not to return the favor. Take this sword from me." Without giving him time to react, a sword energy shot towards the young man. Sword shield. A transparent shield enveloped him, and he revealed a disdainful expression without dodging. However, he soon regretted this decision. The white sword energy pierced directly through the sword shield, and a spray of blood erupted from the young man's left shoulder as he staggered back, incredulously shouting, "How can this be? This is impossible." Yang Zizhen looked down on the group of young people with disdain, sneering mockingly, "Is that all? I must have overestimated you." With that, he flicked the sword sheath towards the crowd, and his body flew up, following the sword sheath to pounce on them. The sword sheath came in fiercely, and the talented youths dodged out of the way. In that moment, Yang Zizhen reached them, first grabbing the injured young man and tossing him into the lake with a splash. He plunged the sword into the ground and charged at the rest like a wolf among sheep, or an eagle catching chicks, grabbing one after another regardless of gender, tossing them all into the lake with continuous splashes and shouts emanating from the water. He retrieved the sword sheath that had fallen nearby, sheathed his long sword, and called out to the talented youths in the water, "Hey, you people in the water, listen up. You are now surrounded by me. Stay in the water, and we will have peace. Oh, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless." Someone down below roared angrily, threatening him, "Who are you? Some people are not someone you can provoke." Yang Zizhen looked at him as if he were an idiot, coldly laughing. "To walk with the wise is to be extraordinary. To dance with the high is to reach the peak. To converse with you is to insult my intelligence. These so-called geniuses are nothing more than this." A voice from the water shouted, "Who the hell are you? I swear I will not rest until you are dead." Yang Zizhen said nothing, directly pouncing on the one who had spoken without restraint. With a light push on the water's surface, he grabbed the man by the throat and soared up to the top of the stone tower, delivering a resounding slap with his left hand before releasing him, sending him back into the water with a splash. Looking at the stunned talented youths in the water, he shouted loudly, "Is there anyone else making noise? Today I specialize in treating all forms of defiance. What I enjoy the most is punching fierce tigers of the southern mountains and kicking fallen fish and shrimp. Now the crowd dared not show their faces. Upon reflection, the scene had indeed been quite grand, and a certain big figure was behind the scenes, yet no one dared to speak, which was an extremely unusual situation. Seeing that those in the water were relatively obedient, he shouted towards the mountain, "Hey, the one watching the show, if you don't come out now, your wife will really run away with me." From the mountain came an angry roar, "You are seeking death." Yang Zizhen chuckled coldly, "Seeking death? Ridiculous. Ridiculous." Yang Zizhen disdainfully remarked, "In this world there are no more than a handful of people I fear, and you clearly do not qualify." The person fell silent for a moment, then a crane cry echoed, and a 7,000-year-old long-billed crane appeared in the sky, soaring high, its size unclear, resembling a small white cloud floating there. The speaker was seated atop this long-billed crane. Yang Zizhen frowned, and said, "I do not have the habit of looking up to speak with others. You best come down." "Huh. Whether I come down is my business. Whether you look up is yours. Oh, what does it have to do with me?" "Good, very good. Since you refuse to come down, I will force you down." With that, he drew upon his inner energy, activating the Chongqing Ju, and a fierce aura erupted from his body. With his left hand holding the sword sheath and his right hand gripping the sword hilt, he solemnly asked again, "Will you come down or not?" A voice came from the sky, "If you have the ability, come up." Gathering all his momentum to the peak, he shouted, "I have a sword that can pierce the heavens." With that, he unsheathed the sword with his right hand and swung it towards the sky. A white sword energy shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. The long sword in his hand shattered into dust as a mournful cry echoed from above, followed by a long shout, "No." The sound approached from afar. Boom. A loud crash resonated as the long-billed crane and the person atop it fell from the cloud layers into the lake's dense forest. The long-billed crane that had been struck by the sword fell from such a height, dead beyond recovery, while the person on its back struggled to rise from the dust, coughing and slowly getting up just in time to see Yang Zizhen storing the 7,000-year-old spirit ring into a magical artifact. Yang Zizhen wasted no time with words, rushing over and kicking him away. As soon as he landed, he was seized by Yang Zizhen's grip on his neck and thrown into the water. Following that, he yelled, "Watch my icy world." The entire lake's surface began to freeze rapidly from the giant stone at its center, trapping everyone in the lake, while he looked at the so-called geniuses with a wicked smile. "Can you come out to see what I can do?" With that, he ran over to collect the corpse of the long-billed crane and left, no longer bothering with the fools among the talented youths in the lake. Noticing that it was still early, he stowed away the long-gnawed crane carcass and headed towards the mountains behind us. This place rarely saw visitors, primarily due to its natural geographical position, but most importantly because it belonged to the private territory of the Shangguan family, while the Grand Seoul Arena served as an information-gathering place established by the Xinghua Empire in various cities, ultimately existing to serve the royal family. Leaping continuously atop the treetops, he spotted a pavilion nestled among the dense shadows of the great trees halfway up the mountain. At the top of a tree, a plump white bird was hopping around, and he mischievously thought, could it be that this parrot with its hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation still needs to hunt for insects? As the old saying goes, the river may change its course, but one's nature is hard to alter, and that might truly be the case. He floated down to the ground, took out a wine jar, and with a few gulps finished the drink inside, then snapped off 2 branches from the tree to carefully search in the soil and around the trunk. Suddenly, a mischievous voice chimed in, "What are you looking for? I've never seen you before." While keeping his head lowered and searching diligently, he casually replied, "Of course I'm looking for insects. I haven't been here for a long time, just returned today, so of course you haven't seen me." "Oh." The little boy didn't say much more, and also broke off a branch to squat down and search together with him. Peering into the jar, he was surprised to find it already filled with various insects, and asked, "What do you need so many insects for? Are you raising a bird too?" "Oh, do you also like raising birds?" Yang Zizhen curiously followed the little boy's train of thought. "My sister brought back a talking bird from outside. Oh, I've prepared a lot of insects for it, but it doesn't even glance," the little boy said with a sense of grievance, and Yang Zizhen felt a pang in his heart, scolding himself, "Silently, fool." He thought, "It's over. No way, absolutely impossible. How can there be a bird that doesn't eat insects in this world?" he exclaimed with exaggerated disbelief on his face. Seeing that the little boy was serious to prove that he was not lying, he earnestly said, "Really, I'm not lying. That talking bird is very clever and quite magical. Oh, it not only eats meat and drinks wine, but also often goes to the town to listen to stories and watch performances." "Is that really true? Could it be that the bird has become a spirit?" Yang Zizhen, curious, yet still skeptical, quietly said in the little boy's ear, "Find more insects, and today I'll show you that there are no birds that don't like eating insects." All right. The little boy, full of excitement, concentrated on searching for insects, and after quite a while finally filled the wine jar. Yang Zizhen wrapped the wine jar in a piece of ragged cloth, then picked up some dry branches, following the little boy to find that magical bird that not only eats meat and drinks wine, but also watches performances. At the foot of the small building, the little boy shouted, Lonka Xiaobai, I've brought you some delicious. The parrot flew down from the treetop and immediately said to Yang Zizhen, you better not corrupt the child. Yang Zizhen looked at the parrot, which was clearly rounder than before, and embellished the story, saying, I hear you've been living quite well lately. Not only eating meat and drinking wine, but also learning to go to brothels and watch performances at the mansions of officials. Upon hearing this, the parrot instantly fluffed up its feathers and flew to a branch, shouting loudly, you little brat, Yang, food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words must not be spoken carelessly. Don't tarnish my reputation. I'm not the one saying that everyone outside talks like this. Yang Zizhen immediately spoke earnestly. When I heard that, I was immediately furious. How could Lonka Xiaobai be such a bird? In a fit of anger, I slammed the table and shouted, impossible, absolutely impossible. Yang, you little rascal, you actually understand me quite well. Not bad, not bad. I previously misunderstood you. The parrot seemed very satisfied, patting its belly with its wings, portraying itself as not that kind of bird. So we quarreled a few words and ended up fighting. I didn't expect them all to be soft-skinned shrimp that couldn't take a hit, and I tossed them all into the water to let them wake up. As Yang Zizhen mentioned this, the parrot nodded in agreement, saying, that's right. You did well with that. We must use reason to persuade those who are unreasonable. A single beating won't solve the problem. Of course we must use reason to persuade people. Yang Zizhen began to dig a pit, but it sounded like there was no problem at all. So I made a bet with them. Yang Zizhen looked at the parrot very seriously. The parrot suddenly felt something was wrong and hurriedly asked in a low voice, what did you bet on? To prove that you are not that kind of shameless bird that eats meat and drinks wine, going to brothels and watching performances, I made a bet with those people. He held up the jar filled with insects in his hand, angrily stating, if you are that kind of bird, I will eat what's inside. If you are not, then you eat it yourself to prove your innocence. The parrot shrank its head, asking quietly, what exactly is in this jar? He placed the jar on the ground and slowly lifted the ragged cloth, revealing it filled to the brim with various insects. The little boy behind him blushed with excitement, shouting, Lonka Xiaobai, are you surprised? Are you serious? The parrot, looking at the jar full of insects, slipped and fell from the branch with a thud, eyes wide in disbelief, asking, are you serious? Yang Zizhen said nothing, placing the prepared firewood on the ground, moving 3 large stones aside, taking out a big iron pot, and setting it on top, pouring a bucket of water into the pot, then said, light the fire and boil the water, prepare to pluck the feathers. All right. The little boy, full of excitement, started picking up the dry branches to light the fire, moving swiftly, clearly having done this many times before. What are you doing? What does this mean, Yang? The parrot, seeing the situation, panicked and repeatedly asked what they were preparing to do. Yang Zizhen looked at the parrot with a stern expression, pointing at the jar of insects and the big iron pot. Either you eat these insects, or I will eat them for you, and then stew you in the pot. The parrot glanced at the wriggling insects, turned away, and retched, then looked at Yang Zizhen and the little boy, thinking, I haven't bullied the bird. It's only natural for birds to eat insects. This is our mutual intention. How can it be called bullying? Yang Zizhen spoke as if it was only natural, then asked the little boy, don't you think so? Exactly. This is the first time I've seen such a shameless bird. Not only does it eat meat and drink wine, but it also peeks at me while I bathe. The little boy angrily accused the parrot, inadvertently revealing a shocking scandal. What? Such a sin. You don't even spare a child of a few years old. Yang Zizhen pointed at the parrot, scolding it, and shouted upstairs, Shangwan Yunju, is your bird still under control? A head poked out from above, scolding, you're so meddlesome. Then she floated down, looking at the 2 troublemakers, and said unceremoniously, you 2 rascals, give a reasonable explanation. Before Yang Zizhen could explain, the parrot flew onto her shoulder, looking very aggrieved and pleading, you have to. She held it in her arms, gently stroking the parrot, while saying, don't be afraid, everything will be fine with me. The parrot snuggled in Shangwan Yunzu's embrace, not forgetting to give a smug expression to Yang Zizhen and the little boy. Just as the parrot was feeling pleased, in the next moment, disaster struck. Shangwan Yunju suddenly grabbed the parrot tightly, and with a wicked smile, said, I actually want to see what you look like eating insects. Hurry up and finish them all. No. The little boy ran over with a very sharp small knife, holding it against the parrot's neck with a mischievous smile, saying, I actually prefer to pluck your feathers and make soup. The mimicking bird finally finished a jar of insects, and then began to vomit incessantly, while Yang Zizhen chopped off the 2 claws of the long-billed crane and boiled them in a pot. Looking at the endlessly vomiting mimicking bird, he threatened with annoyance, is it never-ending? If you provoke me, I will find a 1,000-year-old male dog to raise, and then you'll understand. After saying that, he let out a few sinister chuckles. This tactic proved effective, as the mimicking bird suddenly felt a tightness in its rear, shuddering involuntarily. It tilted its head to glance at Yang Zizhen and flew up to a tree, shouting, Yang, you shameless and despicable person, I curse you to never become a god in your lifetime. Hearing this, he not only felt no anger, but actually started to laugh with joy. After all this time his restless heart finally found peace, and he thought to himself, it seems that this old turtle and the mimicking bird are still beings of this world, unlike the golden rabbits and the others. Shangguan Yunju pointed at the little boy who was adding firewood inside, and said, that is my half-brother. He is 5 years old today, and his name is Shangguan Yunlu. She briefly introduced him, and added, follow me, my grandfather wants to see you. Then she shouted to the little boy, Aunt Xiao, keep an eye on Yunlu. Soon an old woman with white hair emerged, respectfully performing a court bow. Yes, miss. She followed Shangguan Yunju as they headed deep into the mountains, walking about 5 or 6 miles. They passed through a vast bamboo forest and arrived at a 3-story pavilion built into a cliff cave. The entire pavilion was built inside the cave, which was very large, occupying less than a third of the space. The remaining area was enclosed with square blue stones and planted with green bamboo. From above it was hard to spot this residence due to the cover of the bamboo. Upon entering through the main door, one noticed 6 luminous pearls on the ceiling, radiating a soft glow, illuminating the usually dim hall, making it bright and comfortable. The furniture, though understated, exuded luxury. After passing through the hall, they went straight up to the 3rd floor, where a middle-aged man, looking to be in his 40s, sat by the window reading, glancing around to find no one else present. Shangguan Yunju called out to the middle-aged man, Grandfather, the legendary exiled sword immortal has arrived. Looking at the middle-aged man, and then back at Shangguan Yunju, he asked in disbelief, Grandfather, are you sure? The middle-aged man chuckled as he put down his book. For us practitioners, it's quite normal to appear younger if we take good care of ourselves. He stood up and walked over to Yang Zizhen, examining him carefully and nodding in satisfaction. I am 186 years old this year, and even my great-grandson is over 10 years older than Yunju. He must call me ancestor. He then moved to the window, pointing towards the mountains, implying, my ancestor is supposedly in seclusion in that mountain range, but in reality, he spends his days tending to flowers, growing vegetables, feeding chickens and ducks, brewing wine, playing chess, and occasionally going to the imperial city to listen to music, all while improving his meals. I have longed for such a life. Before Yang Zizhen could ask, he shifted the topic. For practitioners, a long lifespan brings many troubles. With so many descendants eyeing that little family fortune, we old folks can still manage, but until a solution is found, we cannot enjoy a peaceful life in the back mountains. Luckily, you appeared just in time. He momentarily found it hard to comprehend how their family's inheritance disputes related to him. The middle-aged man quickly continued, I am very interested in your plan to go to sea. If suitable, I will lead part of the clan to withdraw from the competition here and create another venture there. This way the Shangguan family can alleviate centuries of conflicts and disputes. I see. Yang Zizhen realized he had misunderstood. It turned out that this idea, if put nicely, could be called expanding territory, but if put harshly, it was about dividing the family and leaving home to seek a new life. He raised his thumb in admiration and said, your ambition is truly commendable to give up such a family fortune just like that. I deeply respect you. Thus, I also want to hear you elaborate on the situation there so I can prepare thoroughly. The middle-aged man's tone grew serious, as this decision was not a trivial matter. The 3 of them sat down, poured hot tea, and Yang Zizhen slowly spoke. To be honest, I don't know much about the specifics either. It's all based on the diary left by that senior who escaped. The general idea is that the spirit masters there are not as powerful as here. The land area is not smaller than Douluo Continent, and they live in family units with only sects existing, but no empires. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then raised his head to ask, once you go there, what do you plan to do, and how will you do it? He took a moment to organize his thoughts and clearly articulated his ideas. Actually, at first, I just wanted to fulfill a wish of that senior, but after Yunju's guidance, I realized there are many things I can do. At the very least, I should resolve the long-standing turmoil and killings there, and the best way is to unify the world and set a standard for everything. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea, then stood up, looking out the window towards the blue sky, and asked leisurely, so you intend to become the sole king of the world? Drinking the warm tea from the table, Yang Zizhen stood up and walked to the window, shaking his head, saying, managing a world is a tiring affair, and one must always guard against power struggles and rebellions. Once you sit in that chair, you become a true recluse, making it difficult to sleep soundly. This laborious and thankless task is certainly best left to someone else. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man turned around and suddenly said to him, if you can even refuse that chair, it seems you don't care for this little family fortune. What exactly do you seek? This question left Yang Zizhen speechless. Indeed, what was he working so hard for? He recalled that at the beginning he wanted to become stronger. After becoming stronger, he wanted to live a more carefree life. Now that he had achieved great mastery, and his lifespan was nearly infinite, there were hardly any people in this world who could kill him. What did he truly want? What others wanted? Longevity, martial power, wealth, beautiful women. He had almost all of it. What did he want? He couldn't help but think of his past life, where he was both scholarly and martial, achieving the top rank in the imperial examination at the age of 21. Unfortunately, the corruption in the court left him disheartened, possessing talent, yet having nowhere to apply it. He could only live incognito, wandering the world with a 3-foot-long sword, becoming one of the prodigals in the martial world. Though he had the elegant title of Sword Immortal, he ultimately could not escape a tragic end. What had he truly wanted in his past life? What was the original intention of studying? His gaze became resolute, and his demeanor transformed. If he had been a sharp sword before, he now resembled a keen blade, fitted with an appropriate sheath, plain, yet radiating a hidden brilliance. Establishing a heart for the heavens and the earth, giving life to the people, carrying on the teachings of the sages, and opening up peace for all generations. The elderly should have an end, the strong should be useful, the young should have their strengths, and the widowed, orphans, and sick should all be cared for. In a world of peace with abundant harvests, no one should go hungry. Though he had spoken these words to Shangguan Yunzhu before this time, the sentiment was entirely different. Previously it had been implied, now it was the result of introspection. The middle-aged man observed the drastic change in his demeanor, realizing this was not mere pleasantry. He saw a glimmer of something akin to divinity, though it was distinctly different. Yang Zizhen suddenly added, "Actually, I also quite enjoy a pastoral life of tending to flowers, walking dogs, feeding chickens and ducks, growing vegetables, brewing a bit of wine, and raising a pig." The dream is grand, but how will you achieve it? This is the question the middle-aged man asked him once again. To prioritize humanity and govern with virtue. To base on martial prowess and rule the world with culture. At this moment, Yang Zizhen released a sudden momentum and proclaimed loudly, "When the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he should be treated the same as the common people. To educate people with virtue and govern with law." As soon as these words were spoken, both the middle-aged man and Shangguan Yunzhu were taken aback. It was the first time they had heard such words, and the first time anyone dared to say them. The middle-aged man returned to the tea table, slowly poured hot tea, stood up, and walked back and forth with the teacup in hand. He did not drink the hot tea, but placed it back on the table. With his eyes closed, he tapped the table with his fingers before abruptly opening his eyes and turning to look at Yang Zizhen. The previously bland eyes now sparkled with brilliance, and the man radiated a powerful fighting spirit as he spoke in a deep voice. "This path is easy to talk about, but difficult to walk." At this moment, Shangguan Yunzhu had brewed a pot of hot tea and replaced the previous pot. Yang Zizhen poured the scalding tea into his cup, held it in his hand, and said leisurely, "I cannot claim to be invincible in this world, but those who can surpass me are certainly few. A person lives once and should leave something behind. It is precisely because it is challenging that it is filled with joy, just like this cup of tea in my hand, which is distinguished by its unique flavor." Saying this, he tilted his head back and swallowed the scalding tea in one gulp, slowly swallowing it down. After exhaling a breath, he placed the teacup down and smiled. "If it weren't for seeing it with my own eyes, would you believe I could do it?" Both of them shook their heads simultaneously. Shangguan Yunzhu and her grandfather did not dare to do such a thing. They were also very curious about how he managed to do it. Yang Zizhen smiled at the two of them, picked up the nearly cold teapot with his right hand, and gently held the bottom of the pot with his left hand, slowly pouring the tea into the cup. The tea that flowed out was steaming hot. He lightly shook the teacup, and a layer of frost formed on the surface of the previously boiling teacup, and when placed on the table, the tea had already frozen. The world is full of wonders. It is precisely because it is difficult that it becomes more challenging. Yang Zizhen slowly sat down and looked at the two, saying meaningfully, "Fighting against heaven is immensely enjoyable. Battling against the earth is equally enjoyable, and contending with people is also a joy. Now that I have already defeated heaven and battled the earth, am I still to fear a few mere mortals?" Carefully savoring Yang Zizhen's words, she suddenly drank the hot tea and inquired, "What do we, the Shangguan family, need to do?" After pondering for a moment, Yang Zizhen replied, "First, we need a group of warriors. There is little future on the path of soul masters, or it may be a road that cannot be traversed by youth. Second, a complete intelligence network from high officials to commoners. As long as it is something we want to know, our intelligence system can quickly clarify it, or even present it before us without us needing to ask. Third, a group of learned scholars well-versed in imperial laws, those who study the timing and seasons, and individuals who care about morality, as well as talents from various fields, such as water conservancy, agriculture, blacksmithing, carpentry, masonry, and more. Fourth, prepare a large supply of freshwater vegetables and grains, ensuring that we have sufficient supplies while at sea. We will likely spend 1 to 2 years at sea to arrive. This period is precisely when scholars will revise the legal system and children will learn to read. Once we reach our destination, we will need to choose our stronghold, build cities, forge fortresses, win people's hearts, and ultimately dominate the world." As he said this, he held the cup of iced tea in his hand, which quickly transformed back into hot tea. He drank it in one gulp to moisten his throat before continuing. At that time I will personally visit the major sects. It is best if we can reach an agreement. Anyone above level 90, the title Douluo must not interfere in the matters of the continent. Those at level 80, the sole Douluo must not act recklessly, and only those at level 60, the sole emperor, may appear before the armies to slay. Shangguan Yunju bit her lip as she looked at him, unable to help but pour cold water on him. Your thoughts are beautiful, but what if they do not agree to your terms? Since I have already spoken, they have only two choices, either to comply or to be forced to comply by my... At this moment Yang Zizhen suddenly exuded immense dominance, standing up with a cold smile and saying, I generally do not kill, but that does not mean I want to sometimes to stop the killing. With killing is also a good choice. She also stood up, her eyes filled with stars as she looked at Yang Zizhen, saying, I like your sudden dominance. She poured a cup of tea and handed it to him, her face full of joy. Coughing suddenly, hearing her grandfather's cough, she shot him a resentful glare, stomped her foot, and ran downstairs alone. Her grandfather waved his hand at Yang Zizhen, signaling that he could go. Yang Zizhen smiled slightly, and then twisted his body to slip out of the window, landing lightly on the ground. He stood still against the wall, quietly waiting for Shangguan Yunju to come out to give her a surprise, shaking his head and sighing. Youth is truly wonderful. As soon as Shangguan Yunju exited the small building, she saw Yang Zizhen standing not far away, pointing at him, and then at the top, astonished and wanting to say something but unable to speak. Let's go. The crane claws should be ready by now, one for you to give to your grandfather, and the other we can take to the butcher shop for some meat. Saying this, he coldly laughed as he walked deeper into the bamboo forest, ignoring her. The butcher shop in town closed early today. Yang Zizhen handed the gigantic crane claw to the old man, smiling. This crane claw, aged 70,000 years, is truly unique. Please handle it well in the kitchen so everyone can taste the freshness. All right, the old man replied, handing the crane claw to a young man. He then turned to Shangguan Yunju and said, Miss, you've probably angered that one of you might have some trouble later on. Indifferently pointing at Yang Zizhen, he found a table to sit down and said, with him around, nothing is a... That guy has been secretly monitoring us deep in your grandfather's bamboo forest. I knew it from the start, but I still don't understand why he keeps targeting me. It was only when I noticed his shadow this morning that I killed that large crane. After Yang Zizhen finished speaking, he saw that Shangguan Yunju had no intention of explaining, so he could only look at the old man, curiously hoping for clarification. Sigh, that guy is an 1,000 years genius from a branch of the Shangguan family. He gestured to Shangguan Yunju with his eyes and continued to speak softly. Since Miss emerged from the secret realm, this guy has been intent on forming a connection, ultimately competing for the position of clan leader. What? The Shangguan family has reached the point of turning the tables. Yang Zizhen knew that every family had its troubles, but he did not expect it to have come to this stage. Not only that, besides the master and Miss lineage, there are 3 other branches preparing to compete, the old man whispered in his ear. Now he understood. The old man wanted to withdraw, which was also a last resort. Listening to the old man's narrative, Yang Zizhen realized that this matter was not over yet, and a battle was inevitable. Walking through the streets of the small town, he could distinctly feel some curious or unfriendly gazes upon him. When he turned to look back, those eyes quickly averted, revealing a hint of fear. Returning to the second floor of the small lake stone building, he arranged a few exquisite dishes, opened a jar of fine wine, and set it down. The gentle breeze stirred his white hair as he glanced at the distant figure watching him, raising a wine cup made from an ox horn in salute. He drank deeply, savoring the refreshing, sweet, and fragrant taste that lingered, closing his eyes in delight, marveling at the extraordinary effects of the ox horn wine cup. The figure no longer hid, directly revealing herself and walking towards him. It was a woman, a middle-aged woman who looked to be around 40, dressed in green. However, recalling his grandfather, who was over 180 years old, Yang Zizhen had serious doubts about her age. With the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, Yang Zizhen gestured for her to sit, then took out a regular wine cup, filled it, and set down a pair of chopsticks. Meeting his fate, let's drink a toast before discussing matters. They raised their cups together and picked up their chopsticks to taste a bite of food. My son was beaten by you yesterday. After saying this, looking at a dish of carrot and water vegetables, she forced a smile and added, I didn't expect even the mount became your drinking snack. Sigh, that's not the point. Such a big creature, it would be a shame not to eat it. She looked at the middle-aged woman and seriously added, my mother taught me since childhood that wasting food is a disgrace. Pouring more wine for both of them, she sympathetically looked at him and said, as the saying goes, seeing something reminds one of feelings. To spare your sadness, I can only make it difficult for myself. Taking a deep breath, she began to complain with a face full of grievance, you think I have it easy. Being a good person is hard. Why can't so many people understand my heartfelt struggles? Sigh, I can only drown my sorrows in wine. After saying that, she took a bite of food and emptied her wine cup, shaking her head in lament. The meat is still a bit undercooked, what a pity. The middle-aged woman glared at him coldly, sneering with contempt. Only you can make such a grievance sound. So, raising her cup of wine, she stood up and poured it onto the ground, glaring at Yang Zizhen and scolding. I've seen many shameless people, but you are the first shameless one like this. Putting away the oxhorn wine cup, holding the wine jar in her left hand, and picking up some food with her right, she stood up slowly, grinning, and saying, though the words may not sound pleasant, I'll take it as a compliment. Walking to the railing and looking at the lake below, she coldly told the woman behind her, no matter how much you talk right or wrong, doesn't truly matter. If your fists aren't strong enough, I'll let you wake up in the lake. After saying this, he turned around and shot out a sword chi from his fingers. The middle-aged woman never expected him to strike so suddenly and was hit in the left shoulder before she could react, a spray of blood staining her clothes. Yang Zizhen struck, first grabbing her by the neck and forcefully throwing her down. With a splash, she barely emerged from the water, exclaiming, "You!" A large hand pressed down on her head, pushing her back under the water. When she resurfaced, she was kicked back in again. Yang Zizhen floated on the water, coldly watching the woman re-emerge, saying, "Do you need to calm down some more?" Seeing her furious eyes, it was clear this wouldn't end peacefully. He pushed her back under the water again and quietly murmured, "Ice and snow world." The middle-aged woman felt a wave of cold wash over her. Just as she raised her upper body above the water, the lake began to freeze, trapping her below the chest in the ice. Grabbing her mouth, he forced half a jar of wine down her throat. Coughing a few times, filled with grievance and anger, she shouted, "You bastard." Coldly laughing and ignoring her insults, he looked at her drenched upper body with hot eyes and mocked, "Your son is older than I am. Since you have no substance, it seems your man has found a new love." Not bothering with her piercing glare or her aggrieved expression, he turned away, without looking back, coldly stating, "In this world, there's no absolute right or wrong. If I can't defeat you, the next time will probably be worse. Your family has someone who can win against me, but those old fellows are not someone you can summon." Returning to the second floor of the stone building, he quietly awaited the next person seeking justice against him. After finishing a jar of fine wine, a figure slowly approached, appearing to be in his 50s, with a stubbly goatee, coldly looking at Yang Zizhen and sarcastically saying, "You have quite the guts beating someone and staying here to eat and drink. Do you think the Shangwan family has no one? Whether I have guts or not is up for debate, but there are indeed a few people in the Shangwan family I do not wish to provoke. Unfortunately, you do not represent the Shangwan family." Taking the last drop of wine into his mouth, he coolly retorted, "You arrived much later than I expected. With your timid demeanor, you still dare to vie for the family head position. The Shangwan family will soon go from having people to none." After saying that, without any warning, he kicked the stone table, sending it flying towards the newcomer. In the Douluo Continent, the order of fighting generally involves mutual introduction of names, followed by revealing one's martial spirit, and finally, deciding on actions based on the opponent's martial spirit quality and momentum. In Yang Zizhen's view, all this was futile. Had they fought sooner, it would have been finished by now. His current actions appeared to others as a display of young people disregarding martial ethics. Returning to the stone table as it flew towards the opponent, he did not dodge, but simply caught it with his hands, and with both him and the stone table flying out of the stone building, the newcomer fell on the ice, nearly crushed by the stone table. Struggling to stand, they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, realizing suddenly that the masters of this world were surprisingly weak. "Good, very good." After the goateed man steadied himself, he spoke some formal words and released his martial spirit, revealing 9 spirit rings, stunning Yang Zizhen into disbelief. 9 spirit rings meant at least a title de law, and he began to suspect whether this title de law was real. He exaggeratedly exclaimed, 9 spirit rings, a title de law? Are you really a title de law?" The man below laughed heartily, proudly declaring, "Didn't expect that, now you're scared. Too late." Yang Zizhen was utterly bewildered. Was this person insane? He had only doubted because he found him weak, and now this title de law thought he was afraid of him. "A title de law like you? I can take on 10 of you easily." The goateed man clearly did not realize Yang Zizhen's thoughts, assuming he was afraid, and shouted, "If you apologize to me now and call me grandfather, I might spare your life." Looking at the smug expression on the other's face, Yang Zizhen suddenly felt very uninterested. He glanced at the man with pity and lamented, "If your Shangwan family is all like you, it would be better to split up early." Ignoring him, he floated away towards the mountains, leaving behind the shouting of "Coward. Why don't you come back and fight 300 rounds?" Hearing the insults from the goateed man in the distance, he coldly retorted, "A tiger will not turn back for..." Recalling the direction pointed out by Shangwan Yunzu's grandfather yesterday, there were quite a few ancient creatures living in that deep mountain. Yang Zizhen was standing on top of a sparrow, using his inner strength to guide it on where to fly. Glancing at a mockingbird hiding behind a tree, he laughed and scolded, "With that body of yours, how could you possibly fly?" The sparrow flew for half an hour in the mountains, and Yang Zizhen finally spotted a ravine below where a large black dog was drinking water by a pool. He jumped down, letting the sparrow fly away on its own. The old dog merely looked at Yang Zizhen without barking but tucked its tail and ran off. Following closely behind, he soon saw fresh vegetables, flourishing corn, and 2 ducks running chaotically with a group of hens, while the old dog in the distance began to bark. As a gentle breeze blew by, a rich aroma of meat and a faint scent of wine wafted in, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Newly brewed white wine returns from the mountains, the yellow chicken pecks at millet in the autumn fattening season. The meat smells so good, the wine smells so good, ew, I didn't expect to arrive at just the right time." As soon as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh echoed from not far away. "Though the yellow chicken is fat, it still needs to lay eggs. No matter how good the new wine is, it cannot compare to aged brew. Here, take this fat rabbit from my farm. If there's no aged fine wine, I won't entertain you." Hearing this voice, he chuckled and followed the scent of meat. Knowing very well that these were ancient beings hundreds of years old, he couldn't help but be stunned by their appearances. They looked no older than 60, and he couldn't resist asking, "Old man, do you have some secret to longevity? You certainly don't look like the ancestor of those outsiders." The old man was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected straightforwardness and stroked his beard, saying, "What secret to longevity is there? It's just about keeping a peaceful heart, paying attention to health, and not getting involved in the troubles of the outside world, just living as a leisurely person in the mountains." As he spoke, he gestured for him to sit down and eagerly inquired, "Where's the wine? The fine aged brew?" He held 2 jars of fine wine in his arms. Glancing at the rabbit meat in the pot, he smiled and asked, "When will this meat be ready? A few old friends haven't arrived yet, we need to wait a moment." Saying this, he snatched the wine jar, removed the clay seal, and drank a few mouthfuls directly from it. "This wine is a fine Huaiyao stored in Xinghua City for 30 years. I didn't expect you to be a connoisseur of good wine." He took a few more gulps. "Old man, you are too polite. It doesn't represent anything for me. Just 1 sip, and you can tell my origins. You are the true guest of the wine." Yang Zizhen spoke sincerely, his words genuine, acknowledging that the old man was indeed a connoisseur. After saying this, he sat down at the stone table, taking out a plate of aged vinegar peanuts and a plate of chicken feet, placing 2 green oxhorn wine cups on the table, and pouring the wine, saying, "Try my divine drinking vessel." The old man picked it up and examined it carefully, then cautiously took a sip, his eyes closing in bliss as he became utterly captivated. After a long sigh, he opened his eyes and drank the remaining wine in 1 gulp, smacking his lips in delight. He reached out to collect the empty wine cup and pushed another one over, speaking, "This oxhorn cup is quite magical. I can only drink 1 cup of wine every 3 years. For this remaining cup, I wish to exchange it for a question. What do you say?" "Oh." The old man appeared enlightened, pointing at Yang Zizhen and laughing, "You're young, but surprisingly shrewd. Speak, what do you want to ask?" "I have an enemy whose father is a level 99 limit Douluo, and can also borrow power from the divine realm." Standing up, he took a sip from the wine jar and continued, "While I'm not afraid of him, I don't have absolute certainty of victory. Old man, what can you teach me?" The old man pondered for a moment, looking at the oxhorn wine cup before standing up and sighing, "To win against divine power with a human body is indeed very difficult." Looking at the clear blue sky, he pointed to a bird flying above and said, "Borrowed power is never truly one's own. As long as you can endure, he will inevitably have a period of weakness, just like that bird in the sky. After flying a while, it will eventually have to land and rest for a spell." Turning around without caring whether Yang Zizhen was satisfied, he drank the remaining wine in 1 gulp, placed the oxhorn cup on the table, and sat back down, picking up a chicken foot and gnawing on it without any grace. After putting away the green oxhorn wine cup, Yang Zizhen took out 2 translucent warm jade wine cups, filled them with wine, and raised a cup with a smile, saying, "To meet a true friend, 1,000 cups are too few. I toast to you, old man, wishing you happiness every day." The old man, holding a chicken foot in one hand and raising the jade cup in the other, said, "A fine sentiment indeed. I also wish you, young man, that your heart's desires are fulfilled and your great revenge is avenged." There were 6 jade cups in total, and Yang Zizhen laid them all out, curiously asking, "Old man, why are your descendants not impressive? Today a titled Douluo was easily defeated. Even a casual strike from me was enough to overwhelm him. What's the reason for this?" The old man did not answer his question, but instead asked, "Was that long-beaked bird tasty?" The sudden shift caught Yang Zizhen off guard, and he awkwardly extended a finger, saying, "1 rabbit leg for 1 bird leg." "Deal," he said, picking up a plate and rushing to the pot, bringing back 1 hind leg and 1 front leg, urging impatiently, "These are 2 rabbit legs, quickly, let's trade." With no other choice, he could only take 2 enormous crane legs, leaving the place with 1 rabbit leg in hand, showing no lingering feelings. Washing his hands where the black dog drank, he felt that this trip was worthwhile. He clearly sensed the immense energy within the old man and understood that in a life-and-death struggle, he might not necessarily lose, and that was enough. His master Qianji was a level 95 titled Douluo, while his father Qiandaoli was a level 99 limit Douluo. Even if Qianji were to die, Douluo would have no way to deal with him. He would not act hastily without absolute certainty. Arriving at the small building where Shangguan Yunju lived, the mockingbird munching on a piece of pork flapped its wings and flew out of the window. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed half a bowl of wine next to the meat. With a twinkle in its eye, it crushed a pill and stirred it with its finger, then called out, "Where is everyone? Is anyone there?" The mockingbird replied from the treetops outside, "Not here. He went to his grandfather's place and hasn't returned yet." Climbing out of the window, he shouted to the mockingbird from the rooftop, "Oh, then can you help me send a message? Just tell him that I'm planning to head to the center of the Star Do Great Forest soon. If there's anything, I'll discuss it when I return." He placed a bowl of meticulously prepared braised pork on the rooftop, then without caring whether the mockingbird agreed or not, young Zizhen swiftly vanished. After confirming his departure, the mockingbird looked around to ensure everything was fine. It took a bite, its eyes widening, and soon devoured everything. Suddenly feeling thirsty, it hopped back inside and quickly finished the half bowl of wine, burping contentedly before falling asleep on a cushion. Before long, it was running fast, using its wings to cover its belly. Upon returning, it carefully checked and discovered the wine bowl contained medicine. Covering its belly with its wings, it yelled, "Young brat, you rascal! The old lady won't let this go with you." A while later, the mockingbird cried out, "Not even sparrows are spared. There's no way to guard against it."